Chapter 381. The desire in her eyes. Lin Luoluo. May I have him for myself? My husband perished at his hands, and it has been 71 days since he left me. Not a single moment of joy has graced my life since then. Please allow me this happiness. A woman emerged, appearing to be in her 30s, yet Ye Feng discerned that she could not be over 20, for the indigenous people tend to age prematurely. Very well. What do you offer in exchange? Inquired the knight. Since my husband's departure, my provisions are scarce, but he possessed a shoulder piece. Upon finishing her words, the woman handed over a piece of armor, a metal plate meant to shield a knight's shoulder. Insufficient. It weighs scarcely half a pound and is of little value. Not everyone's shoulders are as slender as your husband's, and we female knights have no use for such a large piece. Lin Luoluo shook her head. Lin Luoluo. Lady Belly, I propose this. You give me the iron and shoulder piece, and tonight, you both may share in the pleasures. The plump woman said with a glint of greed in her eyes. What? Ye Feng struggled against his bonds, not out of lust, but rather discomfort at being coerced by women. The two women exchanged glances and simultaneously handed the armor and iron to the plump woman. Come with me, foreigner Ye Feng. Tonight I shall exact my revenge. The widow seized Ye Feng by the chain and dragged him toward a room, while Lin Luoluo pushed him from behind, compelling him to enter. The room was a stone chamber, illuminated by a tallow lamp, keeping the temperature at a degree or two. As soon as they entered, they eagerly stripped Ye Feng of his garments. He initially attempted to resist, but the finesse of the two women's tactics compelled him to stand. What followed is unnecessary to elaborate. Ye Feng closed his eyes, surrendering to the dominance of the two women. However, he did not emerge unscathed. He secretly employed his blood-sucking technique, rendering both women exhausted upon the bed. He dared not drain them completely, for that would obliterate his opportunity to utilize his powers again. Thus, he must proceed cautiously, extracting a little from each woman, waiting for his strength to fully recover before seizing the chance to escape from the Yunshan tribe. The tribe's warships would be of no use to him, as he could not command the oarsmen below deck. His only recourse lay in commandeering a canoe and paddling to the opposite shore, then fleeing downstream with all his might. Yet, that too seemed implausible. Should the Beastmaster discover his escape, he could catch up within an hour, relegating Ye Feng to the status of a prisoner once more. Ye Feng strained against the iron chain, sensing that he could potentially break free now, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. He needed to restore his body to 80% strength. Even then, he must not act recklessly. He required a significant event within the Yunshan tribe to keep the Beastmaster occupied, allowing him a window to return to the warship. At least 10 days to half a month of distraction would be necessary for him to exploit the opportunity to flee back to the vessel. Once aboard, he would not repeat his previous mistakes, ensuring to remain vigilant and steadfast. It must be noted that the Beastmaster was not only formidable in strength, but also a rare talent in leadership. Utilizing the formidable power of nature, they carved through the ice and drifted downstream. The warship glided effortlessly to the location of Hot Spring Island. Yet, Susan remained fixated on the upstream. Susan, cease your gaze. All you can do now is hope that Tuba brings Feng back. Our immediate priority is to produce charcoal, then catch fish, and subsequently stash them away in batches. Wang Zhihai advised. Indeed, as our tribe's high priest has foretold, this harsh winter may endure for over a decade, 10 years. By then, the entire Black Tree River, even the sea itself, will be frozen. We must seize the opportunity before the freeze to gather as many fish as possible and hide them in several concealed spots. Ideally enough to sustain us for 20 years, a native interjected. He belonged to the Yunshan tribe, yet had come to regard the warship as his home. Senior Susan. Feng mentioned that the Gao Mountain tribe inhabits our former creek. Perhaps we could hide some of our provisions there? Should we encounter peril? The Gao Mountain tribe might serve as our ally, Bai Chushua suddenly proposed. Indeed, Wang Zhihai, my mind is in turmoil. I entrust the tasks of charcoal production and food storage entirely to you. At present, my thoughts are solely consumed with Ah Feng. Susan declared before listlessly retreating to the cabin. With Ye Feng absent, she felt utterly disoriented. Wang Zhihai nodded, commencing the assignment distribution on deck. Shunan, take 100 men ashore to prepare for charcoal production. Understood. Shunan stepped forward. Shi Zhongliang, you lead 50 individuals on the deck to catch fish with nets. Received. Shi Zhongliang responded. By Chushua, how many are ill? Approximately over 70, with 10 in serious condition, Bai Chushua replied. Those severely afflicted should be discarded to prevent contagion. Wang Zhihai stated. What? At this declaration, all on deck gasped in shock, their eyes widening in fear. Even those with the slightest cough covered their mouths, refraining from further sounds. In turbulent times, we must enforce strict measures. We are not a charitable organization. Our primary obligation is to safeguard ourselves. If we fall ill, such individuals are not worthy of saving. Wang Zhihai continued, then turned to Ding Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, you are growing up. You must learn to shoulder the burden for the team. From now on, you will assist in the kitchen, accompanied by Ilian. I refuse. Ding Tuanchuan glared at Wang Zhihai with indignation. Tuanchuan, Feng is currently missing. No one will coddle you. You must diligently attend to your duties and refrain from causing trouble, Wang Zhihai asserted, as the security team stepped forward, applying pressure on Ding Tuanchuan. Me? Ding Tuanchuan's eyes widened, on the verge of tears. I will go? Ultimately, Ding Tuanchuan capitulated. Nai Raimai, you are the most composed. And thus I have high hopes for you. With Susan in a state of disarray, the entire team must rely on us too for stability. You are to manage logistics. Should I be absent, you shall be my substitute, Wang Zhihai continued. I will discuss this with Susan. You need not worry, Raimai replied indifferently, because she sensed the yearning in Wang Zhihai's eyes. So be it, summon 30 more individuals to assist me in cleansing the corpses on Hot Spring Island. As for the destroyed houses, there is no need for repairs. We shall make do with the remaining ones, Wang Zhihai stated nonchalantly. Deputy Commander, Alba has perished in battle. Should we not search for his body and grant him a grand burial? Shannon inquired. There is no need. Our manpower is too precious to squander. Our primary objective now is the production of charcoal and fishing. If this frigid temperature persists, I believe that within 6 months, the entire Heishu River will be frozen. We must navigate our warship out of the Heishu River and anchor directly in the sea before that occurs. I refuse to believe that even the sea can be frozen, Wang Zhihai declared. Chapter 382. My apologies, Feng Gu. It was unavoidable. Although others found Wang Zhihai somewhat harsh, they acknowledged the validity of his words and thus complied. Wang Zhihai, Luo Ying has also sustained grave injuries. You cannot possibly intend to abandon her as well? Bai Chuxue suddenly interjected. Why would I keep her? Her injuries are severe, and we would need to allocate personnel to care for her. She would only burden us. Wang Zhihai replied coldly, his demeanor devoid of compassion. While others felt that Wang Zhihai's assessment was not entirely unfounded, a lingering sense of discomfort remained. In the past, when Ye Feng was present, though strict, he fostered a pleasant atmosphere among them, blending severity with warmth. Wang Zhihai's sternness, however, was imbued with coldness, robbing them of a sense of harmony within the team. Ye Feng lay supine on the bed, his eyes tightly shut. After a while, the female knight finally exited the chamber. It was now the 27th day since he had entered the male den. In these 27 days, a total of 120 women had sought his company. Concurrently, Ye Feng absorbed a modicum of energy from each woman, and his injuries had healed by 30%. With this newfound strength, he could easily break free from the iron chains and contend with beast masters. Yet, if faced with a great beast master, his chances of victory remained slim. He must remain patient. Ye Feng sighed and tucked the chains into the bedding. The foreign warrior Ye Feng was ready to receive guests. Outside, the voice of a plump woman echoed once more. Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly as he forced a smile in preparation for the impending visitor. However, this time, it was a man clad in armor who entered. Get out. Ye Feng fumed. In the preceding 27 days, he had encountered not a single man, and yet, the inevitable had finally arrived. Upon entering, the knight surveyed the surroundings before drawing the curtain shut. Ye Feng squinted, his arm muscles tensing. Should this knight dare approach, even at the risk of revealing his strength, he would strangle him. Feng Gu, it's me. Do you not remember? You captured me but spared my life, providing us with sustenance each day. The native lowered his voice unexpectedly. You? Ye Feng re-evaluated the knight, finding him somewhat familiar. What is your name? Ye Feng asked. Jige. My name is Tung. I have returned to the Yunshan tribe, but this is not my home. My true home lies elsewhere. As Tinger spoke, he gestured towards the location of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng's gaze flickered momentarily, and a faint smile graced his face. Tunger, are you here to test me? He inquired. Brother Feng, I assure you, my intentions are not to test you. Sister Susan is deeply worried about you. She has been crying ever since your disappearance. Her eyes nearly blinded by tears, Tunger replied. Ye Feng's expression turned solemn, and after a while, His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, there were many aboard the warship awaiting his return. So, do you intend to rescue me and take me home? Ye Feng countered. Yes, that is my mission. Captain Tuba is stationed on the hill behind Yunshan, and we have 10 people ready to assist you, Teng'er declared. Alas, it is futile once I go missing. The Beast Master will undoubtedly appear within an hour, and within another hour, he will retrieve me. Ye Feng sighed, resignation evident in his tone. He believed that even in his prime, he might not have been able to outrun the Beast Master. If this escape were to fail, not only would he be re-imprisoned, but he would also endanger his 10 comrades. What shall we do? You cannot remain here indefinitely, can you? Life aboard the warship has become quite tense without you. It is no longer as leisurely as it once was, Teng'er whispered. Moments ago, footsteps had passed by the stone house, likely that of the plump woman eavesdropping. Escaping was feasible, but it required significant disruption to prevent the Yunshan tribe's experts from intervening, granting them a chance to return to Hot Spring Island. However, since arriving at Yunshan, Ye Feng had not seen the light of day. He raised his hands in exasperation. Disruption? Teng'er's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. Brother Feng. Causing destruction is not that difficult. The pyramid is currently the most important project. If we were to damage it, the higher-ups of the Yunshan tribe would surely need to attend to it, providing you with an opportunity to flee, he urged. Damaging the pyramid will not hinder the higher-ups of the Yunshan tribe. And how do you propose to destroy it? By smashing the stones with a hammer? Ye Feng shook his head, dismissing the plan as impractical. Even if the pyramid were to collapse, it would not prevent the Beast Master from pursuing him. Wait. Set it ablaze. Burn the entire Yunshan tribe. While they attend to extinguishing the flames, we can make our escape. If they are busy with the fire, they will not have the manpower to chase us. Ye Feng's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, I know there are 7 storage facilities for food within the Yunshan tribe. If we ignite the granaries, the Beast Master, the Chieftain, and the High Priest will all rush to command the firefighting efforts. Oh, Brother Feng, you've just illuminated my thoughts. I shall set fire to the 7 granaries right away, Teng'er exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he prepared to dash out of the stone house. Come back. Ye Feng sighed. What is it, Brother Feng? Teng'er inquired. The moment you ignite the first granary, it will surely alarm the Yunshan people, and they will fortify the other granaries. If we are to proceed, we must have 7 individuals distributed among the 7 granaries, along with a unified signal. Once the signal is given, all 7 must simultaneously ignite the granaries, and after igniting, they must work to expand the flames as much as possible. As I noticed a fire breaking out, I managed to break free from the chains and dash downstream, Leaf Maple remarked. Indeed, I acted rather recklessly. Let us devise a proper plan, shall we? Immediately, the 2 of them began to conspire within the stone cottage. Outside, a corpulent woman had been eavesdropping. Why is there no sound? A sense of dread washed over her as she lifted the curtain and stepped inside, only to find Teng, who perched atop Leaf Maple. What are you doing? Teng'er exclaimed in anger. My apologies, noble knight. I heard no noise and feared an accident, for this foreigner is quite perilous. The corpulent woman hastily exited the room, lowering the curtain behind her. Once the woman departed, Teng'er dismounted from Leaf Maple. I am sorry, Brother Feng. I had no choice just now. Enough. I feel somewhat nauseous. Proceed with our agreement. Leaf Maple gestured dismissively. Understood. After Teng'er left, Leaf Maple closed his eyes to rest. With only an hour until dusk, he needed to replenish his energy for the escape plan that lay ahead. Just as he shut his eyes, he suddenly opened them again. Mengli, Leaf Maple called out. The corpulent woman entered. What is it? Mengli inquired, having profited greatly from Leaf Maple's warrior persona over the past few days. She had secured over 500 frozen fish and more than 40 pounds of iron. If this continued, Leaf Maple might indeed make her a wealthy woman. Chapter 383. Where is Duoyen Hina? I wish to inquire about a woman with a prominent belly who entered the Yunshan tribe on the same day as I. Where is she now? Leaf Maple asked. Indeed, he intended to rescue Duoyen Hina while the fire was set. Why do you ask this? Mengli retorted. She carries my child. I wish to see her, Leaf Maple pleaded. To see her? Mengli scoffed. Grant me a glimpse of her, and I shall work even harder for you, ensuring you have an abundance of food. Leaf Maple proposed his condition. Is that so? Mengli regarded Leaf Maple with suspicion. His recent lack of diligence had led to numerous complaints from clients. Were it not for Leaf Maple's status as a rare foreigner, he might have been cast aside. Of course it is true. In the coming days, I shall exert myself greatly, Leaf Maple assured earnestly. Dream on. Simply do your work diligently. If you perform well, perhaps I shall allow you to meet her, Mengli replied with an air of superiority. Leaf Maple's fists clenched, filled with the desire to silence her then and there. What must I do to see my wife? Leaf Maple queried. It depends on my mood, Leaf Maple. If you clean my toes thoroughly, perhaps my spirits will lift, Mengli said, extending a large, ungraceful foot. Leaf Maple's sincere expression vanished, replaced by a cold smirk. Mengli, I wonder how many men would willingly date you. Considering your bulk and age? Certainly, the unattractive do not count. Leaf Maple's words caused Meng Li's countenance to darken instantly. There should be none. Then, what of women? Or goats? Wild boars? Dogs? Ye Feng's words thoroughly infuriated Meng Li, and his feet were shackled by iron chains. It seemed that rescuing Duo and Hina would have to wait. He would return to the warship first, and once Bai Chushua had developed the firearms, they would directly assault the Yunshan tribe. He could not believe that such a savage tribe could withstand the overwhelming force of civilization's assault. At the fringes of the Yunshan tribe, 10 furtive figures gathered. Captain Tuba, your stature is too diminutive for the role of a knight. You would be easily discovered, Tingerer remarked. I must infiltrate the tribe. I worry that you will be unable to ignite all 7 granaries, Tuba replied. Just moments ago, Tingerer had relayed Ye Feng's words to the 10 individuals. Then you shall disguise yourself as a woman. I have a set of women's garments here. They prefer to conceal their faces, revealing only their eyes, Tingerer stated, draping a piece of animal hide over Tuba. Take it away, Tuba exclaimed in fury, casting the garment to the ground and stamping on it. Captain Tuba, we must prioritize the greater good. If necessary, you can wait outside the tribe to assist us, Tingerer suggested. Very well, I shall wait outside. Once I see the blaze, I will seize a canoe, and you shall gather here. Tuba finally acquiesced to the proposal. Exchanging knowing glances, Tingerer and the 9 others stealthily infiltrated the 7 granaries of the Yunshan tribe. As they neared the center of the tribe, they split into 7 teams, with Tingerer partnering with one individual. Their mission was to set ablaze the largest granary, rumored to contain thousands of carts of beast meat, frozen fish, and dried fruits. Tingerer, the central granary is vast and guarded. If a fire ignites, the guards will quickly extinguish it. Instead, let us bring the oil here. The east wind is blowing. And we can pour the oil from the east and then ignite it, one suggested. Indeed, your cleverness is growing, Tingerer replied as the duo raced toward the location of the oil. Meanwhile, Ye Feng found himself in a precarious situation. As he slept soundly, the curtain was abruptly drawn aside, and a burly man entered. What is this? Get out. Ye Feng gritted his teeth. I hear you are a warrior? I adore warriors. Come, ride your beloved steed and treat me as your horse. The man exclaimed, then dropped to the ground in a grotesque imitation of a horse, nearly causing Ye Feng to retch. Ah, I see. You are bound by chains. I shall assist you, the man said, approaching Ye Feng and reaching toward his groin. Bang! Ye Feng delivered a knee strike, causing the man's nose to bleed profusely. Mengli, quickly summon help. He is not treating me properly. The man bellowed in fury, calling out to those beyond the curtain. Moments later, several robust women rushed in, some restraining Ye Feng's arms, others holding his legs, and still others pinning down his head. In truth, Ye Feng possessed the strength to break the chains and eliminate them all. However, he knew he must not act rashly. Only once the granary was ablaze could he unleash his wrath. Ye Feng the warrior, here I come, the greasy man declared as he lunged toward Ye Feng. I can no longer contain myself. Ye Feng let out a furious roar, and simultaneously, for iron chains shattered. The women who had restrained his limbs were flung away, their bodies crashing against the stones, rendering them unconscious in an instant. This was dire news. A slave was resisting, a slave was rebelling. The man hastily dashed outside. Ye Feng's expression changed dramatically as he seized an iron rod and pursued. The sound of clanking armor echoed as a dozen knights charged towards him. Just then, a resounding explosion erupted from the center of the tribe, followed by flames soaring into the sky. Was the warehouse ablaze? The 10 knights, who had already advanced halfway, were taken aback by the sight of the flames and, in fear, abandoned their pursuit of Ye Feng, hastening towards the source of the fire. This winter was uncertain in its duration. If the central granary were to be consumed by flames, it would undoubtedly impact the knights. As for the noble beastmasters, they would remain unaffected. After all, calamity begins its spread from the lower strata of society. For instance, in times of food scarcity, it is the commoners who suffer first. Should the shortage persist, it will eventually encroach upon the elite, diminishing their provisions. If the deprivation continues further, it will reach the knights. The central granary was the largest repository of the Yunshan tribe. Once it ignited, the flames would inevitably extend to the knightly class. Boom! Another explosion resonated. Ye Feng glanced towards the north, where another structure was in flames. The fire, fueled by the eastern winds, rapidly spread towards the granary. Likely aided by some form of accelerant. Otherwise, given the current temperatures, the flames would not have surged so swiftly. Tinger, who would have thought you would prove so invaluable at this critical moment? Ye Feng was elated. Without delay, he sprinted towards the heart of the tribe. Duoyan Hina primarily resided in the central area, as it was the affluent district. He had observed previously that the Grand Beastmaster treated Duoyan Hina with considerable respect, surmising she would not be confined to the slums. After running a dozen meters, Ye Feng spotted a knight. The man was hastily donning his armor while rushing towards the inferno, appearing quite flustered. With a swift blow, Ye Feng struck him in the abdomen and dragged him into a corner. I ask you, where is Duoyan Hina? Ye Feng demanded. Duoyan Hina? Who is Duoyan Hina? The knight's eyes widened in terror. With a swift motion, Ye Feng dispatched the knight using his curved blade and donned the knight's helmet, which featured a movable visor to conceal his face. Boom! Another fireball erupted, igniting the southern granary, followed by the northwest, northeast, and southwest. Within 5 minutes, all 7 granaries were engulfed in towering flames. Some commoners hurriedly fled towards the outskirts, while the knights, in contrast, rushed towards the burning sites. Knights, after all, bore a greater sense of responsibility. They were compelled to extinguish the flames. Ye Feng quietly subdued 3 more knights, each of whom, without exception, was unaware of Duoyan Hina's whereabouts. What could he do? Ye Feng remained hidden in a corner, observing as the knights rushed towards the infernos. At this moment, another beast master hurriedly rushed towards the source of the fire. It's you. Generally speaking, those of higher status should be aware of who Duoyan Hina is and know her residence. However, just as Ye Feng was about to take action, his pupils suddenly dilated. A handsome man was approaching from behind. The great beastmaster. The knights exclaimed respectfully. Quickly, extinguish the flames, and relay my orders to seal off the entire tribe. Ensure that all ships head to the opposite shore. None are to remain near the tribe. After Van Diemen spoke, his gaze suddenly swept towards the shadows where Ye Feng hid. Hiss! Ye Feng quickly averted his eyes and held his breath. He had been staring intently at Van Diemen. This man is extraordinarily powerful. He could sense my gaze. Fortunately, Van Diemen only glanced for a couple of seconds before redirecting his attention and soaring towards the fire. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't wish to save you, but this great beast master has sensed something. If the tribe is completely sealed off, I won't survive either. Ye Feng murmured to himself, turning abruptly and racing towards the outskirts of the tribe. Along the way, he encountered several waves of knights, but they were all focused on extinguishing the flames and did not notice the transformed Ye Feng. After much effort, Ye Feng finally reached the outskirts of the tribe, where some knights had already stationed themselves at various exits, their gazes fixated on the fire, their expressions filled with concern. What should we do? If the granaries are completely burned down, it will not only affect the common people, but us knights as well. Indeed, what will we eat in the future? The beast masters might not be affected, but what about us, ordinary knights? Who says beast masters won't be impacted? If not a single morsel of food remains, it won't just be the beast masters. Even the chieftain and the high priest will be affected. Listening to their conversation, Ye Feng lowered his head and approached the riverbank. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Ye Feng's heart leaped to his throat, his fists clenched tightly. Why aren't you going to help extinguish the fire, instead of heading outside the tribe? The knight questioned from behind. Ye Feng dared not speak. He knew that if he did, his accent would betray him. Although they shared a common language, there were subtle differences in dialect. Anyone from the Cloud and Mist Mountains would easily detect it. Even a single word could reveal him. Why don't you respond? The knight released Ye Feng, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Go to hell. Ye Feng retaliated with a powerful punch, knocking the knight to the ground, then grasped his throat. The blood-sucking technique activated, and the knight lasted only 3 seconds before his body shrank noticeably. While there were still knights patrolling the outskirts of the tribe, the darkness concealed them, and their attention was mostly drawn to the distant flames. 7 large fires almost engulfed 1/10 of the Yunshan tribe. Ye Feng hurriedly dashed towards the riverbank, yet once again, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Brother Feng, it's me, follow me." It was Tuba's voice. Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief and abruptly turned around. The person standing before him was none other than his dear brother Tuba. He had lost considerable weight, yet there was an unmistakable glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Tuba, I never imagined you would truly come to rescue me." "Feng, no time for chatter. Stay close behind me and maintain a steady pace." As if walking normally, Tuba instructed, leading Ye Feng upstream. "Is your boat upstream?" Ye Feng inquired. "Indeed, we shall proceed upstream, wait for 3 days, and then take a detour downstream," Tuba replied. Ye Feng was about to respond, but suddenly had a moment of clarity, instinctively giving a thumbs up. This time, with 7 granaries ablaze simultaneously, even a dim-witted beast master would recognize it as a deliberate act. Consequently, he would become the prime suspect. Once the beast master extinguished the flames and discovered his disappearance, it was certain he would pursue downstream. By waiting upstream for 3 days, they would deftly evade their pursuers. After the pursuers failed to locate them, they could then meander back downstream. A splendid strategy indeed. After walking a kilometer upstream, they encountered a number of civilians. Tuba glanced around and unexpectedly pulled a canoe from a patch of icy grass, where several individuals were seated. "Feng, we have succeeded." It was the voice of Tunger. Suppressing his inner joy, Ye Feng joined Tuba in the canoe. The group exchanged excited embraces before they began to paddle. The night breeze on the river was biting cold, nearly capable of lacerating one's skin. Yet Ye Feng's heart burned with fervor. He had finally escaped and was on the verge of reuniting with Susan. Having learned from past experiences, he would not allow the beast master to seize the warship. The 6 paddles gently struck the water, and Ye Feng observed that numerous vessels downstream were also heading towards the opposite bank, likely carrying out the beast master's orders. "Feng, the jerky we managed to bring will last us 5 days, but we must ration it." Tuba pointed to a large beast hide bag. Upon opening it, Ye Feng found only half a bag of jerky remained, which would barely suffice for 4 days. However, they intended to remain upstream for 3 days and then take a detour back, potentially requiring 3 to 4 months. What would he eat during those months? Sighing, he resolved to take things one step at a time. He had no better options at present. Ye Feng rubbed his forehead. The canoe swiftly reached the opposite shore. As the river was merely a kilometer wide and the 10 individuals who had come to rescue Ye Feng were all elite, allowing them to paddle efficiently. "Untie the canoe and let it drift downstream. Do not leave it upstream," Ye Feng instructed. With a swift stroke, Tuba severed the tether, and the canoe floated downstream. Watching it drift away, Ye Feng finally felt a sense of relief and began climbing the mountains with Tuba and the others. Each step sank into the snow, often reaching their knees. After cresting a ridge, Ye Feng glanced back, his expression darkening. The pristine white ground was marred by a long trail of footprints. If the beast master sent someone upstream to investigate, even a cursory glance would reveal their trail, allowing him to track them through the snow. The 11 of them would be utterly trapped. Chapter 385. Unfazed by danger. Enough of this. We must run. Let us hope for snow to cover our tracks. Ye Feng, accompanied by 10 others, ascended a snow-capped mountain. At this juncture, the flickering lights of the Yunshan tribe had vanished from their sight. All around was a vast expanse of pristine snow, interrupted only by a few solitary snow-laden forests standing resolutely against the night. "We shall take refuge in that grove. We must remain here for 3 days, Ye Feng declared, leading the way into the thicket. Meanwhile, within the Yunshan tribe, a conflagration raged on until the afternoon of the following day. The central granary was entirely consumed, as it was the first to ignite, and the winter snow failed to quell the inferno's advance. Van Die Ming, treading upon the ashes, scooped a morsel of charred remains with his hand and tasted it. The meat had been completely carbonized, rendered utterly inedible. What of the other 6 granaries? How much food could be salvaged? Van Die Ming inquired, suppressing his fury, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Great beast master, from the other 6 granaries, only the northwest and northeast ones managed to yield some food. The remaining 4, like the central granary, have been reduced to mere cinders," the knight responded, his voice quivering. With a heavy exhalation, a cloud of white vapor escaped Van Die Ming's lips, a glint of brutality flashing in his eyes. "Seal off the tribe, gather everyone together and interrogate them one by one. We must uncover the culprit." It is better to wrongfully execute than to let the guilty evade justice, he commanded. Yes, the night had scarcely finished when a woman hurriedly approached. Great Beastmaster, I am Mengli. That foreigner, Ye Feng, has vanished. He injured me and my guards, she reported. Useless. With a swift motion, Van D. Meng's curved blade severed Meng Li's head from her body, sending it soaring into the air. It was revealed that the fire had been set by Ye Feng. Shall I organize a search party to pursue him downstream? No need. I alone can deal with Ye Feng. You all remain in the tribe to maintain order. Should anyone dare to take advantage of this chaos to pilfer food, they shall be executed. With that, Van Dieming's figure vanished like a specter. After a few fleeting moments, he materialized by the riverbank. With a graceful leap, he skimmed across the water's surface before propelling himself to the opposite shore, continuing his pursuit downstream without pause. Within the Yunshan tribe, commoners gathered in hushed discussions. Have you heard? The losses are catastrophic. Our winter provisions have been entirely incinerated. A friend of mine works as a guard in the granary, and he informed me, one murmured. What shall we do? Without food. The supplies at my home will last at most 10 days, another lamented. Indeed, even if there is a modicum of food left, it will undoubtedly be prioritized for the knights and beastmasters. We commoners are destined to starve. Perhaps we should take advantage of the current disarray and hide some food for ourselves? Not only the commoners were conversing. In a secluded corner, a few knights huddled together. 99% of the food has been consumed by flames. What remains will barely sustain our entire tribe for a month. However, the higher-ups will not distribute rations among us all. Starting tomorrow, they may hoard the food for themselves, leaving even us knights without sustenance, an elder knight expressed with concern. Surely that cannot be the case. We could fish in the Blacktree River. The central part of the river has yet to freeze solid, another suggested. Are you foolish? The ice layer there is perilously thin. Even if we succeed in catching a fish, we risk plunging into the frigid waters and succumbing to the cold. Moreover, the current in the middle of the river is exceedingly swift. Indeed, unless the battleship's power can stabilize in the tumultuous waters, we shall not catch a single fish. And death by frostbite is a genuine threat. I propose a cunning plan. Since we are tasked with maintaining order, why not engage in a bit of self-deception and secretly stash some provisions at home? A few knights exchanged glances and promptly set their plan into motion. However, mere meters from their departure, a cacophony erupted ahead. They intercepted a band of thieves who had pilfered food. This is dire. Others are stealing food as well. Quick, apprehend them. This seemed to signal a wave of chaos as the common folk surged forward, breaking through the knights' blockade and rushing toward the provisions. Kill. In an instant, blood blossomed, the crimson droplets freezing midair. These civilians understood the preciousness of sustenance. Even as knights struck from behind, they clung to their stolen food, fleeing into the distance, unwilling to relinquish their bounty. O people of the Yunshan tribe, do not steal. The chieftain has stored ample provisions for us. We must not disrupt his strategy. A beastmaster implored from a high platform. Yet, the people of Yunshan were not fools. They disregarded the beastmaster's words, seizing what they could and making their escape without a shred of decorum. From this epicenter, the entire Yunshan tribe was thrown into turmoil. The common folk relentlessly battered against the knights' defenses, each seizing a sack and bolting for freedom, while some knights continued to obstruct the civilians. Gradually, a shift occurred in their mentality. They shed their armor and joined the fray, each carrying a sack as they rushed outward. Trust in the chieftain and the high priest. They foresaw this calamity and have stored a considerable amount of food in other locations. Do not steal. The beastmaster found himself losing control of the situation. Brother, cease your pleas and quickly carry a few sacks home to hide. What will we eat once they have taken everything? At that moment, a woman shoved the beastmaster aside. Nay, I am a beastmaster of the Yunshan tribe. How could I descend to their level? Stop holding on to your pride. Without food, you are no beastmaster, but a deceased one. With that, the woman hoisted a sack and sprinted away, with no knights remaining to impede her, as 9 out of 10 knights had already joined the looting frenzy. High priest, chieftain, and esteemed beastmaster, do not blame me, the beastmaster exclaimed as he shouldered 3 sacks. The Yunshan tribe had already woven sacks, having spun hemp garments, so their possession of sacks was hardly remarkable. Atop the temple, a woman cloaked in thick animal hides surveyed the entirety of the Yunshan tribe. Chaos reigned. Opportunistic thieves and bandits took advantage of the turmoil to assault women, steal food, commit murder, and even set fires to obliterate evidence, throwing the once mighty Yunshan tribe into disarray. The Yunshan tribe had long been the sovereign of the Misty Mountains, believing themselves impervious to assaults on their granaries. Yet, the unexpected had transpired, leaving the upper echelons of the Yunshan tribe momentarily bereft of a strategy. Even if a strategy emerges in a few days, the food will have been completely plundered, and the tribe will have been thrown into disarray. What will they subsist on then? Duoyen, you have brought this calamity upon us. Upon finishing his words, the high priest suddenly turned around and uttered a statement into the darkness. After a moment, Duoyen Hina emerged from the shadows, her belly swollen to an alarming size, as if she were on the verge of giving birth. Are you suggesting that the fire was set by Ye Feng? Duoyen Hina retorted, seemingly unfazed by the presence of the high priest of the Yunshan tribe. If it is not him, then who could it be? Duoyen Hina, if we find ourselves without food, you must implore your ancestor to provide sustenance for us, declared the high priest of Yunshan. Chapter 386, Loss of Consciousness. My ancestor? Duoyen Hina responded, raising her gaze toward the towering stone statue. The statue, brandishing a spear, appeared to gaze into the vast expanse of the starry sky, as if poised to launch its spear into the heavens at any moment. If you possess the courage, then go to Duoyen grassland and ask him for it. With that, Duoyen Hina turned and returned to the stone hall. Suddenly, Tuba lost his balance and began to slide down the snowy mountain. Tuba! Ye Feng exclaimed in shock, quickly grasping Tuba's hand to pull him back. Thank you, Brother Feng. You have saved my life once again, Tuba replied with a pale complexion. Let us take a moment to rest atop this mountain. Everyone huddle together to shield against the biting cold, Ye Feng suggested. And the 11 of them clustered together like chicks. This marked their 9th day of escape from the Yunshan tribe. They had already traversed the 19th snow-capped mountain, and if they crossed a few more, they would glimpse the northern edge of the Great Marsh. Once they reached the marsh, they would no longer fear avalanches. 3 days prior, Tuba had inadvertently triggered an avalanche with a loud flatulence that echoed through the valley, nearly burying them alive. Huh. Tuba exhaled into his palm. His hands were covered in frostbite, and when he gently squeezed, pus oozed out. The others fared little better. Their hands resembled pigs' trotters, and their faces were reddened by the harsh winds. Only Ye Feng fared relatively well, as his blood-scaled protection kept his skin unaffected. Are you hungry? Ye Feng inquired. The other 10 nodded eagerly, their stomachs grumbling in agreement. Over the past 9 days, they had subsisted on just 1 meal a day while traversing more than 20 kilometers. They were utterly famished. Tuba had not relieved himself in over 3 days. In the bag, there remains only one final meal. Once we finish it, we shall muster our strength to break through the Yunwu mountain range and advance toward the Heishu River basin. There, at least, we may find some tree bark and roots. And with a stroke of luck, we might even unearth some animal carcasses in the snow. After speaking, Ye Feng divided the frozen jerky among everyone, taking only a single piece for himself. In the bitter cold, consuming jerky requires a certain method. One must first tear off a small portion and let it dissolve in the mouth before gradually chewing it with their teeth. Biting too hard could surely shatter one's teeth. Within the Yunsan tribe, the great beast master had returned hastily after receiving a signal from the heavenly fire cannon. Despite having run over 40 miles downstream, he was compelled to rush back to the tribe to restore order. Nevertheless, a significant portion of the remaining food, a mere 0.1, had already been seized by the common folk and knights. As Vandi Meng traversed the tribe, countless knights and civilians hung lifelessly from gallows on every street. These were the individuals who had partaken in the looting, exposed by Vandi Meng. Their executions served as a warning to those who might be tempted to act similarly. This tactic proved effective, as no further robberies occurred within the tribe. However, whenever an opportunity arose, they would still act stealthily. The great beast master had issued a decree. All individuals were to remain indoors until the prohibition was lifted, and any civilian found on the streets would be executed. A knight shouted this warning as he walked. Numerous pairs of eyes peered from the stone houses, anxiously observing the patrolling knights. The stone houses were home to the nobility, or at least the families of beastmasters. They prided themselves on their honor, thus refraining from participating in the looting over the past 9 days. Yet, trouble loomed as they faced starvation. If they did not venture out to procure food, would they simply perish within their opulent stone abodes? Food, food, I care not. I am a woman of the Hater family. They dare not kill me, cried a woman, brandishing a beast skin as she dashed from the stone house. only to confront a squad of patrolling knights. Return to your homes. The great beast master has decreed that anyone who leaves their dwelling shall be killed. The leading knight recognized her identity, but nonetheless recited the great beast master's command. I am a woman of the Hall family. Do you dare to kill me? Stand aside, she declared, forcefully pushing past several knights as she strode boldly upward. Clang! Her body collided with the back of another person. The great beast master? Her expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively took a step back. Van de Ming slowly turned, his icy gaze fixated upon the knights. Who is the captain? He inquired, his voice void of emotion. I am, the captain replied cautiously as he approached. I had instructed that no one but knights were permitted outside. Now, a woman has brazenly emerged from a stone house before your eyes. What do you have to say? Van de Ming's voice bore an ominous edge. I thud. Just as the captain uttered 2 words, he was suddenly engulfed by a dizzying sensation, the world spinning violently. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 387. The growing power. Van de Ming pointed to the severed head on the ground. Do you see? This is the consequence of defying the decree. And you thud. The woman's head soared 3 meters into the air, her headless corpse grasping at the void before crashing to the ground. Display their heads upon pikes for all to see, especially for the Hall family, Van de Ming commanded before continuing his patrol elsewhere. Under the bloody measures of the great beast master, the Yunsan tribe appeared to stabilize on the surface, yet the underlying issues remained unresolved. Within the Grand Hall, over 100 beast masters gathered, engaged in incessant discussion. What shall we do? The food is gone. How shall we survive the winter? One lamented. Indeed, this is dire. Shall we beg the Doyan people? Another echoed. Do not harbor illusions. The Doyan people are both ruthless and miserly. We are unlikely to procure food from them, and it could easily lead to our demise. We can only break the ice to catch fish. However, I fear that as soon as we break the ice, the water will freeze again. Are we to continue this futile labor? Is this how we are to perish from hunger? If we head downstream, Ye Feng should have returned to his warship. Only his vessel can fish in the depths of the ocean. I believe the sea remains unfrozen. Yet, considering how severely Ye Feng was beaten by the Beastmaster last time, would he lend us any fish? It is worth a try. At worst, we can barter with him. Last time, he sought sulfur, iron, and salt from our Har family, indicating his need for these resources. Indeed, when the chief arrives, we shall propose this suggestion. At that moment, a figure slowly entered the great hall, and the murmurs below fell silent. The Beastmasters knelt, while only Van de Ming slightly inclined his body. Rise, do not panic. I have dispatched someone to negotiate with the people of the vast prairie. Pray for our success. If the Doyan people allow us entry into the prairie, there will be an abundance of food. The chief, an elderly man, spoke in a gentle tone, devoid of any sharpness, yet instilling a sense of trepidation among all the Beastmasters. Chief, is this feasible? The Doyan people place great importance on their territory. Will they truly permit us into the prairie? Indeed, the Doyan people are notorious for their ferocity and stinginess. They may not provide us with sustenance, and could even slay the envoy. The assembly erupted into chaos once more. Thus, I implore you to pray. If all else fails, we shall venture downstream, seize a warship, and fish in the sea. It has been said that warships possess great power, allowing them to traverse the ocean freely. The old chief spoke slowly, his expression remaining relatively calm, though a profound worry flickered in his eyes. He could surmise that the recent depletion of food was orchestrated by Ye Feng, but the specifics of how it transpired would require further investigation. Brother Feng, this grass root is edible. It is sweet grass, a delicacy we often consumed in the past. Tuber's voice echoed from the snow pit. Ye Feng hastily leaned in, and there, Tuber tossed out some dried grass roots. Overcome by hunger, Ye Feng disregarded any dirt and immediately placed them in his mouth to chew. To his surprise, there was indeed a hint of sweetness. The others joined in, voraciously munching on the sweet grass roots, not even sparing the dirt. Delicious. Brother Feng, this is the first nutritious food we have had in 7 days. I feel so bloated. It's as if my stomach is filled with bark. Ye Feng sighed. It's fine. Once we finish the sweet grass, perhaps the nutrients will ease your discomfort, and you'll relieve yourself soon enough. That's useless. Look at my belly. It resembles that of a woman in her 9th month of pregnancy. The bark's simply 1 tea come out. Then you all ought to help one another with your troubles. Otherwise, your bellies will burst. Ye Feng patted his own stomach. He was famished, bark holds no nourishment. It had been 9 days since he last relieved himself. Currently, they find themselves not on the main channel of Heishu River, but rather beside an unknown tributary. I can't take it any longer. I must have fish, Tunger exclaimed, striking the frozen river surface repeatedly with his curved blade. After dozens of relentless blows, exhaustion washed over him, and he rolled his eyes in fatigue. Ye Feng drew his own curved blade and began to chop vigorously at the icy layer. Fragments of ice flew onto his skin, creating sharp, crackling sounds. After half an hour of continuous effort, a trickle of river water finally emerged, only to freeze again within 3 seconds. How about we continue with fire? Tuba suggested. Consequently, a group ignited a fire upon the ice. The flames proved somewhat effective, melting around half a meter of ice, yet the resulting water quickly extinguished the fire. Let us go. Perhaps Susan and the others have already brought the warship upstream, Ye Feng said weakly. On Hot Spring Island, the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Zhihai, clad in thick animal skins, paced back and forth. Following closely behind him were 4 men wielding curved blades, his newly appointed royal guards. Indeed, he had simply replicated the feudal system. Susan had ceased to involve herself in affairs, remaining secluded in her room, which only augmented Wang Zhihai's burgeoning power. Chapter 388. Anticipated gazes. Captain, this batch of fish weighs approximately 20 tons. Where shall we conceal it? An indigenous man inquired. Hide it along the coastline, but be sure to keep it discreet, Wang Zhihai instructed. Understood, Captain. Another native approached. Captain, the number of sick individuals is increasing. Doctor by request that you reinstate the 8-hour work schedule. Otherwise, fatigue will diminish our resistance. Silence. Who is in charge here? Do you follow my orders, or by Chushues? Wang Zhihai glared. Of course, we follow the captain, the indigenous man replied, obediently returning to work. Hot Spring Island resumed its construction. Yet a keen observer might notice that the island's population seemed to have diminished by a third. Vice Captain Wang, my hands are covered in frostbite. May I take a day off? We have already concealed hundreds of tons of fish at various locations. Even if this winter lasts 20 years, it will suffice for our needs. Ding Tuan Tuan approached, her small face weary, and her hands swollen like those of a pig. Mind your manners. I'm not your brother Feng. I want to indulge you. Keep fishing until we have at least 2,000 tons before you rest. And remember to call me captain. Wang Zhihai reinforced with authority. Brother Feng is the captain, not you, Ding Tuan Tuan retorted, her temper flaring. Wang Zhihai averted his gaze and commanded his royal guards beside him. Inform the kitchen that there will be no dinner for Ding Tuan Tuan tonight. Yes, the royal guards were dutifully obedient to Wang Zhihai, for they were the strongest 4 aboard the warship. In truth, their loyalty lay with Ye Feng. However, with Ye Feng absent for over 2 months, they had come to believe he was dead. Now, the sole individual capable of shouldering the banner was Wang Zhihai. Reluctantly, they assumed the role of his personal bodyguards, executing their tasks with unwavering discipline. Wang Zhihai, do not overstep your bounds. At that moment, Chenin approached, looking even more slender than before, resembling a mere stick. What is the matter? Wang Zhihai narrowed his eyes. You treat Xiao Tianchu in this way. Do you not fear Fenggu returning to settle the score? Chenin retorted angrily. Indeed, upon hearing Ye Feng's name, a flicker of guilt crossed the faces of the 4 guards behind Wang Zhihai. Inform the kitchen that Chenin dares to confront his superior. He shall go without food tonight, and again in the morning, Wang Zhihai commanded. Yes, one of the guards nodded. To be honest, they too disapproved of Wang Zhihai's actions. However, what could they do? At least Wang Zhihai was stockpiling food and producing charcoal, contributing to the team, while others lacked the capability to oversee the larger picture. Raimai only managed logistics, but could not handle personnel. Bai Chuxue was solely focused on managing the hospital. As for Susan, she hadn't stepped outside in 7 days. Even if she did, her management skills paled in comparison to Wang Zhihai's. If we must go without food, so be it. However, Xiao Tianchuan is still growing. Could you possibly advance my rations for the day after tomorrow? Chenin pointed towards Ding Tuanchuan, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. With Fenggu absent, he felt compelled to protect those within the team. Otherwise, Wang Zhihai would ultimately eliminate everyone loyal to Fenggu, and Susan would be next. Just yesterday, Su Yun had faced punishment, being ordered by Wang Zhihai to clean. Neglecting her duties meant no meals. No advances will be made. If you dare to show me disrespect, you must face the consequences. Chenin, if you continue your prattling, I shall exile you to wander the woods. Wang Zhihai replied coldly. You? Chun An's eyes widened as if tears were on the verge of spilling. During Feng Ji's presence, he had never endured such humiliation. Brethren, do not waste your breath with him. Exile me if you will. I shall accompany you. This team will inevitably be torn apart by Wang Zhihai. Ding Tuanchuan consoled Chenin. Do not be absurd. Without the battleship, we would not survive 3 days in the woods. Chenin suppressed his fury, pushing Ding Tuanchuan aside. Just then, a voice rang out from the deck. Captain, there's a great fire on the shore. It seems someone is signaling us. Is it the Yinshan tribe? A sense of foreboding weighed on Wang Zhihai's heart. It does not seem so. There appear to be only 11 individuals. They are waving towards the ship. They must be the beggars of the Heishan tribe left in the woods. No, wait, I recognize them. It is Tuba. They have returned. But were there not 10 of them? How did it become 11? Upon hearing this, the laborers on Hot Spring Island straightened up, their eager gazes fixed on the shore. It is Brother Yi. Ding Tuanchuan, being the youngest and possessing the keenest eyesight, instantly spotted Ye Feng on the shore, looking like a beggar. Feng Gu is back. Chenin rushed onto a rock, shouting to the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Chapter 389. It is I have returned. Ye Feng watched as 2 dugout canoes paddled towards the shore. He could no longer contain himself and sat down heavily on the ground. After enduring countless hardships for over 2 months, the 11 of them finally returned to Hot Spring Island. Maple brother. Chenin rushed over and embraced Ye Feng with exuberance. Chenin. Ye Feng found himself momentarily speechless. No need for words. Let us ascend to the deck. Many old friends await your arrival. With that, Chenin assisted the group onto the canoe, as they were too exhausted to walk unaided. As soon as they reached the deck, Ding Tuanchuan leapt into Ye Feng's arms. Big brother Yi, you have finally returned. We have endured such hardships in your absence. Indeed, I am back. Rest assured, I shall not leave the ship again. Ye Feng said, tenderly stroking Ding Tuanchuan's hair. At that moment, Raimai rushed over to embrace Ye Feng as well. The scene quickly spiraled out of control, as everyone flocked to him, joyfully encircling him in an exuberant hug. Maple brother is back. Our cornerstone has returned. Yes, the regiment commander has finally come back. We can resume our 8-hour workday. The group was overwhelmed with tears of joy. However, Wang Zhihai wore a grim expression, flanked by 4 formidable bodyguards. You 4 should stay back. We are united. Although Ye Feng is the commander, he has been away for so long. During his absence, I managed the team exceptionally well, ensuring ample food and charcoal to last us over a decade, Wang Zhihai whispered. No sooner had he spoken than one of the bodyguards dashed towards Ye Feng. Maple brother, you have finally returned, he exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Ye Feng's leg. The enthusiasm was contagious. The other 3 bodyguards could no longer contain their excitement and joined the embrace. Wang Zhihai's face darkened, but then a cunning thought crossed his mind, and he too rushed towards Ye Feng. Maple brother, I am so delighted that you are back, he proclaimed, extending his arms wide. However, Ye Feng did not reciprocate the embrace. Maple brother, what is the matter? Wang Zhihai felt a pang of unease. It's nothing. I simply sense that your joy is not entirely genuine, Ye Feng replied. No one had reported anything to him. Even if they had, it was not the right time. How do you know? Wang Zhihai's gaze shifted to Ding Tuanchuan and Chenin, already suspecting they had spoken ill of him. Their calling me Maple brother emanates from their hearts, and I find it deeply moving. Yet your voice seems somewhat perfunctory and polite, Ye Feng remarked seriously. Maple brother, you are overthinking it. I have merely been coughing recently and cannot project my voice fully. Wang Zhihai exhaled in relief, fearing he had been reported. Ha. I was merely jesting, Zhihai. I owe you a great deal during my absence. Ye Feng reassured him with another embrace. Big brother Yi, I have something to discuss with you. Ding Tuanchuan tugged at Ye Feng's fur cloak. However, Ye Feng's attention was drawn to her frostbitten, swollen hands. Little Tuanchuan, what happened to your hands? They resemble pig trotters. Ye Feng exclaimed, quickly grasping her hand, filled with concern. Indeed, my hands have healed. Let us not dwell on the unhappy events. Feng Gu, you must be famished. I have requested Master Shi to prepare a meal for you. We have an abundance of food at our disposal. The provisions aboard the warship alone could sustain us for half a year. Furthermore, there are the reserves on Hot Spring Island and several other hidden caches. In total, we could feast for as long as 20 years, provided these supplies do not spoil. Wang Zhihai promptly interrupted Ding Tuanchuan. Quickly, to the dining hall. Ye Feng's eyes burned with intensity as he and Tuba rushed into the dining area. The past few days had been quite dire for them. They had not even tasted a morsel of meat. Please inform Master Shi to prepare something to satisfy our hunger. We have no demands regarding flavor or presentation. Even if it is merely meat boiled in water, we will partake. My only request is for haste, urged Ye Feng. Indeed. We have endured all manner of unpalatable fare. Our sole desire now is for speed, echoed Tuba. 5 minutes later, Shi Zhengliang directed a group of 11 individuals, each bearing a bucket, into the dining hall. Feng Ge, please enjoy. As per your request, I have minced the fish and placed it in water. Before Shi could finish, the 11 had already plunged their heads into the buckets, foregoing utensils entirely, and began to devour with abandon. Everyone stood in stunned silence, followed swiftly by a pang of sympathy. What kind of existence had Feng Ge endured these past months? In scarcely 5 minutes, the contents of the 11 buckets had been consumed. Tuba reclined contentedly in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture. Yet, moments later, he clutched his stomach and dashed to the restroom. The others followed suit, finally expelling the accumulated remnants of their hunger from months past. Feng Ge, allow me to escort you for a bath, offered by Chu Xue, approaching and taking Ye Feng's hand. Is that appropriate? Where is Susan? Ye Feng glanced around, perplexed as to why Susan was absent while everyone else had come to welcome him. Let us bathe first. Sister Susan is well, Chu Xue assured him, leading Ye Feng to the lower deck, where she scrubbed his body clean with a brush. The others did not receive such treatment. They paired off, assisting each other in washing. Once refreshed, Ye Feng donned a clean hide and transformed into a striking figure. I shall check on Susan, he declared, pushing open the door. Susan sat despondently on the bed, her demeanor suggesting a troubled spirit. Shaner, Ye Feng approached slowly, parting her hair to reveal a gaunt visage. What is amiss with your eyes? He exclaimed, taken aback by her tightly shut eyelids. Ah Feng, have you returned? Susan asked calmly. It is I have returned. Ye Feng exclaimed, enveloping her in his embrace. If this is a dream, I wish to remain in it forever. Should anyone awaken me, I shall exact vengeance upon them. Susan's tone remained composed. She had been alone for nearly 30 years. Ye Feng was her first love, and she had devoted all her affection to him. Thus, when he departed, she felt as though her very soul had been lost, haunted nightly by dreams of their reunions. The scene before me now feels eerily familiar, as if I have witnessed it in a dream. What has happened to your eyes? Ye Feng gently caresses Susan's face, noticing that her eyes have turned a deep brown, reminiscent of someone who has not slept in ages. Ah Feng, I am not dreaming. Is it truly you? Yes, it is indeed me. This time, I assure you, it is no dream. The two embrace tightly, while the others tactfully withdraw, closing the door behind them. Later that night, in the restaurant, Wang Zhihai cautiously approaches Ding Tuanchuan, a forced smile adorning his face. Little Tuanchuan, I sincerely apologize for my previous rashness, but you must understand my predicament. With Feng Ge absent, I had to be stringent. If it were not for my leadership, we could not have stored so much food, nor would we have the lower hold filled with an abundance of charcoal. And even the potency of our gunpowder has improved significantly. Chapter 390. The living must see the living, the dead must see the dead. Ding Tuanchuan lifts her head high, pouting defiantly. I refuse to listen. She covers her ears with her hands. All right, little Tuanchuan, I admit I may have acted hastily, but without urgency. We would not find ourselves in our current situation. During Ye Feng's absence, Wang Zhihai has subjected Ye Feng's loyal followers to considerable hardship, even exiling Luo Ying into the woods to fend for herself. Now that Ye Feng has returned, Wang Zhihai is eager to appease everyone in the team. Otherwise, when Feng Ge awakens, it would spell his doom. Seeing that Ding Tuanchuan is unresponsive, Wang Zhihai approaches Chunin next. Brethren, although I am the vice captain by seniority, you are actually my elder. I acknowledge my past mistakes, and once Feng Ge awakens, please do not hold my actions against me. After all, you can do as you wish in the future. Wang Zhihai, I, Chunin, am a reasonable person. It is undeniable that during Feng Ge's absence, you have indeed done certain things. We have food reserves for 20 years, and the charcoal is sufficient for our warships to travel thousands of kilometers. You even allowed Chu Xue to develop a more potent form of gunpowder. However, we have lost 1/3 of our people. The initial intent behind Feng Ge's establishment of this team was to prioritize humanity, a crucial point you seem to have overlooked. Do you understand? Finally, Chunin feels vindicated as he reprimands Wang Zhihai while seated. Yes, brother-in, you are absolutely right. I shall change my ways. Food supplies are now abundant, and I promise to prioritize humanity moving forward. Wang Zhihai scurries off to ingratiate himself with others. Time passes, and suddenly an indigenous person yells from the doorway. Feng Ge has awakened. Once a loyal guard to Wang Zhihai, he betrays him in mere seconds upon Ye Feng's return. With a thunderous clap, the entire restaurant of around 100 patrons rises to their feet, their gazes fixed on the entrance. As Ye Feng steps into the restaurant, he is met with an overwhelming wave of applause. Feng Ge, Chunin exclaims, his excitement palpable, causing Ye Feng to feel an odd sensation within him. He is unaware of the trials these people have endured during his absence. Feng Ge, Bai Chuxue approaches, her face alight with excitement as she gazes at Ye Feng. Feng Ge, Ding Tianquan looks at him with eyes full of admiration. Such fervor has never graced the restaurant in Wang Zhihai's presence. Everyone wholeheartedly embraces Ye Feng. Feng Ge, Captain. As Ye Feng passed by each individual, they would excitedly greet him. Why such a grand reception for merely returning from a harrowing escape? It wasn't as though he had performed some monumental feat. Ye Feng, bewildered, turned his gaze towards Wang Zhihai. Brother Feng, please take a seat, Wang Zhihai said, swiftly moving a chair over. Faced with so many eager eyes, Ye Feng hesitantly settled into the chair. What are you all doing? He inquired. Brother Feng, having returned in triumph, shouldn't you say a few words? Wang Zhihai prompted. Triumph? Return? Ye Feng's expression darkened, sensing a hint of mockery from Wang Zhihai. The others looked at him with expectant gazes. Brother Feng, please share a few words. We love hearing your tales, as your storytelling is particularly logical and uplifting. Chunin urged. Are you certain you're not jesting? Ye Feng replied, a frown crossing his face. It felt somewhat ironic to be so warmly welcomed after having been a captive for several months. What he failed to realize was that human interactions are often a matter of contrast. During his leadership, he had ensured that everyone enjoyed a comfortable life. Working merely 8 hours a day, with provisions and evening entertainment, including storytelling and romantic pursuits. Conversely, during Wang Zhihai's tenure, the demands were relentless, 996 work hours, sometimes even 007, with anyone falling ill being cast away to fend for themselves in the wilderness. This had led to immense psychological pressure, which naturally affected their physical well-being. You really want me to say a few words? Ye Feng retorted. Of course, do share. Chunin pressed once more. Very well, I shall speak. I know you all have worked hard during my absence, especially you, Wang Zhihai. Though I was not with the team, I could sense your struggles. Managing such a formidable group must have brought you considerable distress, Ye Feng declared, casting a heartfelt glance at Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai's expression froze, his eyes slowly reddening. Filled with tears. Brother Feng doesn't hold it against me? Could it be that I misjudged you all along? He pondered. Brother Feng, please don't spare Wang Zhihai. While you were away, he had us working 996. Look at my hands, Ding Tianquan interjected, raising her hands. Wang Zhihai, did you mistreat them in my absence? Ye Feng's expression darkened. Wang Zhihai began to respond, but Chunin stood up as well. Brother Feng, before your return, Wang Zhihai even threatened to banish us to the woods to fend for ourselves. I also want to report that Wang Zhihai exiled Luo Ying to the woods, leaving her severely injured and likely dead by now, along with Ilian. They were both cast out on the same day. Bai Chuxue also rose in anger. What? You abandoned our people just like that? Ye Feng's eyes twitched furiously as he slammed his hand on the armrest. Wang Zhihai, terrified, knelt before him. Where did you send them? Ye Feng demanded furiously. They were banished to the riverbank, but I don't know where they have gone now. They are likely starving to death. Wang Zhihai replied. Wang Zhihai trembled as he spoke. Ye Feng inhaled deeply. Wang Zhihai, I am temporarily relieving you of your duties as deputy commander. Upon my return, we shall conduct a reselection. Chunin, prepare the canoes. We must venture to the shore to locate Luo Ying and Ilian. By the way, Wang Zhihai, how long have you exiled them? They have been exiled for 7 days. 7 days. Perhaps they have yet to perish from hunger. Chunin, hurry. Spurred by Ye Feng's urgency, 3 canoes glided towards the shore. Chunin was the first to set foot on the icy ground. Brother Feng, when Wang Zhihai expelled them from here, I suspect they are both cold and famished, and surely cannot have traveled far. With that, Chunin urged his companion, Xiao Haizi, to lead the way. Brother Feng, there are footprints here. Chunin pointed to the ground. Everyone listen, From this point, spread out and search in all directions. We must find them alive or recover their remains. Ye Feng's command was met with eager compliance. Thus, all began to radiate from the thicket. While Ye Feng delved deeper into the woods, Luo Ying and Ilian, one is gravely injured, the other a mere child. If I were in their position, what would I do? The river's wind was biting, especially at night. Even sheltering in the woods would not shield one from becoming a popsicle. The only hope was to discover a cave or some form of refuge. The tribe. The hot spring island is merely a few kilometers from the original site of the Ye tribe. They must have gone there. Ye Feng slapped his forehead in realization. Chapter 391. Two concerns. Brother Feng, are you suggesting that Luo Ying and Ilian have gone to the original site of the Ye tribe? Chunin inquired. Indeed. The others will continue searching here. Chunin, you accompany me to the Ye tribe's original site. With that, Ye Feng hastened downstream. As temperatures plummeted to -40 or 50 degrees, the once vibrant tropical rainforest transformed into a frigid, snow-laden wilderness, enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Ye Feng and Chun's labored breaths. After running for 10 minutes, Chunin fell behind. Ye Feng, with determination, hoisted Chun onto his shoulder and sped downstream. The frozen tributaries significantly reduced their travel time, allowing them to traverse what would have been a 20-kilometer journey in just 5 or 6 kilometers. The ruins of the Ye tribe resembled an ice fortress, with snow nearly burying most of the wooden structures. Brother Feng, the warships used to dock here. Thankfully, the Ye people never unraveled the secrets of the warship's energy, or we would be facing extinction this winter, Chunin remarked with a sense of relief. Let us commence our search. Ye Feng and Chunin split up. Chunin was tasked with searching the Ye tribe's original site, while Ye Feng scoured the adjacent woods. Unsurprisingly, they found no sign of Luo Ying or Ilian. In truth, Ye Feng had anticipated the unfortunate fate of the two women from the onset, but he still felt compelled to do his utmost. An hour later, they reconvened at the riverbank of the Ye tribe. The area, once a crater from artillery fire, was now frozen over, blanketed by a layer of snow. Shall we search the opposite bank of the river? Chunin suggested. Very well. The two ventured across the ice to the far side of the Ye tribe's territory. Here lies the location of the anchored warships, surrounded by numerous severed vines, now adorned with clusters of icicles. Ye Feng, Uncle Ye Feng, is that you? At this moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the earth. Ye Feng scanned his surroundings and immediately noticed the snow beside him shifting. Ilian? He rushed to the edge of the snow, clearing away the withered branches atop it. There, a hole had been excavated, and Ilian was curled up inside, draped in a tattered, earth-toned military coat. Little Ilian. Ye Feng swiftly pulled her out, enveloping her tightly in his embrace. The once cherubic Ilian now weighed a mere 50 pounds. Her small face etched with exhaustion. Where is Aunt Luo Ying? Ye Feng exhaled warm breath onto Ilian's small hands. Aunt Luo Ying, she. Ilian did not weep. Her expression was one of numbness. Ye Feng hastily removed her military coat and, with a gentle pull, placed her diminutive form into his fur-lined attire, utilizing the warmth of his chest to comfort her. Chunin, go down and take a look, Ye Feng instructed. Yes. Chunin leaped directly into the snow pit. It's so dark in here. Wait, this doesn't seem to be excavated by Ilian. Ilian, is it? Chun's voice echoed from the depths of the pit. No, it's not. This snow pit was here originally. Little Ilian, nestled within Ye Feng's clothing, revealed only her small head. I'll come down to take a look. Ye Feng descended into the pit with Ilian in his arms. With a whoosh, a torch was ignited, and Chunin ventured deeper into the snow pit. It appeared to be an underground passage. The further they walked, the lower the terrain became. Ye Feng tapped the surrounding stone walls, discerning that they were undoubtedly hewn with modern tools. Could this be the second military base of the Germans? He mentally chastised himself for not realizing such a simple truth sooner. Given that the German warships lingered here, it was certain that another military base existed nearby, perhaps even stocked with weaponry and ammunition. Chunin, be cautious with the torch. Avoid touching the surrounding objects. I suspect this area is also a subterranean base. Ye Feng cautioned. I feel the same, as this passage does not resemble those crafted by indigenous people. Only modern tools could create such a smooth corridor. Chun's voice trembled, whether from the cold or excitement. He could not tell. After progressing further, Ye Feng estimated they had descended 20 meters underground. At this juncture, the passage ceased to descend and instead extended forward. Oh dear! Chunin stumbled over something. Fortunately, Ye Feng's quick reflexes enabled him to catch the torch before it fell. When they turned their gaze to the ground, their eyes widened in disbelief. Then, the cavern resonated with their jubilant exclamations. Machine guns, an entire cache of machine guns, along with countless boxes of ammunition. These boxes were wrapped in multiple layers of waterproof fabric, ensuring that the ammunition within remained pristine. Brother Feng, these must be Maxim machine guns. I told you, the Germans couldn't possibly have just one machine gun. It turns out they were all concealed here. Chunin gently caressed the Maxim machine gun before him. Surrounding him were numerous crates, some containing ammunition, others housing machine guns. Ye Feng estimated that there were at least 31 Maxim heavy machine guns alone, in addition to various light and heavy machine guns, of which he could only recognize 2 types. The others remained unfamiliar to him. Judging by their caliber, their power seemed comparable to that of the Maxim. What was most gratifying was the overwhelming abundance of ammunition, with crates densely packed and secured on iron racks, each wrapped in at least 2 layers of waterproof cloth. After all, they had constructed this underground base by the riverside, ensuring excellent waterproofing, which meant that, despite the passage of over 80 years, the contents remained intact. Chunin, you stay here. I will first carry Ilian back, and then bring the warship to this stretch of the river. We are destined to prosper today. I intend to transport all the weapons away. Ye Feng chuckled. Brother Feng, go with peace of mind. I will wait for your return here. Chunin nodded in agreement. The Yunwu mountain range echoed with the thunderous sounds of ice cracking. A troop of knights traversed the river path, led by the great beast master, Van Timming, followed closely by 30 beast masters, and, further back, over 3,000 knights from the Yunshan tribe, to seize Ye Feng's warship. He had mobilized the elite forces of the entire Yunshan tribe. Rest assured, great beast master, Ye Feng possesses merely 2 formidable cannons. Once we close the distance, he will be defenseless, lacking machine guns, rifles, or close combat experts. On that warship, Ye Feng may be somewhat capable, yet he pales in comparison to your prowess. Great beast master, with 3,000 men charging forth, Ye Feng is doomed, Ma Xikong remarked, acting as a military advisor. I am well aware of that. My concern lies in Ye Feng possibly navigating his warship into the open sea. If that occurs, even if I can manage to navigate through the waters, it will be impossible to traverse the ocean with ease, Van Timming replied flatly. In truth, this was a display of feigned humility. The Yunshan tribe had committed their entire force to seize Ye Feng's warship. Eliminating him would be a straightforward task. Nonetheless, he harbored 2 fears. Chapter 392, Brother Feng. The noise is too loud. Firstly, he feared that Ye Feng might steer the warship into the deep sea. Secondly, he worried that in the last throes of defeat, Ye Feng might destroy the warship with his cannons, rendering their efforts futile. The entire world had no other vessels capable of navigating through unthawed waters. The currents there were swift, and only a steam-powered system could maintain balance in such turbulent waters. In calmer areas, a thick layer of ice had long since formed. Stop! Van Timming raised his right hand. The knights behind him quickly relayed the command. The great beast master had called for a halt. The 3,000-strong contingent required multiple commands to be relayed down the ranks before they could come to a complete stop. With a thud, Van Timming dismounted from his goat steed and reached down to touch the thick ice layer. Ma Xikong followed suit, jumping down. Great beast master, do you intend to employ the same old methods? To break through the ice? Ye Feng may have anticipated my thoughts. Yet he could not foresee that I would return a second time. I shall first send 400 men to test the waters, even if we face defeat. What of it? It is merely 400 men, after all. A glint of cold determination flashed in Van Timming's eyes. Within the Yunshan clan, internal strife also brews. This time, he commands knights drawn from the 4 prominent families. Among them, the Van D family contributes 900 knights, the Scarce de la Scarce, which must not be squandered. Additionally, 2,100 knights hail from the remaining 3 families. The recent annihilation of the Hal family has ensured their complete eradication. This not only conserves considerable provisions, but also precludes any future grievances from them. Ma Xikong regarded Van D Meng with a hint of suspicion, as if coming to a realization, and promptly sealed his lips. Halbula finds himself in the midst of the ranks, flanked by over 400 knights of the Hal family. Lately, he has been plagued by an unsettling twitch in his left eyelid. Tian Hoshi, once we reach Hot Spring Island, we must proceed with utmost caution. I sense foreboding. Hao Bula remarked, turning to his aide, Tian Huashi. Indeed, Cheng Li Bin, also part of their contingent, had learned to ride a goat. This expedition of the great beast master included him, for he possessed extensive knowledge of naval architecture. The 3,000-strong army set forth once more, marching resolutely towards the upper reaches of Hot Spring Island. Ye Feng, bare-chested, hoisted a large crate of ammunition upon his shoulder and stumbled towards the riverbank. He was not alone. The others formed groups of 4, each bearing a crate. Brother Feng, perhaps we should call it a day after this round. The ammunition has already submerged the warship by 10 meters. If we load more, the lower deck might take on water, Shannon advised. Get it all on board. If the warship cannot accommodate it, we'll leave it on Hot Spring Island. I refuse to harbor regrets from our last endeavor, Ye Feng replied, pressing onward. Previously, they had only transported a handful of shells, resulting in the explosion of the entire underground base. Fortune had favored them with a second chance, and thus Ye Feng aimed to exhaust the entire stockpile. These rounds likely constituted the entire ammunition supply of a fleet now gathered in this derelict location. If they were to transport it, they would do so in one go. Armed with these heavy machine guns and a mountain of ammunition, he could sweep through the entire Yinshan clan. Even without the warship in the future, they would require merely 50 men, each wielding a heavy machine gun. Unafraid, even in the face of the great beastmaster of foam, the warship is already overburdened. Should I first transport the ammunition to Hot Spring Island and return for a second trip? Susan called out from the deck, waving at Ye Feng. It was already the 3rd day. Their 100-strong crew had been laboring tirelessly for 3 days and had yet to empty the underground base. Quickly go and return. I fear the Yinshan army may have already arrived, Ye Feng declared, setting the crate heavily on the shore and waving to Susan. Understood. Susan responded, taking the helm. Tungo Air, while we have this moment, allow me to instruct you on how to operate the heavy machine gun, Ye Feng said, giving Tungo Air a friendly pat on the shoulder. Among this group of natives, he harbored the greatest trust in Tuba, followed closely by Tungo Air, and the 8 Yinshan individuals who had rescued him. In bonds of life and death, words are superfluous. All right, I recognize the power of this weapon. Though I have yet to witness it, Tungo Air responded eagerly, leaning closer. This is the ammunition belt. Insert it into the side of the machine compartment. And here is the pull cord. Yank it up. With a steady gaze, a precise sight, and a clear target aligned in a straight line, Ye Feng declared before pulling the trigger. The heavy sound of gunfire erupted, as the Maxim machine gun obliterated the trees ahead. The indigenous people, Tung'er and his companions, stood in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could swallow a papaya whole. They had not anticipated such formidable power from the machine gun. All of you come here. I shall provide you with a brief training session, Ye Feng instructed. After 3 hours of instruction, only Tung'er had managed to grasp the fundamentals. Ordinarily, a machine gun weighing over 60 pounds would be unmanageable for an average individual. However, Tung'er, being a knight of immense strength, could wield the heavy machine gun with the same fervor as Ye Feng. Imagine a battalion of hundreds charging forth with machine guns. Surely, even the divine would tremble in fear. As time progressed, 3 more days passed. Ye Feng stood upon the deck, commanding, position the machine guns here. Encircle the entire deck, and place additional heavy machine guns on the gun platform. Keep the ammunition nearby, covered with waterproof cloth to prevent rust. The warship was now surrounded by an array of devastating weapons. While the power of a heavy machine gun could not rival that of an autocannon, a single bullet striking a body could create a grievous wound, even to the mightiest beast master. A few more shots would reduce even the strongest to mere fragments. At that moment, 2 indigenous individuals aimed their weapons overhead and unleashed a barrage into the river, splashing water everywhere. They truly cannot be taught. Ye Feng sighed. Did I not instruct you to align your sights, focusing on the target? The noise is unbearable, Brother Feng, the 2 indigenous men remarked. Afterward, they emulated Ye Feng's stance, aligning their shots, which indeed improved their accuracy significantly. However, after firing just a few dozen rounds, they reverted to pointing their weapons overhead, a behavior ingrained in their very genes. Having never experienced the industrial age, their eardrums could not withstand such loud noises. Shannon, find those fellows and have them fire guns near their ears daily to acclimate them to the noise. Otherwise, when they encounter enemies, their bullets will surely stray. Ye Feng commanded with a wave of his hand. Now in a position of considerable wealth, he had constructed 5 ammunition depots on Hot Spring Island, all filled with bullets. The warship was similarly equipped, with the upper deck primarily stocked with machine gun ammunition. Moreover, Ye Feng had strategically placed numerous machine guns along the northern side of Hot Spring Island, each fortified with sandbags and stones, and topped with sturdy canopies. 10 kilometers upstream on a tributary, 3,000 troops had gathered. Chapter 393. Nearly suffocated, all present began to chisel the ice, breaking it apart to let it flow downstream. Halbula, obey the command and lead the knights of the Hal family onto the ice. Charging downstream directly, Vandy Meng ordered. A flicker of anger flashed in Halbula's eyes. However, with the Beast Master as their commander, he could only nod in begrudging agreement. 3,000 individuals commenced the arduous task of ice carving, shards of ice splintering and scattering in all directions. Some fragments drifted downstream, effectively serving as an early warning for Ye Feng. Of course, Van Tiemann was acutely aware of this, yet he chose to be deliberately provocative. The sustenance provided was evidently insufficient for the entire tribe, as the Yunshan clan comprised a staggering 100,000 souls. Only by sacrificing the elite of the Hare family could he expunge all their dependents and attendants from the Yunshan tribe, thereby alleviating expenses by at least 5,000. Otherwise, if he ceased to provide for the Hare family's kin, the 400 elite would undoubtedly rebel. As a commander, one must possess not just tactical brilliance, but also strategic foresight. Brother Feng, something seems amiss. Chenin pointed toward the drifting ice upstream. Are they attempting another assault? I doubt the Beastmaster is so foolish, Ye Feng replied, perplexed. Having been previously defeated by the ice tactic, he mused that such a strategy could typically be employed only once. Would Van Tiemann truly be so naive? Perhaps we should maneuver the warship to the rear of Hot Spring Island? We could use the island to shield ourselves from the ice, Chenin proposed. Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. Better to be prepared. Ye Feng nodded in assent. The warship executed a sharp right turn, heading downstream toward Hot Spring Island. The hull's charcoal continued to burn, utilizing the vessel's power to counteract the downstream force. Brother Feng, look ahead, Chenin urged, handing over the binoculars. Ye Feng dismissed the binoculars and peered upstream with his naked eye. There, a few massive ice floes were rushing down, laden with knights wielding curved blades. Their cries echoing in the air. Herr Beulah, him again? A cold smile crept across Ye Feng's face. The forces on Hot Spring Island may now be mobilized. He called out to the north. On Hot Spring Island, Tuba raised a heavy machine gun. Not only he, but also 20 other machine guns lined up in front of him, all aiming at the incoming ice floes. Additionally, 3 more machine guns were stationed on the heights of Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng stated that the effective range of a heavy machine gun is 300 meters. Open fire with great force once the enemy enters that range, Tuba commanded loudly. Understood, came the synchronized response. Among these gunners were both natives and individuals from civilized society, who had witnessed the devastating power of heavy machine guns and were confident in their ability to obliterate anything, thus dismissing the debris on the ice as inconsequential. Herr Beulah rode a goat, which precariously balanced on the ice floe. Behind him, over 200 knights of the Hare family followed. To his left lay another massive ice floe, atop which were an additional 200 knights led by the Fire Serpent. The Beastmaster had declared that once our ice floes reached Hot Spring Island, he would emerge from the woods along the shore. Why, then, was there no sign of movement? Herr Beulah's eyes twitched with anxiety. Little brat, cease your chatter. 300 meters ahead lies Hot Spring Island. Yet, why are those people not screaming? Nor are they fleeing? A knight behind him queried. Herr Beulah too sensed that something was amiss. In the next moment, sparks flickered at the edge of Hot Spring Island. A heavy and textured sound reverberated through the air. Halbula was momentarily taken aback, causing the goat he was mounted upon to step back several paces, tilting its body and unceremoniously throwing him off its back. What followed was a scene of sheer horror. Behind him, the knights' bodies exploded. Their armor shattered into flying shards of iron. Furthermore, the floating ice beneath his feet was shattered into fragments. This was dire. It was a machine gun. Hadn't Marscon mentioned that there were only a few bullets left? Why were they so reckless in their expenditure? Just as he uttered a thought, a jolt coursed through Halbula's body as a bullet pierced his breastplate, blood gushing forth. He had to leap into the water to escape. Hastily discarding his helmet, he plunged into the depths with a splash. His formidable strength allowed him to endure in the water for a considerable time without succumbing to the cold. However, the ordinary knights lacked such resilience. Some had their bodies obliterated, while others descended into chaos, colliding with one another and plunging into the water. The weight of their heavy armor became a grievous burden. Having swum less than 20 meters toward the shore, their bodies stiffened from the freezing temperatures, and they began to drift downstream. Do not jump into the water. Ascend the fragmented ice to reach Hot Spring Island and confront them. The fire serpent, resolute, shed his breastplate and agilely maneuvered across the ice layers, swiftly propelling himself to the area of heaviest fire. Bang! Ack! One of his arms was severed. You barbaric wretches! I shall take your lives. Just as the fire serpent shouted, a gaping hole appeared in his chest. Spurt, Tuba, witnessing the fire serpent plunge into the river, aimed his firearm at the upstream ice. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrential barrage of bullets, rapidly disintegrating two massive ice floes, with only a handful of knights managing to hold their ground. Yet, under such overwhelming firepower, they barely collided with the edge of Hot Spring Island before being torn apart by the machine gun fire, their blood staining the great river red. With a splashing sound, a trembling hand emerged from the icy waters, resting directly on the ice. Halbula shivered as he surfaced, lying on the bank like a wretched mass of mud. After resting for a minute, a gust of river wind swept in, nearly suffocating him. Turning his head, he beheld the grim sight of his 400 knights from the Halbula clan, all frozen to death in the river, their bodies being carried downstream like drifting reeds. It was over. The Halbula clan would perish in my generation. Tears streamed from the corners of Halbula's eyes, only to freeze upon his face. He attempted to draw his curved dagger, only to find it frozen solidly within its sheath. A thunderous roar erupted from the woods by the riverbank, as countless goat knights charged across the ice. Just as they were about to plunge into the river, they abruptly halted in unison. Leading them was the great Beastmaster, accompanied by his sycophant, Mars Khan. Vantamon, atop his goat, looked down upon Halbula with a gaze devoid of any sympathy. A tempest of rage surged within Halbula's heart. It is this cursed Beastmaster who has caused the annihilation of my family. With the fall of the Hall family and the loss of our 400 estates, our remaining kin within the tribe will undoubtedly face discrimination, perhaps even be expelled from the affluent district, reduced to the wretched existence of the slums. The Beastmaster is no more. All the elite of the Hall family have perished. Halbula gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he roared. Yet, there was not a flicker of emotion on Fan Dimming's face. Chapter 394. Unyielding Halbula. You led a full contingent of 400, yet failed to capture Hot Spring Island, resulting in total annihilation? All of this stems from your poor command, reducing my 3,000 troops to merely 2,600. Tell me, how should I penalize you? Fan Dimming inquired with an indifferent tone. What? You still wish to punish me? My Hall family has already been obliterated, and you dare to impose further punishment? Halbula's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Fan Dimming. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains, with rewards and punishments distinctly defined. I shall first strip you of your Hall family status, demote your lineage to that of a lesser family, and simultaneously, you shall be deprived of your position as chief, Fan Dimming stated flatly. A piercing roar erupted from the shore. Ye Feng personally manned the machine gun. At the stern, Susan also readied another machine gun. Meanwhile, 30 heavy machine guns were aimed at the shoreline from the sides and gun platforms. Ye Feng refrained from firing immediately, scanning the crowd for any sign of Duoyan Hina. He feared these individuals might use her as a hostage. Moreover, with Hot Spring Island still 2 kilometers from the shore, only the machine guns could reach that distance. The heavy machine guns lacked such range. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, locking gazes with Fan Dimming across the river. Beastmaster, we meet again. Are you not capable of walking on water? I wish to witness it once more, Ye Feng called out, his voice echoing for several kilometers. Should Fan Dimming truly dare to tread upon the water, the dozens of machine guns at his disposal would create a deadly net of fire to eliminate him in the river. Fan Dimming was the strongest human Ye Feng had ever encountered, and he held a certain apprehension towards him. As for others, without the ability to walk on water, they would merely serve as fodder, no matter their numbers. Fan Dimming coldly regarded Ye Feng, maintaining his gaze for half a minute before slowly speaking. Ye Feng, I did not expect your worship to possess such formidable weaponry. I have a proposal. I wonder if you would be inclined to hear it? His voice was soft yet clear enough to reach the worship. Ye Feng scoffed. What good proposal could Fan Dimming possibly have? It was likely a trap. Speak plainly, and get on with it. Ye Feng shouted. The crew on deck was inspired by Ye Feng's outburst, echoing, "Speak plainly, and get on with it." Their voices carried far, reaching a radius of 5 kilometers. After the expletives were exchanged, laughter erupted on the deck. Fan Diming's facial muscles twitched slightly. Born into the most noble Fan family and a prodigious talent, he had encountered countless formidable adversaries throughout his life. Yet, regardless of the nature of his foes, they either maintained respect or harbored enmity towards him. Never had anyone dared to belittle or mock him. Just moments ago, Ye Feng found himself the target of ridicule from the entire deck, their derisive laughter echoing in the air. "Ye Feng, we were indeed adversaries in the past, but now, I come bearing tidings of honor for you." Following deliberations between the high priest and the chief, it has been decided to bestow upon you the title of Grand Admiral of the Yunshan clan's warships. You shall not only command your vessel, but also oversee 100 of our clan's warships and 300 fishing boats, proclaimed Van Taimong's voice, resonating across the deck. Grand Admiral of the warships? But I am no adept in naval combat. Thus, I believe the title should remain with your own kin, as an outsider. I bear no merit nor capability, and to accept it would be an affront to my conscience. Ye Feng surmised the ulterior motives of the Yunshan clan. They merely sought to integrate him into their ranks, await the opportune moment to eliminate him, and subsequently seize command of the fleet. Laughter erupted once more from the deck. "Ye Feng, I swear by my father, the illustrious Reed I of the Van Taimong family, that I will never turn against you once you join the Yunshan clan. We hold our oaths dearer than life itself, and as the Grand Beastmaster, I am a man of honor. If you doubt my words, you may inquire of those around you. They should regard you as family by now." Van Taimong's voice echoed again across the deck. "Is Reed I truly so remarkable? I have not heard of him, and thus your oath holds little weight for me, unless you can first deliver those 100 warships to me," Ye Feng retorted loudly. If the Yunshan people could indeed furnish him with those vessels, he would claim them for himself. With some modifications, he would not need to laboriously construct auxiliary ships. "Ye Feng, the river upstream is already frozen. How do you expect me to transport the warships downstream?" Van Taimong, suppressing his ire, maintained a calm demeanor in his negotiations. In truth, at his level, there was little anger left within him. However, Ye Feng was unique, being the sole foreigner to have escaped from the Yunshan clan. And prior to his flight, he had set ablaze 7 granaries, leaving them without provisions for the winter. "I counted at the shore. There must be at least a couple of thousand people. You could have them bring the warships downstream. Here's the deal. If you can manage to deliver 5 warships to me, I shall accept the title of your Grand Admiral," Ye Feng said with a playful expression. Laughter rippled once again across the deck. "It's great to have Brother Feng back. War feels like a game with him, truly exhilarating. Ye Feng, you know we are out of food. Sending these people to transport the warships will take at least half a year, and in that time, they would starve to death. As the Grand Beastmaster of the Yunshan clan, I have shown sincerity. I hope you can reciprocate with some sincerity of your own." Van Taimong's right hand trembled slightly, though he concealed it beneath his animal hide. As the commander, one must always maintain composure, never allowing subordinates to perceive disarray within. Sincerity? An ephemeral title. And you deem that sincerity? Let us proceed then. I have recently conferred with Deputy Commander Susan and the others, and we have resolved to bestow upon you, Van Taimong, the illustrious title of Supreme Invincible General of our fleet. Is this not a more resounding designation than that of Chief Leader? Am I sincere enough?" Ye Feng declared loudly. "Brother Feng, he believes we are uncivilized savages, still bound by notions of honor." "How laughable!" Chunin interjected. "Hey, Van Taimong, with Brother Feng's decree, I too wish to make a gesture. This pair of undergarments shall serve as your banner of honor. Display it proudly at your doorstep, and it shall ensure the enduring legacy of the Yunshan clan for generations to come." Chunin regarded Van Taimong with the bemusement typically reserved for a jester. Laughter erupted around the deck, with the machine gunners collapsing in mirth, some doubled over in stitches. "Great Beastmaster, this tactic is futile. Ye Feng is impervious to such trivialities," Ma Sikong whispered nearby. Moments later, 2 knights brought Cheng Li Bin before the ice. Chapter 395. "You are a very astute individual," Ye Feng was laughing heartily, yet his demeanor shifted entirely upon sighting Cheng Li Bin on the shore. "Ye Feng, I know this individual holds great significance for you. Do you wish to reunite with him? Should you permit me aboard your vessel, I shall facilitate your reunion. I am a man of my word. I will not turn against you." Van Dieming's voice resonated across the deck. Van Dieming, while I indeed desire to reunite with old Cheng, I fear that allowing you onto the deck might leave my entire ship vulnerable. Ye Feng's voice echoed back. Cheng Libin was a stalwart veteran of the team, and Ye Feng desperately wished to save him. However, he would not jeopardize the entire team for the sake of one man. At that moment, Shunan spoke up. Yinshan people, if you return old Cheng to us, we are willing to offer you a ship full of fish. Ye Feng regarded Chun and with newfound respect, surprised by the boy's clever thinking in such a critical moment. Do you think that feasible? Perhaps instead, you could provide sustenance for our over 2,000 people for the long term. I assure you, the provisions you supply will prioritize Cheng Libin. Van Dieming was not foolish. He recognized Cheng Libin's importance to Ye Feng. Ye Feng pondered for a moment, gathering his emotions, then cupped his hands in a trumpet shape. Engineer Cheng, I apologize. I fear I cannot satisfy the Yunshan people's appetite. Do you have any final wishes to convey? For instance, do you have any kin in civilized society whom I should care for? Please, provide their names and addresses. And should I ever return, I shall ensure their well-being. My daughter's name is Cheng Lele, and my wife's name is Liaru. If you ever return, tell them I died a hero. Cheng Libin shouted, tears freezing on his cheeks. He understood that if the negotiation fell through, he might very well be marked for death. I understand, old Cheng. Should I one day return, with my soup to share, they shall have their meat to eat. Even in my absence, Chunin, Susan, and the others will look after your family. The voice of Ye Feng echoed across the water, reaching the shore. Cheng Libin sighed with relief, slowly lifting his head to regard Van Dieming with a defiant gaze. Van Dieming narrowed his eyes, sweeping a glance over the 3,000-strong army behind him, then examining the animal skin bags each soldier bore. Having journeyed from the Yunshan tribe to Hot Spring Island, their provisions had dwindled significantly. Ye Feng, with 3 boats of fish, you can exchange for Cheng Libin, Van Dieming proposed, making a concession. Currently, he had no other recourse. He needed to resolve the issue of food first, while the matter of seizing Ye Feng's warship could be deliberated later. Is this true? Ye Feng exclaimed with delight. Cheng Libin, who had resigned himself to death, also displayed a flicker of hope. Who does not wish to live? Even the bravest among us trembles in the face of mortality, weighed down by uncertainty. I, Van Dieming, never deceive, he asserted. Very well. Ye Feng turned to the crowd behind him. Who is willing to row a canoe to deliver provisions and bring back old Cheng? A collective gasp resonated as everyone stepped back. After all, Van Dieming had a fearsome reputation. What if he demanded both food and hostages? I shall go. Tuba boldly stepped forward. Ye Feng hesitated, scanning the crowd again. Wang Zhihai, a few days ago, I relieved you of your duties as deputy leader. If you are willing to lead a team to deliver food this time, I will grant you another opportunity to resume that position, Ye Feng declared, directly addressing him. He was reluctant to let Tuba take such a risk. As for Wang Zhihai, ever since losing his deputy role, Ye Feng had felt an overwhelming burden, as he had to handle numerous trivial matters himself, leaving him no time to rest. Sending Wang Zhihai to deliver the fish would be advantageous on multiple fronts. I am willing. Wang Zhihai quickly stepped forward. Once he had tasted the sweetness of power, he could not easily forsake it. He would push through any obstacles to reach the center of authority. 3 canoes began to paddle toward the shore, with Wang Zhihai at the helm, commanding the heavy machine gun, while the rear was laden with frozen fish. Upon reaching the shore, Wang Zhihai unlocked the safety and kept his aim fixed on Van Dieming. Respected Beastmaster, I am but a nameless member of Ye Feng's team, here specifically to deliver provisions. I have erred within the team, and Ye Feng has sent me to atone for my mistakes. Wang Zhihai spoke nervously. Van Dieming remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon Wang Zhihai. Around him, an intimidating aura seemed to envelop the air, causing Wang Zhihai to breathe rapidly, nearly paralyzed by fear. You are far from being a nameless individual. Your words just now reveal that you are quite astute, Van Dieming replied slowly. With a start, Wang Zhihai quickly raised the gun's barrel, his teeth clenched. Should Van Dieming make any aggressive move, he would unleash a torrent of bullets. Chapter 396. Have you come to a realization? Remove the fish, and return the man to them. Ultimately, Van Dieming did not detain Wang Zhihai. He commanded that all the frozen fish be moved onto the ice. Cheng Libin hastily leaped into the canoe, disregarding his unhealed injuries, and began to row. Meanwhile, Wang Zhihai kept his gun trained on the shore. As the canoe approached the warship, he seized the other paddle, exerting every ounce of strength to row. Quick, pull us up with the rope. My legs feel weak. Wang Zhihai shouted from below, his voice cracking. Upon receiving the command from Ye Feng, everyone hurriedly pulled them aboard. No sooner had they reached the deck than Wang Zhihai removed his trousers and relieved himself into the river. Despite the frigid weather, his back was drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, the imposing presence of that great beast master had been overwhelming, his gaze sharp as blades, capable of piercing the very soul. Brother Feng, I have finally returned alive. Wang Zhihai sobbed, collapsing into Ye Feng's embrace. There, no more tears. You have accomplished a great feat this time. And in my capacity as commander, I hereby appoint you as vice commander once more. Ye Feng forcibly pushed Wang Zhihai away. Thank you, Brother Feng, thank you. Wang Zhihai sighed in relief, feeling that this position of vice commander was earned at the cost of his life. He resolved to be cautious henceforth. Recognizing the value of such a hard-won role, Ye Feng continued to observe Wang Zhihai's expressions, understanding that only through significant sacrifice would one truly appreciate what was gained. Positions given freely were seldom cherished. The nature of humanity was such, and Ye Feng had once again applied his strategy effectively. Ye Feng, my stance remains unchanged. As long as you are willing, you shall remain the great captain of my Yunshan tribe, commanding 100 warships, called out Fan Dimring from the shore. And my stance remains steadfast. If you can bring me those 100 warships to the Heishu River Basin, I will accept the title of your great captain. Ye Feng's tone bore no mockery. He merely sought to challenge the Yunshan people. Fan Dimring cast a penetrating gaze at Ye Feng and gestured behind him. The entire army of 3,000 melted into the woods, vanishing from Ye Feng's sight. His expression remained grave. Fan Dimring was no mere brute, and if he lingered in the forest, Ye Feng would find no peace. Each of you devise a plan, ideally, to either eliminate Fan Dimring or drive them back to the Yunshan tribe. We cannot allow him to remain close by. Ye Feng turned to the wise council on deck. We have ample ammunition. Let us send 50 men ashore and sweep them away with heavy machine guns, suggested one indigenous man. The forest is filled with cover. This plan is unfeasible. Ye Feng swiftly dismissed the notion. We still possess one cannonball aboard. Next time, we can lure Fan Dimring out and obliterate him with it. Proposed a man from civilized society. That will not work. Masi Kong is also among Fan Dimring's ranks. Should the cannonball be fired, he would undoubtedly counter it. Ye Feng rejected this idea as well. Let them work for us, and we will provide them with food, Chenin suggested. Chenin, do you not grasp my intentions? I aim to drive them away, not have them linger by the shore. Ye Feng sighed. Brother Feng, I fully understand your intentions. Let them labor first. When they are utterly exhausted and come seeking payment, we shall refuse, and they will surely be incensed and leave once they realize they cannot gain anything. Chenin replied with a scheming grin. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow and remarked, while this approach may be tactically sound, it represents a strategic failure. Do you not recall our objective of issuing currency? The issuance of currency must first be underpinned by trust. If they labor and we deny them sustenance, it signifies a breach of trust. How then can I exert financial control over this entire desolate island in the future? Brother Feng, I have a plan, Wang Zhihai interjected. We can have them work for us without providing food initially, but instead compensate them with hot spring currency. Subsequently, they can use this currency to purchase goods from us. In the context of the Belt and Road Initiative, will this not elevate the reputation of our hot spring currency? Wang Zhihai's idea sparked a moment of inspiration. Your proposal is indeed commendable. Ye Feng nodded, conceding that among the crew, only Wang Zhihai was fit to serve as deputy commander, while the others fell considerably short. However, the more capable individuals were often the most challenging to manage. People of the Yunshan tribe, come forth. I have words to share, Ye Feng announced, cupping his hands to amplify his voice. Moments later, Fan Dimring, accompanied by Ma Sikong and several beastmasters, emerged. Ye Feng, have you come to a realization? Fan Dimring inquired. What realization? Ye Feng responded. Naturally, the desire to become the supreme commander of the Yunshan tribe's warship. Fan Dimring chuckled. Haha, let us postpone discussions of the supreme commander for now. Ye Feng adjusted his demeanor. As the host, I cannot allow you to starve. I propose that you send your 3,000 knights to fell trees and produce charcoal. For every 10 pounds of charcoal, we shall exchange it for one hot spring currency. Chapter 397. This matter is entrusted to you what? Charcoal. In exchange for hot spring currency? What is this hot spring currency? Fan Dimring queried. The hot spring currency is our form of currency here. With my hot spring currency, you may purchase any goods from us, be it food, iron, salt, machine guns, or cannons. Should you accumulate enough hot spring currency, I might even sell you a warship, Ye Feng declared emphatically. Ye Feng, do I appear to be a fool to you? Fan Dimeng retorted, angered. Do not be hasty. If you doubt my words, I shall have 3,000 hot spring currency delivered to you shortly, accompanied by a list of items you may purchase with it, Ye Feng urged. He was indeed capable of selling machine guns and warships, merely by inflating their prices to make them perpetually unattainable for Fan Dimeng. Ma Xikong, what exactly is this hot spring currency he speaks of? Fan Dimeng asked, turning to his companion. Great Beastmaster, it seems he intends to issue currency. In our previous tribes, trade was not conducted through barter, but rather via currency as a medium. Ma Xikong patiently explained. Meanwhile, Ye Feng began preparations for the hot spring currency, while Wang Zhihai took up a feather brush, inscribing various item prices on animal hides. Brother Feng, I propose pricing fish at 1 hot spring currency per pound. Do you find this reasonable? Wang Zhihai inquired. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. I propose pricing iron at 700 hot spring currency per pound, curved blades at 1,000 hot spring currency, light machine guns at 50,000 hot spring currency each, heavy machine guns at 500,000 hot spring currency each, artillery at 50 million hot spring currency each, and warships at 3 billion hot spring currency, essentially rendering them unaffordable. Wang Zhihai chuckled. Precisely, and then you shall set the price for charcoal, Ye Feng concluded. We require them to produce charcoal, and the value of that charcoal certainly should not exceed that of food. How about this? 10 pounds of charcoal for 1 spring coin, in exchange for a pound of frozen fish? Excellent. It implies that for every pound of food, we can acquire 10 pounds of charcoal. And the primary value the Yunshan tribe provides us is indeed the production of charcoal. Furthermore, let us designate certain items, the white fruit, the silver fruit, and the golden fruit, Li Feng stated. I comprehend now. Our objective is to prevent them from purchasing our machine guns, which necessitates controlling their sustenance to a subsistence level. 1 white fruit costs 5,000 spring coins, the silver fruit, 10,000, and the golden fruit, 30,000. In any case, we must ensure they cannot acquire light machine guns, Wang Zhihai remarked. Even if they were to procure light machine guns, it would pose no issue, for ammunition also incurs a fee, each bullet costing 5,000 spring coins, Li Feng said with a mischievous smile. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. A group deliberated in the dining hall for 3 hours before finally departing with animal hides and 3,000 spring coins onto the deck. Wang Zhihai, please take the 3,000 spring coins and the animal hides to the shore. I entrust this task to you, Li Feng said, patting his shoulder. As the vice captain, it is my duty to take charge. It would not be appropriate for you, the captain, to handle this, would it? After the previous adventure, Wang Zhihai's courage had significantly increased. He promptly took the 3,000 spring coins and an animal hide to the opposite shore. This time, he personally approached Fan Dimeng, handing over the animal hide and placing the 3,000 spring coins upon the ice. Fan Dimeng examined the animal hide, a sly grin appearing on his face. Are you suggesting that these worthless stones can be exchanged for food? Fan Dimeng inquired. Indeed, this constitutes 3,000 spring coins, which can be traded for 3,000 pounds of food, Wang Zhihai responded earnestly. At that moment, a beastmaster emerged from behind Fan Dimeng. Ha ha ha. Very well. That is your statement. Here are 3,000 spring coins. Now, first produce 1,000 spring coins, and we shall exchange that for 1,000 pounds of food. Fan Dimeng's lips twitched slightly, yet he did not intervene, for he could hardly believe that Li Feng would be so foolish as to accept these worthless stones. Wang Zhihai whispered a few words to a subordinate, who promptly counted out 1,000 spring coins from a pouch before paddling back to the warship in a dugout canoe. Shortly thereafter, 2 dugout canoes approached, laden with provisions. Here is 1,000 pounds of food for your 1,000 spring coins. Please verify, Wang Zhihai stated in an official manner. Fan Dimeng exchanged glances with his advisor, puzzled by Li Feng's intentions. Go, bring the food over and find someone to test for poison, Fan Dimeng instructed quietly. Yes. A large group of Yunshan tribesmen rushed from the woods to conduct the poison test. How is it? Is there any poison? Wang Zhihai inquired. Great Beastmaster. This is top-quality frozen fish. It is free of poison, and the entrails have been removed, a knight exclaimed joyfully. In recent days, they had been pinching pennies, and some of their jerky had even begun to mold, yet they hesitated to consume it all at once. But now, Before them lay 1,000 pounds of exquisite frozen fish. Wonderful. The remaining 2,000 spring coins should also be exchanged for food, the previously jubilant Beastmaster said. Very well, I shall send someone to fetch the fish immediately. Wait, however, Van Diem waved his hand. To him, food was undeniably significant. However, there existed even more paramount concerns. He intended to ascertain whether Ye Feng was truly willing to part with other items. I still possess 2,000 hot spring coins. According to the prices on your list, can I purchase 2 pounds of iron? Or perhaps 2 curved blades? Van Diem inquired. Indeed. Wang Zhihai nodded in affirmation. Very well. Then procure for me 1 pound of iron and 1 curved blade. Upon concluding his request, Van Diem dismounted from the goat and counted out 1,700 hot spring coins from his satchel. Consequently, of the 3,000 hot spring coins Ye Feng had provided, only 300 remained, without any unforeseen delays. It was but a short while before the iron and curved blades were delivered, both in pristine condition. Van Diem examined the curved blade in his grasp, his emotions fluctuating. Are you suggesting that we can exchange 10 pounds of charcoal for 1 hot spring coin? If we produce 10 million pounds of charcoal, we could amass 1 million hot spring coins. Is that correct? He queried. A grand plan was already forming in his mind. Producing 10 million pounds of charcoal was not beyond their capabilities, it merely required time. Of course, Wang Zhihai affirmed with a nod. If I possess 1 million hot spring coins, can I acquire 2 heavy machine guns? Van Diem asked once more. Absolutely, Wang Zhihai confirmed. And what of the white fruit, silver fruit, and golden fruit? Are they genuine as well? Van Diem continued. Indeed, the white fruit costs 5,000 coins, the silver fruit 10,000, and the golden fruit 30,000. Wang Zhihai licked his lips. Very well, Mr. Wang. Please return and prepare sufficient supplies. Farewell. Also, if you have time, do review the latter part of the list. It contains the wages for laborers who will assist us in constructing the vessels, at a daily rate of 8 hot spring coins. With that, Wang Zhihai departed for the warship. Van Diem hurriedly led his companions back to the woods, surrounded by a throng of beastmasters. I have elucidated the function of hot spring coins. Do you have any thoughts? Van Diem seated himself upon a stone, gazing at the scores of beastmasters below. Great Beastmaster, we should send individuals back to the tribe to summon more people to produce charcoal, enabling us to earn sufficient hot spring coins. Once we have enough to purchase heavy machine guns, we shall see if Ye Feng will indeed sell us those items. If he does, we can devise a means to acquire his artillery, proposed Masakong. Indeed, our Yunshan tribe boasts a population of 100,000. If we continuously produce charcoal, I am confident that within 2 or 3 years, we will be able to procure the artillery. Once we possess it, Ye Feng and his kin will hold no advantage. Another great beastmaster suggested. Very well. Dispatch individuals back to the Yunshan tribe immediately, instructing the chief to relocate all able-bodied individuals to this location, Van Diem commanded. Then turned to another beastmaster. We cannot remain idle. Let us prepare to produce charcoal and earn some hot spring coins for sustenance before our kin arrive. Yes, great beastmaster. Only 4 individuals remained at the site. Masakong and 2 other beastmasters from the Van Diem family, trusted confidants of Van Diem. Ye Feng desired ginkgo nuts, the Van Dai, and the Van D goldstone. I implore you to gather your respective knights and commence the search along the entire stretch of the Black Tree River for ginkgo nuts, silver fruits, and golden fruits. The more we acquire, the better. We must utilize these resources to generate greater wealth, for charcoal yields a meager profit, and the flow of income is painfully slow, commanded Van Diem. Yes, brother. Yes, great beastmaster, the 2 responded, setting forth to fulfill the order. Only Ma Sikong remained behind. Great beastmaster, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, though I cannot pinpoint exactly what it is, Ma Sikong remarked. Regardless, this is our sole means of sustaining the tribe at present. By the way, logging is not a skill-intensive task. Bring me 300 men to the Yunwu mountain range. There are likely survivors from other tribes. Gather every able-bodied individual and bring them here to assist our Yunshan tribe in earning spring currency. Van Diem issued another command. Understood. A beastmaster led 300 men upstream. As night fell, the pavilion on Hot Spring Island erupted into revelry once more. Ye Feng had instituted an 8-hour workday, granting the 100 individuals ample time for merriment. However, Ye Feng and the senior leaders could not afford to relax. They needed to refine the financial regulations. To prevent the Yunshan people from depleting our stock of advanced weaponry, we must implement a series of financial laws. Only one light machine gun may be purchased per month, with light machine gun ammunition limited to 100 rounds monthly and heavy machine gun ammunition restricted to 30 rounds each month. Upon concluding his remarks, Secretary Susan hastily recorded the details with her feather quill. Chushue, your firearms must be mass-produced swiftly, with their prices set lower than those of light machine guns. This way, the Yunshan tribesmen will prioritize purchasing firearms, ensuring our light machine guns remain secure, Ye Feng added, prompting Susan's quill to dance across the page once more. The meeting continued late into the night, leaving the attendees weary as they returned to their homes. Upon entering their quarters, Ye Feng and Susan inevitably shared a tender moment. Creak. A colossal claw pressed upon the icy surface, and as the temperature continued to plummet, not only the tributaries but also the ice along both banks of the main river began to encroach toward the center. Even the turbulent waters could not hinder the formation of ice. On the opposite bank of the Black Tree River, some famished beasts could no longer restrain themselves, emerging one after another from the towering primordial forest, casting their gazes across the water. In the early morning, light streamed through the window, gently illuminating Ye Feng's face. He slowly opened his eyes to find Susan still asleep in his embrace. You have truly endured much, he whispered, carefully placing her head upon the pillow before quietly dressing. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Chun and engaged in conversation with Chiu Shui. Noticing Ye Feng's arrival, Chunin quickly feigned nonchalance. Ye Feng understood that Chunin had been pursuing Chiu Shui, and the two shared an unspoken secret. Continue your conversation. I shall take a breath of fresh air on the deck, Ye Feng smiled, offering Chun an encouraging glance. Speaking of which, Tuba remains without a wife, yet. In a primitive society, women do not appear to be a scarce resource. Perhaps it is best to allow Tuba to find his own companion. Brother Feng, it appears that the Yunsan people are engaged in logging. They truly intend to produce charcoal. Before you arose, I observed them felling at least 500 to 600 large trees. Wang Zhihai's countenance bore a hint of discontent. The charcoal derived from 500 to 600 substantial trees would amount to several tens of tons, and he feared that the Yunsan people, upon accumulating sufficient spring coins, might procure heavy weaponry from us. What are you worried about? Ye Feng chuckled. Brother Feng, if they genuinely earn enough spring coins, shall we sell them our firearms? Wang Zhihai inquired. Certainly not. When they are on the verge of acquiring enough spring coins to purchase light machine guns, we shall inform them that our charcoal supply has reached saturation and is no longer needed. However, in consideration of their sustenance, we shall offer them employment. Henceforth, pricing the charcoal at 1 spring coin for 30 or even 100 pounds, Ye Feng remarked with a cold smirk. The spring coin serves merely as a means of control. He would never part with his most valuable assets to the Yunsan people. Such an act would be self-destructive. Chapter 399. Do you not accept? At this moment, others began to ascend the deck, admiring the picturesque scenery across the riverbank. The rainforest had transformed into a snowy woodland, and the river had turned into a thick layer of ice. Amidst the snowy grove, 3,000 Yunsan individuals labored tirelessly to support their 100 compatriots. Without the implementation of currency, tasks such as charcoal production, construction of auxiliary vessels, and even the sewing of garments would necessitate that Ye Feng's team undertake them independently. Should that occur, their group of 100 would find themselves laboring a minimum of 8 hours daily, which would scarcely suffice. However, the situation has changed. The assistance of the Yunsan tribe has expedited the major tasks, allowing them to focus solely on fishing. In truth, fishing is not even a necessity. Prior to Ye Feng's return, Wang Zhihai had concealed a substantial stock of frozen fish in the Black Tree River. Given the current temperature, the fish would remain unspoiled for at least a millennium, as their entrails had been removed. Seeing that Susan had not yet risen, Suyin decided to gently lean against Ye Feng. Ah Feng, when you have a moment, I shall assist you in tidying your hair. It is nearly shoulder length, she remarked, stroking Ye Feng's unruly locks. In truth, not only Ye Feng but also the other men in the team had allowed their hair to grow long and their beards to flourish. No need, in such cold weather. Long hair may provide some warmth, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the riverbank once more. At that moment, a knight emerged from the woods, riding a goat, and called across the river, Ye Feng, we found a white fruit along the coastline. Do you wish to have it? Yes, I want it. Wait there. Wang Zhihai, take some spring coins and food to purchase the white fruit, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Half an hour later, Wang Zhihai returned in a dugout canoe, cradling the white fruit in his hands. Did he not request any food? Ye Feng asked. He mentioned he wanted to save the money, as if he had grand plans. Wang Zhihai replied as he climbed up the rope ladder. Grand plans? Ye Feng chuckled. Such ambitions likely pertained to procuring his own firearms. Time flowed gradually, and before long, 10 days had passed. The method employed by the Yunshan clan for producing charcoal is rather rudimentary. After 10 arduous days, they finally succeeded in creating their first batch of charcoal. They constructed over 400 kilns, yet the yield of quality products was a mere 20%. Today marks the day of trade, and Ye Feng, 2 kilometers away, was observing the riverbank through a telescope. Wang Zhihai had already paddled out in 8 canoes to negotiate with them. The expression on Fan Diming's face was somewhat grim. He had not anticipated such a low-quality yield of charcoal, barely 1 in 5. He had been contemplating that in 2 or 3 months' time, he would acquire Ye Feng's light machine guns, but now he faced numerous challenges. Mr. Wang, how much is this batch of charcoal worth? Fan Diming inquired. In total, it amounts to 31 tons. Let me calculate, Wang replied. 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms, which is 2,000 jin. At 10 jin per hot spring coin. That's 200 coins per ton, 2,000 coins for 10 tons, and for 31 tons, it totals 6,200 hot spring coins. Someone, bring forth the hot spring coins. As the bag was opened, it revealed coins crafted from animal hide. Ye Feng had enhanced the hot spring coins, having them cut into pieces, each imprinted with his palm mark pressed in fish blood, the patterns distinctly visible to deter counterfeiting. Should any counterfeit coins be discovered, Ye Feng would impose a punishment 100-fold. Wang Zhihai counted out 62 large bills, each worth 100 hot spring coins. Here, keep this safe. Do you wish to purchase some food? Wang gestured towards the frozen fish in the canoes. Fan Diming, his hands trembling, recounted the 62 hot spring coins. Ultimately, he produced 30 coins. Let us exchange for 3,000 jin of frozen fish. By the way, the fish entrails should be cheaper, right? Here are 5 more coins for some entrails. Fan Diming counted out 5 additional coins. Thus, after 10 days of labor, the only hot spring coins he could retain amounted to 2,700. Is this meager amount sufficient to sustain the daily expenses of 3,000 people? Wang Zhihai questioned. It should be, but I never expected the yield of charcoal to be so low, barely 1 in 5, Fan Diming replied. Wrapping the remaining 27 bills in a piece of animal hide and carefully tucking them into his bosom. It would be wise to exchange for a bit more, otherwise, I fear you may not last until the next batch of charcoal is ready, Wang Zhihai cautioned. He now wore a proud expression, akin to a wealthy patron. No need. This frozen fish, supplemented with some coarse grains, will suffice for my people for 10 days. Fan Diming shook his head, ambition gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at Ye Feng's warship. Food would hardly satisfy his aspirations. What he truly desired were the advanced weaponry aboard the warship. With such arms, he could not only seize Ye Feng's warship, but also, as the thought crossed his mind, he directed his gaze towards the distant north. The Doyan Prairie, still untouched by the frigid temperatures, was home to countless animals. The reason the people of the Yunwu Mountains resided in the mountainous recesses was that they had been driven from the vast prairie by the Doyan people. If he could acquire Ye Feng's weaponry, he would bring an end to the cavalry era and become the sovereign of the grasslands. Currently, they were forced to fight mounted on goats, as horses were monopolized by the Doyan people. I have a proposal, Wang Zhihai stated. I can send 2 technicians to guide you in the production of charcoal, which could elevate your yield to approximately 50%. What do you think? That sounds splendid. But is your assistance unconditional? I fear it may not be that simple, Fan Diming replied, aware that Wang Zhihai would present conditions. Certainly. Our technicians will reside in your tribe. First, a clean house is required, one where charcoal is produced year-round. Their clothing and furs must be washed daily. And they must be kept impeccably clean, Wang Zhihai articulated. That seems reasonable, Fan Diming nodded in agreement. Furthermore, technicians cannot work for free. Their monthly salary is 500 spring coins, which totals 1,000 for both. Additionally, you must provide them with food and treat them with respect, Wang Zhihai added. 1,000 coins? Fan Diming's eyes twitched slightly. Do you refuse? Wang Zhihai inquired calmly. However, you pay our laborers merely 8 coins a day, amounting to 240 coins a month. Why should I pay your technicians double? Fan Diming retorted. But they can increase your yield to 50%, while you can only guarantee 20. Calculate the difference. That's over double the charcoal produced. Do you realize how much more profit you could earn in a month? Wang Zhihai sighed, lamenting the indigenous people's lack of business acumen. Van Diemen turned to the beast master beside him. Great beast master, with this arrangement, we stand to gain. As long as our people work a few extra hours each day, we can cover the technicians' wages. At worst, we could have the knights work 16 hours daily, allowing for 6 hours of rest. That seems the only option, Van Diemen conceded. Very well, I shall arrange for the technicians to come. You must prepare a wooden house for them, ensuring it has ample light and is as warm as spring. The beds must be free of fleas. And a servant should be assigned for regular cleaning, Wang Zhihai instructed before departing in his canoe. Watching Wang Zhihai's retreating figure, Van Diemen felt a surge of frustration and resentment, yet he found himself powerless. The esteemed beast master, reduced to being courteous to a bald man. He touched the spring coins in his pocket, feeling somewhat reassured. It's all right, earning money is not disgraceful. Upon returning to the woods, he found rudimentary wooden houses erected. As for nighttime charcoal production, that was out of the question. Charcoal was to be traded for money, and Van Diemen was not so generous. Only in his and the beast master's quarters were there 2 pieces of charcoal to maintain a low temperature, while the ordinary knights huddled together for warmth. These 2,600 knights, once vibrant and muscular before the expedition, now appeared gaunt and weary. You, take 50 skilled knights to construct a wooden house. Ensuring it surpasses my dwelling in quality, Van Diemen commanded. Are the chieftains coming? The beastmaster inquired. Why ask so many questions? Just do as instructed. Van Diemen replied coldly. Before his kin, he finally reclaimed the dignity of the great beastmaster. The others listened intently as he proclaimed, after 10 arduous days, we have finally procured this sustenance. Therefore, I declare that tonight we shall host a grand feast for all to indulge. At this announcement, a jubilant cheer erupted from the forest, and tears of joy streamed down the knights' faces. After 10 days of subsisting on merely a single meal of fish, tonight they would finally feast heartily. Yet, when the evening arrived, disappointment loomed large. Each knight found before him a clay bowl containing a viscous mass. Some even discovered fish entrails within, though most of it consisted of greenish wild vegetables and leaves. Eat, everyone, and enjoy, Van Diemen declared, demonstrating his fairness by partaking in the same unappetizing fare. The knights, faces long and dispirited, began to eat in silence. The banquet did not last long, as they soon returned, exhausted, to their wooden cabins. For the next day they would be tasked with felling trees and producing charcoal. In the naval vessel's dining hall, Ye Feng spat out a piece of fish in disgust. Sure, have you been too preoccupied with creating people lately? Your culinary skills have certainly suffered. You've skimped on the salt. Upon finishing his comment, Ye Feng discarded the entire fish into the trash. This is not my doing. It is the work of my apprentices. However, do sample this dish, made from fish heads, utilizing only the tender meat from the head, while discarding the rest, Shi Zhongliang countered, presenting another plate. Ye Feng took a bite, only to expel it once more. My apologies, I misjudged you. It must be my poor appetite of late. He then disposed of the plate of fish heads into the trash as well. Brother Feng, do not be so wasteful. The people of the Yunsan tribe on the shore are still subsisting on wild grasses. How about this? I, Chenin, in my personal capacity, will donate the food from the trash to the Yunsan people, and I shall dispatch someone to deliver it tomorrow, Chenin stated solemnly. I, too, am on a diet. So I will only eat 2 meals a day from now on, and will contribute my remaining meal to the Yunsan tribe. Ding Tuanshuan also rose to express her solidarity. Ye Feng felt a wave of satisfaction. Under his influence, the little girl had blossomed into a compassionate young woman. Little Tuanshuan, tomorrow, I appoint you as the ambassador of kindness. Take 500 pounds of frozen fish, board a canoe, and extend our goodwill to the Yunsan tribe by the shore. Ye Feng decreed. What if they detain me? I am not an inconspicuous nobody. I am one of your closest companions, Ding Tuanshuan asked, her tone wary. At this moment, Wang Zhihai interjected with a smile. Rest assured, with a full belly and satisfied hearts, the Yunsan people know whom to trust. If they dare to detain you, they will forfeit our provisions. Moreover, the great beast master holds our substantial sum of 2,700, should they detain you. That amount becomes null and void. Indeed, if they dare to detain me, our hot spring bank will impose sanctions and freeze that 2,700. Ding Tuanshuan breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, she set off in a canoe carrying 500 pounds of frozen fish. with Chun-en and Tung-er rowing carefully behind, their eyes vigilantly scanning the shoreline for the Yunsan people. Indeed, Ding Tuanshuan serves as an ambassador of goodwill, while Chun-en and Tung-er are technicians dispatched by Wang Zhihai to assist the people of Yunshan in enhancing their charcoal production quality. On the ice, Vandeman had already assembled a group of high-ranking officials in anticipation. Upon seeing Ding Tuanshuan and her companions reach the shore, Vandeman hastily dismounted from his sheep. "Are those two the technicians?" he inquired. "Yes, it's us," Chun-en replied, pulling the timid Tung-er into view. However, Tung-er kept his head bowed, one hand concealing half of his face. Tung-er, is that you?" Vandeman immediately recognized him. After all, they belonged to the same tribe. Although Tung-er was not a beastmaster, he was a well-known knight, making Vandeman's recognition entirely reasonable. Tung-er's face flushed crimson as he lowered his hand. "Great beastmaster, it has been a while. How have you been?" Despite his departure from the Yunshan tribe, Tung-er still felt a sense of reverence towards the great beastmaster. "Well?" Vandeman's eyes narrowed slightly. "I am Ding Tuanshuan. Yesterday, I noticed that your people were struggling to find sustenance. So I took it upon myself to purchase 500 pounds of frozen fish with my personal funds to assist the Yunshan tribe," Ding Tuanshuan stated. Oh, it was only then that Vandeman turned his attention to her. After all, wealth commands respect, and his demeanor shifted to one of utmost propriety. "I cannot thank you enough." Vandeman placed his right hand over his heart and bowed to Ding Tuanshuan. The beastmasters behind him also wore smiles. They thought it best to appropriate the entire 500 pounds of fish rather than sharing it with the knights below. By the way, if Miss Ding wishes to offer assistance in the future, it would be preferable to convert it directly into hot spring coins, eliminating the need for such cumbersome deliveries, Vandeman suggested. He had his own motives, believing that hot spring coins would retain value better than frozen fish, as currency can be exchanged for anything. "No. What if you do not allocate these funds for the lumber workers?" Ding Tuanshuan shook her head. "Very well. I shall accept your kind gesture, Miss Ding. To demonstrate my integrity, I invite you to accompany these frozen fish personally to the tribe, where I will announce to everyone that it was you who provided them with 500 pounds of frozen fish," Vandeman declared. All right. With newfound courage, Ding Tuanshuan followed the group into the forest. Chapter 401. Meat, why not eat it? A group of Yunshan people were mechanically repeating their tasks. Even the sight of a vibrant and youthful Ding Tuanshuan failed to pique their interest. "Warriors of the Yunshan tribe, I present to you Miss Ding Tuanshuan, who has generously provided us with 500 pounds of frozen fish. Tonight, I will host a feast for everyone using this bounty." Vandeman's voice resonated throughout the timber yard. The lethargic knights suddenly perked up, rushing towards them. "Wonderful. Thank you, Miss Ding, for providing us with food." Thank you, they exclaimed, nearly prostrating themselves in gratitude. Although they had once valued honor greatly, the specter of starvation had overshadowed their pride. "No need for such formality. Come closer. Chun and Tung-er, please help them by slicing the frozen fish so that everyone receives a share. Leave no one out," Ding Tuanshuan commanded. Yes. You are Tung-er? Tung-er, dear brother. How could you have betrayed us?" Some knights recognized Tung-er's identity. Hastily, Tung-er lowered his head and began to distribute large chunks of frozen fish. Vandeman summoned 4 beastmasters aside. "Remember, this Ding Tuanshuan must be well protected. She is quite young and could be persuaded to provide us with some free assistance, thus saving us a considerable sum, which we can then use to acquire weapons from Ye Feng," Vandeman stated. Understood. The 4 beastmasters nodded, their expressions turning grave. In truth, it was unnecessary for Vandeman to remind them. These beastmasters were quite astute. It was essential that nothing untoward happened to Ding Tuanshuan on their territory, and the 2 technicians must also remain unharmed. Otherwise, who would be willing to guide them in the charcoal-making process? "Little beauty, I have not seen my wife in 80 days. May I have just one chance?" At that moment, a man from Yunshan lost his composure and strode towards Ding Tuanshuan. His words seemed to resonate, as 3 more men from Yunshan approached, surrounding Ding Tuanshuan and her companions. "What do you intend to do?" Ding Tuanshuan's face turned pale with fright. "Come on, little sister, it's just a matter between men and women. You won't lose anything. And you might even find joy in it," one of the men leered. "Indeed, let us share a moment of pleasure," grinned another, their faces bearing greasy smiles. Even in their famished state, their thoughts lingered on such matters. It was the nature of savages. At that moment, 4 figures pushed through the crowd. "What are you doing?" The leading Beastmaster inquired. Lord Beastmaster, this girl is too lively, and I find her quite appealing. Let us indulge just once. Indulge? Take him away and behead him. The Beastmaster waved his hand, and several fierce knights lunged forward, dragging the instigator out of the crowd. Thud, 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 thud. For heads rolled onto the snow. The onlooking Yunshan men were taken aback, feelings of resentment bubbling within them. To protect a foreign woman, the Beastmaster had slain his own kin? Yet, some rational individuals among them stepped forward. Well done. This compassionate Miss Ding has generously provided us with food. How dare they offend her? They deserve their fate. However, those were still their kin. Among their people, there were foolish and short-sighted individuals. The Yunshan men silently divided into two factions. The majority opposed the slaughter of their own, while a minority supported Ding Tuanshuan. Brethren, Uncle Tung, I must take my leave. This place is too perilous. You two must exercise caution while working as technicians. Ding Tuanshuan declared before hastily fleeing the woods. The four Beastmasters exchanged glances and hurried after her, concerned for her safety. Only Chun, Un, and Tunger remained, anxiously surveying the surrounding Yunshan men. Is the great Beastmaster present? Chunin shouted. I am here, Vandeman replied, quickly pushing through the crowd to enter. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Having just slain four of his own, he had unwittingly divided his 2,600 men into factions. The inhabitants of Yunshan are rather ferocious. What if someone is enticed by my beauty and attempts to force themselves upon me? Chunin inquired anxiously. Rest assured, I shall assign 2 Beastmasters to protect you at all times. Moreover, they are members of my clan and are utterly loyal, replied Fan Di Meng. He then called out to the crowd. Fan Di Tianhua, Fan Di Jusher, step forward. 2 burly knights emerged. I require you to guard these 2 technicians round the clock. Should any misfortune befall them, your lives will be forfeit. Do you understand? Fan Di Meng emphasized, his tone growing stern. Yes, understood. The 2 knights responded, positioning themselves behind Chun, Un, and Tunger. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the forest. A thunderous roar resounded. A monstrous beast? Fan Di Meng exclaimed with delight, darting into the depths of the woods like an arrow. After a few brief sounds of something slicing through the air, the anguished cries of the beast followed, culminating in a resounding crash as a massive creature fell to the ground. 2 minutes later, Fan Di Meng emerged from the woods, drenched in blood. Gather 100 men to dismember that beast, he commanded. Wonderful, great Beastmaster. At last, we shall feast. One knight exclaimed. What did you say? Feast? Fan Di Meng narrowed his eyes. Meat, what else would we do with it? The knight's heart sank. No eating. The flesh of the beast is more valuable than frozen fish. We shall trade the beast's meat for money and use that to purchase frozen fish, ensuring everyone is well fed, Fan Di Meng declared. In truth, he harbored a personal agenda, to save the money for purchasing firearms. At noon aboard a warship, Ye Feng gazed at the beast meat on the table and then at Wang Zhihai. Brother Feng, the advantages of issuing currency are becoming apparent. Look, even when the Yunshan people hunt fine meat, they are reluctant to consume it themselves, opting instead to sell it all to us. Wang Zhihai pointed to the meats laid out. Ye Feng swallowed hard. It had been ages since he had tasted land meat. He picked up a piece and savored it slowly. Come, let us raise a toast to Brother Feng. Were it not for his implementation of currency, we might still be toiling for 8 hours a day. Now, we labor only 3 hours, and with the power of finance. The Yunshan people willingly bring us their best goods. Long live Brother Feng. Shi Zhongliang stood up, and the others raised their cups. Long live Brother Feng. Unchanged for a century. After finishing a cup, Ye Feng sat down, his face flushed. Chapter 402. A day of rest. It seems I have contributed little, yet the power of currency has manifested so swiftly. In the future, should anyone within the Yunshan clan dare to act against me, I shall place a bounty of 10,000 yuan on their head. For soon enough, the entire world will recognize the significance of the hot spring coin. Spread the word. By submitting a mere 10,000 hot spring coins, one can secure the right to reside on Hot Spring Island. Should a legal status remain elusive after 7 years of residence, the individual shall face deportation. However, once a lawful identity is obtained, one may become a citizen of Hot Spring Island, reaping the benefits of a 3-hour workday, along with salaries and various perks that surpass those offered elsewhere by twofold. Notably, individuals possessing exceptional skills may find the fee negotiable, and in the case of particularly outstanding talents, the cost may even be waived entirely. Ye Feng has also issued a new decree. Brother Feng, I am at a loss for words. I can only say that your strategy is remarkable, leveraging hot spring coins to acquire the world's finest resources, and now, even attracting talent. Wang Zhihai remarked with genuine admiration. Indeed, Ding Tuanshuan, as our ambassador of goodwill, your role is now crucial. Every few days, deliver some complimentary food to the shore, while simultaneously promoting the welfare of our indigenous people on Hot Spring Island. In essence, it's a matter of 2 words, showcase our merits, though at isn't boasting. Simply state the facts. Ye Feng assigned another task to Ding Tuanshuan. Yes, with 4 beast masters assigned to protect me, I shall be in no peril. I will go to assist tomorrow, Ding Tuanshuan declared, shaking her small fist. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly recalled something of great importance. What about the crystal cores of the exotic beasts? Did Van Diemeng sell any? Ye Feng inquired. None. He only sold us the meat of the exotic beasts, not the crystal cores. Perhaps he consumed them himself, Wang Zhihai replied. Ye Feng sat down, but within 5 seconds, he was on his feet again. Rushing to the deck. Are the beast masters present? Might I request an audience across the river? Ye Feng's voice echoed across the distance. His injuries had nearly healed, and his strength had returned to about 90%. The remaining 10% would require gradual recovery. 10 minutes later, Van Diemeng approached the icy expanse with a group of beast masters, meeting Ye Feng's gaze from across the river. Ye Feng, what is the matter? Van Diemeng asked. Our hot spring island is also in the market for crystal cores, offering a price of 8,000 hot spring coins for each core. Ye Feng proclaimed loudly. Acquiring crystal cores with hot spring coins would be the most advantageous transaction imaginable. With the cores, he could elevate his strength to a level comparable to that of Van Diemeng. Thus, Hot Spring Island would possess 2 formidable assets capable of threatening the Yunshan people, advanced weaponry and himself as a human weapon. Crystal cores? Van Diemeng pondered. Everyone recognized the value of crystal cores. He would not easily part with them. Furthermore, they were rare, requiring a journey to the opposite bank of the great river to hunt exotic beasts. Most critically, some of these beasts were nearly as powerful as he, the great beast master, and even he faced the risk of downfall. Apologies, but I cannot sell the crystal cores. Van Diemeng resolutely shook his head. 10,000 hot spring coins. Consider this carefully. 10,000 hot spring coins could procure 10,000 pounds of food, thereby relieving your people from the daily struggle of foraging for wild grasses and leaves, Ye Feng shouted. The 10,000 hot spring coins represent his utmost limit. Any additional amount would be impossible for him to provide. Otherwise, it would not be long before the value of the hot spring coins collapses, for he could never truly part with a heavy machine gun. As for light machine guns, he might consider selling a couple, but the ammunition must be strictly limited. 10,000 hot spring coins. The expression on Van Diemeng's face shifted. Not only he, but even the beast masters began to murmur among themselves. It is pertinent to note that the 2,600 of them, after 10 days of labor, had only earned a little over 6,000 hot spring coins. Yet, a single crystal pill could be exchanged for 10,000 coins. Great Beast Master, please agree to this. After all, the upstream river has already frozen over. We can take a detour to the opposite shore, where countless exotic beasts await. It won't be long before we can acquire a cannon, or even purchase Ye Feng's warship, one of the Beast Masters urged. Indeed, if we could procure a warship, we could turn the tables. Great Beast Master, you wouldn't want to be perpetually exploited, would you? The others chimed in. As Beast Masters, their sustenance was meager, and the knights below them fared even worse. Moreover, they could not simply focus on their own needs. They had wives, children, and entire clans of tens of thousands to support. Now, calculating their remaining provisions, they realized they had enough food for merely 2 months at best, and it was likely that the Yunshan clan was already facing starvation. Did Van Diemeng not comprehend this reality? His fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly, until he finally resolved himself. Ye Feng, you mentioned that a crystal pill is worth 10,000 hot spring coins. Do you also purchase beast meat? Van Diemeng inquired loudly. Certainly, beast meat will still be priced at its original value, but there is a condition. For every 5 tons of exotic beast meat, you must provide 1 crystal pill. Otherwise, we will not acquire such a large quantity, Ye Feng replied. Van Diemeng dismounted from his goat and conferred with several beast masters. Ye Feng, I agree to your terms. Prepare the hot spring coins. I shall not be long in seeking you out, he declared, returning to his tribe with his companions. In his chamber, over 30 beast masters were gathered. Now, I require 10 beast masters to accompany me upstream, taking a detour to the opposite shore to hunt exotic beasts. I am fully aware of the dangers that lie ahead, even for myself, where the risk of demise is palpable. However, the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. I assure you, those who venture with me will share in half of the profits. The remaining half will be saved to purchase Ye Feng's firearms, Van Dieming announced. The beast masters furrowed their brows, having heard of the terrors of the exotic beast forest, some hesitating. Those willing to join me, step forward. There are only 10 spots available. With the hot spring coins, you can procure a heavy machine gun, should your family possess one. The Yunshan tribe will instantly hold their heads high. Moreover, while the initial hunt may be perilous, once we amass enough for a heavy machine gun, future hunts will not require risking our lives. As you have witnessed the power of a heavy machine gun, a few shots are sufficient to slay exotic beasts, making the collection of hot spring coins far easier. Van Dieming's final words resonated deeply with the crowd. One by one, the beast masters rose and stood beside him. Very well, let us take a day of respite. Tomorrow, we shall venture upstream, and then take a detour to the beast forest. However, remember to hunt only at the periphery. Never dare to delve into the depths of the beast forest. From a young age, I have heard my grandfather speak of the countless beast kings dwelling deep within. They possess immense strength and have attained a form of sentience, surpassing our human intellect. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not venture deeper, admonished Van Dieming. At your command, great beast master, the 10 beast masters affirmed, placing their right fists upon their chests. On the warship, Ye Feng, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, took a leisurely stroll around Hot Spring Island to observe whether any personnel were engaged in gambling, drinking, or slumbering. Since the issuance of currency, Ye Feng had also allocated salaries to his team, with a minimum monthly wage of 500 hot spring coins. Meals were quite affordable, costing merely 1 hot spring coin for 3 daily servings. Of course, additional dishes would require extra payment in hot spring coins. As for alcohol, it was priced at 3 hot spring coins per barrel, with varying grades. The wine treaded by maidens commanded a higher price than that treaded by men. Furthermore, indulging in the hot springs was charged at 1 hot spring coin per session. If they were allowed to bathe for free, the springs would be perpetually crowded. Indeed, after merely a half circle, Ye Feng spotted 4 machine gunners gathered together, engrossed in gambling. This must have been a method taught by Chun Un or Wang Zhihai. Concealed behind a rock, Ye Feng observed coldly, jotting notes for deduction at the end of the month. I wager 2 coins on big, one declared. I wager 5 coins on small, another replied. I wager 70 coins on big, a third exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? Don't gamble so recklessly. By the end of the month, you'll find yourself borrowing money for meals. Not to worry, my wife Alita works in the kitchen. She can slip me some food. After noting it down, Ye Feng returned to report to Wang Zhihai, as such matters that might offend were best handled by the vice-captain, leaving the captain to maintain his dignity. Ah Feng. As Ye Feng approached the girl's dormitory, he noticed Ding Tuan peeking out of her room, beckoning him with a finger. What is it? Ye Feng inquired, moving closer. Now that no one is around, come into my room. I have something to discuss with you. Ding Tuan mimicked the demeanor of a mature woman, a mischievous smile gracing her face. Yet, her youthful innocence rendered her flirtation rather amusing to Ye Feng. What exactly do you intend? Ye Feng stepped into the room. With a swift motion, Ding Tuan firmly shut the door behind him. Big brother Ye. I've grown up, don't you believe me? Just look, she said, attempting to unfasten her clothing. Stop, Ye Feng exclaimed. His face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly restrained her hand. In his heart, he regarded Ding Tuan as a sister, harboring no other intentions. Big brother Ye. Am I not pretty? Why is it that you can be with other women, but not with me? Ding Tuan's frustration was palpable. No, it's not that. With other women, I feel an impulse, but when I see you, all I feel is affection and fondness. Do you understand? It's affection, not the kind of love between a man and a woman, Ye Feng earnestly explained. I don't want your affection, I want your love. Will you grant me that? Ding Tuan embraced Ye Feng, lifting her head and pouting her lips as she gazed at him. Do not be foolish. You are now my dear sister, do you understand? One day, when you encounter your Prince Charming, I shall facilitate your union and ensure your happiness. With great effort, Ye Feng pushed Ding Tuan away. To be honest, there was a moment when he nearly lost control. However, the impression she left him with was that of a little sister. And despite her blossoming into a graceful young woman, he clung to that initial perception. I do not wish to be your sister. I want to be your woman. Just look, my body is already akin to that of a mature woman. Ding Tuanshuan began to unfasten her clothing. No, Ye Feng exclaimed, fleeing from the room in a panic. He could not face her at that moment. Perhaps when she reached 30, her youthful visage would bear traces of womanhood. But not now. At present, he saw her as a child, devoid of any impure thoughts. Brother Feng, come here. Just then, Qiu Shui emerged from another room, extending a leg and beckoning to Ye Feng. What are you doing? He asked, wary. Brother Feng, I seek joy. Can you bring me happiness? Without hesitation, Qiu Shui undid her own furs, revealing a flawless form, every inch immaculate, devoid of any droop. Ye Feng swallowed hard and quietly warned, Chunin is pursuing you. Do not create a disturbance. He is a good lad. That guy? Upon hearing Chunan's name, Qiu Shui's expression fell. He is too frail, not as strong as you. I prefer robust men. Is that acceptable? No one will see us here. With that, Qiu Shui drew closer. Ye Feng sighed, realizing he must help Chun and build some strength. Perhaps he could share a crystal pill with him next time, so he wouldn't be overlooked even by the local women. After all, he couldn't let his good friend remain a bachelor forever. Qiu Shui, Chun is my dear brother. He is currently pursuing you. Do you truly think I would engage in such actions? Before Ye Feng could finish his sentence, he noticed Qiu Shui had wholly discarded her furs. Just as he had imagined, her figure was indeed perfect and firm, drawing his gaze irresistibly. He, too, was a normal man, and faced with such temptation, he first glanced left. No one was there. Then he looked right, still no one. Thus, he discreetly slipped into the room. With a swift motion, the door was locked behind him. Qiu Shui approached him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. The room was heated by a stove, but the warmth of their bodies eclipsed it. This time, I am merely guiding Chunin. I hope you will still accept him and be his woman. What do you say? Ye Feng lay back on the furs, allowing Qiu Shui to showcase her skills. As the flames met the kindling, the room became even warmer. Ye Feng felt the snug embrace, yet he clenched his teeth, determined to suppress any sounds that might draw attention. Half an hour later, two satiated bodies intertwined. You certainly did not disappoint. You are indeed strong. I wish for you to bring me joy every day. Qiu Shui caressed Ye Feng's tousled hair and beard. That's not possible, only this once. I have already assisted Chunin, and it was indeed firm and smooth, Ye Feng remarked. No, I cannot accept Chunin. Qiu Shui shook her head. After indulging in exquisite delicacies, she could no longer stomach plain fare. What must be done for you to accept Chunin? A pang of reluctance stirred within Ye Feng. Chunin was his dear brother. How could he allow his comrade to remain without a partner? Regardless, I will not accept him. I desire only you, Qiu Shui declared, then mounted her horse, urging it forward. You? Oh, Chunin is quite decent. Ye Feng clenched his teeth. How about this? If you marry Chunin, I shall grant you a moment of joy each week. Under the dual pressure, Ye Feng surprisingly conceived a reluctant solution. Surely, the Qin family must not perish. Is that so? It is feasible, but on the day of the wedding. I do not want him. I want you. Qiu Shui continued as she rode. What? No, the wedding night is the most sacred. You must be with Chunin. Ye Feng resolutely shook his head. Chapter 404. I will carry you back to sleep. Then I shall not marry Chunin. I would rather choose someone else than him. Qiu Shui stood firm, unwavering. Ye Feng could only concentrate all his energy in his lower abdomen. For a moment, the room echoed with the melodious calls of the white spirit bird. On the wedding night, I can perform the ceremony with Chunin, but afterward, I will send him away to sleep elsewhere, waiting for you in the bridal chamber. If you do not come, I shall seek another man the next day. Qiu Shui remained obstinate. You wicked woman, you are truly despicable. Ye Feng's eyes turned crimson, filled with fury. Very well, if that is the case. On the wedding night in the bridal chamber, await me. I would rather be the sinner than allow another man to embarrass my brother. Ye Feng let out a long sigh, concluding this horseback journey. Exiting the room, he stepped onto the deck, allowing the river breeze to cool his tumultuous thoughts. Brother Feng, just stay here. I have always regarded you as my own elder brother. There is something I wish to trouble you with. At that moment, Chunin suddenly emerged from behind, startling Ye Feng. Chunin, why speak of such matters between brothers? Whatever it is, do not hesitate. I will do everything in my power to assist you, even at the cost of my life, Ye Feng said earnestly. Brother Feng, it's not that serious. Why speak so gravely? I merely wish for you to be my matchmaker. I have pursued Qiu Shui for quite some time, and I feel she is somewhat willing. So I hope to marry her within 3 days and leave descendants on this deserted island, Shannon said shyly. Ye Feng's face filled with guilt, and he could only nod solemnly. As your elder brother, your marriage is my responsibility. I will ensure it is a grand affair. Brother Feng, thank you. You are truly my brother. I would brave fire and water for you, even if it costs me my life. Without a moment's hesitation, Shannon said, his eyes glistening with emotion. Why speak of such things? By the way, I have other matters to attend to. Excuse me. Ye Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he avoided Shannon and proceeded to inspect the lower deck. Standing felt somewhat more comfortable. Upon reaching the lower deck, however, he was startled by the sound of a woman's voice. He quickly lightened his footsteps and stealthily peered beside the boiler, where he discovered 2 boiler workers engaged in an unsightly act with an indigenous woman. Could these 3 individuals truly behave so shamelessly? If the ship were to be called into action, would they have sufficient time to dress? Ye Feng gauged the temperature of the lower deck, estimating it to be around 7 or 8 degrees, the warmest spot on the entire vessel. The trio remained oblivious to the onlooker, engrossed in their revelry. He could no longer bear to watch. Further observation would likely lead to an uncomfortable situation. Hastily, he exited the lower deck, intending to inform Chung Li Bin to keep a tighter rein on his crew, perhaps even impose a fine. Indeed, when one's belly is full, thoughts of indulgence flourish. With over 2,000 members of the Yunshan tribe providing sustenance, their daily routine consisted of eating, drinking, and sleeping, working only 3 hours a day without concern for safety, inevitably leading to a surfeit of energy and mischief among the crew. Uncle Ye Feng, is that you? At that moment, a familiar voice called from around a corner. It was Lian. Ye Feng quickly turned the corner and spotted the young girl. After several days of recuperation, she had regained her adorable demeanor, her complexion now bright and healthy. Little Lian, what are you doing on the second deck? Why aren't you in school? Ye Feng crouched down to examine the charming child. Brother Yi, I'm so scared, Lian said, leaping into Ye Feng's embrace. His heart softened as he lifted her up. The little girl, now weighing around 60 pounds and approximately 13 years old, radiated warmth like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. She was the hope of the next generation on Hot Spring Island. Perhaps by the time he retired, she would assume a prominent leadership role. After holding her for a moment, Ye Feng sensed something amiss. Little Lian, I must ask you, how did you see me when I was clearly around the corner? Did you catch a whiff of my scent? He felt a sense of unease, for they were separated by more than 20 meters and a corner. She wasn't a dog, capable of sniffing from such a distance. I just saw you, Lian replied innocently, her small frame exuding a sweet, childlike fragrance. You really saw me like that? Ye Feng set her down, gazing intently into her eyes to ascertain her honesty. Little Lian, lying is not a virtue. I prefer honest girls, do you understand? He tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear, revealing her cherubic face. Brother Yi, it's true. I really saw you, Lian insisted, her large, earnest eyes sparkling with sincerity. Very well, let me put this to the test. I will stand at the corner shortly and perform a gesture, then you describe to me what I did. With that, Ye Feng released Lian and moved to the corner, making a silly face. Uncle Yi, you're making a funny face. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a chill run down his spine. In such a primitive society, surveillance was inconceivable, yet little Lian could see herself making faces. Moreover, she spotted it from around a corner. Thus, he decided to perform a handstand. Uncle Yi, you are upside down, Lian's voice echoed from the corridor. Ye Feng discerned that Lian wasn't peeking. He then pressed his palms together. Your hands are joined. That's not right. I feel a terrible headache. Hastily, Ye Feng turned the corner and embraced little Lian. She covered her forehead with her tiny hands, appearing quite pained. Is your head hurting? Let me take you to Aunt Bai, Ye Feng exclaimed, lifting Lian into his arms. No, I'm not ill. I just feel that a nap would suffice. I'm really sleepy now. Upon finishing her words, Lian nestled her adorable face against Ye Feng's shoulder. A wave of bliss enveloped Ye Feng in an instant. I'll carry you back to sleep. After declaring so, he transported little Lian back to her room. The hot spring island had been constructed, granting everyone their own quarters. Upon entering the room, Ye Feng noticed the absence of a stove. He placed a few pieces of charcoal inside, cradled little Lian, and covered her with a fur blanket. He intended to warm the bed with his body heat to prevent Lian from catching a cold. After a while, Ye Feng left the room, leaving the door ajar. Just then, a voice from the deck called out. All personnel on alert. quickly summoned Brother Feng to the deck. It's bad. The Yunshan people have arrived. And there are so many of them. Hurry to find Deputy Commander Wang. Locate Brother Feng. Hearing the commotion, Ye Feng hurriedly rushed to the deck. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the icy shore of the Wind River, throngs of Yunshan tribespeople stood densely, nearly filling the entire ice surface. 2 machine guns adjusted their positions, aiming at the Yunshan tribespeople on the ice. Chapter 405. How much are you willing to sacrifice? A group of high-ranking officials gathered around Ye Feng. Numerous boats were approaching the warship from the direction of the hot spring island. Brother Feng, quickly shatter them. We have ample ammunition on the hot spring island. With their density, 1 bullet could take down 2, Shunan suggested from behind. With a clatter, dozens of machine guns were drawn. Wait. Ye Feng waved his hand, scrutinizing the Yunshan tribespeople on the shore. Among them were armored knights, ordinary citizens clad in furs, and nobles adorned in pristine white furs. Indeed, individuals from all strata were present. They did not appear to be attacking the warship. They seemed more like disaster victims. Ye Feng's gaze sharpened as he meticulously observed the Yunshan people. Each one was emaciated, their longing eyes fixed on the warship. The others breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the sudden appearance of so many Yunshan people had felt like a dark cloud descending upon the city, instilling fear and confusion among the troops. Brother Feng, there must be at least tens of thousands of them. If they gather on the shore, we could be in grave danger, Chun said nervously. Could they swim over? Ding Tuan inquired. No, if they attempted to swim, they'd surely freeze solid, Ye Feng assured them. Chunin, arrange a canoe. I wish to personally venture to the shore, Ye Feng declared. No, Brother Feng, those people might devour you whole. Susan was the first to grasp Ye Feng's arm. Indeed, Brother Feng, those on the shore are ravenous. Should you approach, you may well become a mere skeleton, Chunin added his caution. No, I have matters of greater significance to attend to, Ye Feng insisted, disregarding the entreaties of his companions. He descended the rope ladder into the canoe and began to row with determination. As he drew closer to the shore, his heart raced with mounting intensity. When the canoe was a mere 200 meters from the bank, Ye Feng paused his rowing. Is anyone aware of the whereabouts of Duoyan Hina? Ye Feng's voice carried across the water. However, the expressions of those on the shore remained impassive, their eyes reflecting only a primal instinct, the instinct to feed. Whoever informs me of Duoyan Hina's location, I shall bestow this fish upon them. Ye Feng produced a fish from the canoe. Upon seeing it, the starving individuals on the shore extended their hands forward, advancing like the undead. Thud, thud, as 2 individuals plunged into the river. The others finally recognized the peril and halted their advance. Duoyan Hina, where are you? If you are among the crowd, let me see your face, Ye Feng shouted hoarsely. Who is Duoyan Hina? At that moment, a knight clad in armor spoke up. She is a woman, heavy with child. Her belly may be large, or perhaps not, but she certainly cradles an infant. Ye Feng's heart raced, having been away from the Yunshan tribe for 2 to 3 months, according to the natural human gestation period. Duoyan Hina should have given birth by now. The knight swallowed hard and suddenly declared, I know where she is. Ye Feng took a few steps forward. Where is she? Tell me, and the frozen fish is yours. He raised the fish in his hand. First, hand me the frozen fish. Once it is in my mouth, I shall naturally reveal her location, the knight responded. No, you must bring her to the shore first. Let me see her face. Once I have seen her, not only will I offer you this frozen fish, but I can also escort you to that side, Ye Feng asserted, gesturing toward the bustling Hot Spring Island. The knight gazed longingly at Hot Spring Island, a fleeting look of enchantment crossing his features. However, the next moment, he resolutely shook his head. No. First grant me the fish, and then I will tell you where Duoyan Hina is. Here you go. In his anxiousness, Ye Feng tossed the frozen fish toward him. The knight's eyes sparkled as he seized the fish from the ice. Yet, in the next instant, others surged forward, inadvertently shoving both him and the fish into the icy waters. Don't drown. Ye Feng hastily maneuvered the canoe forward, but the knight struggled briefly before sinking beneath the surface, encumbered by his armor. Damn it, Ye Feng lamented, feeling a surge of frustration. Now, both the fish and the lead were lost. Of course, he held little trust in the knight. Does anyone else know the whereabouts of Duoyan Hina? If you bring her to me, I will ensure her settlement on Hot Spring Island, Ye Feng called out desperately. I know. Just toss all the fish from the canoe to the shore, and I will certainly bring her forth, came the reply. A middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd, adorned in luxurious fox fur, a symbol of nobility. You bring her first, and I shall certainly keep my promise. Ye Feng had learned to be wiser this time. In truth, he had long realized that the night was deceiving him. Yet Duoyan Hina was far too significant to him. No, you must provide us with food first. After we eat, I will immediately bring her to you. Is she not beautiful? Is she not with child? The noble inquired. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking how this man fancied himself clever. Could his own woman not be beautiful? It seemed he was merely a swindler hoping to escape with a couple of frozen fish. Disinterested, Ye Feng turned to the people beside him, declaring, "She is the most beautiful woman. If you have seen her, you would not forget. Her gaze is ice-cold, her figure exquisite. She may currently be heavily pregnant, but it is more likely that she is already cradling a child. Whoever brings her to me, I shall provide food forthwith." The people by the river exchanged glances, yet no one responded. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Was he to search for her himself? But if he went ashore, would he not be torn to shreds by this horde of refugees? Is the great Beastmaster present? Ye Feng shouted towards the shore. "Great Beastmaster, please come forth. We must converse." His voice carried far, and after a considerable while, a group of knights emerged from the throng, led by a Beastmaster. "The great Beastmaster is occupied. What is it you wish to discuss with me?" The Beastmaster inquired. What could possibly occupy him? Ye Feng retorted. "Personal matters. It is not convenient to disclose." The Beastmaster, wise to the situation, refrained from revealing the great Beastmaster's absence from the encampment, fearing Ye Feng might cause trouble. "What is your name? What is your status among the Yunsan people?" Ye Feng asked. "I am Vandai, and in the absence of the great Beastmaster, or rather, when he is busy, I act as his deputy commander," Vandai replied. "I see. Now, I need you to help me find someone, my woman. She should have already given birth. Bring her to me, and I shall reward you with spring coins." Ye Feng stated. "Are you searching for the high priestess of the Gaha tribe? That is agreeable. But tell me, how much are you willing to pay?" Vandai's interest was piqued. Although his intelligence and strength fell short of his brother Vandi Meng, he was nonetheless a standout among this crowd. 10,000, Ye Feng asserted. 10,000 is far too little. I require 500,000. Vandai demanded, keenly aware of Ye Feng's concern for Duoyan Hina and unwilling to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. If he truly paid this rogue 500,000 coins, would he not be purchasing his own heavy machine gun? Chapter 406, A Miserable Existence. Of course, he could refuse to pay, but the fragile credit he had built with the spring coins would shatter in an instant, and Vandi Meng's people would no longer assist him. With currency, he could harness it to harvest countless laborers, enabling his team to work merely 3 hours a day while enjoying the utmost comforts. Without money, he would have to personally engage in the perilous tasks of charcoal burning, garment sewing, ginkgo foraging, and beast hunting. I apologize, but the maximum is 45,000 hot spring coins. If you disagree, then there is nothing more to discuss. In my hot spring island, there is no shortage of women to bear my children. Do you truly believe I would expend 500,000 hot spring coins for one woman and her child? Ye Feng feigned indifference. Do you truly not care for that woman? Vandai scrutinized Ye Feng's eyes intently. Of course, I do not. No, your eyes betray you. You do care for her. Now, I shall raise the price to 1,000,000 hot spring coins, or you shall never see your woman and child again. Vandai smirked. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Had it not been for the business dealings at hand, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate Vandai with heavy artillery. Very well. Just await my return, Ye Feng declared before rowing back to his warship. He summoned the high-ranking officials to the conference room. Before long, the room was filled with attendees. Wang Zhihai, tomorrow you shall inform the Yunshan people on the shore that our charcoal supply is saturated. As of now, 10 pounds of charcoal will not exchange for a single hot spring coin. 100 pounds will be required for 1 coin, Ye Feng instructed. Understood, Brother Feng. Since they refuse to return Duoyan Hina, we shall impose sanctions against them, Wang Zhihai noted diligently. Furthermore, the price of food will increase tenfold. It will now require 10 hot spring coins to purchase 1 pound of frozen fish, Ye Feng added. Only his warship could supply a continuous flow of food. The Yunshan people, in their need to survive, would have no choice but to procure sustenance from him. Through his strategic maneuvers, the labor of the Yunshan people had depreciated by 100-fold. Received. Susan meticulously compiled the meeting notes. On the shore, Vandai returned to his residence with his entourage. Master Beast Tamer, your strategy is brilliant. I can see that Ye Feng holds Duoyan Hina in high regard, one of the night attendants praised. Indeed. Summon the other beast tamers. We shall search among these refugees for Ye Feng's woman. Once located, we shall provide for her, for she is a priceless treasure. As long as we hold her as a hostage, Ye Feng will dutifully dance to our tune. Before long, all the beast tamers gathered in his wooden cabin. However, they displayed a lack of respect towards Van Dai, as they only acknowledged the great beast tamer, looking down upon his brother whom they deemed unworthy, believing he had only attained his position through connections. This is the situation. I have set the price at 1 million. Tomorrow, Ye Feng will undoubtedly send someone to negotiate with me, and I shall raise the price to 2 million, and so forth. In the end, Ye Feng will have no choice but to yield to me. Van Dai chuckled. Ha ha ha, this plan is truly ingenious. The day after tomorrow, we will raise it to 4 million, and we shall surely drive Ye Feng to madness. Ye Feng, ha 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 ha, the beast tamers echoed in agreement. Though they felt resentment internally, they maintained the facade of submission. Proceed to search for her, but I suspect Duoyan Hina is not among the disaster victims. She is a high-ranking priestess. Even if we were to starve, the great priestess of the Yunshan tribe would still provide for her, as they both belong to the same temple. And she is not considered one of us, Van Dai remarked. What? If we cannot find Ye Feng's woman, how shall we compel him to pay? One beast tamer asked, his expression darkening. Van Dai chuckled. Heart, your mental reflexes are as sluggish as that of a tortoise. Allow me to impart some wisdom. Even in the absence of Duoyan Hina from the tribe, we need not disclose anything to Ye Feng. His bloodline remains with us, and he will still provide us with funds. Heart's expression darkened. As a proud beastmaster, he could not tolerate such an affront. He abruptly rose to his feet, drawing his curved blade with fervor. Return to your place. 2 attendants shielded Van Dai, yet he waved his hand dismissively and approached Heart unarmed. To draw a blade against me is to show disrespect to a grand beastmaster. Today, I shall witness the true strength of your Heart family. The beastmasters, eager for entertainment, quickly dispersed around them. Though they verbally berated Heart, deep down, they yearned for him to be vanquished by the agent commander. I come unarmed, for you lack the merit to compel me to draw my weapon. Van Dai spread his arms wide, advancing step by step toward Heart. You shall perish. The two soon engaged in combat. One must concede that the Van Dai clan possessed remarkable prowess. After exchanging numerous blows, Heart's curved blade failed to gain the upper hand, and he found himself on the receiving end of a kick to his rear. Kill, kill, kill. The roars of beastmasters and knights echoed around them. The warriors of Yunshan were known for their valor, often engaging in duels for honor, with the vanquished typically facing decapitation. After several more exchanges, Van Dai seized Heart's wrist, positioning the blade against his throat. Heart of the Heart family, do you submit to me, Van Dai? He coldly inquired, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding beastmasters. Indeed. Today he sought to establish his own authority. I submit. Please spare my life. I shall never again dare to draw my blade against you. A tear of humiliation trickled down Heart's cheek. Van Dai cast Heart's curved blade to the ground, then spread his legs apart. To demonstrate your complete submission, crawl beneath my legs. Do so, and I shall spare your life, he taunted. You? Van Dai, I hail from the esteemed Heart family, one of the 4 great clans of Yunshan, and you dare to humiliate me so? Heart's eyes burned with fury. No. The Heart family has lost its elite forces due to the incompetence of 2 previous leaders. You are no longer among the 4 great clans. Perhaps, you lack even the right to reside in stone houses. In the future, your kin shall dwell in wooden abodes, mingling with the commoners, Van Dai retorted mercilessly. As Van Dai's brother, he was resolute in executing his brother's strategy to utterly dismantle the Heart family, leaving them devoid of any power for vengeance. Clang. 2 curved blades were drawn against his neck. Crawl, live, refuse, die, the 2 attendants declared. The surrounding beastmasters, sensing the tide had turned, rallied behind Van Dai. Crawl, crawl, crawl. The thunderous chant resonated, drawing countless onlookers. Heart's eyes blazed with fury. With the Heart family reduced to just himself, should he perish, there would be no protector for his kin, and they would face a grim existence. He trembled as he gradually crept into the trousers of Van Dai. Laughter erupted, predominantly from the common folk who reveled in the spectacle. Chapter 407. There's nothing more to say. After all, witnessing the humiliation of a beastmaster fulfilled the perverse desires of ordinary people. The following morning, Ye Feng, dressed meticulously, ascended to the deck. Cheng Li Bin and the others had long been prepared, steering the warship towards the shore. Approximately 1 kilometer from the coast, the massive vessel came to a halt. 2 artillery pieces initially took aim at the shoreline, followed by a multitude of heavy machine guns shifting their focus. Being merely a kilometer away from the coast posed significant danger. With Vandeman's prowess, there was a 1 in 3 chance he could wade across and assault the ship. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng and his companions, Vandeman had already taken 10 beastmasters to the opposite shore to hunt exotic beasts. Wang Zhihai, please read to them, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai replied, unfurling the beast skin to prepare for recitation. A cacophony of screams erupted from the crowd on the shore as Vandamai and a throng of beastmasters arrived on the ice, locking eyes with Ye Feng across the river. See, I knew Ye Feng would falter. After all, his flesh and blood are in my hands. Vandamai remarked to the beastmaster beside him. How will you deceive Ye Feng? The beastmaster inquired. No need to worry. Just watch how I toy with Ye Feng like a wild monkey, Vandamai smirked. Feeling confident that his cunning surpassed even that of his elder brother, Vandeman. Brother is merely stronger in brute force. When it comes to wit, that depends on oneself. Indeed, heaven is fair. Bestowing great martial prowess often comes at the cost of other attributes. Ye Feng, have you finally come to your senses? But it is already the 2nd day. I require 2 million spring coins. Pay up, and I will release her. I found Duoyen Hina last night, Vandamai proclaimed loudly. Ye Feng's heart jolted, and he quickly squinted, searching the crowd for that familiar silhouette. Stop looking. Do you think I would bring her to the ice? Vandamai taunted. Brother Feng, let him produce Duoyen Hina as token for us to see, Cheng Li Bin suggested nearby. You must at least allow Duoyen Hina to meet me. Once I see her, I will immediately pay 2 million. Ye Feng pressed, suppressing his fury. Vandamai chuckled sinisterly and clapped his hands. A sedan chair was brought forth. Ye Feng's breath quickened. He fervently hoped the curtain would be lifted to reveal Duoyen Hina holding their child. If that were to happen, he would gladly part with not just 2 million spring coins, but even 10 million. For to him, spring coins were merely a number, easily printed from beast skins. However, to expend such a sum would require substantial food, weapons, and even artillery. Otherwise, should his credibility collapse, those spring coins would become worthless scraps of paper. Duoyen Hina is in the sedan. Ye Feng, send the spring coins over, Vandeman called out. Lifting the curtain, I yearned to behold her visage. Once confirmed, I would promptly pay the hot spring coins, and I would not renege on my word. This time, Ye Feng was earnest. Should you lack sincerity, so be it. After all, Duoyen Hina resides within the palanquin. If necessary, I shall carry her away myself. By the way, I have seen your child, plump and fair. He bears 7 parts of your likeness and 3 parts of hers. Fandai spoke solemnly, affirming that indeed, it was Duoyen Hina within many of the palanquins. Ye Feng gripped the ship's railing tightly, yearning to transform into a bird and soar to ascertain the truth. Uncle Yi, do not believe him. There is a man inside the palanquin. At that moment, Xiao Ilian tugged at Ye Feng's garment. How do you know? Susan inquired. I saw it, Xiao Ilian replied. Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly, a tinge of disappointment washing over him. He had hoped for a reunion with Duoyen Hina, only to discover it was merely Fan Dai's deceitful scheme aimed at swindling his money. Now that this truth was unveiled, there was little more to discuss. Fan Dai, my woman and child are resting on your shore. I trust you will care for them well. As for the 2 million hot spring coins, not a single one shall be forthcoming, for I, Ye Feng, am a man of principles and shall not allow my own interests to jeopardize my team. On the deck, Ye Feng spoke with feigned piety. Once the facade of the Western realm was dispelled, he felt unencumbered to exact retribution upon Fan Dimming. Ha ha ha, I apologize. But we have neither money nor food on our shore. Your woman and child will only have 1 meal a day, Fan Dai. Unaware that Ye Feng had seen through his ruse, continued to use Duoyen Hina as leverage. Is that so? Then there is no choice but to let them suffer. As a father and husband, I feel both guilty and helpless. Ye Feng pretended to wipe away tears. A glance exchanged between Fan Dai and the beast masters behind him revealed their shared avarice. After a brief consultation, Fan Dai spoke again. Ye Feng, if you wish for me to care for your woman and child, it is feasible, but you must first prepay 50,000 hot spring coins. You are aware of our impoverishment. We can hardly sustain ourselves, let alone provide for 2 outsiders. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling Wang Zhihai. Yes. Wang Zhihai stepped forward, holding the beast skin. To the Yunsan people, due to our recent saturation of charcoal, we no longer require your supply. However, our brother Feng is merciful. Although we no longer need charcoal, we shall still offer you a path to survival, with one condition: from now on, the price of charcoal will be reduced tenfold. Wang Zhihai's words were akin to a bombshell, shocking the Yunsan people on the shore. Those knights who depended on charcoal for their livelihood were left sitting in stunned silence. Even at the current price, they could scarcely afford a meal of fish and wild vegetables. Should their wages be slashed tenfold, would it not spell starvation for them all? Fan Dai bit his lip, unable to grasp Ye Feng's intent. What about white fruits? One knight inquired, hopeful that while charcoal profits may dwindle, the white fruits were a rare commodity that Ye Feng would surely purchase at fair value. As for white fruits, the price remains unchanged, Wang Zhihai replied candidly. The knights sighed in relief. Although they could not profit from charcoal, they could still earn from ginkgo nuts, for they had goats that could traverse the snowy forest with agility. But what of the exotic beast meat? One beast master inquired, contemplating his own contingency. For such meat was a rare commodity that Ye Feng would surely purchase at the original price. However, acquiring it posed a perilous challenge, as exotic beasts were elusive and fraught with danger. Exotic beast meat will be bought at the original price, while crystalline pills will be procured at double the original price, Wang Zhihai declared. The beast masters exchanged glances and exhaled deeply, for as beast fighters, they could confront exotic beasts without fear, ensuring their own survival. Yet, they could not solely focus on themselves. Their families and friends required sustenance too. Ye Feng, have you truly abandoned the welfare of your child? Fan Dai, stripped of his garments, feigned indifference. Chapter 408. You must not only kneel, but also bark like a dog. Control him. Yet, I am powerless. Hot Spring Island is not a feudal society like your Yunshan clan. My word alone does not suffice. Even if it did, I cannot allow the entire team to squander 2 million due to my child. Ye Feng shrugged, continuing his desperate search along the shore. At that moment, the true bombshell dropped. Wang Zhihai proclaimed loudly, due to the severe freezing of the river surface, we cannot afford to waste our food. Thus, starting today, food prices will increase tenfold. Boom. The shore erupted. Both knights and beast masters leaped over 3 meters into the air. As for the common folk, they remained largely unmoved. For any scenario was a calamity for them, leaving them numb to despair. Fan Dai gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Ye Feng aboard the warship. Ye Feng, do not overstep your bounds. Your actions are compelling us toward war. I am not coercing you. Commerce is free. Do you expect me to be forced into purchasing your worthless charcoal and then sell you precious food at a bargain? Ye Feng casually picked his teeth with a bamboo skewer, dismissing Fan Dai entirely. The warship bristled with an array of weaponry. Should they dare to charge, they would be obliterated in an instant. In truth, there was no need for such measures. Merely sailing the ship to the center of the river would render their fury impotent, unless they dared to swim across. Ye Feng, I once believed you to be a person of honor, yet you have shown yourself to be ruthless. The Yunshan clan will remember your actions today. One beastmaster shouted in anger. I apologize, but I am neither a knight nor a great leader. Honor pales in comparison to survival for me. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Ye Feng replied, signaling to Chung Li Bean. Wait, Ye Feng, Fan Dai suddenly shouted. Ye Feng did not turn, but merely tilted his head. How about this? For 500,000 hot spring coins, I can arrange for your woman and child to be placed on a canoe, provided you pay first. Fan Dai's eyes flickered with cunning. Any deception was worth attempting. Ye Feng nearly laughed, turning back to face Fan Dai with a blank stare, though he did not respond to his proposition. After half a minute of silence, Fan Dai could no longer contain himself. Ye Feng, will you agree or not? If you agree, send the money now, and I will return your woman and child to you. You cannot fathom how adorable your child is, and how beautiful your woman appears. I fear for her safety within the tribe, as she may be attended to by various men in turns. Ye Feng remained silent, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, but he soon shifted his posture to meet Fan Dai's gaze. 300,000 hot spring coins, hand over the money, and I shall reunite your family. Fan Dai's breath quickened. If Ye Feng were to impose sanctions upon them, the tens of thousands along the shore would not last even a month before succumbing to starvation. The beastmasters might endure a bit longer. Yet how would he explain this to his elder brother? 100,000, that is my bottom line, Ye Feng. Do not push your luck. This serves neither of our interests. Tears nearly brimmed in Van Die's reddened eyes. 10,000, 10,000 hot spring coins. A hand for the money. A hand for the people. Ye Feng, what do you say? Van Die's voice trembled. Ye Feng sighed. Had Van Die been more forthright, he might have reconsidered the sanctions against the Yunshan people. After all, continued sanctions would be detrimental to both parties. However, this fellow was already exposed in his desperation, yet still attempted to maintain a faade. There was no recourse left. He would strip away that pretense, for he had already lost his dignity. Van Die, I find myself suddenly disinterested in your wife and child. Instead, how about this? Kneel down and bark like a dog. If you do so, I shall grant you 10,000 hot spring coins. Though not an insignificant sum, I, Ye Feng, can still exercise control, can I, Chushue? Ye Feng turned to Bai Chushue, the Minister of Finance and Logistics beside him. Indeed, Bai Chushue nodded. What? Ye Feng, I am a beast master of the most noble Van Die family, the highest rank in Yunshan, and you dare to demand that I kneel and bark like a dog? Van Die seethed with rage, drawing his waist knife with a sharp clang. However, the blade was still a kilometer away from Ye Feng, and he lacked the courage to swim to the warship, thus merely brandishing his weapon futilely on the shore. Van Die, will you not kneel? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Do you think that is possible? I have declared my noble status as a beastmaster, Van Die gasped, obviously unwilling to submit. However, the other beastmasters harbored differing sentiments. Deputy Commander, our current provisions will only suffice for 7 days for us beastmasters. If the cavalry also needs to share, it will barely last 2 days. However, an additional 10,000 hot spring coins would allow us to endure until we can procure by gua, exotic beast meat, and crystal pills, one beastmaster urged quickly. Deputy Commander, for the continuation of our Yunshan tribe, we implore you to swallow your pride. Deputy Commander, we beseech you. Faced with the pleas of the crowd, Van Die hesitated. Honor or survival? One could only choose one of the two. As Deputy Commander, you strip us of our right to exist when the great Beastmaster returns. How will you justify this? A cold voice echoed at that moment. Van Die turned to see Hart, whom he had humiliated the previous day. Hart, I spared your life yesterday, yet you remain obstinate. There is no other way. I must use your head to cleanse my shame. Clang. Van Die drew his sword. Clang. Hart unsheathed his weapon as well. At that moment, 5 beast tamers stood between the two individuals. Do not act thus, Deputy Commander, Harter asserted. Your misjudgment has cost us the sustenance provided by Ye Feng. Just kneel for a moment. Rest assured, we shall not mock you. Indeed, we shall not only refrain from ridicule, but will express our gratitude for your sacrifice, they continued. Deputy Commander, please save us. You are our beacon of hope. Faced with the earnest gazes of the crowd, Van Damon found himself wavering once more. He sheathed his sword, inhaled deeply, and took a step towards the warship. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was being fed nuts by Susan. Ye Feng, for the survival of the entire Yunshan clan, I, Van Damon, now kneel before you. Thud. His knees struck the icy surface as he knelt upright, fury flashing in his eyes. A stifled chuckle erupted from the crowd, though the knight quickly lowered his gaze. Another burst of laughter followed. Van Damon turned in anger, only to find everyone wearing similar expressions, attempting to maintain seriousness, yet unable to conceal the upward curve of their lips. Ye Feng placed the nuts aside and wrapped his arm around Susan's waist. Van Damon, have you forgotten? Our agreement stipulates that you must not only kneel, but also bark like a dog. Curse those foreign beings. Van Damon suddenly stood, drawing his sword once more. Deputy Commander, do not act rashly. You have already knelt. Do not do so in vain. Comply with Ye Feng for now, and once winter has passed, we shall assist you in eliminating him, cleansing you of today's humiliation with his blood. Chapter 409, We Shall All Starve. Indeed, having knelt. What is a mere 2 barks? One suggested. If the Deputy Commander is reluctant to bark, I could find someone to provide sound effects. After all, from this distance, he would not know it was not his voice, yet your lips must match. With that, a clever individual met his fate, as Van Damon's curved blade severed his head. It is clear to me that I must bark today. I, Van Damon, act with integrity. If I must bark, I shall do so without the need for assistance. With that, Van Damon knelt before Ye Feng's warship once more. Everyone craned their necks, eager to witness the spectacle. Woof, woof, woof. Van Damon barked swiftly 3 times, wishing only to secure his payment and leave this sorrowful place. A chuckle erupted from behind him, but he did not turn to glare, as he realized the expressions around him were similarly strained in their attempts to suppress laughter. Seeing Van Damon remain steadfast, the suppressed laughter escalated. Ha! 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 The deputy commander is barking like a dog, Ye Feng observed with a cold smirk at the spectacle unfolding on the shore. Van Damon, my warship was about to set sail, but thanks to you, I have squandered a considerable amount of charcoal. Thus, my 10,000 spring coins have dwindled to merely 5,000. Ye Feng's voice carried across the distance. Van Damon felt a throbbing in his head as silence enveloped the crowd, a stillness that would not last long. 3 seconds later, he abruptly rose, brandishing a curved blade, and leaped into the icy water. I will kill you. I will slay that scoundrel Ye Feng. Quickly, bring the vice commander up. Do not let him freeze to death. A group of beastmasters hastily tossed a rope, ensnaring Vandia. Indeed, do not let him perish. Who knows? We may need him to bark like a dog next time, to earn us some hot spring coins. Hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Pull him up. Ultimately, with the concerted efforts of 5 beastmasters, the enraged Vandia was hoisted back to safety. Ye Feng calmly observed the furious Vandia on the shore and nonchalantly remarked, Vandia, your ferocity frightens me. Hence, you should send someone to collect the hot spring coins. However, due to your earlier disrespect, the amount has been reduced to 2,500. Mr. Ye Feng, our esteemed vice commander of the Yunshan tribe, has knelt before you. Is it merely worth 2,005 hot spring coins? One beastmaster questioned. Do you wish to proceed? Ye Feng retorted, uninterested in further discourse. It is nearly noon. Time to return for lunch. Very well, I shall send someone to retrieve the payment. The beastmaster summoned a knight, who rowed a canoe to the side of the warship. Here you are, 2,500, as promised, and this 100 hot spring coins is a reward for you. Ye Feng tossed the coins twice. Thank you, Mr. Ye Feng. The knight gratefully accepted his 100 hot spring coins and joyfully paddled back home. The warship, emitting billows of black smoke, also returned to Hot Spring Island. In the snowy forest, Vandia walked with his head down, silent. The nearby Yunshan people buzzed, seemingly mocking him. In truth, they were merely discussing what to eat next, with no intention of derision. However, a troubled mind perceives the world differently. What did you just say? Vandia seized a civilian. Lord Beastmaster, I was merely discussing tomorrow's meal. Wrong. It was that statement you just made. I said dog meat is actually quite fragrant. What? Are you mocking my barking? Please, spare me. With blood splattering, Vandia sheathed his curved blade. Did you all witness? This is the fate of those who dare to mock me. From this day forth, anyone who mentions dogs, kneels, or laughs inexplicably shall face the wrath of my blade. Having declared this, Vandia stormed back to his quarters, locking himself away. A group of disaster victims gathered around the corpse. Most bore expressions of yearning, with only a few showing signs of anger and grief. If the great Beastmaster does not return, we shall all perish at Vandia's hands. He is not a competent commander, hindering our ability to trade with Ye Feng. A voice emerged from the crowd. Heart. Although others did not vocalize their agreement, their eyes betrayed a shared sentiment. In truth, Ye Feng harbors animosity solely towards Vandia. We are innocent and should not bear the consequences of his transgressions. Do you not agree? Hart inquired once more. The disaster victims exchanged glances, and a few bold knights nodded in assent. If we were to sever Vandi's hands and then hand him over to Ye Feng, perhaps Ye Feng could restore the previous prices, allowing us all to secure stable livelihoods. Otherwise, we would all face starvation. As Harter uttered these words, those around him were taken aback, hastily retreating and feigning ignorance. The Beastmasters held a position of great esteem within the Yunshan tribe. In the past, a commoner had devised a scheme to slay a Beastmaster, resulting in the tragic demise of hundreds of civilians who were impaled by spears and displayed along the roadsides as a warning to all. Why are you running? The Yunshan tribe has already crumbled. No one will concern themselves with these matters. Our only hope is to survive. Harter grasped a knight. My lord Beastmaster, spare me. I have a son. The knight managed to break free from Harter and fled in haste. At that moment, a Beastmaster approached from a distance. Harter. It's time for the meeting, the Beastmaster stated. Harter narrowed his eyes. What? Is Vandi going to execute me publicly? Incorrect. This gathering is a private meeting among us Beastmasters, and I assure you, the content will be to your liking. The Beastmaster replied before heading toward a secluded corner of the forest. In the conference room on Hot Spring Island, Wang Zhihai was expressing his views. Brother Feng, The reason we enjoy the luxury of working 3 hours a day with 2 days off is entirely due to the sustenance provided by the Yunshan tribe. If you truly sever their lifeline and allow them to starve, we will have to personally engage in charcoal production, build auxiliary ships, or hunt exotic beasts for ginkgo nuts. After finishing, Wang Zhihai took a seat. I concur. Our current comfortable lives depend on the impoverished Yunshan tribe. Look, I've gained several pounds recently, Bai Chushua remarked, pointing to her fuller face. Ye Feng smiled calmly. I understand. Rest assured, the sanctions will not last long. In 7 days, we shall concoct a suitable reason to inform the Yunshan people that our charcoal has dampened and we suddenly require a large quantity again, restoring the prices to their former state. However, there is a prerequisite. Van Dai must face punishment. Otherwise, we shall continue our economic sanctions. Ye Feng decisively concluded. Chapter 4:10. Jumping around like a love-struck fool, Brother Feng is indeed wise. Wang Zhihai led the applause. The conference room echoed with the sound of flesh colliding. By the shore, 7 beastmasters stood within a wooden house, all of whom were deeply dissatisfied with Van Dai. As for the other beastmasters, most remained loyal to the Vandy family. Even if they did not show Van Dai respect, they still honored the elder beastmaster. That fool Van Dai has cut off our means of survival. His foolishness has caused Ye Feng to inflate food prices tenfold, one beastmaster seethed. Harder breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he was among like-minded individuals. Let us sever Van Dai's head and present it to Ye Feng. With such sincerity, he may restore the previous situation, Harder proposed. It was clear to Harder that the Vandy family aimed to exterminate his own family, and he was not naive enough to overlook this fact. Having endured in silence for so long due to his own inadequacy, the moment had finally arrived for him to betray. Yet, upon hearing his words, the other 6 beastmasters hesitated, caught in a web of uncertainty. What? You dare to convene in secret, but lack the courage to eliminate Van Dai? Haltet inquired. Eliminating Van Dai is straightforward, but once his brother, Van Dimong, returns from the beast fights, do you truly believe he won't uncover our involvement? Lamented one of the beastmasters. Indeed, Van Dai merely benefits from having a commendable brother. If I had a sibling who was a prominent beastmaster, I too would be a vice commander by now. Another beastmaster remarked. Alas, I can only blame my humble origins. If only I had been born into a prestigious family, a stout beastmaster concluded, his voice trailing off. The Yunshan clan held great regard for lineage. Those born into privilege enjoyed a life free from want, replete with ample resources. Even those lacking innate talent could enhance their prowess through various fruits, exotic beast meat, and crystal pills. Given sufficient resources, even a mere pig could soar to greatness. Van Dai was a master forged through the accumulation of resources. Perhaps we could consider this. An elder beastmaster suddenly rose, pacing the room as if weighing a grave decision. After a prolonged silence, he slammed his hand on the table. Let us eliminate Van Dai. If the Grand Beastmaster discovers our deed, we shall flee northward to the Duoyin grasslands. Even the Grand Beastmaster would find it difficult to pursue us there. At worst, we could serve as horse slaves in the Duoyin tribe. What? You would have us become horse slaves? Several beastmasters vehemently shook their heads, accustomed to lives of privilege. The thought of becoming subservient was more intolerable than death itself. Very well. This evening, I shall discreetly row to Ye Feng's hot spring island. Although Ye Feng nearly obliterated our Haltet family, I bear him no ill will. War renders all actions justifiable. If Ye Feng agrees to accept us 7, I shall return post-haste and bring Van Dai's head to pledge our loyalty, Haltet declared. You must exercise caution and avoid being mistaken for an assailant by Ye Feng, the elder beastmaster advised, patting him on the shoulder. A thunderous roar echoed from across the Heishu River. 5 or 6 figures emerged, fleeing in disarray from the woods. The swiftest among them was none other than Van Dimming, though he now bore the marks of battle, bloodied, and with a beast skin bag slung over his shoulder. Grand Beastmaster, save me. Another Beastmaster limped behind him, one leg grievously torn. Van Dimming furrowed his brow but pressed on without hesitation. A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by an unsettling silence. Van Dimming dared not linger, continuing his flight for several kilometers before finally halting. Panting heavily, he expelled another mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. The forest of exotic beasts was indeed perilous. Had he known the dangers, he would have never ventured so deep. Now, he had set out with 10 beastmasters, and after that battle, only 4 remained. Wiping the blood from his lips, Van Dimming opened the beast's skin bag. Inside, 4 crystal pills were meticulously arranged, one the size of a fist, while the others were merely egg-sized. Grand Beastmaster. A Beastmaster. Swaying unsteadily, approached Van Dimming. Yes? Van Dimming hastily secured the bag, for those 4 crystal pills were earned through the sacrifice of his very life. Initially intending to casually hunt a few exotic beasts at the forest's edge, he was taken aback when the cold weather drove all the creatures deep into the woods, compelling them to venture over 10 kilometers into the thicket. No sooner had they entered than they lost one Beastmaster. Subsequently, they encountered the colossal ape. While its size was not significantly larger than other exotic creatures, standing at just over 5 meters, its body seemed forged from steel. Each blow from Van Dimming's blade merely left superficial scratches on its formidable frame, while his curved knife either chipped or dulled at the edges. The Beastmaster is lost. The others must be missing as well. Perhaps we should divide these crystal pills now, so each of us can have 2. The Beastmaster, clutching his chest, suggested. He had been struck by the giant ape and was on the verge of internal dislocation. Only by consuming a crystal pill could he regain a semblance of strength. No. The crystal pills are to be exchanged for money. Once we have enough, we can purchase heavy machine guns. And we won't have to risk our lives hunting that giant ape again. Do you understand? Van Dimming retorted coldly. But I am gravely injured. The Beastmaster replied weakly, leaning against a large tree. I am injured too, but it's manageable. Just endure a little longer. Once we acquire the heavy machine guns, we shall stride confidently through the exotic beast forest, and an endless supply of crystal pills will flow in exchange for hot spring currency. One day, every Beastmaster in our tribe will possess a heavy machine gun. Van Dimming's vision was noble. Yet the 4 crystal pills in his bag were a far cry from affording such weaponry. Even if they managed to purchase the machine guns, bullets would still require funding. And even with sufficient money, there was a monthly limit to their sale. The intricacies of Ye Feng's dealings were convoluted. How could they truly grasp the civilization of a millennium ahead? Returning home, the meat of the 4 exotic beasts would likely not make it back. Even with a hint of blood, other creatures would soon arrive, and the remains would be devoured. Van Dimming concluded his thoughts and slowly made his way upstream. He realized he had brought too few companions this time. Next time, he resolved to bring Massey Kong and the crossbow. In the dead of night, Ye Feng's hot spring island was ablaze with lights, where dozens of men and women gathered in the greenhouse. Qiu Shui, the day after tomorrow marks our joyous occasion. After marrying you, I vow to never cast my gaze upon another woman, Shunan declared, bouncing around like a lovesick puppy beside Qiu Shui. In contrast, Qiu Shui maintained her composure, occasionally glancing at Ye Feng. Wang Zhihai resumed his storytelling. It is said that Cao Cao led an army of 800,000 southward, advancing by land and water, with carriages and ships in tandem, flags fluttering for over 100 miles. Meanwhile, Jiangdong's naval forces consisted of a mere 30,000. How could they possibly withstand such a formidable force? Chapter 411. The inability to conceive at this point. Tung Er's eyes widened in disbelief. 800,000? That surpasses the entire population of our Yunwu mountain range. And that is merely the warriors. Does that not imply their total populace is greater than that of the Duoyin Great Grassland? The other natives were equally astonished. When we say claimed, do you understand what we mean by claimed? The historical records mention 800,000, which should be regarded as hyperbole. At most, it was merely 200,000, with half of that comprised of laborers. Therefore, I deduced that Cao Cao's regular army numbered a mere 100,000. As for the 30,000 from Jiangdong, I estimate there were only about 10,000 regular troops. Wang Zhihai explained. I see. It seems similar to us Yunsan people, yet they boast more extravagantly. We exaggerate at most by double, while they inflate their numbers tenfold. Tung Er chuckled in understanding. Ye Feng reclined in his chair, holding a bamboo cup, captivated by the sight within the greenhouse. What a splendid day it is. I must safeguard this beauty and ensure that no one tarnishes it. However, my team has dwindled to just 100 individuals, which feels insufficient. If only our numbers could swell to 1,000, we might just manage to cultivate civilization. At that moment, a duty officer rushed into the greenhouse. Not good, Fengge. We are under attack. What? Ye Feng kicked over a table and hurried outside. The others ceased their enjoyment, their expressions grave as they rushed out of the greenhouse. A chilling wind struck them, nearly lifting them off their feet. Where's the enemy? Ye Feng raised his torch, scanning the opposite shore of Hot Spring Island. Fengge, it's him. A guard approached, escorting a man at gunpoint. Who are you? Ye Feng squinted. Feng Ge, I recognize him. He is Harder. Tunger stepped forward. Harder? You have some audacity to dare launch a surprise attack on my hot spring island. Speak. Where are your companions? Where are they hiding? Ye Feng's gaze was piercing as he surveyed the entirety of Hot Spring Island. Mr. Ye Feng, this is not a surprise attack. I came alone by boat with the intent of negotiating an agreement with you, Harder replied. Just you alone? Ye Feng relaxed slightly, yet remained vigilant. Tuba, inspect the entire Hot Spring Island and have the men on the warship increase their patrols. Understood. Tuba acknowledged and departed. Bring him into the greenhouse. With a wave of his hand, Ye Feng signaled for a group to forcibly escort Harder into the dining hall. As he entered, a wave of warmth enveloped him. At that moment, every pore of his body rejoiced. Living on the shore in sub-zero temperatures, Hot Spring Island truly lived up to its reputation. Paradise indeed. Feng Ge, please have a seat. Two natives brought over chairs. Ye Feng seated himself with an air of authority. Kneel. The natives attempted to force Harder down. I am a proud beast master. I would rather die than kneel. Harder stood resolute, unyielding like a wooden post. Enough. We are not in a feudal society. Let him stand and speak. Ye Feng gestured dismissively. He sensed that Harder's audacious arrival on Hot Spring Island must conceal ulterior motives. Harder's gaze sharpened. Is this truly Hot Spring Island? Such humanity. Harder, speak. What brings you here? Ye Feng signaled for Susan to pour him a cup of fruit wine. Mr. Ye Feng, it is all the fault of Vandier. We are innocent. If you must punish someone, let it be him alone. Please grant the rest of us a chance to live. Harder implored earnestly. I acknowledge your innocence, yet I find myself unable to verify the situation directly. Hence, I must impose sanctions upon your entire Yinshan clan. With that, Ye Feng raised his bamboo cup and drank it all in one go. Mr. Ye Feng, if I were to bring you the head of Vandai, would you consider restoring the previous state of affairs? Harder inquired. It is not that grave. He is merely a dishonest individual. What I seek is a personal apology from him. As long as I can perceive his sincerity, I would not mind reinstating the former situation, Ye Feng replied, shrugging his shoulders. One can appreciate etiquette when their granaries are full, and one can discern honor and disgrace when their needs are met. Ye Feng, now well-fed and comfortably sheltered, exuded an air of nobility, no longer embodying the ferocity of his past. Mr. Ye Feng, are you truly this benevolent? Vandai exploited your wife to extort from you, and you merely desire an apology? Harder asked, unwilling to relent. His primary objective for this visit was to eliminate Vandai. Then tell me, how should I deal with him? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. I shall hunt down his head and present it to you on Warm Spring Island. As for the future, I am indifferent. I fear not dying at the hands of his brother, Vandy Meng, Harder asserted. Enough of this charade. Are you not simply seeking to garner my sympathy and secure refuge? Otherwise, why would you brave the frigid night to row to my location? Surely it cannot merely be to pledge your loyalty, Ye Feng stated impatiently. Harder's face flushed crimson at this. I wish to seek refuge. But given that I have slain so many of your kin, what if, on a day when you are in poor spirits, I were to unleash a massacre on your island? How many could withstand me unawares? Ye Feng posed a rhetorical question. Rest assured, I genuinely wish to join Warm Spring Island. There is sustenance and comfort there. Should I destroy the island, I would not commandeer a warship. Harder insisted. Very well. You may return. The day after tomorrow, my dear brother Chun is to wed Lady Chiu Shui. At that time, there will be a general amnesty, and I shall conveniently reinstate trade with you. Furthermore, I will inform those on the shore that it is due to your standing, Harder, that trade has been restored, thus ensuring your dignity, Ye Feng declared. He was reluctant to harbor a Beastmaster-level expert, until he himself reached the Grand Beastmaster tier. He could only accommodate knights and those of lower rank, while welcoming women in abundance. Women tend to be more pragmatic. As long as they have nourishment, warmth, and shelter, they will be content to accompany you through thick and thin. Men, however, are driven by ambition, even if provided with sustenance. They will invariably aspire to achieve their own legacy. Thus, stability remains elusive. Mr. Ye Feng, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Are you truly prepared to restore trade in my name? Harder's gaze became fixed. Indeed, you may depart. Oh, and sure, please prepare some jerky for him to take back. After all, he has journeyed a great distance to arrive at Warm Spring Island. It would be remiss for him to leave empty-handed, Ye Feng generously stated. Understood. Shortly thereafter, a group waved at the river. Harder began to paddle away. Farewell, Harder of the Harder family. Wang Zhihai called out, well aware of the significance of diplomacy. Goodbye, Mr. Hart. In 2 days, my brother Feng will fulfill his promise. Chunin waved vigorously. Ye Feng listened to the storytelling in the greenhouse for a while longer before returning to embrace Susan and sleep. Of course, before sleeping, he vigorously procreated 3 times. Strangely, despite being intimate with Susan each time, she remained unable to conceive. Chapter 412, pondering in his heart. Could it be that only Duoyan Hina could bear his offspring? This thought troubled Ye Feng, as he feared that if Duoyan Hina were to perish, his lineage would end. No, once the hot spring currency is fully popularized, he must offer a reward of 2 million to have the Yunshan tribe deliver Duoyan Hina to him intact. This was the last thought on Ye Feng's mind before he fell asleep. The next morning, Ye Feng went about his usual patrol on the deck, only to notice a stir among the Yunshan people on the ice. The lady has arrived, the lady has come. Look, the lady is riding a goat. Ye Feng picked up his binoculars and gazed 2 kilometers away. In truth, with his eyesight, he could see the scene on the ice without binoculars. He beheld a snow-white goat, upon which sat a young woman clad in a white fox fur. Though wrapped in thick animal skins, they could not conceal her voluptuous figure. Her lips were slightly fuller compared to those of Eastern women, and her eyes were a clear azure, glistening with a hint of moisture. Who is the lady? Is she formidable? Ye Feng inquired of Tunger. The lady is the primary wife of the great beast master, and in our Yunshan tribe, she is regarded as the second wife, holding a most esteemed status, Tunger explained. And who is the first wife? Ye Feng asked again. Naturally, she is the chief's primary wife. With the lady coming to Heishu River, it signifies that the Yunshan tribe has completely run out of supplies. As Tunger spoke, he continued to observe the lady on the shore through the binoculars, his gaze lingering as her figure became increasingly alluring. On the shore, a group of Yunshan people knelt before the lady, crying out, "Lady, please grant us some food, even bones will suffice. Lady, the great beast master has yet to return. We implore you to take charge and provide us with sustenance." The lady kept her gaze fixed upon the warship. "Let us venture into the woods to see Vandai," she declared, leading 16 female riders into the forest. Along the way, knights and beast masters paid their respects upon seeing her. "Vandai, how long have you been cooped up in there?" The lady finally arrived outside the wooden cabin and spoke coldly to the interior. After a brief moment, Vandai emerged, looking haggard. "Greetings, sister-in-law. No need for formality." The lady dismounted from the goat, her snow-white boots crunching on the snow. Vandai quickly lowered his head. In the Yunshan tribe, who wouldn't he desire a relationship with the lady? Yet he could not, for she was his sister-in-law. "How much food remains?" the lady inquired. "Sister-in-law, there is enough for 2 more days," Vandai responded hastily. "Only 2 days left. How will we sustain so many tribespeople?" A notice was issued to all beast masters, calling for a reconvening of the meeting, as I sought to uncover the reasons behind the food shortage. Once the lady concluded her statement, she made her way toward the tallest wooden cabin. After a half hour, she finally grasped the situation. "Vandai, during your brother's absence, your singular mistake has deprived so many of our kin of their right to survive. Enough. Who among you is willing to negotiate with Ye Feng? I am prepared to restore the previous state of affairs at any cost." Upon finishing her words, the lady cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the seated beast masters. Hart felt a surge of joy within and stepped forward. "Lady, I, Hart, am willing to approach Ye Feng. Trust in my eloquence. I shall ensure that within 2 days, trade with the Yunsan people is reinstated." As he spoke, dozens of eyes were fixed upon his face. "Hart, are you so confident?" Vandai mocked. "I possess considerable confidence in my personal charm, as I hail from the noble Hart family. With my elegant discourse, composed demeanor, and striking appearance, complemented by my magnetic voice, I shall undoubtedly impress Ye Feng with my allure." Hart was aware that trade would indeed resume in 2 days, so he resolved to fill today's tense atmosphere with bravado. The lady regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Vandai did not speak, only wearing a cynical smile. The other beast masters looked upon him as if he were a jester. "Hart, why have I never noticed your personal charm before?" One beast master couldn't resist taunting. "Personal charm is subjective. Unless I choose to display my allure, it remains unappreciated," Hart replied earnestly, looking at the lady. "Indeed, I sensed your charm when you scuttled beneath me, which made it difficult for me to strike you down," Vandai coldly remarked. "You?" Hart seethed, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Young man, should you dare draw your blade today, I shall ensure you experience that humiliation once more, Van Dai taunted. Having found an outlet for his frustrations, he stepped closer to Hart until their noses nearly touched. Hart's face shifted from pale to crimson, and then back to pallor, ultimately releasing his grip on the sword. Consider yourself fortunate. Since you possess such audacity, immediately set sail to the warship and negotiate with Ye Feng to restore trade. Van Dai commanded. Very well, I shall fulfill my promise. Ye Feng will indeed renew trade with us within 2 days, Hart declared, striding toward the ice layer. Sister-in-law, let us accompany him to ensure he has the courage to negotiate, Van Dai respectfully suggested. He is indeed a man of mere words. We shall witness him board Ye Feng's warship. The lady, having spoken, followed suit with the others. Hart climbed into a canoe, heading toward Ye Feng's warship. Brother Feng, that fellow is approaching again. Chunin pointed to Hart in the canoe. What does he want now? Ye Feng inquired, a look of skepticism on his face. After a while, with only 20 meters remaining to the warship, Hart quickly tossed a grappling hook to secure the canoe to the ship, lest the current sweep it away. Hart, what brings you here again? Ye Feng glanced down at the small boat. Mr. Ye Feng, it's nothing much. I merely came to confirm whether you truly intend to resume trade with us in 2 days, Hart inquired. As the leader of Hot Springs Island, when I state that trade will resume, it certainly will. Why do you suddenly repeat this question? Ye Feng shifted his gaze to the shore, pondering the matter. Men, after all, often relish in posturing. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, Mr. Ye Feng. I knew you would not be untrustworthy. I have great admiration for you. By the way, my daughter is already 7 years old this year. She is delightful and spirited, and I treasure her dearly. The situation is as follows. Hart meandered, ensuring that those on the shore saw him conversing amiably with Ye Feng, as the credit would belong solely to him. Chapter 413. Is she well? Hart, I assured you that I would show you respect, and I will. Since you are here, I shall assign you a task. Please inquire about the esteemed lady, Doyen Hina, and how she is faring among the Yunshan tribe. If she has given birth, could you find out whether it is a boy or a girl? Ye Feng's voice trembled slightly. Rest assured, I will ask her right away. Hart finally found a matter of significance and promptly paddled his canoe. Even a beast master would exert all their strength to navigate a canoe through the tumultuous waters. Only a warship could traverse such rapids with ease. The mere 2 kilometers of river took him 2 arduous hours to reach the shore, his arms nearly dislocated. What news? Van Dai stepped forward, looking down at the exhausted Hart. Hart squinted his eyes and replied. Ye Feng mentioned that resuming trade is simple, but with one condition. Van Dai must kneel and bark like a dog 30 times. And it must be audible to all. You speak nonsense. I clearly heard Van Dai say this. He shot back, glancing at his sister-in-law. No, I cannot lose face in front of her. You are talking rubbish. I will ask Ye Feng myself. After saying this, Van Dai gazed 2 kilometers away at Ye Feng. Ye Feng, Hart just stated that to resume trade, I must kneel and bark like a dog 30 times. Is this true? Ye Feng on the warship was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances with Chung Li Bin and others. Bro Feng, it seems Hart is using your name to create enemies everywhere. Chung Li Bin cautioned. Forget it, let us give him some face. Ye Feng then shouted towards the shore. I indeed said such a thing. Upon hearing Ye Feng's response, Van Dai's expression darkened, humiliation filling his eyes. While barking like a dog could be tolerated at times, today, with his sister-in-law present, how could he possibly endure such disgrace? Though she was his sister-in-law, there was an inexplicable sentiment intertwined in his feelings for her. Hart exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance towards the warship. Ye Feng is truly generous, he mused. You are part of the Van Dai family. How could you engage in such a disgraceful act? Inform Ye Feng that I, Hua Luo Qing, wish to speak with him and request that he bring the warship over. The esteemed lady spoke. Originally, her name was Hua Luo Qing. Yes, sister-in-law. Fan Dimeng summoned all his strength and shouted at the warship. Ye Feng, our esteemed lady wishes to speak with you. Bring the warship over now. I'm afraid I cannot bring the warship to you. If the esteemed lady wishes to meet me, she must row over herself. Ye Feng replied dismissively. Standing on the deck. Has he truly lost his senses? Sister-in-law, Ye Feng currently possesses food, and we are in need of his assistance. What shall we do? Fan Di inquired. Very well. Halter, you shall row and take me beside the warship. I need to discuss the matter of food with Ye Feng. Hua Luo Qing stated calmly. What? Halter nearly fainted. His weary arms felt as if they might dislocate, and now he was to labor once more. Yes, ultimately. Under the pressure of the doctor, he could only nod in agreement. Ye Feng stood on the deck, watching as the esteemed lady gradually approached him. When they were still 20 meters away from the warship, the canoe released its flying tiger claws, connecting with the warship. Ye Feng's eyes brightened. Upon closer inspection, he found the esteemed lady possessed a truly exceptional demeanor. Although she could not rival Duo Yanhina, her frosty expression suggested that everyone owed her a debt. Despite her alluring features, she maintained a stern countenance, exuding a contradictory beauty that compelled one to want to peel away her outer layers and glimpse her true essence. If this untamed ice queen were to be subdued, would her expression remain so frigid? Tung Gu'er and the other men hastily covered themselves. Ye Feng swallowed hard, casting a disapproving glance at the men behind him. Lack of ambition. This is a diplomatic engagement. Be mindful of your demeanor. Ye Feng admonished before turning his gaze back to Hua Luoqing. You are the primary consort of the great Beastmaster? Indeed, you are Ye Feng? I am Ye Feng. A pleasure to meet you, he replied. A flicker of displeasure crossed Hua Luoqing's fox-like eyes. Ye Feng, is it customary in Yinswan Island to have guests look up to converse with you? The esteemed lady may board my warship, but that individual beside you cannot. He is a Beastmaster, and no one of such power is permitted aboard. Ye Feng asserted. Very well, lower the rope and pull me up, Hua Luoqing commanded. Then turn to halter. You shall row back alone. Soon, the rope ladder was lowered, and Hua Luoqing nimbly ascended. Yet, Ye Feng sensed that while she possessed some martial ability, it was far from that of a Beastmaster, nor had she even reached the level of a knight. Greetings. I am Ye Feng. He attempted to extend a handshake. However, Hua Luoqing merely tucked her hands within her sleeves, casting a detached gaze over the entire deck. Internally, she was tumultuous, yet her expression remained composed. She could not appear as though she had never encountered the world, lest she be mocked by the foreigner. Your warship is quite large. However, it does not surpass the number of our warships. Long ago, I visited the vast grasslands of Duo Yin and saw even more magnificent vessels upon the Duo Yin River, Hua Luoqing remarked with indifference. The esteemed lady is well-traveled. I admire your vast knowledge. Given your standing among the Yunshan tribe, you must be well-informed about matters within Yunshan, correct? Ye Feng inquired. Certainly. I am the esteemed lady, second only to two others in the hierarchy of women, possessing knowledge of all that transpires. Hua Luoqing delicately caressed the barrel of Ye Feng's heavy machine gun. Is this indeed a heavy machine gun? Its exquisite craftsmanship and substantial weight attest to its superior quality. Lady, I have a matter to inquire of you. You must be acquainted with Duo Yanhina, correct? Please enlighten me on her current circumstances. Ye Feng's breath quickened. His concern palpable, for Duo Yanhina was carrying his first child. Duo Yanhina? Hua Luoqing's body trembled slightly. What? Is she all right? Ye Feng could not help but feel anxious. On that desolate island, medical resources were severely limited. Giving birth was fraught with peril, especially considering the Yunshan tribe's scarcity of nourishment, which could result in complications during childbirth due to malnutrition. That is the only matter of which I am unaware. The high priest has kept her hidden within the stone tower, Hua Luoqing replied. In truth, Duo Yanhina had long since accompanied the high priest to Duo Yan grassland with the aim of leveraging her identity to procure food from the grassland king. Whether they succeeded remained a matter of fate, as thus far, the high priest had not returned to the Yunshan tribe, suggesting that they had likely failed in their endeavor. Ye Feng's face fell in disappointment. When you last beheld her, had she given birth? If so, was it a boy or a girl? He pressed further. Chapter 414. She has important matters to discuss with you. Hua Luoqing sensed the weight Ye Feng placed on Duo Yanhina. She hesitated before responding, leaning against the ship's railing. Ye Feng, your hospitality leaves much to be desired. In our Yunshan tribe, when guests arrive, at the very least, a feast is arranged. Pray, where is my banquet? Upon finishing her statement, she inadvertently caressed her abdomen. For the past 7 days, she had subsisted on but a single meal each day, and even that had not satiated her hunger. Sure, arrange it immediately, Ye Feng instructed, gesturing for her to proceed, fully aware of his need for her assistance. In the warship's dining hall, Ye Feng occupied the seat of honor, while Hua Luoqing sat at the left side of the lower table. As she beheld the sumptuous delicacies before her, she could no longer restrain herself and began to devour the food with her hands. Do not rush. We have an abundance of provisions. Take as much as you desire, Ye Feng assured her. Hua Luoqing removed her snow fox coat, draping it over a nearby chair, revealing her voluptuous figure. Tuber and the others eagerly consumed their meals, yet their glances frequently strayed toward Hua Luoqing. This woman exuded vigor, unmistakably a spirited mare. Hua Luoqing felt a surge of exhilaration. Although she was the second wife of the Beastmaster, she had never tasted such delectable fare. Moreover, the dining hall was heated by 8 large stoves, maintaining a temperature of over 40 degrees, far warmer than the outside chill. How delightful it would be to reside here long-term. No, Hua Luoqing, you are the primary consort of the Beastmaster. How can you dwell within the enemy's abode? She swiftly dispelled that terrifying thought. After satisfying her hunger, Ye Feng had fruit wine and nuts brought forth. Hua Luoqing's expression momentarily froze as she took a delicate sip of the fruit wine. Rich and delectable, with a hint of sweetness. This indulgence is something she can only relish during the summer months. Recently, however, she has struggled to even procure ordinary frozen fish. How wonderful it would be to remain here indefinitely. I am sincerely grateful to Mr. Ye Feng for his hospitality. I must candidly inform you that when Duoyan Hina departed, she had yet to give birth. She left on a sedan chair for the vast grasslands, and it is rumored that her father holds a position in the temple, which is why the high priest of our Yunshan tribe ensured her safety. You need not worry. Hua Luoqing is quite trustworthy and has relayed all the information she knows to Ye Feng. With a sigh of relief, Ye Feng felt reassured that Duoyan Hina had not suffered any mistreatment. Thank you, madam, for your honesty. By the way, since there is little food along the shore, and Tungu has informed me that you hold the highest status among the women of the Yunshan tribe. Would you consider staying at my hot spring island for a couple of days? Ye Feng proposed earnestly. Receiving good news about Duoyan Hina lifted his spirits immensely. I am the matriarch of the Yunshan tribe. It may not be appropriate for me to linger too long in your abode, right? Hua Luoqing was somewhat swayed. As her husband had yet to return, and residing with Ye Feng did not seem entirely inappropriate. Madam, please agree to Brother Feng's invitation. Our tradition dictates that guests must stay for at least 10 days upon arrival, during which we will provide you with the highest standards of hospitality, Wang Zhihai interjected eagerly. Since the moment the matriarch boarded the warship, his gaze had been fixated on her, and he was finally able to engage in conversation. Hua Luoqing, being perceptive, quickly discerned Wang Zhihai's intentions. Ye Feng, is it customary for anyone here to interrupt? Such a lack of decorum. In our Yunshan tribe, if a noble speaks, any attendant who dares to interject would face the penalty of having their tongue severed. Upon finishing her statement, she cast a sidelong glance at Wang Zhihai. Madam, I assure you I am no insignificant figure. My name is Wang Zhihai, currently the deputy commander of Hot Spring Island. My rank only subordinate to Brother Feng and Sister Susan, he declared, revealing his identity. Hua Luoqing finally turned to face Wang Zhihai directly. I see. Please forgive my rudeness. Are you suggesting I may stay on your hot spring island for 10 days? She inquired. Certainly, if the madam so desires. I would personally escort you to Hot Spring Island right away. However, I must caution you that areas marked with red signs are off limits. They are considered sacred grounds. Ye Feng replied with a smile, sensing Hua Luoqing's willingness to stay as a guest. If this woman chose to remain, Ye Feng would certainly welcome it. Firstly, it would serve as leverage, ensuring that the Beastmaster would think twice before acting recklessly. Secondly, it would afford him the opportunity to showcase the benefits of Hot Spring Island, potentially prompting her to promote it upon her return, thus preparing for future talent acquisition. Rest assured, I shall not trespass into forbidden areas. I understand the rules, Hua Luoqing replied with modesty. Her words implied her willingness to stay. Please follow me. Ye Feng beckoned, leading Hua Luoqing and his companions onto a canoe, heading towards Hot Spring Island. Allow me to introduce this splendid hot spring, where one can indulge in a soothing bath during the evening. After speaking, Ye Feng gently touched the still unfrozen waters of the spring. Hua Luoqing's eyes sparkled with delight. As a noblewoman, she had always cherished cleanliness, yet the recent frigid weather had prevented her from bathing for an extended period. Only at night could she wash the 4 most essential parts of her body with warm water. To bathe fully in such temperatures would surely invite illness. She cupped her hands around the spring water, her eyes gleaming with joy. Madam, I shall arrange for 2 individuals to guard you at night, allowing you to enjoy the hot spring in solitude, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Indeed. Who are these 2 guards? The lady inquired, glancing at the women behind Ye Feng. At that moment, Wang Zhihai stepped forward. Madam, as the vice captain, I can personally ensure your safety, safeguarding you from the prying eyes of unscrupulous men. Madam, my name is Shi Zhongliang. The food you just consumed was prepared by my own hands. I can also protect you. Rest assured, I am a married man. As he spoke, Shi Zhongliang awkwardly adjusted his trousers. Not only he, but Ye Feng too shifted uncomfortably. The lady's captivating gaze was simply irresistible. Though her face bore the beauty of a vixen, it was icy and aloof, igniting a desire to conquer her. I require a female guard, Hua Wanqing responded coldly. Madam, as the head of Hot Spring Island, allow me to handle your protection alone. We do not have female guards here. They primarily engage in needlework and must retire early for their eyes sake, Ye Feng stated solemnly. You? The lady maintained her frosty demeanor. Yet Ye Feng detected a fleeting glimmer of allure in her eyes. Brother Feng, Sister Susan is calling for you. She mentioned she has something important to discuss. Right by that heavy machine gun. At that moment, Chunin suddenly appeared, pointing behind Ye Feng. A wave of trepidation washed over Ye Feng, and he quickly turned to look. Chapter 4:15. His heart raced uncontrollably. He saw Susan, 30 meters away, playfully toying with the machine gun, its muzzle seemingly aimed at him. I shall leave the madam's reception to you. I have a pressing matter, Ye Feng replied, his face flushed as he moved back to Susan's side. What were you just doing? Susan seized his ear. My dear, I was merely introducing some daily matters to the madam, Ye Feng retorted defiantly. Do you think you can deceive me? Even as a woman, I feel a stir upon seeing the madam. How much more so for you? Come, we must return to our room. With that, Susan led Ye Feng back. Meanwhile, a throng of sycophants soon encircled the madam. Madam, do you see my hands? Delicate and fair. There are surely places you cannot reach while bathing. I can assist you in scrubbing, Chunin said, extending his hands in a feigned grasping motion. Chunin, how presumptuous. I am the vice captain. Scrubbing is hardly your place, another voice interjected. Madam, observe my hands. Though calloused, they can cleanse you thoroughly. Madam, should you allow me to assist in your bathing, I will take full responsibility for your meals and will dedicate myself to preparing them with utmost care, ensuring you gain some weight. Shi Zhongliang chimed in, edging closer. Beside her, the principled Tuba could no longer contain himself. Do not overstep your bounds. This is a distinguished guest of Feng. If you offend her, beware of Feng seeking retribution later. After saying this, Tuba approached the lady. Madam, from this day forth, I shall safeguard your safety. I can protect you around the clock from this unruly lot. Hua Luoqing cast a cold gaze at the men before turning her attention to the place where Ye Feng had vanished. Do you truly wish to assist me in bathing? She inquired. Of course. It would be our pleasure. Allow me to assist you. I assure you, you will emerge radiant. A few eager admirers clamored as they drew closer. Very well, but if you intend to help me bathe, I have but one condition. You must present me with a gift. Hua Luoqing suddenly broke into a slight smile. In that fleeting moment, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed and glaciers had melted, leaving the men utterly entranced. Name your gift. I shall procure it for you, no matter what it is. Even the moon or stars from the heavens, Wang Zhihai hastily proclaimed. All right, I desire a heavy machine gun. I have a fondness for firearms. Tell me, gentlemen, do you possess any? What is their power like? Hua Luoqing's lips curled into a smirk. Upon hearing this, the eager admirers quickly regained their senses. Apologies, I must return to accompany my wife. Shi Zhongliang was the first to take his leave. I have much work to attend to. Take care, Wang Zhihai followed suit. I must go and please my bride. In 2 days, I shall wed her. Chunin also departed. Only Tuba remained behind. Madam, may I stay by your side? As for the heavy machine gun, I regret to inform you that, not even I, nor the deputy commander, have the authority to bestow such a gift. If necessary, I can inquire with Feng. Tuba had learned to be shrewd. Hua Luoqing's expression shifted slightly. No need, please do not mention it to him. Subsequently, Tuba guided Hua Luoqing on a tour of all the buildings on Hot Spring Island. This is the lookout tower, from which one can see far and wide. Here is our usual dining area, where tales are recounted. This is our dormitory. Tuba led Hua Luoqing to his private room. Hua Luoqing's gaze froze. What a pristine room. There are no peculiar odors, and the animal skins are neatly stacked. The floor is laid with wooden planks, impeccably clean. Moreover, a full animal skin is laid at the entrance, allowing one to tread barefoot. Is this Ye Feng's room? Hua Luoqing caressed the furnishings within the room. A table and chairs, though lacking intricate carvings, exuded a simple elegance that imparted a sense of clarity and decisiveness. No, this belongs to an ordinary citizen. As for Feng's quarters, they are in that two-story villa over there. Tuba gestured out the window. Does each of your rooms have a fireplace? Hua Luoqing inquired again. Naturally. How else would we keep warm at night? Tuba chuckled, reflecting on more than a year ago. He had been a wild man living by the great marsh, leading a precarious existence. Yet now, he considered himself a person of some standing on Hot Spring Island, residing in a clean and warm room, with the women of the island readily offering their affection. Among the indigenous people whom Feng cherishes most, the foremost is himself, followed closely by Ter. How much charcoal do we consume daily in the furnace? Hua Luoqing inquired. I haven't calculated it. In any case, charcoal is something that never ceases for us, and it holds little value, Tuba replied with a smile. Oh, Hua Luoqing was genuinely intrigued this time. One could say that the amenities on Hot Spring Island were by no means inferior to her stone abode in Yinshan tribe. Moreover, during the night, when they needed to relieve themselves, they had no choice but to do so in a wooden tub, which would be emptied by attendants the following day. This, however, would leave an unpleasant odor in her dwelling. Yet, in this single room, there was not a hint of such an odor. Instead, a refreshing fragrance lingered. What if one needs to relieve themselves at night? Hua Luoqing asked again. Please follow me, Tuba said, opening a wooden door beside the room. Inside was a squat toilet crafted from stone, with a water tank behind it. Beneath the water tank, charcoal was burned to ensure the water did not freeze. This is the place for your convenience. After using it, simply pull this rope, and the waste will be flushed down the drain, carried away by the river, Tuba explained, tossing a piece of refuse into the squat toilet and then pulling the rope. A loud rush of water surged over the toilet, sweeping everything away. Hua Luoqing's eyes widened, her heart racing uncontrollably. This hot spring island was akin to paradise. In her Yinshan tribe, there were designated places for the nobility to relieve themselves. However, those places merely consisted of a fixed bucket placed beneath a wooden board where they would sit to do their business. Afterward, they would use a wooden stick to manage the aftermath, cleaning it with animal skin for the next user. Naturally, she was different, as the Grand Lady. She possessed a special wooden stick, and each outing was accompanied by dozens of attendants, some holding animal skins, others carrying wooden sticks, and some assisting with her skirts. Yet on Hot Spring Island, all those things could be entirely dispensed with. It was simply immaculate. Oh, dear lady, I almost forgot. This is for that purpose, Tuba said, handing her a sheet of a pale yellow material. Feng refers to it as grass paper, derived from tree pulp. It is still somewhat coarse, but the technology will certainly improve. The material felt soft to the touch and was absorbent. Most importantly, it was lightweight and hygienic, unlike the wooden sticks, which require wiping with animal skin and are reused. Hua Luoqing remarked, gently sniffing. This restroom had no unpleasant odor, surpassing even the cleanliness and freshness of her own room. Dear lady, is there any other place you wish to explore? Feng has said that aside from the forbidden area, you can visit the entirety of Hot Spring Island, and I will thoroughly introduce everything to you. Tuba was resolutely fulfilling Ye Feng's command. By the way, do you have a prison on your island? May I visit it? Hua Luoqing suddenly expressed interest. She wanted to see how Ye Feng treated prisoners. Currently, the prison is abandoned, as we have no inmates. However, I can take you to view the ruins, Tuba replied. After speaking, Tuba led Luoqing to tour the prison cells. Unsurprisingly, Luoqing was once again astonished. The prison housed more than 20 double-decker wooden beds. Although the floor was not made of wood, it was laid with stone tiles, dusted only lightly. In contrast, the cells of the Yinshan tribe were entirely muddy, resembling a swamp during rainy days. Do they usually relieve themselves in that corner? Luoqing pointed to the corner of the cell. No, prisoners have rights too. There are a total of 4 squat toilets here, Tuba indicated, with stones separating each toilet to ensure the inmate's privacy. Oh, this is the changing room. Tuba pointed to several individual compartments within the cell. Luoqing was thoroughly amazed by the grandeur of Hot Spring Island. Is this what paradise feels like? As night fell, Ye Feng invited Luoqing to dine in the greenhouse. There were no formalities. Men and women could dance, sing, tell stories, and perform. The atmosphere in the greenhouse was lively and bustling, in stark contrast to the hypocritical and formal banquets of her Yinshan tribe, which, though featuring performances, lacked the joyous ambience found here. Most surprising was Ye Feng's demeanor. He was unpretentious, sometimes eagerly listening to the deputy leader's storytelling, and at other times, he sang loudly like a madman, unfazed by any criticism. Luoluo was utterly bewildered. How could the great leader of Hot Spring Island mingle with ordinary people so freely, even embracing them? Yet, this atmosphere made her feel relaxed and secure. "Madam, may I invite you to dance?" Ye Feng gracefully approached Luoluo after setting aside the microphone. The others sighed in relief and hurriedly tossed the microphone out the window. "Dance." "Yes." Luoluo, surprisingly, allowed Ye Feng to take her delicate hand without resistance. Vandeman, accompanied by the last remaining Beast Master, finally descended from the tributary's upper reaches. The Beast Master, severely injured, starved, and swollen, was nearly at the end of his strength. As for Vandeman, his stature remained formidable. He had set out with 10 Beast Masters, yet only one returned. The others had either gone missing or fallen prey to fierce beasts. Ye Feng, enjoy your moment of triumph while you can. Once I accumulate enough wealth to purchase your artillery, I swear by the honor of the Vandeman family to shatter your warships, capture your women, and reduce them to mere playthings for the Yunshan people. As for you, I will bind you, slice away a piece of your flesh daily, and feed it to you right before your eyes. Vandeman vowed through clenched teeth. Great Beast Master, why did you not bring back any beast meat when hunting? Now, even if we return to the tribe, we may have nothing to eat, the exhausted Beast Master weakly remarked. Let us go. Vandeman swiftly hoisted him onto his back and raced downstream. Half an hour later, he spotted a group of indigenous people from the Yunwu mountain range. They too migrated towards the island of Hot Springs. Among them were the people of Yunshan, the Snow Mountain tribe, the Black Mountain clan, the Yellow Mountain folk, and several lesser-known tribes. Look, it is the great Beast Master, the esteemed figure of the Yunshan tribe. The famished crowd recognized Vandeman, their eyes gleaming with hope. Long live the great Beast Master. Great Beast Master, surely you have provisions in your satchel? Please grant us a morsel, even a mere bone will suffice. I only seek some animal entrails, even if tainted with filth. The starving populace grew increasingly audacious. Noticing Vandeman's silence, their words turned more brazen. Noble great Beast Master, you cannot solely attend to your own needs while we languish. We are under the dominion of your Yunshan tribe. Scoundrel great Beast Master, long live the great Beast Master. The avaricious great Beast Master of the Yunshan tribe. Vandeman's gaze swept over the famished throng, and they slightly tempered their fervor. Block his path, he certainly possesses food. A delirious Yellow Mountain inhabitant placed a hand on Vandeman's shoulder. Suddenly, a dagger flashed, and the man's intestines spilled forth. A throng surged forward, encircling the Yellow Mountain man. Yet, the number of the famished was overwhelming. Some obstructed the Beast Masters behind Vandeman. The ravenous crowd quickly converged towards the center. A wave of dread washed over Vandeman. His strength was waning, and should he be besieged by this multitude, he would become the first great Beast Master to fall to their hunger. Clear the way. I am a Beast Master, a noble Beast Master. The crowd swelled, and soon the Beast Master was encircled and toppled. Stand aside. According to the first decree of Yunshan law, to meet the gaze of a Beast Master is to invite death without mercy. Ah, great Beast Master, they help. Save me, ah, help. Great Beast Master, please take me away from here. Hearing the cries behind him, Vandeman quickened his pace. At last, he beheld the island of Hot Springs ahead. A Yunshan knight sounded the horn. The great Beast Master has returned. The great Beast Master has returned. Quick, notify everyone. Yi, leading a contingent, rushed forward to shield Vandeman. Upon seeing the Yunshan warriors, Vandeman exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Brother, you have finally returned. Quickly, bring me some jerky and hot water. Vandeman's first words were of sustenance. This, brother, did you not venture to hunt the exotic beasts? Surely, you must have brought back their meat? Yi inquired, but nonetheless unfastened his satchel, scraping out some scraps from the bottom to offer a meager portion. Vandeman paid no heed to any foul odor as he immediately began to chew. After swallowing, he managed to say with difficulty, the exotic beasts are highly sensitive to blood. We had just extracted the crystal cores, and the other beasts were drawn by the scent, leaving us no time to divide the meat. Ah? The Beast Masters exchanged glances, a flicker of despair passing between them. Chapter 417. Today is your day of great joy. Little brother, yet there were some gains. Within this bag are 4 crystal cores. Vandeman extended the bag to his brother. Crystal cores? 4? As Vandeman rejoiced. He hastily unsealed the bag, and despite the heavy snowfall, An enigmatic fragrance wafted through the air. For crystalline pills lay exposed, drawing the attention of all the beastmasters and knights, who gazed longingly at these treasures. Although they prided themselves on being able to confront extraordinary beasts, the reality was that they could only hunt solitary creatures with the aid of numerous companions. In the depths of the beast forest, however, the circumstances were markedly different. That was the domain of the beasts, who were intimately familiar with the terrain, and there was always the looming threat of a second beast appearing. Thus, these crystalline pills held immense value for ordinary beastmasters. Van Dimo, noticing the desire in their eyes, quickly secured the bag. Despite the fact that these pills were intended for barter, he aimed to accumulate enough wealth to purchase the most formidable weapon from Ye Feng, an artillery cannon. Great Beastmaster. The cannon costs 50 million spring coins. We should prioritize securing food first, one Beastmaster interjected. Look, our knights have gone without sustenance for 2 days now. A look of confusion crossed Van Dimo's face. When I was away, did you not trade charcoal for coins? Well, it seems Ye Feng has driven down the price of charcoal. Previously, 10 pounds could be exchanged for 1 spring coin and subsequently for a pound of frozen fish. Now, however, it takes 100 pounds of charcoal to obtain 1 spring coin, and we can no longer barter for even a pound of frozen fish. As Ye Feng has raised its price as well, another Beastmaster explained. Ye Feng. The turbulence in Van Dimo's chest was palpable, and he was on the verge of recklessly seeking vengeance. Brother, fear not. Ye Feng has assured us that the prices will revert to their former state after tonight. We can wait until tomorrow morning to sell the charcoal, Van Dimo cautiously replied. Hart opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. It would be unwise to sow discord among the brothers in front of Van Dimo. Such foolishness was beneath him. However, he was confident that someone would eventually reveal the truth to Van Dimo, and he was curious to see how Van Dimo would respond to his brother Hart. At that moment, Van Dimo called out Hart's name. I'm here. Hart stood forth. Although his family had been indirectly annihilated at Van Dimo's behest, he still held a deep admiration for the great Beastmaster, as strength was revered in the Yunshan clan. You shall take the 4 crystalline pills, row a canoe, and seek out Ye Feng to exchange them for coins. Upon obtaining the money, return half to me and use the other half to procure frozen fish, Van Dimo commanded. He had his own schemes. As Hart was the last Beastmaster of the Hart family, he intended to suppress and humiliate him until the family's name was utterly tarnished. Directly killing him would have adverse repercussions unless justified, for the other Beastmasters would surely rally in solidarity against him. Although he could single-handedly confront 10 Beastmasters, he would stand no chance if all the Beastmasters and knights united against him. Hart accepted the 4 crystalline pills, yet he hesitated to row into the river's depths. Hunger gnawed at him, and he feared the canoe might be swept away by the current. Ye Feng, we have 4 crystal pills here. Please bring the warship and ensure you have sufficient frozen fish and hot spring coins. Harter's voice echoed from afar. Ye Feng was in the midst of painting Chun An's face when he heard this, promptly transforming Chun An into a colorful clown. Quickly, to the deck. A throng rushed up to the deck, as Ye Feng seized Chung Li Bean's telescope. Harter was waving a bag, greeting him, and behind him appeared the long-missing Van Diemen. However, Van Diemen bore frozen blood upon him, as if he had survived a fierce battle. It seemed that during his absence, he had taken a detour to hunt exotic beasts upstream. Yet, with his prowess, how could he only procure for crystal pills? Surely he could not be that inept. Ye Feng was filled with confusion. Brother Feng, shall we exchange these for crystal pills? Chun An inquired eagerly. Of course, we shall. Ye Feng signaled discreetly to Old Chung. With a command, Chung Li Bean ordered the warship to veer right, heading towards the shore, halting approximately a kilometer away. Ye Feng remained apprehensive of Van Diemen, fearing the man might leap aboard the deck. Suddenly, 2 cannons pivoted, aiming at Van Diemen on the shore, followed by dozens of heavy machine guns targeting him as well. Brother Feng, let me take some men to negotiate with them, Chun An volunteered. No, today is your day of celebration. Wang Zhihai, you shall go instead. All right. After some preparations, 10 canoes were lowered from the deck, each laden with bags of frozen fish. Wang Zhihai, carrying 100,000 hot spring coins, realized that each crystal pill was valued at 10,000, meaning he only needed to bring 40,000. Yet, better safe than sorry. The 10 canoes, filled with frozen fish, made their way to the shore. Wang Zhihai was the first to leap from his canoe. Van Diemen snatched Harter's bag, revealing the crystal pills within. Mr. Wang, Here are 4 crystal pills, but regarding the price, I fear there will need to be some adjustments, Van Diamond stated. Wasn't it agreed upon at 10,000 each? Wang Zhihai frowned. No, these smaller ones can be 10,000 each, but this larger one must be 20,000. It comes from a formidable beast. And we lost one of our beast masters to defeat it, Van Diamond insisted. So, you mean to say that to acquire these 4 crystal pills, I need to pay 50,000 hot spring coins? Wang Zhihai hesitated. After all, Ye Feng had allocated a budget of 40,000, and overspending could lead to suspicions of embezzlement. Indeed, I had intended to consume this larger one myself. Had it not been for the dire food shortage among the Yunshan tribe, I wouldn't sell it to you at all. What do you say? You are the deputy leader. Do you not have the authority to decide? Van Diamond provoked him, sensing Wang Zhihai's ambition. I should consult Brother Feng first. With that, he turned to the warship. Brother Feng, Van Diamond has a rather large crystal pill, but I fear he is significantly raising the price. Should we proceed with the purchase? On the deck, Ye Feng had been closely monitoring the transaction. Other items could be set aside, but crystal pills were exceptionally valuable. You are my deputy. Such trivial matters can be decided by you. I only desire the crystal pills. Ye Feng's voice resonated from the deck, and Wang Zhihai's face instantly lit up with pride. Look, how much trust Maple Brother has in me. The great Beastmaster said, May I have a word with you? Step aside 30 meters. Wang Zhihai's eyes flickered. All right. Everyone step back. Within a radius of 30 meters, not a single living creature remained. Chapter 418. They will undoubtedly rush and eagerly, Wang Zhihai whispered, for crystal pills. Your asking price is 50,000, but I offer you 100,000. As for the extra 50,000, we shall split it. After all, it is collective money. What do you say? Alas, where currency appears, corruption inevitably follows. Oh, Fan Dimo was momentarily taken aback, but being astute, he quickly discerned Wang Zhihai's intentions. Mr. Wang, I am willing to befriend you. Let us do it this way. You give me 75,000 spring coins, and the remaining 25,000 will be yours. I won't disclose this to anyone, including my wife, the lady of the Yunshan clan. A subtle smile graced Fan Dimo's lips. The 2 individuals promptly completed their transaction, turning their backs to Ye Feng to conceal any signs. Wang Zhihai pocketed 25,000 spring coins, which would now solely belong to him. Fan Dimo also obtained his share, counting the 750 beast skins in his possession and ultimately extracting 300 banknotes. With this 30,000, I shall purchase 30,000 pounds of frozen fish. Fan Dimo declared, If I were you, I would wait until tomorrow to buy food. Maple Brothers' sanctions against you are not yet over. Your 30,000 coins will only procure 3,000 pounds of frozen fish. Tomorrow morning, you will be able to acquire 30,000 pounds, Wang Zhihai advised. Thank you for the reminder, my most esteemed friend. The 2 shook hands. Out of humanitarian spirit, Wang Zhihai tossed a dozen frozen fish to Fan Dimo before commanding 10 canoes to return to the warship. Upon reaching the deck, Wang Zhihai quickly suppressed his smile, adopting a furrowed brow. Maple Brother, Fan Dimo sacrificed 10 beast masters to obtain these for crystal pills, hence his exorbitant price. He claims each beast master's life is worth at least 10,000, so I gave him the full 100,000 spring coins, averaging to 25,000 per crystal pill. Wang Zhihai lamented, putting on an act. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, gently patting the head of the nearby Xiao Ilian. Maple Brother, why do you look at me like that? You don't suspect that I, Wang Zhihai, would embezzle, do you? Speak up, Maple Brother. Your gaze makes me uneasy. Wang Zhihai's heart raced incessantly. Ye Feng patted Ilian's head again before nodding. Vice Team Leader Wang, our spring coins have only just begun. I certainly believe you would not engage in corruption. Otherwise, should the spring coins depreciate, our firearms would fall into the hands of the Yunshan people. Once they possess firearms, we would lose all advantages, unless we lack integrity and simply declare the spring coins worthless. Wang Zhihai discerned the warning embedded in Ye Feng's words. However, he had just conducted a transaction with Fan Dimo while facing away. Could it be that Maple Brothers' gaze was somehow deceptive? Xiaolian, go help your sister Qiushue with her adornment. The bride must look absolutely stunning. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he affectionately nudged Xiaolian. Ilian nodded but cast a lingering glance at Wang Zhihai before dashing into the cabin. It was frigid outside. Brother Feng, actually, Wang Zhihai was on the verge of confessing, but Ye Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Vice Captain Wang, I have faith in your character. You are our vice captain. To put it aptly, I am their father, and you are their mother. They are also your charges. With that, Ye Feng led a group back to the cabin to prepare for the evening's wedding. Wang Zhihai stood on the deck, enveloped by a profound sense of guilt that rendered him almost speechless. I truly am. I will never engage in such matters again. Brother Feng trusts me so much. How could I accept bribes? Wang Zhihai felt an overwhelming shame. Brother Feng, do you think I would look more handsome wearing this hat? Will Qiushua like it? Chenin gestured with a fur hat. There were no mirrors on the warship, so one had to rely on others for feedback. You look exceedingly dashing. I believe Qiushua will be utterly captivated at first sight. Ye Feng praised absently. He remembered the promise made with Qiushua. She had insisted that on their wedding night, she must be accompanied by him. However, Chenin was his good friend. How could he? Yet if he did not attend, Qiushua might seek another man, and there would be countless suitors. What to do? Never mind. As long as Chenin remained oblivious, it was only reasonable for him to endure some hardship for the sake of his brother's lifelong happiness. Brother Feng, it's my wedding. Why do your pants look so unseemly? Chenin suddenly pointed at Ye Feng's trousers. No. It might just be a bit constricting. I need to use the restroom. Ye Feng's face flushed as he hurriedly fled towards the toilet. In Qiushua's boudoir, women, including Susan, surrounded her, preparing her for the occasion. They began by cleansing her face, applying fragrant oils, and tinting her lips with a red fruit juice as a substitute for lipstick. Women are born adorners. They will utilize everything at their disposal to enhance their beauty. The matriarch, Hua Luoqing, was also in Qiushua's room, offering her insights, as she was well versed in such matters due to her noble upbringing. When I married Van Diming, he prepared over 600 pounds of iron, 30 suits of armor, 100 fine curved blades, and 300 snow fox pelts. What has your man gifted you? Hua Luoqing inquired. No need. We are truly in love, Qiushua replied, looking stunning and radiant, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts were not of Chenin, but of another man. This is incense. It will make your body fragrant. I usually hesitate to use it. By the way, let me drape this coat made from 88 snow fox pelts over your shoulders, Hua Luoqing said, placing her pristine white coat on Qiushua. Instantly, Qiushua's aura elevated several notches. Does the eyeshadow need to be that heavy? Susan frowned. You don't understand. In our Yanshan tribe, eyeshadow is of great significance. A native woman busily applied eyeshadow to Qiushua. Indeed, the heavy eye makeup bestows a more feral appearance, evoking a Gothic style. I imagine that upon witnessing your attire, Chenin would be unable to resist rushing toward you. Do take care not to be overwhelmed by him on your wedding night. A few ladies stifled their laughter behind their hands. Fear not. It shall not be Chenin. Oh no, he would never do such a thing. A smile graced Qiushua's face as the image of that robust figure flashed through her mind. As time passed, night fell. The ladies departed from Qiushua's chamber, assisting her in lowering the crimson veil. The red veil, though crafted from animal skin, had been dyed a vivid hue. In the dining hall of the warship, approximately 80 guests had gathered. As for the additional 20 to 30 individuals, duty called, preventing their attendance at the wedding. However, they were still expected to contribute gifts. The ceremony was presided over by Cheng Li Bin, an elder well-versed in such matters. Chapter 419. Return. My wife Susan supported Qiushua as they ascended towards the dining area, while Ding Tuanshuan and Yi Lian assisted in carrying the lengthy train of her gown. The handsome Chenin was steadied by Ye Feng. As the two newlyweds stood side by side before Cheng Li Bin, bow to the heavens as your father, bow to the earth as your mother, and bow to me, Cheng Li Bin, as your father-in-law. The couples bowed in unison. Cheng Li Bin's words struck Ye Feng with a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Was this a wedding or merely a brotherly salute? What are you staring at? Bow already, Cheng Li Bin urged. Chenin, his face flushed with indignation, restrained his emotions, mindful of the joyous occasion. The couples bowed once more. Very well, couples bow in reverence. Chenin and Xiang Shui exchanged bows, yet the moment to unveil the bride had not yet arrived. The bride was to be escorted to the bridal chamber. The groom was not to depart. He must ensure that all present were thoroughly intoxicated before returning to the chamber. Now, I shall announce the list of wedding gifts. Cheng Li Bin picked up another piece of animal hide. Ye Feng, a gift of 200 spring coins. Susan, a gift of 200 spring coins. Dove, 200 black frozen fish. Wang Zhihai, a monetary gift of 25,000? Did you mistakenly add 2 extra zeros? Shi Zhengliang, a smoked ham along with a monetary gift of 100. Tunger, a fur coat. Tuba, a gift of 500. Lady Hualuo Qing from the Yunshan tribe. Half a pound of incense. Bai Chuxue, 2 pounds of dried red fruit. Ding Tuanshuan, a bow and arrow. Rimi Ko, a pair of wooden clogs. Huzhua, a green straw hat. Chunin, holding a bamboo cup, made his rounds to toast each table, instantly elevating the atmosphere within the dining hall. He, everyone drink up. Indulge freely, do not hold back. Chunin had downed over 70 cups of fruit wine. Though the alcohol content was low, it still left him slightly dazed, as if he might topple at any moment. Chunin, if you cannot handle it, drink less. The bride awaits you in the chamber, Susan advised. And no, it's fine. She is my woman. She must learn to wait for me. Once I have ensured that all of you are thoroughly intoxicated, I shall return to her, Chunin declared. His tongue somewhat thickened, his face reddened akin to a monkey's backside. Ye Feng hung his head low, continuously drinking in solitude, his heart a whirlwind of turmoil. Chunin is indeed a dear brother, but is it truly appropriate to act in such a manner? Moreover, today marks their grand wedding day. However, Qiu Shui is a woman of resolute nature. She has proclaimed that if she does not replace Chunin tonight, she will seek companionship with other men, indeed all men. Ye Feng can sense the sincerity in her words. The mindset of indigenous women is markedly different, as they do not adhere to lifelong commitments. A lioness will choose only the strongest lion for mating, even if he possesses several lionesses already. This is the instinct of nature. Similarly, indigenous women are more attuned to their primal instincts and are unrestrained by moral constraints. Inside the restaurant, Chunin is stumbling about, engaging in drunken antics, relying entirely on Tuba for support. At this moment, Susan takes a seat beside Ye Feng, drawing near to him. Your brother's wedding is indeed splendid. I wonder what my own wedding will be like. Susan's words carry an air of challenge. Ye Feng hastily lowers his head, taking a sip of his drink to mask his embarrassment. Hey, I'm talking to you. What? I've had too much to drink. My ears aren't quite working. Ye Feng feigns ignorance. At that moment, Chung Li Bean stands up, holding a bamboo cup. Everyone, we've had enough to drink. Now it's time for the traditional bridal chamber antics. What are you waiting for? Gentlemen, let us carry the groom to the bridal chamber. A group of young men rises, whooping and rushing towards Chunin. No, I'm not drunk yet. I still want to drink. Chunin attempts to head towards the bridal chamber. But in his intoxicated state, he stumbles backward with every 2 steps forward, entirely out of control. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, he is pushed into Qiu Shui's boudoir. With a resounding thud, the door slams shut, and a group gathers outside, straining to listen. Hey, don't go too far. At least allow my good brother Chunin some privacy. Everyone, step outside. Ye Feng, with his arms crossed behind him, commands the group. They can only obediently return to their drinks. Once all have vacated the corridor, Ye Feng leans in to listen. Qiu Shui, I've awaited this day for so long. I must tell you, don't be deceived by Chunin's seemingly robust appearance. In truth, I wake several times each night. At this point, intoxication overwhelms Chunin, and he collapses onto the carpet, falling into a deep slumber. Qiu Shui lifts her red veil, revealing a face both exquisitely adorned and fiercely wild. She glances expressionlessly at the sprawled Chunin, steps over him, and drags her flowing gown to the door. With a soft click, she opens the door a crack, then returns to her seat, lowering the red veil once more. Ye Feng swallows hard, summoning his courage to approach the door, gently pushing it open. There lies Chunin, snoring heavily, while Qiu Shui remains poised on the bed. Her gown trails over 5 meters, accentuating her like a proud peacock. Must he ultimately take that step? Ye Feng locks the door, inhaling deeply. He first lifts Chunin, placing him on a nearby bench, covering him with a hide. Good brother, my dear brother. I deeply apologize for my actions. Yet if I do not proceed this way, you shall be burdened with countless responsibilities. Choosing the lesser of 2 evils, I must act. With that, Ye Feng stepped toward Qiu Shui, seizing the groom's staff to lift her red veil. At last, a shy smile graced Qiu Shui's cold visage. She slowly raised her misty eyes, locking a passionate gaze with Ye Feng. The air seemed to solidify, and an intense wave of hormones enveloped the bridal chamber. Today, you are my groom, Ah Feng. Please, fulfill your duties. Qiu Shui sat delicately, resembling a fragile flower, awaiting Ye Feng's indulgence. As for me, very well, Qiu Shui. I hope you honor your promise to live well with Chunin, otherwise, you will have incurred my wrath. Do not mention her. Will you remove it, or shall I? Leaning back, Qiu Shui playfully extended a foot, entwining it with Ye Feng's. Unable to resist such temptation, Ye Feng lunged forward with a fervent cry. Ye Feng! Ye Feng! Ye Feng! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from across the distance, resonating even 2 kilometers away, causing a ringing in their ears. Ye Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed from the bridal chamber, the first to reach the deck. There, he spotted several guards aiming their cannons toward the shore. Brother Feng, the binoculars. No need, Ye Feng replied, focusing on the opposite bank. He observed several torches igniting on the ice, revealing the furious visage of Fan Dimming, the flickering flames casting shadows across his face. Ye Feng, return my wife, or else. Fan Dimming's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a tiger ready to pounce. Chapter 420. Sister-in-law, you cannot act this way over a mere meal. Others hastily donned their clothing and rushed onto the deck, their gazes fixed across the water. Brother Feng, Fan Dimming is furious. We must tread carefully, Cheng Libin cautioned. Indeed, ignite all the torches near the warship. We cannot allow him to approach under the cover of darkness. Ye Feng commanded. Immediately, everything flammable on the deck was set alight, illuminating the contours of the entire vessel. Tuba and several natives fired rockets toward the shore at half-minute intervals. Fan Dimming, your wife is quite comfortable here. I have not forcibly detained her, Ye Feng called out. Impossible. My wife understands decorum. She cannot linger in an enemy's home. Release her at once. Or do you truly believe I am incapable of boarding your warship? Fan Dimming's enraged voice was deafening, a testament to his formidable presence. Very well, I shall return your wife to you now. With a glance at Yongli, Ye Feng signaled her to proceed. As she entered the cabin, she encountered Hua Luo Qing emerging. She had lent her snow fox fur coat to Qiu Shui, now adorned in Ye Feng's black bear skin coat. Ameng, I am here, Hua Luo Qing called, raising her torch toward the shore. Ah, I thought you had already. Wait, whose coat are you wearing? What of the snow fox coat I gifted you on your wedding day? Fan Dimming narrowed his eyes. Jealousy clouded his judgment, and even the slightest hint of impropriety involving Hua Luo Qing would conjure disturbing images in his mind. Amon, fret not. My coat is in someone else's quarters, and moreover, Ye Feng has not detained me. I am thriving here, Hua Luo Qing reassured him. After 3 days on Hot Spring Island, she had become utterly enchanted. Impossible. Are there machine guns aimed at you? Speak the truth. If that were the case, I would risk my life to rescue you, said Van Dimmong. Ye Feng, overhearing this exchange, narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. He discerned that Van Dimmong was exceedingly concerned for Hua Luo Qing, akin to his own feelings for Susan. If he could ensure Hua Luo Qing remained on the warship long-term, it would effectively mean securing another hostage. In the future, if Van Dimmong sought to stealthily approach the vessel, he would have to weigh the implications of a potential ransom. I truly have not been detained. After all these years of marriage, do you still not trust me? Hua Luo Qing's explanation sounded feeble. In the Yunsin tribe, the women of the Beastmasters were not permitted to have other men within 10 paces of them. Typically, she would be accompanied by 16 female knights for protection. Any man daring to approach would be met with lethal force. Then you should row back immediately, or I shall personally come to fetch you, Van Dimmong called out. The high-ranking officials on shore were alarmed and hastily restrained him. Beastmaster, do not approach the warship too closely. What if Ye Feng opens fire? You are our tribe's hope and cannot afford to perish. Brother, he speaks the truth. Allow me to go retrieve my sister-in-law. Van Dimmong, Ye earnestly suggested. Very well, you may row over now. 7th brother, be cautious. You are as important to me as your sister-in-law. Van Dimmong patted his brother's shoulder. Understood. Without delay, Van Dimmong Ye began to paddle through the icy river. The waters near the shore were relatively calm. But as he ventured further into the river's depths, the current grew increasingly turbulent, demanding all his strength to keep the canoe from being swept downstream. After over an hour of strenuous paddling, he finally traversed the modest 2 kilometers, securing the canoe's rope to the ladder of the warship. Brother Feng, that fellow is rowing over. Tuba squinted, aiming his bow at Van Dimmong Ye. Stop. Ye Feng pressed down on the arrowhead. In wartime, one does not harm envoys, especially since they were not yet engaged in battle, merely in a phase of mutual exploitation. Van Dimmong Ye lifted his gaze to the deck where Ye Feng and others stood. Ye Feng, quickly lower the rope ladder for my sister-in-law, otherwise, you will have irrevocably made an enemy of the Yunsin tribe, he threatened. Ugh, spit. A figure on the deck, unknown. Hocked a loogie that landed squarely on Van Diem Ye's face. What is this? Sticky? He quickly wiped it off and brought it to his nose. The foul stench was unbearable. Surely, it had been ages since proper dental hygiene was observed. Ugh, he retched. Ye Feng, you have gone too far. Will you release my sister-in-law, or not? If you refuse, my elder brother will find a way to seize your hot spring island. Van Diem Ye's voice quivered with suppressed emotion. Who was it that spat? Ye Feng scanned the area. Not our concern, came the indifferent reply. Everyone spread their hands. Feigning innocence. You must not repeat this mistake next time. It displays a complete lack of noble demeanor. After delivering a measured reprimand, Ye Feng spoke gently to Fan Dai. Your sister-in-law is right beside me. Perhaps it would be best for her to address you directly. Some matters are not appropriate for me, as an outsider, to interject. With that, Ye Feng stepped aside, allowing Hua Luo Qing to take the forefront, while he positioned himself closely behind her, merely 5 centimeters apart. The static electricity between them palpable. Di, return and inform your brother that I am doing well here. There is no danger in my presence. They are a tribe that upholds the law above all, and as long as I do not err, I shall not face punishment. Tell your brother I wish to spend this winter on Hot Spring Island, Hua Luo Qing declared. Sister-in-law, you cannot do this. If you reside in Ye Feng's household, what will my elder brother think? He is a revered beast master, a man who values his reputation, Fan Dai implored urgently. Well, Ye Feng, I have yet to arrive. Yet you have already taken the lead. Do you wish for me to return? Hua Luo Qing retorted, her tone sharp. Certainly, sister-in-law, you must return. Any woman of the Yunshan tribe may board Ye Feng's vessel, but you cannot. If you do, how will it reflect upon my esteemed brother, the illustrious beast master? Fan Dai pressed. Return? What will I eat? Where will I stay? What will I drink? Hua Luo Qing finally lost her temper, questioning him bluntly. Do not worry. You are the esteemed matron. Sustenance will not be an issue. At worst, your meals will consist solely of fish, without any wild vegetables or tree bark. Allowing you to enjoy pure fish meat thrice a day, Fan Dai offered with utmost sincerity. You likely have not tasted the food here on Ye Feng's side. Have you? Take this package back to your brother and let him sample it. This was secretly prepared for me by Shi Zhengliang last night. Once you compare the two, you will understand why I am reluctant to return home, Hua Luo Qing concluded, accurately tossing a package into the canoe. You scoundrel. Shi Zhengliang's wife erupted in fury, seizing his ear. Sister-in-law, you cannot refuse to disembark from Ye Feng's ship simply over a meal. Here's what we will do, upon my return. I shall ensure my brother treats you well. You have not seen each other for several months. He misses you dearly, Fan Dai suggested. Chapter 4:21. Please continue. What other requests do you have? Women, like flowers, require nurturing. Tell your brother that I miss him too, but he presently lacks the means to support me. Moreover, my presence on Ye Feng's hot spring island could ease the tension between our sides, hopefully preventing a recurrence of the previous mishap that left the entire tribe without work. Hua Luo Qing rationalized her stance. Sister-in-law, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Very well, then shout to your brother that you refuse to return home. Fan Dai remarked, only to receive a mouthful of spit in response. How despicable, he exclaimed, drawing his curved knife and glaring at the deck. Who spat? Such a lack of courtesy. Our hot spring island is a civilized society. How could one show such disrespect to a guest? I shall ascertain who is responsible shortly. Ye Feng wiped his mouth. After gazing at Ye Feng for half a minute, Fan Dai finally sheathed his curved blade and began to row towards the shore. Amon, my presence aboard Ye Feng's vessel may help ease the tension between both parties. If there are any matters that require attention on Ye Feng's side, I shall negotiate the terms. It is said that they are in dire need of timber on Hot Spring Island for flooring. I will discuss the pricing with Ye Feng tomorrow, Hua Luo Qing called out to the shore. Madam, please exercise caution over there. Lock your door at night, and keep your distance from those men. Do not allow them within 10 paces of you. Van Diem discerned that his wife was resolute in seeking sustenance aboard Ye Feng's ship. However, he felt compelled to exchange a few formalities to avoid ridicule upon their return. Let us depart. It is too cold on the deck. After speaking, Hua Luo Qing was the first to make her way into the cabin. In truth, she too felt a pang of sorrow from being separated from her husband for months. Her thoughts consumed by Van Diem's gallant figure. Yet, what could she do? A woman must learn to endure. Remaining on Ye Feng's warship was essential for sustaining their trade. She understood her husband's fiery temperament. Without her mediating between him and Ye Feng, the trade would likely falter within months. leaving them to ponder how to support the 100,000 residents of Yunsan. Aside from the night watchman, everyone else should retire to their quarters. We must remain vigilant. I fear Van Diemeng may act rashly in a fit of anger. Ye Feng advised Captain Tuba of the security team. Rest assured, I will handle everything, Tuba nodded, opting to remain awake and patrol the deck. At long last, Ye Feng and his companions could return home. Shaner, you should go to bed. I wish to be alone for a while, Ye Feng stated solemnly in the dining area. No way. I must ensure that the Ye family has a son. Come on. Susan tugged insistently at Ye Feng's clothing. It is fine. I shall sit quietly in the dining room and contemplate how to assist the displaced people on shore. They are not solely from the Yunsan tribe. There are also the oppressed citizens from the Yunwu Mountains. While our warship's fishing capabilities may not fully sustain them, at the very least, it can help them survive through the winter, Ye Feng lamented compassionately. Enough. I ask you again, from whose room did you just emerge? Did you think I did not see? Susan grasped his ear firmly. Oh, it was nothing of great consequence. Chunan and Xiu Shui are novices and unsure of how to proceed. As Chunan's elder brother, I naturally had to offer guidance. Ye Feng fabricated an excuse. Stop with the nonsense. Come home with me. Susan disregarded his protestations and dragged him back to their quarters. At that moment, a distant roar echoed from afar. Roar. A woo. The continuous growls resembled those of the strange beasts across the Black Tree River. Ye Feng hurriedly opened the window, directing his gaze towards the confluence of the tributary and the main river. To his astonishment, there were numerous strange beasts on the opposite bank, within a brief span. He heard dozens of distinct roars. That night, the entirety of Hot Spring Island was enveloped in a cacophony of growls, as if a significant event were unfolding in the forest of strange beasts. The following morning, Ye Feng encountered Hua Luo Qing in the dining hall. As for Chun Un and his spouse, they had yet to rise, likely due to their unsuccessful endeavors the previous night, exacerbated by the young man's inebriation. Mr. Ye Feng, do you have any tasks available for my people from Yinshan Island? Hua Luo Qing inquired, as she gracefully approached and seated herself close to Ye Feng. Having subsisted on a vegetarian diet for several months, she exuded a potent aura of femininity. Ye Feng swallowed hard, feeling a rush of warmth. Let me ponder for a moment. Aside from charcoal production, hunting exotic beasts and gathering ginkgo nuts requires certain capabilities that cannot accommodate the ordinary populace. Therefore, I propose we have them construct ships. I will arrange for Chung Li Bean to draft the blueprints for the vessels, ensuring that your people adhere strictly to the designs. Ye Feng articulated. Coincidentally, many of my subjects are skilled craftsmen, several of whom have studied shipbuilding techniques. I will relay the message once I finish breakfast. Hua Luo Qing nodded in agreement. By the way, what would be the daily compensation for the shipbuilders? Hua Luo Qing posed the critical question. Ah well, Chung Gong. Wang Zhihai, could you please join us? We need to determine the wages for the craftsmen. Ye Feng, lacking expertise in this area, summoned the two professionals. Chung Li Bean and Wang Zhihai promptly took their seats, and the four of them convened. Let us establish that the carpenter's wage will be 10 hot spring coins per day, contingent upon a full day's work. Ordinary laborers will receive 7 hot spring coins daily, also requiring a complete day of labor for payment. Of course, progress must be ensured. As long as they diligently work by the shore, I shall be able to observe from the deck. However, should I catch any of you slacking off on any given day, I will regrettably have to deduct your wages accordingly. Moreover, it is imperative that you strictly adhere to my blueprints. Any deviation could result in your replacement with individuals from other tribes, Chung Li Bean stated with gravity. The vessel he was tasked with building was to be over twice the size of the largest warship of the Yunshan tribe, yet significantly smaller than a military ship. After all, it was essential to ensure that the lower hold could accommodate a massive steam engine system, as he was not inclined to rely on manual rowing, which would prove inadequate for navigating turbulent waters. Understood. I have noted that. Please, continue with any additional requirements, Hua Luo Qing remarked, wielding a quill to inscribe in their unique script. Additionally, approximately 70 kilometers upstream, there lies a towering spruce tree, exceeding 100 meters in height. You shall transport it downstream intact and excavate its center to create a complete lower hold, thus eliminating the need for a keel, Chung Li Bean elaborated. You refer to the colossal tree upstream? Astute observation. In fact, upon first sighting that grand tree, I too felt an urge. It is indeed excellent material for constructing a large ship, Hua Luo Qing noted, jotting down her thoughts. Brother Feng, do you have anything to add? Chung Li Bean inquired. I am not particularly knowledgeable in this matter. Wang Zhihai, do you have any contributions to make? Ye Feng was indifferent to concerns. As the leader of Hot Spring Island, he believed that engaging in every matter personally was an exhausting endeavor that contradicted his values. Regarding shipbuilding, I had little to contribute. Do you have any blacksmiths in your tribe? If he can forge quality steel, I would, in the name of Brother Feng, hire him as a permanent worker on my Hot Spring Island. The remuneration for such a position is quite generous, though it amounts to 8 hot spring coins daily. It includes meals and accommodation, allowing him to save all his earnings to support his family. Wang Zhihai remarked. Ye Feng could not help but give a thumbs up. He had certainly chosen the right leader, who always seemed to have his interests at heart. Yes, in our Yunshan tribe, we have 3 renowned blacksmiths. One specializes in crafting armor and is the most skilled. Another forges weapons and possesses commendable expertise, with considerable experience. The last one is quite an oddity. He has little interest in creating armor or weaponry, and instead enjoys fashioning peculiar items. After breakfast, I shouted towards the shore, instructing Amon to transport the 3 individuals to Hot Spring Island for your selection, Hua Luoqing stated. She felt confident in her role as an intermediary, believing she could provide ample work for the Yunshan tribe, as long as they could endure the winter. Without the employment opportunities presented by Ye Feng, it was likely that 9/10 of her tribe would face starvation. After winter, would they still be able to maintain their dominance? It seemed unlikely. Wang Zhihai, Cheng Li Bin, please converse with the madam. And do remember to be polite. I have other matters to attend to. Ye Feng yawned and stepped out onto the deck for some fresh air. Upon reaching the deck, he was greeted by a sight of people densely packed on the ice. Not just from the Yunshan tribe, but also from other tribes, all gazing at the warship with hungry eyes. Brother Feng, it appears as if we are besieged by zombies. Chenin, now awake, remarked from behind Ye Feng. Chenin, did you enjoy yourself last night? Ye Feng inquired with a smile. I was utterly inebriated and achieved nothing. I intended to try again this morning, but was chased out by Qiu Shui. No worries. Tonight, I am certain I will succeed. Chenin chuckled sheepishly. Ye Feng's eyes flickered. Indeed, as the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. I believe a man should marry a woman who loves him, rather than one he loves. Isn't that the essence of it? Ye Feng subtly hinted, refraining from revealing the truth to Chenin. It was a fact that Qiu Shui held no affection for him. However, Ye Feng genuinely regarded Chun as a good brother, which prompted such remarks. With others, he would not have mentioned it, preferring to let the couple enjoy their lives together. Brother Feng, it's all right. I simply adore Qiu Shui. The moment I laid eyes on her, I fell completely in love. By the way, it was Sister Susan who introduced us. I must express my gratitude to her. Chenin grinned broadly. Ye Feng sighed deeply and decided to change the subject. How many indigenous people are there on the ice layer? Ye Feng asked. At least 20,000, I suppose. If this continues, we might shatter the ice, Chenin estimated after a brief observation. I observe that there are indeed a considerable number hidden within the woods, out of our sight. Thus, I estimate that the indigenous population migrating near Hot Spring Island is around 70 to 80,000. After accounting for the elderly, infirm, and women and children, the number of able-bodied men should be approximately 10,000. What do you think? Would you like to recruit them and form our own army? Ye Feng chuckled. Brother Feng, how can we sustain so many people? Unless our warships fish at sea 24 hours a day, which may not even provide enough for 70 to 80,000. Even sustaining 10,000 would be quite challenging. Chenin shook his head. Not necessarily. You must have heard the beast roars last night, right? We now possess heavy machine guns and an almost limitless supply of ammunition. If we aim for the heads of these creatures, we can easily take them down with a single shot. Even if this winter lasts for another 2 years, our ammunition will suffice. Assuming each beast weighs 5 tons, if we hunt 10 a month, the meat alone would sustain an army of 10,000. As for the ordinary populace, we can select some fertile women to lay the groundwork for the kingdom's future. What do you think? As Ye Feng spoke, he suddenly became quite animated. Indeed, when he first found himself on this deserted island, he had envisioned becoming a local emperor. And as an emperor, how could he lack an army? Moreover, there are abundant human resources along the shore, capable of constructing modern warships. The armor is readily available, and Bai Chushua's gunpowder research is proceeding smoothly. Once the blacksmiths refine strong steel, they can manufacture flintlock guns. He aspired to establish a modernized army, poised to sweep across the world. Recently, he had heard from Tunger that this was not merely a deserted island, but rather a vast island. To his knowledge, The northernmost region boasts the Duoyan grassland, inhabited by a larger population. Furthermore, the people from the Yunwu mountain range have long been bullied by the Duoyan. Brother Feng, your vision is truly splendid. Should we send the warships across today, or wait until tomorrow? Shannon inquired. No, it is too early. We must first enhance their training to prevent them from wasting ammunition, Ye Feng replied, before paddling his canoe back to Hot Spring Island. There, he left behind 24 machine gunners, who greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Good morning, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, good morning. Brother Feng. Their enthusiasm was palpable, their faces adorned with smiles. The sense of happiness is often derived from comparison. They reflect on their modest lives, where each day is filled with sustenance, warmth, and clean shelter, working only a few hours daily. In stark contrast, those along the shore face hunger, with the risk of starvation looming. In that moment, Ye Feng was their savior. You all are up early. Thank you for your hard work last night. Just hold on a bit longer. Once the day's shift finishes breakfast, they will come to relieve you, Ye Feng said, before hastening to his villa. He shared 2 residences with Susan, one being a couple's cabin aboard the warship and the other the villa on Hot Spring Island. Upon arriving at the villa, Ye Feng secured the door and opened the beast skin pouch, revealing 4 crystal pills, precisely those returned by Wang Zhihai. Chapter 423. A glimmer of enchantment in his eyes at this juncture, he could only strive to elevate his prowess to that of a great beast master, ensuring that he would not fear the beast masters stealthily ascending the deck to unleash their carnage. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng crushed the first crystal elixir and placed a fragment upon his tongue. In the next moment, a wave of warmth enveloped his entire being, and he felt every pore on his body rejoicing. He consumed several mouthfuls, allowing the entirety of the crystal elixir to enter his mouth, swiftly digesting within his stomach. As time passed gradually, dusk fell upon the world. Ye Feng had digested 3 smaller crystal elixirs, and it was finally time for the larger one. Based on previous experiences, the larger the elixir, the greater the energy it contained. With this in mind, Ye Feng sliced the elixir into 5 pieces and sequentially placed them into his mouth. Almost within 3 seconds, an immense heat ignited throughout his body. Unlike the previous elixirs, this one was not gentle in its medicinal potency. Instead, it surged forth like a tempest. Alas, even with Ye Feng's remarkable endurance, he found himself crouched upon the ground in agony, his skin flushed crimson, with flames seemingly dancing upon its surface. An hour later, he finally consumed 1/5 of the elixir. He then touched his skin, which had formed a layer of black oil, the scent of which was nauseating. With this thought, Ye Feng unleashed a punch into the air. Whoosh! The force of his punch sent the doors and windows of the room rattling. Something was amiss. This elixir had not enhanced his strength. Ye Feng wore a perplexed expression. Logically, the larger the elixir, the more formidable the increase in power should be. Yet, this elixir had caused him considerable pain without augmenting his strength in the slightest. No, it was enhancing other aspects. With this realization, Ye Feng turned his gaze toward the window. What? He was astonished as he looked toward the shore. Previously, he could see a distance of 2 kilometers, but only vaguely discern the silhouettes of humanity. Now, his vision had undergone a remarkable enhancement. He could not only perceive the outlines of individuals, but also the anguish etched upon their faces. Indeed, this elixir was one that bolstered mental acuity. With an enhanced mind, his vision would naturally improve significantly. Ye Feng rejoiced, for while physical strength could be cultivated through training, mental fortitude could not be achieved in the same manner. Admittedly, some had trained their mental faculties, yet any forced exertion upon the mind would deplete one's essence, resulting in a considerably shortened lifespan. For instance, forcing oneself to gaze at the sun would lead to deteriorating eyesight, potentially resulting in blindness before reaching the age of 50. Thus, it can be said that mental energy is the wellspring of all things, encompassing strength, speed, reaction, and even creativity. Without a formidable mental force as a foundation, individuals would succumb to lethargy. A drowsy person, naturally, would lack both strength and speed, let alone reflexes. With this in mind, Ye Feng consumed the remaining 4 fragments of the elixir. Of course, suffering was inevitable, yet Ye Feng was fully capable of enduring it. As long as one's spirit remains robust, combined with his blood-sucking techniques and various miraculous abilities, he would likely stand on equal footing with the formidable beast masters. The following morning, Ye Feng awoke from his slumber. At that moment, he perceived the world through a transformed lens. He could discern the intricate patterns of wood grain, the crystalline structure within snowflakes, and the fine hairs adorning human faces. Simultaneously, his mind felt remarkably clear, as if it could accommodate a wealth of knowledge. "Brother Feng, you have changed," exclaimed a night watchman, a native, who gazed at Ye Feng with astonishment. "In what way have I changed?" Ye Feng inquired. "I cannot quite articulate it. However, you exude an inexplicable aura of vitality and health," the native replied. "It is good that you feel this way. Did you slack off during your watch last night?" Ye Feng chuckled, teasingly. "And no, I did not slack off. How could I be lazy when serving Brother Feng?" The native stammered in his defense. Ye Feng patted his shoulder and turned his gaze toward the warship. Below the vessel lay a canoe with 5 individuals aboard. Leading them was Wang Zhihai, followed by the Grand Lady, while 3 robust, dark-skinned men manned the oars, strangers to Ye Feng's team. "Brother Feng, the Grand Lady has summoned the blacksmiths of the Yunshan tribe. I brought them here to meet you," Wang Zhihai shouted from a distance. "Ah, blacksmiths." Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Had they been brought aboard the warship without permission, it would have constituted a grave offense, often punishable by death. The canoe docked at the edge of Hot Spring Island, where 2 guards approached to secure it. Ye Feng strode forward eagerly. He was in dire need of blacksmiths. With their expertise, he could devise a method to smelt steel and forge items such as gun barrels, enabling him to produce flintlock firearms and conserve his limited ammunition in encounters with adversaries. Once the 3 blacksmiths disembarked onto the island, their eyes roamed, revealing a hint of enchantment. Chapter 424. "Ah Feng, come to my quarters." The warmth was delightful. The temperature on Hot Spring Island was at least 10 degrees higher than on the shore. Most importantly, the sanitation here was impeccable. The snow had been deliberately swept aside to reveal well-connected pathways. Furthermore, these paths were not merely compacted earth, but paved with slate, layered with a delicate frost. "Gentlemen, if you are indeed skilled blacksmiths, you are welcome to reside on our Hot Spring Island," Ye Feng addressed the trio. "Indeed, certainly," they responded, somewhat taciturn, reminiscent of the capable engineers from Ye Feng's previous company. "However, residing on Hot Spring Island requires an assessment. Let us begin with an oral examination. I wish to know how you would produce high-quality steel," Ye Feng stated as he led them into the warmth of the greenhouse. The blacksmiths were elated, exploring the greenhouse with eager hands. "The presence of impurities in iron ore directly correlates to the quality of steel produced," one blacksmith remarked. "Excellent insight," Ye Feng praised, giving a thumbs up. Though he was not an expert in steel-making techniques, his modern background had afforded him a breadth of knowledge. Another blacksmith tilted his head in thought before responding. "Good steel must possess not only strength, but also resilience and the ability to withstand impact. Otherwise, when 2 blades collide, a blade that cannot endure the shock will shatter." Ye Feng nodded once more. The most skilled blacksmith of the Yunshan clan did not disappoint him. He had a rudimentary understanding of metallurgy, and the 2 statements were indeed accurate. Now, it was the turn of the 3rd blacksmith. However, this blacksmith displayed a rather disrespectful demeanor, frequently casting his gaze about. "And you, what constitutes good steel?" Ye Feng inquired. "Good steel must be classified by grades. A curved blade requires the use of more than 2 types of steel. The cutting edge of the curved blade must possess sufficient hardness, while the spine must exhibit a degree of resilience. Thus, even if the hard edge chips, the spine will not break. Similarly, for armor, the chest plate should be constructed from resilient steel. However, resilient steel tends to be heavier. So the chest plate requires a composition of 30% resilience and 70% hardness. Furthermore, the articulated greaves and bracers should have a certain degree of resilience, ensuring that the warrior's movements are not overly restricted." Ye Feng's gaze intensified. The insights of this individual were evidently on a higher level than those of the previous 2 blacksmiths. "Master, may I inquire your name?" Ye Feng's expression turned serious. "I am called Valor." "So, it is Master Valor. I wish to hire you as the engineer for our Hot Spring Island, specifically to guide everyone in blacksmithing. However, what I intend to forge is not armor or curved blades, but rather gun barrels. I will provide you with the blueprints in due course," Ye Feng stated earnestly. "Blacksmithing is not a solitary endeavor. I have several apprentices who have been with me for many years. If you are willing to bring them to Hot Spring Island as well, I would be willing to assist you," Valor replied. "Is that so? Among your apprentices, do you have any who are beastmasters?" "None." "How many apprentices do you have?" 5. "They work in perfect harmony with me. I hardly need to instruct them, as they instinctively know what to do." Ye Feng exchanged a glance with Wang Zhihai. "It's settled then, Master Valor. I entrust the engineering of Hot Spring Island to you. You will not need to engage in any other tasks," Simply focus on crafting firearms for me. I will have the blueprints completed in 3 days. Ye Feng extended his fist for a light tap with Valor's. By the way, Mr. Ye Feng, I have a family to support, and my 4 apprentices also have families to care for. How much can you offer me? Valor inquired again. Ye Feng conferred once more with Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai spoke. Master Valor, I will pay you 10 hot spring coins daily. And your 5 apprentices will each receive 8 hot spring coins per day. You will not need to spend on meals or accommodation. In effect, all the money you earn can be exchanged for food, which will be arranged to be delivered to your family. Agreed. Valor expressed his delight. Master Valor, you may now collaborate with the other 2 engineers to design the blacksmith shop. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to Wang Zhihai. He will assist you wholeheartedly, Ye Feng said with a smile. Understood. Ye Feng then boarded a canoe to the warship. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, he noticed Chun-En approaching with an unhappy expression. What's wrong? Ye Feng asked. Brother Feng, Autumn Shui still refuses to let me share her bed. Last night, we slept apart. I don't know what happened, but I couldn't rise. Perhaps it was due to my nervousness. After all, this is my first experience, Chun-En lamented. Ye Feng sighed, wishing Chun-En would pursue someone else, yet fearing it might offend him. Take your time, my brother. One day, you will succeed, Ye Feng reassured him, giving his shoulder a comforting pat. At that moment, Raimai approached, handing Ye Feng a piece of animal hide. Ah Feng, please come to my office. We need to replenish some supplies on Hot Spring Island and the warship, which we lack both timber and stone for, she explained. Chapter 425. I will not let you die very well, Ye Feng responded, following Raimai to her office. As the logistics and finance minister, she certainly had her own space, which was cluttered with animal hides inscribed with Chinese and interspersed with Japanese characters. Ah Feng, we've lost 11 beds on Hot Spring Island, primarily due to their inferior quality. Additionally, 7 stones from the pathway have been damaged, requiring procurement and reshaping. The animal hides, after prolonged use, become rigid and lose warmth. Thus, we need to acquire more than 30 hides for crafting garments. We also broke 37 bamboo cups and lost 3 tables, Raimai detailed. Suddenly, she circled behind Ye Feng, gently pressing her body against his back while maintaining a composed demeanor devoid of frivolous remarks. This subtlety intensified Ye Feng's intrigue. He was drawn to her enigmatic allure. Ah Feng, if we were to undertake these tasks ourselves, it would take us a year due to our limited population of only 100. However, if we outsource to the Yunshan tribe, we can enjoy the results with minimal effort, albeit at a cost, Raimai continued. Then let us outsource it. After all, money is something we can always print, Ye Feng replied, struggling with the distraction of her soft contact against him. Understood, I will proceed accordingly, Raimai said, finally removing herself from his back and taking a seat across from him. This sudden absence left Ye Feng with a sense of longing. He wished for her closeness to return. Ah Feng, do you recall the promise we made? Raimai suddenly smiled seductively, letting her hair cascade down. Oh, what promise? Ye Feng feigned ignorance, though he clearly remembered. Raimai had once suggested that he assist her in bearing another child to deceive Mas Kong. Do you truly not remember? It was an agreement made long ago, Raimai teased, locking the office door behind her. Ye Feng gulped. Truth be told, he was not lacking in female companionship. Whether they were wild maidens, indigenous women, or civilized ladies, he had an abundance of options. However, he had yet to experience the allure of a Japanese woman, renowned for their sensuality. What agreement from long ago? Ye Feng feigned ignorance. After all, he was now a married man, even if he harbored certain thoughts. He could not voice them. It would be preferable for the woman to take the initiative, allowing him to feign reluctance before ultimately acquiescing. In such a scenario, even if Susan were to catch him, he would possess his own justifications, having resided in a civilized society for far too long. The institution of monogamy had deeply ingrained itself within Ye Feng's psyche. Although the island of hot springs had explicitly permitted vigorous procreation, he still found it difficult to fully embrace such liberties as a modern individual. Rimiko smirked, suddenly perching herself on the table and slowly raising her leather skirt. Her fair calves inched upward, causing Ye Feng's eyes to widen in astonishment. Just as she was about to reveal more, Rimiko abruptly lowered her skirt. All right, that's enough. You may leave now, she resumed her serious demeanor. Hey, you can't, Ye Feng exclaimed, desperation etched across his face. Just when he was on the brink of witnessing something, Rimiko had pulled back again. Is there anything else? She inquired, now seated behind the desk, her expression betraying no hint of the earlier event. Me? It's nothing. Ye Feng sighed, dejectedly exiting Rimiko's office. In the days that followed, nothing of significance transpired on the hot springs island. Rimiko outsourced some meticulous tasks, insisting they be executed to her exact specifications. The design of the tables and chairs had to adhere to precise standards. Even the stitching on the leather garments was subject to strict guidelines. Naturally, Rimiko offered substantial remuneration. Crafting a single leather coat required the expenditure of over 200 hot spring coins. As she put it, the pattern of a garment is its soul, followed closely by the importance of stitching and materials. By the shore, numerous beastmasters gathered to bid farewell to the Grand Beastmaster. Grand Beastmaster, be cautious in the forest of exotic beasts. Grand Beastmaster, we will ensure everything is in order here. Grand Beastmaster, safe travels. As the beastmasters and knights waved incessantly, Van Dieming resolutely embarked on his northern journey. Initially, he had intended to take more beastmasters along for the hunt of exotic beasts. However, the beastmasters were not foolish. Following the last expedition where 10 were lost, they were unwilling to march to their deaths. Consequently, this time, Van Dieming brought mostly knight-level experts, totaling over 600 individuals. Among this contingent were 3 menacing siege crossbows being wheeled along. Master Ma sat atop a goat, occasionally casting frightened glances upstream. Mr. Ma, you need not worry. You are our only expert in constructing large siege crossbows. I will ensure your safety, Van Dieming said without looking back. Yes, Grand Beastmaster. Master Ma breathed a sigh of relief. Once Van Dieming departed, only 2 beastmasters from the Van D family remained. The other 22 beastmasters did not belong to the Van D family. They had their own agendas. Everyone, take charge of your respective areas and ensure the pelts required for the hot spring island are meticulously crafted. The quality inspectors are quite formidable. Any defect, no matter how minor, necessitates a complete redo. However, the remuneration is commendable, as a single pelt coat is worth over 200 hot spring coins. After speaking, Van D proceeded to one of the sheds. Inside, more than 70 carpenters were toiling overnight. A supervisor was vociferously instructing, the surface must be smoothed with stone. Not a single bump should remain. The 4 legs of the table must rest evenly on the ice. We cannot afford any more wobbling issues. Utilize the level from Ye Feng's side to ensure the water bubble is centered on the stick. Van D nodded in satisfaction and chose to sit nearby. Ye Feng quoted 70 hot spring coins for each table, while he only needed to pay the carpenters 30, allowing him a pure profit of 40 coins per table. He believed it would not be long before he amassed wealth. In another shed, Hart was supervising a group of indigenous women. Remember, the stitching must consist of 3 rows, and there should be no loose threads. The design must strictly adhere to Ye Feng's specifications. Hart had his own calculations. A pelt coat was valued at 240 hot spring coins. Yet he only needed to pay these women 150 coins in wages to produce a luxury garment. Thus, he could earn a profit of 90 hot spring coins per coat, provided there were no mistakes. Any rework would result in a loss and waste of materials. Van Dieming harbored his own aspirations. The hot spring island had enacted a decree stating that, by paying a one-time fee of 10,000 hot spring coins, one could reside on the island for 7 years. 7 years. There would be ample work opportunities available, and the wages would be exponentially higher than those along the shore. If he could remain there for 7 years, he was certain to save several tens of thousands of hot spring coins. The most significant aspect was that the winter would not exceed 7 years. After that, spring would arrive, allowing him to survive the harsh winter. However, as the Grand Beastmaster noted, half of his profit would have to be surrendered to the Yunshan tribe, which felt excessively burdensome. Contemplating this, he quietly made his way to the shore. As today was a trading day, a dozen canoes from the hot spring island were docked along the shore, filled with frozen fish, kelp, and a small amount of exotic beast meat. Tinger, I have saved 2,000 hot spring coins recently, and I wish to deposit them in the hot spring bank, Hart whispered. Is that legal? Tinger inquired. Rest assured, it is entirely legal and above board, Hart assured confidently. As long as it is legal. Tinger produced a piece of animal hide and inscribed the deposit slip. Name, Hart. Deposit, 2,000 hot spring coins. Now, please affix at least 4 fingerprints. When you wish to withdraw the funds, we will verify your fingerprints, Tinger stated in an official manner. Very well. Hart pressed his 4 fingerprints into the red clay on the animal hide. Indeed, in recent days, Wang Zhihai had been propagating the concept of the hot spring bank along the shore. Anyone can deposit money into the hot spring bank without any documentation. Merely pressing 4 fingerprints suffices. When one wishes to withdraw funds, the bank staff will verify the fingerprints, and if they match, the deposited amount can be retrieved. This money can be freely spent. Should one desire to stay on Hot Spring Island for 7 years, a sum of 10,000 hot spring coins is required. Thus, Wang Zhihai's strategy allows them to recoup their expenditures. In essence, the goal is to keep those on the shore perpetually impoverished, preventing them from amassing enough wealth to purchase heavy machine guns. Just as Harder departed, another beast master approached Tunger mysteriously. Tunger, I would like to deposit 3,000 hot spring coins. On other canoes, beast masters and knights also came to deposit money, alongside some exceptionally skilled craftsmen. On the entire shore, the only individuals truly capable of earning money were the beast masters, knights, and craftsmen. The former two profited by exploiting labor, while the latter relied on their own skills. As time passed, Ye Feng convened a meeting on Hot Spring Island. Brother Feng, the logistics department has replaced all the old beds with brand new ones, crafted entirely from durable mountain pear wood and mahogany, both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. The roads on Hot Spring Island have also been paved with blue stone slabs, significantly sturdier than ordinary stones and resistant to wear. Additionally, we have crafted 600 exquisite beast skin coats, sufficient for our needs. After Rimiko's report, it was Chun En's turn. Brother Feng, the blacksmith has successfully smelted the first batch of steel, with impurities in the iron reduced significantly compared to before. At this rate, I believe we will be able to produce high-quality steel suitable for manufacturing gun barrels within 3 years. Upon finishing, Chun took his seat. Excellent. Ye Feng felt a great sense of relief. Gun barrels were his primary concern. Brother Feng, the total deposits in the Hot Spring Bank have now exceeded 400,000, with 350,000 coming from the Beastmasters, Knights, and senior craftsmen of the Yunshan tribe. It can be said that if those Beastmasters dare to attack us, we can freeze their funds, rendering their labor futile. Wang Zhihai wore a smug expression. Very good. Ye Feng expressed his delight. As long as he could bind the Yunshan people on the shore with money, he would dare to venture ashore himself in the future. Ha ha. Today I am in high spirits. Inform the security team to prepare fish porridge along the shore, establishing 3 porridge tents to assist the impoverished by providing them with a warm meal, regardless of whether they are Yunshan people, Snow Mountain tribes, or members of minor clans. Ye Feng, in an effort to establish the credibility and authority of Hot Spring Island, decided to engage in small acts of charity. Chapter 427, A Coded Signal. Brother Feng, you truly possess a generous heart. I believe that once the porridge tents are established, the tens of thousands of people on the shore will be immensely grateful to you. Wang Zhihai flattered. I should personally go to the shore to serve porridge to those in need. Ye Feng made a bold decision. No, Brother Feng. You are the leader of Hot Spring Island. If the Vandais were to take you hostage, we would be obligated to continuously provide them with food. A voice of caution interjected. Just moments ago, Wang Zhihai, who had been flattering, was the first to voice his opposition. Feng Gu, spare us, for matters like these. Let us insignificant individuals take the lead, Chenin advised. Ah Feng, you must not go. You are the soul of our Hot Spring Island. Once you reach the shore, it will be the domain of the Yunshan people, who could seize you at any moment to leverage your worth. Bai Chushue also protested. In the face of their objections, Ye Feng smirked. What is there to fear? Van Diemen has ventured into the beast forest. The only one in command now is Van Dien. Wang Zhihai, it seems, has deposited 1,000 hot spring coins in our bank, hasn't he? If he dares to detain me as a hostage, I shall freeze his assets. Ye Feng chuckled. While your reasoning is sound, what if he chooses not to care about that 1,000 hot spring coins? Wang Zhihai remained hesitant. My decision is made. You all go ahead and set up the porridge stalls on the shore, prepare the porridge for me, and once everything is ready, I shall personally come ashore. Also, disseminate the news of my arrival immediately. Ye Feng's words were resolute, leaving no room for further dissent. He had an urgent matter at hand that required swift action to control the throngs of over 100,000 at the shore. 3 canoes glided to the beach, each armed with heavy machine guns and a full supply of ammunition. Wang Zhihai, Chenin, and Tu Ba, 3 key figures, personally disembarked to oversee the establishment of the porridge stalls. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, our Feng Gu has stated that on behalf of the Hot Spring Bank, we will set up 3 porridge stalls on the shore. Please prepare your bowls and line up. Shortly, our Feng Gu will come ashore to serve you. Ensuring that everyone receives a steaming bowl of fish porridge, Wang Zhihai shouted. What? Do we need hot spring coins? Inquired a gaunt woman, her hunger evident. No, they are complimentary from Feng Ge. We simply hope you carry a heart of gratitude, Wang Zhihai responded, as he personally assisted in setting up the stalls. Amidst the crowd, a knight from the Van D family quietly slipped into the woods. Half an hour later, within a wooden cabin in the forest, Van Dien convened a meeting. Over 20 beast masters and 40 knights were present, all high-ranking officials, the true rulers of the tens of thousands of refugees at the shore. Why is there silence among you? Van Dien inquired. Deputy Commander, if you truly intend to capture Ye Feng alive, it may not bode well for us. Such an act could incite a rebellion. They would cease to provide us with work, leaving us unable to sustain the Yunshan tribe. Harder was the first to voice his dissent. Are you joking? He has already deposited over 4,000 hot spring coins in the bank. Once he reaches 6,000, he can immigrate to Hot Spring Island. At this critical juncture, how can we consider kidnapping Ye Feng? I concur with Harder. Capturing Ye Feng would be tantamount to declaring war on Hot Spring Island. Who would guarantee our future provisions? Another beast master chimed in. Having deposited over 1,000 hot spring coins, though modest, it established a connection with the island. His ambitions were considerable. He sought not only to immigrate himself, but also to bring his wife and 7 sons to Hot Spring Island to endure the harsh winter ahead. In essence, he must accumulate 80,000 hot spring coins to formally confront the Yunshan clan. Deputy Commander, not only must we refrain from abducting Ye Feng, but we must also assign personnel to safeguard him. Should he perish, our funds in the bank would be rendered useless, and we would face starvation. Another beast master interjected. Although depositing money in the hot spring bank has become an unspoken secret, it is rarely discussed openly. To do so would signify a definitive severance from the Yunshan clan. Moreover, these beast masters occasionally divulge internal information to the hot spring bank for monetary gain. For instance, the matter of the grand beast master venturing into the exotic beast forest was sold to Ye Feng by them. Your actions will inevitably lead to the indirect control of our Yunshan clan by Ye Feng. Van Dai sighed deeply. After all, among the 20 or so beast masters present, 18 opposed the idea of kidnapping Ye Feng, leaving him with little recourse. The refugees had already formed a long queue beside the porridge stand. Ye Feng, armed with binoculars, scrutinized the riverbank. To be candid, as the leader, he felt a twinge of anxiety about approaching the bank to serve porridge to the refugees, fearing potential abduction. Just then, a contingent of knights on goats burst forth from the woods, swiftly arriving at the porridge stand. What do you intend to do? Wang Zhihai exclaimed, signaling the machine gunner in the canoe with a glance. Chapter 428. The most beautiful woman in the small tribe. Deputy Commander Wang, do not be alarmed. Following our meeting, it has been decided that Mr. Yi will provide food for the refugees on the bank, and thus our Yunshan clan will assist in maintaining order to prevent Mr. Yi from being assaulted by these refugees, which would ultimately reflect poorly on us. Haltet approached, riding his goat, and explained attentively. Maintain order? Are you certain you have no ulterior motives? Wang Zhihai remained vigilant. I swear by the heavens, if I harbor any ulterior motives, may I meet a dire fate. Haltet declared, raising his right palm. He then dismounted and quietly approached Wang Zhihai, stating, we have deposited our money in your bank. Do you think we would act against our own interests? Even if the deputy commander wished to abduct Mr. Yi, we beast masters would never consent. You have a point, Wang Zhihai nodded, signaling 3 times with a torch towards the warship. This was his safety signal, indicating that Ye Feng could now come ashore. On the deck, Susan and others anxiously watched Ye Feng. Ah Feng, are you truly going? Of course, lower the rope ladder. Ye Feng swiftly descended the rope ladder into the canoe, personally taking up the oars. Susan remained uneasy. She exchanged a glance with Chung Li Bin, and both readied the machine gun. Should anyone on the bank harbor ill intentions, they would promptly reduce it to rubble. With a slight exertion of his arms, the canoe surged forth like an arrow towards the shore. Meanwhile, the figures on the bank grew increasingly distinct. Beast masters and knights wielded whips to maintain order, punishing those who attempted to cut in line. The primary objective was to ensure no threats lurked among the refugees. With a thud, the canoe collided with the ice, and Ye Feng set his face sternly, planting his boots on the shore. Thousands of gazes converged upon Ye Feng's countenance. They were aware that an important figure had come ashore today, yet they were taken aback by his youth. Lower your heads. No looking, Haltet thundered, lashing out at those who dared to meet Ye Feng's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng stepped towards the central porridge stall, grasping a wooden ladle. Do not strike them. As long as they remain in line, it suffices, he declared. With that, He ladled a scoop of porridge. The first refugee approached, trembling hands clutching a battered bowl. Plop! The scalding hot porridge splashed into his broken vessel. Thank you, foreigner, the refugee exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he savored the aroma of the porridge. It was far superior to their usual fare, devoid of leaves and wild vegetables, consisting solely of pure fish porridge. The second refugee stepped forward, his face a portrait of hunger as he gazed longingly at the cauldron of fish porridge. Plop! Ye Feng served him another generous scoop. A knight observed Ye Feng's back coldly, stealthily resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. He understood that this was the most significant person on Hot Spring Island. Capturing him alive would earn him considerable acclaim. What do you intend to do? Haltat was the first to sense the anomaly, positioning himself protectively behind Ye Feng. Presumptuous. Two beastmasters rushed forward, forming a protective barrier around Ye Feng. It was no jest. Ye Feng was a substantial benefactor, and should he sustain injury or perish, their funds in the hot spring bank would be rendered worthless. Stand aside. This is an opportunity. The knight disregarded their concerns, brandishing his curved blade as he charged forth. Plop! A spear pierced through his chest with a thunderous crash, causing the knight to collapse, revealing the figure of Van Dai standing behind him. Whoever dares to assassinate Ye Feng shall sever our Yunshan tribe's sustenance. I shall ensure severe punishment, Van Dai proclaimed, wiping the spear's tip against the corpse. Having learned from previous lessons, he had become more astute. Ye Feng, fully aware of the assassination attempt, continued to calmly serve porridge to the refugees. I wager that the leaders of your Yunshan tribe will safeguard me. In the canoe, several machine gunners exhaled in relief, disengaging their safeties. How perilous! Fortunate that there was no rebellion on the shore, one gunner remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, a rather attractive female native rushed towards them, stripping off her animal skin clothing to reveal her allure. Mr. Yi, I am the most beautiful woman of the Black Ear tribe. Let me aboard your vessel, and I shall offer you anything. I wish to wear fine furs, she declared. Before she could utter another word, a knight brutally shoved her to the ground, striking her without mercy with his whip. Cease, Ye Feng admonished. Mr. Yi, this woman charged in unexpectedly. What if she intended to assassinate you? If you were to sustain even the slightest injury, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon our Yunshan tribe. The knight explained. No, bring her here. Ye Feng continued to serve the porridge, speaking nonchalantly. Thus, the knight pushed the native woman forward. Ye Feng surveyed the woman before him. Indeed, she possessed striking beauty and an exquisite figure, with a fierce wildness gleaming in her eyes. Truly the most captivating woman in the small tribe. What skills do you possess? Ye Feng inquired. I can sew garments. The snow leopard skin you see is crafted by my hands, she replied. Ye Feng couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Chapter 429. Leaving her with a favorable impression of my hot spring island currently, that snow leopard skin adorned Susan, and its cut and stitching were evidently the result of meticulous effort. Very well, please stand behind me. Once I finish preparing the porridge, I shall take you to Hot Spring Island, where you may teach the women there the art of fine needlework, Ye Feng declared. The woman gasped, momentarily at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a surge of joy. Ye Feng's words had stirred a hornet's nest. Soon, 4 or 5 more attractive women approached, imitating the first, unfastening their animal hides to reveal their own allure. Kind Mr. Yi, our sewing skills are certainly on par with hers. Please allow us to join you on the island. Mr. Yi, I seek employment as I have 2 children to support. Mr. Yi, I cannot bear the thought of starving on the shore. Please grant me passage to the island. Ye Feng's expression darkened immediately. If this trend continued, his hot spring island would soon be inundated with thousands. He swiftly dispatched Harder, accompanied by a team of knights, to disperse the crowd. Ye Feng made no effort to impede them, merely instructing the knights to refrain from using whips. This charitable endeavor persisted from dawn until dusk. Although it could not be assured that every individual received fish porridge, at least half were fed. Should he distribute further, the frozen fish aboard Ye Feng's warship would be exhausted. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall resume tomorrow. For today, we conclude here. With that, Ye Feng tossed aside his spoon, preparing to wrap up his duties. Mr. Yi, thank you for the sustenance you have provided. This goat possesses 10% of the bloodline of a wondrous beast, allowing it to traverse rugged terrain with remarkable speed. I would like to present it to you, Harder declared, riding the goat over. It seems rather inappropriate. How could I take what belongs to another? Ye Feng feigned modesty. In truth, upon first seeing the goat riders, He had envisioned riding one himself to witness its speed firsthand. "Mr. Yi, I implore you to accept this. It is a token of my gratitude." "To refuse my gift would be a disgrace for someone of my profession," Harder insisted solemnly. "Given the seriousness of your words, I shall graciously accept your kindness. However, I, Ye Feng, have never been one to take advantage of others. Therefore, I will augment your bank deposit by 3,000 hot spring coins, bringing your total to 7,000. Ye Feng whispered discreetly. I cannot thank you enough. This is precisely what I desired." Harder bent low, grasping Ye Feng's hand tightly, his humility reaching its zenith. Other beastmasters approached with eager expressions, shaking Ye Feng's hand fervently in a show of goodwill. "It is not feasible to remain unappeasing. All my deposits lie within the confines of the hot spring bank. Should I entertain any treacherous thoughts, the repercussions would render a month's worth of effort null and void. Moreover, depositing money in the hot spring bank serves as a vital means of survival. Even if the entire Yunshan tribe were to perish from hunger, I could ensure my own access to Hot Spring Island, where a life of indulgence awaits. Naturally, it is not solely my enjoyment that matters. I must also ensure my family partakes in this luxury. Consequently, an abundance of hot spring coins is essential." Just as I was about to return home, I found myself besieged by a throng of beastmasters. They queued before me, extending their hands for a handshake, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Following the beastmasters were several distinguished knights, each possessing connections or formidable prowess, and they too had wealth deposited within the hot spring bank. After the knights came a cadre of artisans. Ultimately, once I have amassed enough wealth, I shall bring my entire family to Hot Spring Island, making it prudent to become acquainted with the island's chief. Thus, the elite along the shores have entirely aligned themselves with me. Even if the Grand Beastmaster Vandeman were to return and command these individuals to assault my warship, I would likely receive word of their intentions 3 days in advance, allowing me ample time for preparation. This, of course, hinges on Vandeman's actual influence. I suspect that even if these individuals were compelled to send forces against Hot Spring Island, their efforts would lack vigor, and at a critical moment, they might even falter. There is no ulterior motive here. It is purely an act of goodwill towards me. The 4 canoes began to paddle as I returned to the warship. "Let us head back to Hot Spring Island," I commanded, gesturing for a sharp turn to the right. "Ladies and gentlemen, today I have brought back a skilled seamstress. Instruct her in some modern concepts, and together, through her craftsmanship and your contemporary ideas, we shall create even more fashionable leather garments." I indicated the indigenous woman behind me. "Is that truly the reason you brought her back?" Susan rolled her eyes. "Of course. By the way, what is your name?" I inquired of the indigenous woman. "I am Aaron." "A lovely name. Raimai, please arrange accommodation for Aaron and prepare dinner, ensuring she leaves with a favorable impression of Hot Spring Island," I instructed. "Understood." Raimai nodded, leading Aaron away to change. "Afon, that bird's injuries have nearly healed. If we are to tame it, we can begin today." Bai Chushua approached at that moment. Oh, my eyes brightened. The image of soaring through the skies on that magnificent creature was still vivid in my memory, akin to a divine experience. While others would require days to traverse certain distances, I needed merely to tug at the giant bird's feathers, and it would cover the journey in less than half an hour. I calculated that, at the giant bird's speed, it could make a round trip along the Heishu River in half a day. Once tamed, I could fly to the Duoyan grassland and seize the opportunity to retrieve Duoyan Hina and my child. "Shaner, I shall not return to my chamber tonight. I will be sleeping in the birdhouse. Do not wait for me," I declared with excitement. "However, without you, I cannot find solace in sleep." Susan grasped Ye Feng's arm. "I have more pressing matters to attend to. By the way, if you truly cannot sleep, take this to prop yourself up." Ye Feng tossed a long, slender object aside and dashed toward the bird pen. Creak. The massive wooden door swung open, revealing a pitch-black interior, where a faint but pungent odor of bird droppings lingered, particularly offensive to the senses. "Light the torch," Ye Feng instructed. The 2 guards nodded and ignited the fire pit. Before them lay the giant bird, ensnared by 5 or 6 iron chains binding its legs and neck, with enormous stones attached to either end, ensuring it could not lash out violently. Upon seeing Ye Feng's entrance, the colossal creature emitted a cacophony of raucous squawks. The guards quickly covered their heads with their arms, faces contorted in agony. In the past, Ye Feng would have found the piercing sound unbearable. However, now, having consumed the crystal elixir, his mental fortitude had grown immensely, Ordinary noise no longer fazed him. You too. Exit. I will handle this, he commanded. Yes. The guards hurriedly fled, fearing that lingering even a moment longer might result in their heads being shattered. Ye Feng closed the wooden door and locked eyes with the giant bird, which glared back defiantly. You are quite stubborn. That is of no concern. I possess ample time to endure your resistance. Ye Feng unsheathed his dagger and jabbed it at the creature's leg. Clank. The iron chains clattered loudly. The giant bird seethed with rage, yet it was powerless to break free from its restraints. I know you can comprehend my words. Now, I command you to crouch down. Allowing me to mount your back, Ye Feng stated coldly. With a sharp peck, the bird lunged forward, nearly piercing Ye Feng's chest. Damn it, I have no choice. I am generally a merciful person, but today, I must tame you. Ye Feng heated the dagger in the torch flame until it glowed red, then applied it to the creature's leg. The piercing cries echoed throughout the hot spring island. By morning, Ye Feng emerged from the bird pen, his face etched with fatigue. He was on the verge of collapse, yet the giant bird remained unyielding. As the sovereign of the skies, it had never tasted defeat. How could it be so easily subdued? Brother Feng, are you the one enduring its torment, or is it you who is being tested? Chunan remarked, spotting Ye Feng. Prepare my breakfast. After I eat, I shall continue my efforts to tame it. After finishing his meal, Ye Feng steeled his resolve and returned to the task of subduing the bird. He simply could not allow this obstinate creature to rest. Once it regained its vigor, it would surely reclaim its indomitable spirit. At the edge of the beast forest, 3 crossbows were secured to 3 towering ancient trees. Here, the colossal trees reached heights of over 100 meters, in stark contrast to the opposite bank, where only a solitary spruce tree surpassed that height. Masiko, you will guard these crossbows while I venture into the depths of the beast forest to lure out the creatures. When they emerge, I will step aside, and you shall use the crossbows to eliminate them. Remember, do not shoot me, Van Diemen warned. Rest assured, I shall not, Masiko pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. The knights exchanged glances, fear flickering in their eyes. While Marshal Kong was unaware of the perils of the beast forest, they had heard tales of its dangers within the tribe for decades. Even a beast master venturing deep into the forest faced a 50% chance of perishing. Great beast master, will the flesh of these beasts truly be ours to bring back? One knight could not help but inquire, doubting the likelihood of such fortune. Indeed, the beast meat shall belong to you. I seek only the crystal pills. Should any among you demonstrate commendable bravery, I might even share the crystal pills with you. However, it is imperative that you do not flee upon encountering the beasts. Otherwise, I too may meet my end here, warned Van Diemen. Recently, he had been slightly malnourished, and with food scarce, he dared not indulge himself, fearing a rebellion among the knights. In the military camp, it was not the scarcity that incited discontent, but the perception of injustice. As long as his rations were on par with those of the ordinary knights, even if they were on the brink of starvation, they would stand united with him. However, if the lower-ranking knights were to subsist on a single meal a day while he feasted on lavish delicacies, discarding any leftovers without sharing, a revolt would be inevitable unless his strength was sufficient to fend off thousands. Great Beastmaster, should we acquire the beast meat, we would no longer need to beg Ye Feng. We could confront him directly. One knight seemed to have a revelation. Van Diemen paused, nodding in agreement. Indeed, with provisions in our possession, Ye Feng's naval fleet would hold no advantage over us. His words were pleasing to the ear. Yet the truth remained. Once the beast's blood was shed, some scent-sensitive beasts would swiftly converge, calling upon their kin. Moreover, 90% of the creatures within the beast forest possessed acute olfactory senses, unless they had a fleet capable of swiftly transporting the beast meat across the river. The creatures would be deterred from pursuing into the frigid waters, lest they too become lifeless corpses. Chapter 431. Taming in the farthest reaches of the cloud mist mountains. The landscape opened up, vast and boundless. A powerful cold current swept around the towering peaks, finally descending upon this land, overgrown with ryegrass and mugwort. The Duoyin grassland lay to the north of the cloud mist mountains, where the melting snow from the mountaintops carved out 3 great rivers, the Duoyin River, the Drinking Horse Lake, and the Wolf Creek. This fertile expanse was home to over 200 tribes of varying sizes. Presently, all tribes recognized the Duoyin tribe as their sovereign, referring to its chieftain as the Heavenly Khan. However, not every tribe was willing to submit to the Duoyin's rule. The dozen or so tribes within the cloud mist mountains were stubborn and resolute, relegated to the mountain's recesses, forever unable to gallop freely across the grassland. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed across the tranquil pasture. A water buffalo raised its head, gazing toward the northern expanse of the grassland. In the next moment, terror filled its eyes as it beheld a troop of cavalry approaching, their hooves thundering upon the ryegrass, a dark mass stretching endlessly into the horizon. In a dimly lit chamber, the clanking of iron chains echoed alongside a long, drawn-out sigh. Duoyen Hina placed her palms against her chest, murmuring incantations. Brother Feng, I feel utterly useless. Qiu Shui refuses to allow me into her bed, and it seems she harbors no affection for me at all. On the hot springs island, Chunin wept beside Ye Feng. What is there to cry about? A true man should not despair over a lack of a partner. If she does not love you, then release her. You deserve far better. Ye Feng quickly consoled him. But I care for her deeply, and moreover, with Sister Susan acting as a matchmaker. Even if Qiu Shui does not cherish me, I cannot betray Sister Susan's goodwill. Chunin lamented. Below them, Wang Zhihai could no longer restrain himself and coldly interjected. Stop making excuses. She does not like you in the slightest. If you doubt this, ask those around you. The moment I saw Qiu Shui look at you, I knew you were not meant for one another. If all else fails, divorce her. Seek a woman who adores you, and only then will you find happiness. Upon hearing Wang Zhihai's words, Chunin quickly turned his gaze to Ding Tuanchuan. Don't look at me, she replied. Wang Zhihai's words seemed rather factual. He then turned to Bai Chuxue. Indeed, she nodded in agreement. Chunin was on the verge of despair, casting a pleading glance at Ye Feng. Unable to believe that Qiu Shui felt no affection for him, Ye Feng sighed deeply and embraced Chunin Wuhu. Brother Feng, I shall never pursue high standards again. I've decided to stick to something more modest. A person like me, with high standards, can only end up like delaying taking medicine. Chunin sobbed loudly. At that moment, a snow-white hand rested upon his shoulder. Ngu, it is Qiu Shui who is unworthy of you. In truth, I have harbored a secret admiration for you for quite some time. If you are willing, let us share a chamber tonight. The voice was melodious, and Chunin trembled, slowly turning around to see a robust young woman gazing at him with affection. Ah, a ghost. Chunin reacted instinctively, throwing a punch. Ah, the woman shrieked, collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha. Chunin, how can you strike a fan? That is unwise. I believe you two are quite the pair. The laughter was infectious, but soon, the mirth faded. The woman, having been struck, lay on the ground convulsing, frothing at the mouth. Not good. Ye Feng quickly rushed to assist her. This has nothing to do with me. I didn't even hit her hard. Chunin stood in stunned silence. Quick, summon Chuxue. We need to see if she has contracted a disease. Ye Feng exclaimed, lifting the indigenous woman onto the table. Wang Zhihai hurried over to pinch her philtrum. Suddenly, the woman ceased her convulsions, sitting up like a normal person, scanning everyone present with a calm gaze. What? Ye Feng stepped back cautiously. For reasons unknown, at that moment, he sensed a strange familiarity about the woman's demeanor. Ye Feng, she called out. What just happened to you? Ye Feng regarded the indigenous woman with a look of suspicion. I am Duoyen Hina, and you need not be astonished. She bears my curse. Upon uttering these words, all present recoiled, gazing at the woman in terror. Yet, Ye Feng took a step forward, contrary to the crowd's reaction. You have used her as a medium? This matter is inconsequential. I am now imprisoned by our Duoyen tribe. Tian Kahan has vowed not to harm me, for I am a legitimate member of the Duoyen people. However, he shall harm our child. Tian Kahan has declared that the moment the child is born, it will be killed. I should have given birth long ago, yet I have been too fearful to do so, exerting my mystical powers to maintain control. However, I am nearing the limits of my strength. In a month's time, my body will inevitably give in to childbirth. You must expedite my escape. The plump woman concluded, her eyes now bloodshot. Clearly, the strain of this remote control method had taken a heavy toll on the medium. Where are you imprisoned? Ye Feng's heart twisted in agony, his nails almost embedded in his flesh. His beloved woman had endured such suffering while he had been lost in oblivion. Most importantly, the child. It was imperative that she did not give birth within the Duoyen tribe. Otherwise, on the very first day, that wretched Tian Kahan would slay the child. With a sudden gasp, the plump woman opened her mouth and spat a mouthful of blood. Ye Feng, the medium can no longer withstand it. The indigenous woman uttered these words before collapsing. At that moment, Bai Chuxue arrived. Chuxue, quickly revive her. We cannot let her perish. Ye Feng exclaimed, pacing anxiously. The others gazed at him, helpless and devoid of any ideas. Brother Feng, Tian Kahan is the sovereign of the vast prairie. Do not take any risks. Personally, I believe that while a child can be lost and born anew, should you perish, it would be catastrophic. Tung Yu's voice dwindled as he spoke. For Ye Feng was glaring at him. Wang Zhihai, Susan, Ramiko, I must take leave for a while. In my absence, you shall implement a system of checks and balances. Wang Zhihai will oversee daily affairs, Susan will handle legal matters, and Ramiko will manage voting and elections. With that, Ye Feng hastened towards the aviary. Indeed, he was preparing to soar across the prairie, for Duoyan Hina was suffering in the grasslands, and he must act swiftly to rescue her. Otherwise, even if Duoyan Hina were to forcibly suppress her labor, how long could the child survive? As he opened the aviary, the giant bird lunged at Ye Feng. Today, even if I cannot tame you, I shall ride you to the Duoyan prairie. Ye Feng dodged several times, grasping the giant bird's feathers and climbing towards its neck. You too, quickly unshackle its chains. Ye Feng firmly held onto the giant bird, which swayed violently, yet he remained steadfast. Chapter 432. The triumphant return. The two guards nodded cautiously and approached to unfasten the chains. However, as the first chain was released, the giant bird flipped over, throwing Ye Feng off its neck. Simultaneously, its massive claw, now free from restraint, pressed down upon Ye Feng's chest. With a splatter, blood splattered forth. Despite the protective scales, Ye Feng still coughed up a mouthful of blood. The colossal bird strained once more, snapping yet another iron chain. Ye Feng's mouth fell agape. He had not anticipated that the majestic creature, in its prime, would exhibit such formidable strength. Even if it could not rival the grand beastmasters, the disparity was negligible. Brother Feng, what shall we do? Should we resecure it? Inquired the two guards, clutching the iron chains. Then let us lock it again. Ye Feng sighed heavily, assisting the guards as they toiled for 2 hours to rebind the colossal bird. With 5 chains in place, if even one were to be removed, it would regain a modicum of mobility and could easily sever the remaining 4. Having secured the bird, Ye Feng emerged from the aviary, his spirit utterly dejected. What was to be done? The giant bird could not be ridden for the time being, nor could it be tamed in the short term. Should he venture to the Duoyan Great Prairie atop a goat to rescue Duoyan Hina? Ye Feng shook his head once more. A tribe powerful enough to drive the Yunshan clan into the mountains surely boasted more than its fair share of grand beastmasters. His presence there would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. Yet, he could not simply stand by while his child fell victim to the wrath of the heavenly Khan. Brother Feng, there is but one recourse. We must rally all the people from the riverbank and lead them to the Great Prairie to confront the heavenly Khan. While his forces are dispatched for suppression, you can stealthily rescue Duoyan Hina, Wang Zhihai proposed. It is not so simple. First, to dominate the knights of the Yunshan clan will require considerable time. And I have but a month left, Ye Feng lamented, raking his fingers through his disheveled hair. Fear not, Brother Feng. We may test the waters. Just now, I received word from a beastmaster that their grand beastmaster has returned and convened a secret meeting, Wang Zhihai whispered. How shall we test? Ye Feng countered. It is as follows. Wang Zhihai leaned closer to Ye Feng's ear. Half an hour later, Ye Feng clapped his thigh. Then it is settled. Spread the word that I, Ye Feng, am willing to assume the role of the grand leader of the Yunshan clan's warships. Ye Feng declared resolutely. At the riverbank, within a towering wooden hall, Fan Diming occupied the seat of honor, flanked by rows of beastmasters arranged by their prowess. Outside the hall stood over 40 high-ranking knights, all poised in silence, exuding an imposing presence. Fan Diming toyed with a crystal pill, casting his gaze beyond the wooden walls. Is Ye Feng truly coming to meet me in person? He inquired. Indeed, elder brother. According to the regulations of our Yunshan tribe, the appointed grand leader of the warships must be present in person, Fan Dai replied. At that moment, the sound of crunching snow echoed from outside. A rider approached the hall, seated atop a goat, none other than Ye Feng himself. As the goat reached the entrance, it audibly relieved itself. The knights on either side bent their bodies and stepped back 2 meters. Ye Feng inhaled deeply and rode into the wooden hall. Inside, formidable figures surrounded him. There were 24 beast masters alone, alongside the esteemed Fan Diming and his companion Fan Dai. A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Fan Diming's mouth as he raised an eyebrow, regarding Ye Feng with a calculating gaze. You, Ye Feng, possess a remarkable audacity. Daring to intrude upon your own territory? Just as he was about to speak, he observed that the beast masters below had all knelt halfway to the ground in unison. We pay our respects to the chief commander of the warship. 23 beast masters knelt in perfect alignment. Within the entire wooden cabin, only 3 individuals remained standing: Fan Dimeng, Fan Diyi, and Ma Sikong. This sight caused Fan Dimeng's eyelid to twitch violently, and the smile upon his lips gradually faded. Damn it! Ye Feng, what have you done? How could the beast masters of the Yunshan tribe bow down to you in such a manner? Brother, it would be prudent not to complicate matters further. Simply hand him the token of the chief commander of the warship, Fan Diyi whispered from the side. Hand it to him. Fan Dimeng narrowed his eyes, glaring fiercely at his brother. It seems that during my absence, you beast masters have completely turned to Ye Feng. Taking a deep breath, Fan Dimeng turned his gaze back to Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng was already astride a goat, standing boldly before Fan Dimeng. He held his posture with dignity, fearlessly meeting Fan Dimeng's eyes. The air seemed to resonate with the sound of clashing swords. After a lengthy pause, Fan Dimeng finally spoke. I, the esteemed great beast master of the Fan Di family, Fan Dimeng, by the authority of the chief of the Yunshan tribe, hereby appoint Ye Feng as the chief commander of the Yunshan tribe's warship. Upon finishing his proclamation, a knight approached, presenting a token to the elevated Ye Feng. Ye Feng inwardly sighed in relief, accepting the token with one hand. Thank you, great beast master. Thank you, chief. With that, Ye Feng turned the goat's head towards all the beast masters and knights below. I, Ye Feng, in the capacity of chief commander of the Yunshan tribe's warship, command you all to prepare for battle against the Duoyan tribe. Upon declaring this, Ye Feng raised the token high. At your command. The beast masters and cavalry knelt in unison. Of course, a minority of knights disagreed, but there was no choice. The tide of events swept them into submission. Fan Dimeng's eyelid twitched again as he suddenly stood up. Ye Feng, I am the great beast master. You are not permitted to launch an attack on the Duoyan grassland in the name of the chief commander of the warship. Such an action would bring calamity upon our Yunshan tribe. Fan Dimeng stated coldly. I regret to inform you that the chief commander of the warship holds the authority to command all warships, and the beast masters and knights are free individuals. They possess the right to choose whether to heed your command as the great beast master or mine as the chief commander of the warship, Ye Feng retorted, slightly tilting his body, unreserved in his response. Ha! Ye Feng, I am unaware of the tricks you have employed to gain such influence over these beast masters. But I must inform you that my Fan Di family holds a prestigious status within the Yunshan tribe. As long as I oppose it, they will not embark on an expedition against the Duoyan tribe under your leadership. Fan Dimeng raised an eyebrow, regarding Ye Feng with a mocking gaze. You, an outsider. Even now, as the chief commander of the warship, truly believe you possess greater charisma? I, Fan Dimeng, am a native of the Yunshan tribe. What are you? Ye Feng, an outsider, and one whose strength does not surpass mine. What do you have to compare with me? Such thoughts were not exclusive to him. Fan Diyi shared the same sentiment. Ye Feng indeed possesses remarkable abilities, capable of manipulating the hot spring currency to control the sustenance and survival of over 100,000 souls along the shore. However, in comparison to the prestige of Van Dimming, he still falls significantly short. Is that not so? Ye Feng leapt down from the back of the goat and approached the beast masters and knights. Those willing to accompany me in the campaign against the Duoyan tribe shall, upon our victorious return, immediately be granted a 7-year residency on Hot Spring Island. Chapter 433. Finally, a concession Ye Feng proclaimed loudly. The crowd erupted in a murmur of excitement. A 7-year residency. With this span, winter would likely have passed, allowing them to endure until the blossoms of spring. We are willing to heed the commands of the Grand Chief of the warship, declared one beast master, kneeling before him. In the Yunshan tribe, there exists a tradition that the Grand Chief must be a beast master, yet not every beast master is deemed worthy of such a role. The title of Grand Chief of the warship is akin to that of the Supreme Commander of the Navy. As for the Great Beast Master, it is merely a title without actual authority, comparable to a general in command of a theater of war, while the Great Beast Master holds the rank of a senior general without any concrete responsibilities. I am willing to follow the orders of the Grand Chief of the warship. So am I, echoed the Beast Masters, each drawing their curved blades and vociferously rallying behind Ye Feng. Drawing their swords signified their readiness to fight for him. Boldly, You are of the Yunshan tribe. How can you serve a foreigner? I forbid you from supporting him, Van Diemen declared, rising and striding towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he deftly dismounted from the goddess' back. Since consuming those crystal pills, his strength, speed, and reflexes had ascended to a new level. Coupled with the blood-sucking technique and blood-scale protection, he pondered whether he could match the great Beastmaster in a contest of strength. At that moment, a knight rushed in with urgency. Great Beastmaster, the warship has docked, and there are 20 canoes. You should come and see for yourself. The knight gestured toward the treeline. A weight settled in Van Diemen's heart as he swiftly passed by Ye Feng, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed upon the water. There, on the warship, 2 cannons were aimed at his wooden abode, while a dozen heavy machine guns also targeted him. Furthermore, each of the 20 canoes was equipped with a heavy machine gun, their ominous muzzles sending shivers down his spine. Should he strike at Ye Feng now, he might very well face his own demise. Ye Feng coldly observed Van Diemen's retreating figure, curious to see how he would respond. Having dared to venture alone into the heart of Yunshan's stronghold, he must have made meticulous preparations. Van Diemen slowly turned to face Ye Feng, his icy gaze piercing. Ye Feng stood tall, unflinching as he met his stare. After 5 seconds, Van Diemen suddenly broke into a grin. Ha ha ha, splendid. Indeed, heroes emerge in their youth. Ye Feng, you possess considerable prowess, be it in martial skill, courage, or strategy. You are the most formidable I have ever encountered. I have acquiesced. You may now escort them to the Cloud Mountain tribe, where our formidable fleet awaits, ready to navigate the Duoyin River. I trust that, after all these years, the strength of the Duoyin people may no longer be as formidable as it once was. Van Diemen has finally relented. What other choice did he have? His inner circle had been thoroughly infiltrated by Ye Feng, and the 20 or so Beastmasters present were all aligned with him. Not only the Beastmasters, but the knights too had shifted their allegiance to Ye Feng. To speak frankly, if a conflict were to arise with Ye Feng, the outcome would be uncertain. Van Diemen was aware of his own capabilities. He could manage a confrontation with 10 Beastmasters, but if more than 20 were to charge at once, his chances of retreating unscathed would diminish significantly. Furthermore, with so many high-ranking knights siding with Ye Feng, his confidence began to wane. Thank you, great Beastmaster, for your understanding. Ye Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and offered a slight bow to Van Diemen. After all, he was a great Beastmaster, and it was only fitting to provide him with an avenue for dignity. Rupturing their relationship would be detrimental for all involved. Moreover, Ye Feng's objective was not to dominate the Cloud Mountain tribe, but rather to utilize the Cloud Mountain people to stall the Duoyin forces, allowing him the opportunity to infiltrate from behind and rescue those in need. Ye Feng, they are now at your disposal. But under one condition, you must not compel them to follow you. It must be of their own volition. Despite making concessions, Van Diemen still harbored some reluctance. He believed that even if the higher-ups were willing to support Ye Feng, what about the over 2,000 knights? They might not be so inclined to follow him. Leave that concern to the great Beastmaster. I shall win them over with my charisma, Ye Feng asserted confidently before mounting his goat. A throng of Beastmasters quickly surrounded him, ensuring his protection. Who could say if there were any extremists among the refugees? Should even a single hair on Ye Feng be harmed, their deposits in the warm spring bank would be rendered worthless. As Ye Feng stepped out of the wooden cabin, he immediately captured the gaze of countless eyes. Their expressions were filled with yearning, as if he were a succulent feast. He sought a vantage point and directed his goat to a higher ground. My friends of the Cloud Mist Mountains, I am acutely aware that you have been suffering from hunger these past days. Why must you endure such deprivation? The primary cause lies in this accursed frigid weather, which has robbed you of loved ones, friends, and cherished companions. At this point, sobs began to resonate among the disaster-stricken crowd. Sensing it was time to escalate his rhetoric, Ye Feng raised his voice once more. However, the root of your plight is not merely the harsh cold, but rather the Duoyin people, who have committed unspeakable acts. They have monopolized the fertile pastures, driving you into the desolate Cloud Mist Mountains, where you suffer from cold and hunger, while they obstruct your path northward, preventing your escape to warmer lands. As he spoke, the sobbing in the crowd gradually subsided. A few elders cast venomous glances toward the north, for indeed, their forebears had been driven to the Cloud Mist Mountains by the Duoyin people. Moreover, to journey from the Cloud Mist Mountains to the north, one must traverse the vast Duoyin prairie. However, The Doyen people have a clear decree forbidding them from stepping into the warm northern lands, thereby severing their only hope for survival. Whether from the Yunshan, Shueshan, Heishan tribes, or any other clan, I, Ye Feng, vow to lead you to the warm north. If the Doyen people attempt to obstruct us, what do you propose we should do? Ye Feng inquired loudly, expecting a fervent response. Instead, the crowd remained silent, with some elders gazing at him in astonishment. Brother Feng, the Doyen people are ruthless. They inspire both hatred and fear among us. You must instill confidence in them. Hart interjected. Ye Feng nodded and gestured towards a grove of trees. The gunners aboard the warship received their orders and immediately pulled the triggers. A heavy barrage erupted. Within less than a minute, the grove was reduced to rubble. Do you see? No matter how formidable the Doyen may be, can they withstand the might of civilization? In order to lead you to the warm north, I, Ye Feng, am willing to unleash the full firepower of Hot Spring Island to reclaim your rightful territory. Ye Feng proclaimed. Yet, the crowd remained silent. At this moment, a knight raised his curved blade, followed by a second, then a third, fourth, and fifth. Soon, the icy expanse was dominated by gleaming, curved blades. Kill the Doyen. Annihilate the Doyen. Drive them back to the Great Gobi. The voices of the crowd transformed from sparse to dense in under 5 minutes. The clamor for retribution resonated, causing the snow atop the trees to cascade down. Very well. From this day forth, all able-bodied men aged 14 to 40 may come forth to enlist in the military. Of course, trained women are also welcome to join my crusade. Furthermore, I shall provide a wage of 15 hot spring coins per day from the very first day of enlistment. You may save this money or exchange it for food to feed your families. When Ye Feng spoke the initial part, there was little reaction from the crowd. However, upon mentioning the latter, a tumult erupted as young men hurriedly surged forward, fearing they might miss the opportunity to enlist. Ye Feng smirked and summoned Hart. Hart, organize them into the regular army, prioritizing young men. Of course, the elderly and infirm may serve in the logistics division, assisting in the transportation of food, Ye Feng instructed. As you command, chief of the warship, Hart promptly set about rallying the troops. Among the Yunshan tribe alone, there were 2,600 knights. However, many of them had resorted to slaughtering their mounts to stave off hunger, leaving fewer than 300 who still possessed steeds. Ye Feng contemplated that as the warship sailed 100 kilometers upstream, the river would be entirely frozen. At that point, provisions could only be transported manually, and the warship could only escort supplies to the unfrozen regions. This is the reason he summoned the logistics workers. Van Diemen coldly observed Ye Feng from behind, his eyelids twitching occasionally. Great Beast Master, these individuals heed Ye Feng's words. They are all traitors, unworthy of mercy. In due time, the Doyen people will deal with them. Spoke a knight from the Van Diemen family. Indeed, since they have already pledged their loyalty to Ye Feng, let them face their demise. Moreover, we can. Just as Massey Kong was about to continue, his gaze froze. A canoe had docked at the shore, and from it emerged a woman clad in a fur coat. Rai Zi? Massey Kong's lips trembled. Rai Zi was adorned in exquisitely crafted furs, her hair elegantly styled. And with every movement, she exuded the grace of a noble woman. In stark contrast, he, although holding a position among the Yunshan tribe, merely scraped by. Once a prosperous boat king, he now appeared disheveled, with unkempt hair and dry skin, lacking the luster in his eyes. He feared that if he did not utter Massey Kong's name, Rai Zi might not even recognize him. This realization instilled a sense of inferiority in him, prompting him to hide behind Van Diemen, wishing to shield his former wife from witnessing his downfall. Once Rai Zi disembarked, she directed the others to transport the logistics supplies to the shore for military provisions. Hurry up, Feng Go is pressed for time, and we cannot lag behind, she commanded with composure. After a while, the frozen fish from several canoes had been nearly moved. Rai Zi then glanced downstream. We have hidden some food downstream as well. We shall transport it back later to serve as military provisions. With that, she approached Ye Feng. Ah Feng, all the frozen fish from the warship are here. I believe it will suffice for you for about 10 days. In this time, will you be able to escape the Blacktree River region? As she spoke, she took the liberty of linking her arm with Ye Feng's. This sight made Massey Kong, from a distance, widen his eyes, blood vessels prominent. Why are you hiding behind me? Come, as the great beast master, I must at least bid farewell to Ye Feng and wish him a grave without a burial. Van Diemen declared, striding toward Ye Feng and Rimai Zi. Masi Kong stood dumbfounded, stamping his foot in frustration, yet he could only follow, deliberately allowing his unkempt hair to fall forward to obscure his weathered face. Ye Feng, is she one of your wives? Truly beautiful. I wish you success. Do not let such a lovely wife become a widow. Van Min's words were laced with veiled barbs. Ye Feng replied, Great Beastmaster. Your wife is living quite well on Hot Spring Island. If you wish for her to continue enjoying her life, I hope you refrain from any ill intentions during my absence. Ye Feng's words darkened Van Min's expression, barely suppressing the murderous intent in his eyes. I shall harbor no thoughts regarding Hot Spring Island, Van Diemen managed to say through clenched teeth. Rimai Zi released Ye Feng's arm, casting a look of uncertainty toward Masi Kong. Though he appeared disheveled, a mere glance evoked a sense of familiarity within her. After all, they had been married for 2 years, and such recognition was unmistakable. Mazikong lowered his head, allowing his disheveled hair to obscure his face, while he furtively observed Ye Feng from the corner of his eye. In contrast to the resplendent Ye Feng, who stood out like a crane among chickens, commanding the attention of many, Mazikong felt as insignificant as a rat lurking in the shadows, living a life less esteemed than that of a cockroach. In such a setting, he could not reveal his identity to Rimai, for it would be a humiliation of the highest order. Ye Feng, this is the hand order for mobilizing 100 warships, which I have just sketched for you. Without it, even as the leader of the fleet, you would be unable to command the warships of the Yunshan faction, Fan Dimeng declared, extending his hand toward Mazikong, who was clutching the hand order. A wave of trepidation washed over Mazikong as he hurriedly lowered his head and stepped forward. With his right hand, he presented the document while his left hand clutched his nose, striving to conceal his face. Ye Feng cast a puzzled glance at the beggar before receiving the hand order from Fan Dimeng. Upon unfolding it, he saw a sailing vessel depicted on the animal hide, along with Fan Dimeng's palm imprint. I graciously accept your goodwill. In return, Rimai, when you return to Hot Spring Island, please take good care of the madam. Ensure she is neither hungry nor cold, and that she lives as happily as any citizen should, Ye Feng instructed Rimai, who was standing beside him. Yes, Captain Yi. Rimai responded, addressing Ye Feng with the appropriate title in front of others. Fan Dimeng smirked slightly. Do you really believe my intentions are benevolent? I merely wish for you to meet your demise on the vast prairie sooner rather than later. This is a classic case of using a knife to kill someone without shedding blood. Ye Feng is the soul of Hot Spring Island. Once he perishes, the island will be nothing but a collection of scattered sands. Just wait and see how I bring Hot Spring Island to its knees beneath my feet. By the way, your companion behind you seems somewhat familiar. May I ask his name? Ye Feng suddenly inquired. He is. Fan Dimeng was about to reveal Mazikong's name when Mazikong tugged at his sleeve, a clever strategist as a great beastmaster. He quickly changed his tune. He is my attendant, primarily responsible for handling my refuse. What? Have you suddenly taken an interest in him? Fan Dimeng questioned. Chapter 435. Allow me to handle this, is that so? He resembles someone I know, Ye Feng remarked. If there is nothing else, I shall return to Hot Spring Island to settle my affairs. He bowed slightly. Currently in a honeymoon phase with Fan Dimeng, Ye Feng preferred to avoid unnecessary complications and formidable adversaries. Please, proceed. Fan Dimeng gestured for him to continue. Ye Feng boarded the warship bound for Hot Spring Island. Chunin, summon everyone with floral insignia to the conference room. In a short while, the conference room was filled to capacity. It is worth noting that there were only about 100 citizens on Hot Spring Island, yet the leadership comprised 1/5 of that number. While I am away, you must remain vigilant against Fan Dimeng. He will undoubtedly seek ways to seize control of Hot Spring Island. Most importantly, no one is to board the warship, including the madam. Henceforth, she shall only conduct her activities on Hot Spring Island and may not come aboard the ship. This woman is no pushover. I can sense it. Ye Feng stated solemnly. Understood, Brother Feng, Wang Zhihai noted diligently. Furthermore, regarding that colossal bird, in my absence, you shall employ a person to subdue it until it fully capitulates. Now that we possess naval and ground forces, if we were to establish an air force, we would be an invincible presence upon this vast, desolate island, Ye Feng remarked. Brother Feng, since Chiu Shui does not share a room with me at night, I shall relocate to the bird's shelter. I have the time to tame it. Once it is trained, we can bind a bag filled with explosives upon its back, enabling me to ride the giant bird and drop bombs during our impending conflict with the Duoyan tribe, Shonen suggested. You clever lad. You have quite the foresight to think of that, Ye Feng exclaimed, delightfully patting Chunin on the shoulder. With the development of gunpowder, the creation of bombs is hardly remarkable. Brother Feng, after associating with you for so long, if I were to remain so foolish, it would be a disgrace to you. Chunin replied, Indeed. And one more thing, in my absence, you are to continue promoting the hot spring currency, expanding its influence. The forthcoming cold wave will surely affect the Duoyin grasslands, at which point we can use food, credit, and currency to control the Duoyin tribe. Otherwise, in their impending hunger, they are bound to cause trouble, Ye Feng continued. Understood, Brother Feng. I shall take charge of this matter, Wang Zhihai responded. Among the 20 or so high-ranking individuals, nearly everyone held multiple positions. What could be done? The true citizens of Hot Spring Island number barely over 100, and Ye Feng truly struggled to find talent. As for the 3 blacksmiths he had absorbed, time was still insufficient. It would take at least 1 or 2 years before they could be integrated into his team after achieving significant contributions. Only those who exhibited absolute loyalty to Hot Spring Island would qualify as citizens. Such unwavering loyalty requires time to manifest. As the saying goes, distance tests a horse's strength. Then there is nothing more at hand. Old Chung, steer the warship to our food storage location and excavate all provisions for military rations. Understood. The warship sailed downstream towards the sea. Before long, Ye Feng arrived at the familiar coastline, recalling that it was here he had encountered Su Yun, where they had experienced a considerable dispute. As he reminisced, Ye Feng glanced at Su Yun, who also turned to look back at him. Commence the excavation, Wang Zhihai instructed as he found a suitable spot and picked up a hoe. Who is pilfering food here? Suddenly, 2 natives burst forth from the thicket, drawing their bows simultaneously. Ah, Brother Feng and Deputy Commander Wang. They both lowered their bows in unison. Ye Feng focused his gaze, realizing they were 2 highland tribesmen. Brother Feng, is food so scarce now? Have you already begun to unearth the stored provisions? One native inquired. Food is not in short supply, but we are preparing for a campaign against the Duoyin grasslands, hence the need for ample rations, Wang Zhihai explained. What? You intend to attack the Duoyin grasslands? The 2 were taken aback. The Duoyin people were the nightmare of the entire Cloud Mist Mountain tribes. Their ancestors had been nearly annihilated by the Duoyin, ultimately being driven to the desolate place of Cloud Mist Mountain, where they barely managed to survive. I shall fetch the chieftain. An indigenous person hastily departed into the depths of the forest. Leaf Maple did not intervene, but instead personally wielded a hoe. Wang Zhihai, how many supplies did you bury in the new territory of the Highland tribe? Leaf Maple inquired. I have buried a total of 14 caches around the Highland tribe's domain, each containing a substantial amount of food, with the least being 5 or 6 tons and the most exceeding 10 tons. This not only ensures the Highland people are well fed, but also motivates them to guard these supplies, preventing them from being unearthed by the surviving creatures, Wang Zhihai replied. Leaf Maple could not help but give a thumbs up. Wang Zhihai, you are indeed a talent. It is fortunate you are an ally. Were you to become an adversary, it would be unimaginable. After a while, Wind Shadow arrived with over 40 Highland warriors. Brother Feng, Brother Wind. The 2 embraced. Leave this heavy work to us, Wind Shadow said, leading his kin to assist in moving the supplies onto the warship. Leaf Maple, pleased to be at ease, engaged in casual conversation with Wind Shadow. The Highland tribe, safeguarding nearly 100 tons of food, radiated vitality and excellent health, far surpassing the refugees along the shore. However, compared to the citizens of Hot Spring Island, they fell significantly short. After all, the Highland tribe possessed abundant food but lacked warm rooms and secure, comfortable dwellings. Such is the situation. After I depart, I wonder if Vantamon will harbor ill intentions, Leaf Maple sighed. Fear not, Brother Feng, in times of need. The Snow Mountain tribe will stand as your support, Wind Shadow reassured, patting his chest. Indeed, the 2 exchanged 3 claps. In the following 2 days, Leaf Maple unearthed frozen fish from 4 caches, totaling approximately 30 tons, nearly filling the warship. Set sail, we are heading home. Leaf Maple waved to the Highland allies from the deck. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Leaf Maple arrived at the shore in a canoe. Brother Feng, Harder ran over. How is it? How many people have been gathered? Leaf Maple asked while making his way toward the camp of the Cloud Mountain tribe. In response to the great leader of the warship, we currently have 9,000 warriors, though 3,000 lack weapons and armor. The logistics are more substantial, with 20,000, mostly able-bodied elders and women, Harder reported. 9,000 warriors? 20,000 laborers? Leaf Maple furrowed his brow and inquired further, how many warriors does the Duoyin tribe possess? I'm not certain, but it is undoubtedly more than 9,000. Otherwise, they could not dominate the entire grassland. Moreover, they have over 200 affiliated tribes. Their cavalry need not engage. The strength of their allied tribes alone could easily overwhelm us, Harder explained, looking troubled. Leaf Maple nodded, surveying the warriors within the camp. Chapter 436. Do not act impulsively. The number of young and strong individuals in the entire Misty Mountain range is less than 10,000. Yet it is sufficient, for their fate has been predetermined from the very beginning. They are destined to be cannon fodder. His primary objective was to utilize these 9,000 individuals to attract the attention of the Duoyin tribe, while he himself would stealthily infiltrate their ranks with an elite force, rescuing Duoyin Henna and his own child, gathering them together. Indeed, Ye Feng remarked softly. Hart dashed towards the camp. The commander of the warship has issued orders for all personnel to assemble. Warriors stand at the forefront, arranged in formation, while the laborers should stand behind, ensuring a neat lineup. What are you two slackers doing? Do you wish to forego your rations? Hurry and fall into line. Hart took his entourage to restore military discipline. After a full half hour, the ranks were finally in order. Ye Feng mounted a goat and began to review his troops. Aside from the 2,600 knights of the Yunshan tribe, the others stood haphazardly, their military appearance disheveled, lacking uniforms. An observer might easily mistake them for a gathering of beggars. Hart, how many trusted subordinates do you have? Ye Feng suddenly inquired. Our Har family has fallen from grace. I am the sole beast master sustaining our reputation, and there are still 17 knights remaining, Hart replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. The once illustrious 4 families of the Yunshan tribe had all been eliminated. Select 2 of your most astute subordinates, young, quick-witted, and with strong learning abilities. I am prepared to provide your Har family with 2 heavy machine guns, Ye Feng stated solemnly. Ah, Hart exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. To think, a heavy machine gun costs 500,000 spring coins. What's this? Are you unwilling? Ye Feng's expression turned cold. And no, it's just that Brother Feng trusts me so much. I momentarily found it hard to process, Hart stammered. The surprises do not end there. From this moment on, I will increase your savings on Spring Island to 20,000 spring coins, Ye Feng further revealed. After all, to ensure he had control over the heavy machine guns, it was essential to win their loyalty. Should this fellow act recklessly and unleash a barrage upon the warship, it would surely sustain significant damage. Why? Hart's breath quickened, betraying his intense excitement. Hart, I have observed your every action these past few days. I know you genuinely regard Spring Island as your home, which is why I place such trust in you. However, I hope you will cherish this trust, Ye Feng said, patting him on the shoulder. Brother Feng, spare me your words. If anything happens to the heavy machine guns, I will take my own life in atonement, Hart proclaimed, thumping his chest vigorously. Do not make oaths to me. I only value actions, Ye Feng replied, waving his hand towards the canoe. Immediately, Tuba, accompanied by 4 others, brought forth 2 heavy machine guns and 2 crates of ammunition, placing them before Hart. Tuba, instruct the Har family members on how to operate the heavy machine guns and how to aim, Ye Feng commanded. Yes. Tuba nodded and gathered Hart's dozen or so subordinates. Meanwhile, Ye Feng continued to ride his goat, inspecting the troops. With a determined expression, Hart assisted Ye Feng by holding the goat at the front. It was a rare honor in the entire Yunwu mountain range for a beastmaster to help another beastmaster with such a task. Even the most esteemed beastmasters would not have the privilege of having a glorious beastmaster tend to their goat. Is everyone prepared? Ye Feng called out loudly. Ready. A sparse cacophony of voices began to resonate. After all, apart from the 2,000 cavalrymen of the Yunshan tribe, the rest were merely a disorganized rabble. Excellent. As long as we vanquish the Duoyin tribe, you shall have an abundance of sustenance. I assure you, should you fight valiantly, I, Ye Feng, shall be most generous. For every Duoyin warrior slain, a reward of 100 hot spring coins shall be granted. For 2 Duoyin warriors, the reward shall be 200 coins, and for 10, a staggering 1,500 coins. Ye Feng proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the audience's eyes widened in astonishment. 1 hot spring coin could be exchanged for a pound of frozen fish. Thus, should they slay 10 Duoyin warriors, They would secure a bounty of 1,500 pounds of food, more than enough to sustain a family for half a year when mixed with wild vegetables. The temptation was overwhelming, causing the entire assembly to quiver with excitement. At that moment, a commoner stepped forward. Outsider, oh no, great chief of the warship, if we commoners slay Duoyen warriors, shall we also receive a reward? Certainly, all shall be treated equally. As long as you are part of my Ye Feng's army, every slayer shall be rewarded. Ye Feng responded with vigor. Kill, kill, kill. The voices of tens of thousands reverberated across Hot Spring Island. Observing the morale surge, Ye Feng dismounted. Haltet, quick-witted, immediately lay down on the ice to serve as a stirrup for Ye Feng. What are you doing? Ye Feng inquired, perplexed as he suspended his foot in midair. Great chief, please dismount onto my back. I am willing to be your support, Haltet replied earnestly while prone on the ice. Step aside. I shall not. You? Very well. Ye Feng stepped on a Haltet's back and successfully landed on solid ground. Haltet promptly rose and took the reins of the sheep once more. Supporting the horse and serving as a stirrup, Ye Feng finally comprehended the meaning of the idiom. Haltet, I hereby appoint you as the vice chief of the warship and deputy captain of the machine gun squad. Ye Feng raised Haltet's hand. Brother Feng, me? Thank you. Great chief. Haltet knelt in gratitude. Ye Feng had bestowed upon them the hope of the Haltet family's rise. Soldiers, tomorrow we shall seize the vast Duoyen prairie. Vice chief, now, prepare dinner. Tonight, there shall be unlimited provisions for the entire army, and everyone may indulge until they can eat no more, Ye Feng commanded with authority. A thunderous cheer erupted once more along the shoreline. A single canoe approached from afar, carrying Tuba, Tunger, and 3 hot spring people onto the shore. Subsequently, they dragged out 2 heavy machine guns and 4 crates of ammunition. As they embarked on the expedition to the Duoyen prairie, Ye Feng could not neglect to bring along some of his trusted allies. Tuba and the others were among Ye Feng's most trusted confidants, while Haltet was considered a second-tier confidant. I shall first return to the warship to bid farewell to Susan, Ye Feng said as he boarded the canoe and made his way back to the warship. Upon reaching the deck, Suyin suddenly winked at Ye Feng. Understanding her cue, he followed her to the lower cabin. After a tempest of emotions, Suyin gently nestled in Ye Feng's embrace. A Feng, as you venture to rescue Doyen Hina and our child, may success be yours. Yet if danger arises, I implore you to prioritize your safety and not act impulsively. Suyin expressed with concern. Rest assured, I comprehend. By the way, I still need to bid farewell to others. Do you understand? Ye Feng remarked. Well, you may go, Suyin replied, rising slowly to don her clothes. Ye Feng strode towards Susan's room, but suddenly a hand reached out from the corridor, pulling him into a room. Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Ye Feng exclaimed, his expression wary. Chapter 437. A gallant ride. Xiao Shui was now Chun An's wife. He could not betray his brother. You are leaving tomorrow. Will you stay with me for one night? No. I beg you. I have learned what love is. Ye Feng, I love you. Just stay with me. Xiao Shui clutched Ye Feng tightly around the waist. Sigh. Ye Feng heaved a long sigh, lingering in Xiao Shui's room for half an hour. Just as he was about to head to Susan's room, another hand pulled him into yet another room. Chu Shui, you? Half an hour later, Ye Feng emerged from Bai Chu Shui's room. In the corridor, within a span of 50 meters, Ye Feng faced numerous challenges, finally exhausted as he returned to Susan's chamber. There he found Susan reclining on the bed, holding a whip. The following morning, Ye Feng, sporting dark circles under his eyes, boarded a canoe. On the ice-covered shore, 9,000 warriors and 20,000 laborers were already lined up, accompanied by nearly 1,000 carts filled with frozen fish and various cooking utensils. This was all thanks to Haltet. It seemed wise to appoint him as the deputy leader. Upon seeing Ye Feng disembark, Tuba and others hurriedly approached. Haltet led a goat to Ye Feng, acting as a step. Haltet, you are now a respectable deputy leader. Do not demean yourself. Such behavior will only earn the disdain of the warriors, Ye Feng admonished. Without you, Brother Feng, my Haltet family may never rise. This is only right. So please allow me to assist you, Haltet replied. There is no need for such formality. Do you think the people of Hot Spring Island are the type to trample on others? You are mistaken. We are all equal here. And even I have no right to demean any citizen. Ye Feng shook his head. Brother Feng, these 9,000 warriors do not understand the laws of Hot Spring Island. If you ascend the goat atop my back, they will wholeheartedly admire you and obey your commands. This is how to create momentum. If you implement the principles of Hot Spring Island now, they will find it difficult to accept such advanced civilization. Tubo whispered from the side. Is that so? Very well. Ye Feng reluctantly stepped on a haltet's back. Let us depart. Ye Feng pointed the curved blade forward. The vast procession of 29,000 began to move. Leading were 3,000 relatively weaker warriors. The middle 3,000 comprised robust young fighters, while over 20,000 laborers followed behind, carrying and pushing carts, stretching the line for more than 10 miles. In the rear were the 2,000 knights of the Yunshan tribe, moving at the fastest pace, posing no risk of lagging behind. As for the remaining 300 mounted cavalry, they darted back and forth through the ranks, preventing any laborers from absconding with food and hiding in the woods. For heavy machine guns were vigilantly guarded in the midst of the ranks by Ye Feng's men, while the task of lifting the heavy machine guns and ammunition fell to a dozen attendants of the Hao family. A warship roared, closely pursuing the main force along the Heishu River. The vessel was laden with several tons of provisions, which it would continue to transport upstream for Ye Feng and his companions before returning empty to Warm Spring Island to ensure the sustenance and survival of the remaining disaster victims. Susan bit her lip, her gaze fixed on the line of people stretching over 10 miles along the shore, tears welling in her eyes. After finally enjoying a few days of tranquility with Ye Feng, why was happiness always so fraught with obstacles? Sister Susan, you need not worry. Chun and is training that giant bird. If Brother Feng encounters danger, he can ride the bird to bring him back. Su Yun reassured her from the side. Susan nodded in agreement. With nearly 30,000 people, they had journeyed for 10 days, finally reaching the edge of the great marsh. Ye Feng could faintly hear the roars of beasts from across the river. The main waterway had completely frozen over, allowing various monstrous creatures to easily traverse the Heishu River to wreak havoc on this side. The warship could proceed no further. Chung Li Bin halted the vessel and ordered the crew to throw frozen fish onto the ice layer. Go, load all the food into the carts, Tuba commanded, mobilizing 20,000 laborers. Within half an hour, they had packaged dozens of tons of provisions. Ye Feng, mounted on a sheep, glanced back at the deck of the warship. He saw Susan and the others waving at him. Goodbye, Ye Feng called out before resolutely riding into the misty mountain range. Here, the rivers were completely frozen, and the ground revealed a few human skeletons, devoid of any flesh. Do not speak loudly. Walk slowly, or we may trigger an avalanche, Haltet relayed on his goat. Everyone felt a tightening in their chests, their movements becoming more delicate. In the ensuing 5 days, Ye Feng passed through many small tribes, now desolate and largely abandoned, as most had joined his ranks. On this day, Ye Feng finally stepped out of the mountains and beheld the flatlands ahead. The Yunshan tribe stood tall, the pyramid structure now devoid of any slaves or workers. Without a supply of food, all construction had come to a standstill. Once prosperous, the tribe now lay eerily silent and deserted. Haltet gazed longingly at his homeland from his goat, letting out a deep sigh. Let us go. We must secure the warships. The water here has not fully frozen, Ye Feng declared, spurring his mount forward. At last, they reached the opposite bank of the Yunshan tribe, where nearly 100 warships of varying sizes lay. The larger vessels spanned over 20 meters, while the smaller ones were hardly larger than canoes. Just then, one of the warships began to stir, its 40 oars in the lower hold synchronously dipping into the water. Ye Feng could vaguely hear the drumming from the ship's bottom. In that moment, he felt as though he had returned to the time when he was a captive. Have you returned? On the deck of the warship, a formidable beastmaster made his presence known. His gaze fell upon Hart. The black iron beastmaster had already forged an alliance with Ye Feng. Now, Ye Feng is the grand commander of our warship. Inform the other captains to summon all the warships here to transport our troops to the Duoyan River. After Hart spoke, Ye Feng promptly raised the grand commander's token, as well as the beastmaster's hand order. What? The man known as Black Iron's expression darkened further. Despite being a beastmaster, he now appeared gaunt, his facial bones nearly protruding from hunger. This matter is of utmost importance. I must report to the great chieftain first and let him decide. With that, the man commanded the warship to change course towards the Yunshan tribe. What shall we do, Brother Feng? The great chieftain might intervene. Perhaps we should seize those warships ourselves? Otherwise, we shall lose precious time, Hart suggested. How do you propose we do that? Swim to the other shore? I fear we might freeze into popsicles before reaching it. Let us wait for your great chieftain to emerge. I have a means to ensure he recognizes my status as the Grand Commander of the warship, Ye Feng replied calmly. He merely needed to demonstrate the might of his heavy machine gun, for he believed the great chieftain of Yunshan also yearned to return to the vast grasslands. Half an hour later, the sound of drums echoed from 3 warships as they sailed towards Ye Feng. They halted 100 meters from the shore. Ye Feng focused intently and noticed an imposing elderly man standing at the bow of the ship, accompanied by a strikingly elegant mature woman. Ye Feng, show me the hand order of Van Dimmeren once more, the man spoke, his voice deep and steady yet imbued with a sense of approachability. The more than 2,000 knights on the shore exchanged complex expressions. On one side was their long-revered great chieftain of the Yunshan tribe, and on the other, their benefactor. Ye Feng nodded and wrapped a stone in the animal skin, hurling it towards the warship with force. Thud! The animal skin was firmly grasped by the great chieftain, who opened it for inspection. Indeed, this is the mark of our grand beastmaster of Yunshan. It is genuine, the great chieftain declared, before tossing the animal skin back to Ye Feng. At that moment, Black Iron whispered a caution. What if they killed the Grand Beastmaster and used his hand to make this impression? Nonsense. Who could possibly slay Van Dimmeren? If Ye Feng truly possessed the ability to kill the Grand Beastmaster, then whether this hand order is real or not becomes irrelevant. Do you understand? The great chieftain rebuked. Understood. Black Iron retreated to the side. Great chieftain, I am now the Grand Commander of the Yunshan warships. Can we not mobilize these hundreds of ships to attack the Duoyan grassland? Ye Feng inquired loudly. Grand Commander Ye Feng, I do not comprehend your reasoning for leading these individuals against the powerful Duoyan tribe. However, your motives are evidently not to conquer them, nor to facilitate a return to our ancestors' homeland. As for your true purpose, I am well aware. The great chieftain's gaze pierced through all aides like a sharp arrow. Ye Feng's countenance darkened. Truly, one worthy of being a great chieftain possesses a gaze as piercing as lightning, capable of discerning the essence beneath the facade. He indeed harbored intentions of utilizing these individuals as mere cannon fodder. It was not out of cruelty that Ye Feng acted thus. These individuals were not citizens of Hot Spring Island, and thus he felt no qualms. However, had they been his own citizens, Ye Feng would resolutely refuse to trade the lives of nearly 30,000 for the safety of his wife and children. Great chieftain, you may still be unaware of my capabilities, Ye Feng declared, casting a significant glance at Tuba. Tuba promptly lifted a heavy machine gun, aiming it at the ice across the way. In the next moment, a resounding barrage erupted, shattering the ice on the opposite shore of Yunsan, and even a few wooden structures were reduced to splinters by the gunfire. Great chieftain, do you see? The Duoyan tribe is formidable, yet they remain utterly defenseless in the face of such overwhelming weaponry, Ye Feng asserted gravely. On the deck, the great chieftain initially gazed in astonishment at the ice behind him. Ye Feng, still not enough. You are unaware of the prowess of the Duoyan people. Their cavalry can traverse 1,000 miles in a day with remarkable agility, while you, goats are suited only for mountainous terrains. When it comes to the vast plains, their speed and endurance pale in comparison to that of the prairie horses. The great chieftain shook his head in dismay. Then let me inquire. How many individuals remain in the Yunsan tribe? Ye Feng suddenly asked. Why do you wish to know? The great chieftain countered. Here is the matter. I shall provide you with 20 ships of frozen fish, ensuring your survival until our return. As long as I, Ye Feng, draw breath, I can guarantee your survival through this winter, Ye Feng proclaimed loudly. Indeed, the world is bustling for the sake of profit. With Ye Feng's promise, the great chieftain finally relented. Why did you not say this sooner? With food, everything is negotiable. Now, express your sincerity, the great chieftain chuckled. Ye Feng exhaled in relief, instructing the logistics team to push sufficient provisions onto the ice, allowing the great chieftain to fully comprehend the strength Ye Feng possessed. Excellent, Ye Feng. In my capacity as the great chieftain of the Yunsan tribe, I formally recognize you as the supreme leader of the warships. You may now proceed with your intended actions. However, one stipulation, among the 100 warships, only 30 possess slaves in their holds. You must also ensure their sustenance, the great chieftain stated. Very well. Let those 30 warships approach. My time is limited, and I shall forego bidding farewell to the tribe, Ye Feng replied, clasping his hands together in respect. After a while, the sound of drums echoed from the 30 warships. Ye Feng, riding a goat, surged onto the first warship. Fewer than 10 warriors of the Yunsan tribe remained on the vessel. Ye Feng then descended to the hold, where 40 slaves were shackled with iron chains. Alas, these ship-bound souls were emaciated to the point of near death, utterly depleted of strength. Heart, instruct our men to set up camp on the shore and prepare a meal. Let us rest for a day to allow these slaves to regain their strength. Otherwise, they may perish from starvation before we even reach the Duoyan River, Ye Feng commanded. Yes, Heart affirmed, setting off to execute the orders. Ye Feng continued to inspect the other 29 warships. Without exception, these ship slaves teetered on the brink of starvation. Even if provided with a single meal, it would be insufficient for their recovery. They would need an entire day of rest to regain some strength. The chieftain, having procured food, ordered a group to transport it onto the small boats, preparing to take it back for a slow feast. Ye Feng arrived at the shore atop a goat and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Meng Li. He instantly recognized her. This woman once exploited her youthful body for money. Meng Li, once robust, had withered to skin and bones from hunger, yet she too recognized Ye Feng. You are the Grand Chief of the warships? She approached him step by step. Grand Chief, take me with you. Allow me to be your wife. Please possess me. I cannot bear to starve in Yinshan anymore. I have heard that you possess a paradise island at Heishu River, a place akin to heaven, with endless food, rooms warmed by charcoal all day long, and hot springs to soak in. Take me away, possess me, let me ascend to paradise as well. Meng Li continued to inch closer to Ye Feng. Impudent. 2 attendants rushed forward, assaulting Meng Li with punches and kicks, causing her to cry out in agony. All right, just a few more blows will suffice. We need to conserve our strength for the Duoyan people, Ye Feng said lazily as he finally intervened. At this point, Meng Li lay battered and barely conscious. Yet she gazed at Ye Feng with unyielding desire. Chapter 439, 3 full days and nights. Ye Feng, do not disdain me. Please possess me. I offer you my utmost. Meng Li lunged at him once more. Go to hell. Ye Feng kicked her, sending her soaring over 7 meters high, twisting more than 720 degrees, before crashing into the icy water with a resounding splash. Calm yourself, Ye Feng remarked, then turned to Haltet. Have all the food been transferred to the warships? All 30 warships have loaded every bit of our provisions, Haltet replied. Good. Then let us depart without bidding farewell to the chieftain. Our time is limited. With that, Ye Feng mounted the largest warship. Their advancing pace was initially slow due to the burdened supply troops. Now, with the warships assisting in transporting provisions, they could accelerate their journey. On the shore, nearly 30,000 men mobilized. Simultaneously, the 30 warships resounded with drums. Let the ship slaves rest for a moment. The south wind is blowing, hoist the sails. The slave's strength must be preserved for confronting the Duoyan people, Ye Feng commanded. Understood, Haltet signaled from the bow. Moments later, the sails of the 30 warships began to rise slowly, catching the south wind and taking on a concave shape. The warships sped swiftly, occasionally needing to halt to wait for the army. After traveling approximately 10 kilometers, the laborers on the shore began to lament. They had already been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, having followed Ye Feng throughout the entire Heishu River basin, now nearly exhausted. Moreover, the mountainous terrain was arduous, often requiring them to traverse small hills and wade through water. If this continues, we can only manage a maximum of 10 kilometers a day. In the event of a forced march, it may even lead to fatalities. In such frigid weather, ordinary individuals gasping for breath inadvertently inhale the icy air, inflicting irreversible damage upon their lungs. With temperatures plummeting to -30 or 40 degrees, the moisture in the air can freeze into crystalline ice. Such ice crystals entering the lungs provoke severe coughing fits. Already, the shore reverberates with the sound of persistent coughs, particularly among the weaker laborers. Many rely on canes to walk, let alone assist with the transportation of supplies. Indeed, among the 9,000 soldiers, more than half stagger in their steps. Only the 2,600 knights of the Yunshan tribe remain capable. Feng, this is dire. What can these people accomplish on the battlefield? They might collapse before even engaging in combat, said Tu, his expression grim. Let us set up camp here. Have the cooks prepare a hearty meal, Ye Feng responded, equally troubled. It is true, he was prepared to abandon these weaklings. 30,000 sounds formidable, yet in reality, those with true combat prowess number no more than 4,000. That night, Ye Feng boiled a large quantity of frozen fish into porridge and distributed it among all. However, there were no cheers from the shore, only the sound of harsh coughing. The crew aboard the warships fared slightly better. After all, they need only follow the ships northward against the wind. 2. Install these heavy machine guns on the 4 largest warships, ensuring they can fire in all directions for comprehensive fire coverage, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, 2 replied, taking 2 trusted aides to get to work. Meanwhile, Ye Feng turned to another confidant. How far are we from the Duoyan Prairie? He inquired. Brother Feng, we are less than 50 kilometers from the Duoyan Prairie, but there's a complication. The next 20 kilometers are devoid of paths. The army must take a lengthy detour, crossing 7 or 8 high mountains, making this stretch more arduous than 100 kilometers in the Black Tree River region, Teng'er replied. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression darkened once more. What a predicament! How long can Duoyan Hina endure? If she gives birth there, our child will be at the mercy of the heavenly Khan. The next morning, while the laborers on the shore were still asleep, they were roused by someone. Hey, don't you feel like we have lost a portion of our people? Really? This is bad. The warships have already departed. It was not only the warships that had left, but also the cavalry. The elderly and weak on the shore stood up, gazing fearfully at the vast whiteness around them. Heavens! What do we do? Where are our main forces? Amid the chaos, a sturdier laborer stepped forward, looking upstream. No need to ask. We, the frail and elderly, can barely keep up with the marching pace. We must have been abandoned by the warship's chief. Everyone, search the shore for any leftover provisions. A group of laborers began to scour the shoreline, and, indeed, they found 2 boats filled with food. Alas, the food may be scant, but it is more than sufficient for us. Let us return to Hot Spring Island and continue our lives there. With that, the laborers rallied themselves into action. They understood that Ye Feng's objective in bringing them here had been achieved, primarily to assist in transporting food from the frozen surface of the river. Upstream, Ye Feng gazed at the soldiers aboard 30 warships. Each vessel could accommodate only 50 individuals due to the necessity of carrying a substantial quantity of frozen fish. Along the shore, 3,000 troops followed suit. Brother Feng, this has streamlined our forces considerably, enabling us to unleash our utmost combat potential, praised Harder beside him. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of guilt towards those laborers who helped us transport the food from the icy expanse, only to be callously discarded. Ye Feng feigned a tearful gesture. Brother Feng, I believe they should express gratitude towards you. If it weren't for your intervention, those thousands would likely face starvation, with perhaps 1/10 perishing. By aiding in the transportation of food, they have at least enjoyed a fortnight of hearty meals. With this nutritional support, they might extend their lives by several months, Harder remarked earnestly. Your perspective holds merit, Ye Feng mused, leaning on the railing as he directed his gaze upstream. Though the distance was merely 50 kilometers, it took them a full 3 days and nights to traverse it. During this time, Ye Feng and his over 4,000 companions had consumed half of the frozen fish. According to Teng'er, the vast Duoyan Prairie was teeming with countless game, allowing them to hunt while marching. By the 5th day, Ye Feng distinctly sensed a rise in temperature. Brother Feng, do you see that massive boulder on the shore? That is the boundary marker. The Duoyan people forbid us from crossing it. Should anyone dare to transgress, not only would they be executed, but they would also seek retribution against our entire Yunshan clan, Teng'er stated, eyes filled with humiliation. The boundary marker? It no longer exists, Ye Feng declared, pivoting his machine gun. With a barrage of gunfire, the marker was shattered into rubble, cascading into the river below. As the temperature rose, verdant flora began to emerge along the banks, still frosted yet revealing hints of green, a stark contrast to the completely white woodlands of the Black Tree River. The landscape had transformed as well, shifting from towering mountains to gentle hills. Chapter 440. This is the limit of my knowledge occasionally. Ye Feng spotted a snow fox darting through the trees atop the hills. It had been at least half a year since he last beheld land animals. He gazed at the snow fox in the woods with rapt fascination. Just then, the warship rounded a significant bend, and the view opened dramatically before them. Blue skies, white clouds, and lush green grass unfolded in front of Ye Feng. In the sky, a dozen vultures circled above, while herds of cattle and sheep grazed contentedly on ryegrass, their tails wagging joyfully. Is this the Duoyan Prairie? Ye Feng gasped in awe. Though he had seen vast plains in documentaries, experiencing it firsthand was an indescribable sensation. It evoked a feeling of flight, an overwhelming desire to rush to the shore and run freely. How beautiful! Harder exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a hint of enchantment. Clearly, it was also his first encounter with the grandeur of the prairie. Whether aboard the warship or upon the land, the sailors and cavalry alike were filled with astonishment. With a sudden surge, the ship navigated from the tumultuous clouds and mountains into the tranquil waters of the Duoyin River. While the river was not particularly wide, its intricate network of waterways could easily bewilder those unfamiliar with the terrain. At that moment, a dozen riders approached the riverbank. Clad not in iron armor, but in lightweight leather gear, they were further enveloped in thick animal skin cloaks. "Are they the Duoyin people?" Ye Feng inquired, gesturing toward the riders by the shore. "To be honest, I have never encountered Duoyin cavalry in my life. After all, we of the Yunshan have not crossed the boundary stone in 80 years, Halter remarked. By now, the riders had reached the riverbank, and the leader looked up towards the crowd on the deck. He was mounted not on a goat, but on a magnificent chestnut steed, tall and robust, its muscles subtly visible beneath its skin. "Are you from the Duoyin Great Prairie?" The leader called out loudly. "Are you a Duoyin?" Ye Feng asked from below. The leader's expression shifted slightly as he resolutely drew his sword, pointing its tip at Ye Feng. "You audacious Yunshan barbarians dare to trespass onto the Great Prairie. Huakef. Go and report," the leader declared coldly. "Report." Tinger scoffed, raising his machine gun. "Stop." Ye Feng suppressed the gun's muzzle, propelling himself forward like a cannonball and landing with a thud on the riverbank. Having finally encountered a few living Duoyin, he was determined to ascertain the location of their headquarters. Otherwise, he would flounder aimlessly across the prairie, ultimately risking capture by the Duoyin. "My friends, are you of the Duoyin clan?" Ye Feng asked. What are you?" the leader retorted, shifting the inquiry back to Ye Feng. "Now I ask you, which tribe of the Yunwu mountain range do you belong to?" "I am the Grand Commander of the Yunshan warship." "Now, may I inquire if you are indeed a Duoyin?" Ye Feng pressed, suppressing his anger. "Yunshan clan? Grand Commander of a warship? What is that? I care not who you are now. You must surrender 20 individuals so I can take their heads back as a token of merit. Furthermore, when the Khan arrives to divide the spoils, he shall ensure that your Yunshan pays a heavy price for daring to cross the boundary stone," the leader replied coolly. "Curse you!" Ye Feng exclaimed, charging forward and knocking the leader from his steed. "How bold! The Yunshan clan has revolted." The other riders gasped, rushing towards Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng's strength had dramatically increased since their last encounter. In merely 10 minutes, the dozen riders had their legs broken. Halter arrived with his men, using spears to subdue them. "I spoke to you respectfully, yet you forced my hand. Now tell me, where is the headquarters of the Duoyin clan?" Ye Feng demanded, positioning his curved blade against the leader's neck. "Go to hell." Surprisingly, the leader remained defiant. With a swift motion, the blade struck, severing the head from the body. Ye Feng then turned the curved blade towards the neck of the next individual. "Pray tell, in which direction lies the headquarters of Duoyin?" The glint of murderous intent flickered in Ye Feng's eyes. I would rather perish than divulge." The second Duoyin individual remained undeterred, exuding an air of defiance. With a swift motion, another head fell to the ground as Ye Feng positioned his curved blade at the nape of the third individual. Even the bravest of warriors, Bada Lu, faltered, his previously resolute gaze now wavering. "Speak," Ye Feng uttered, his voice a mere whisper. The man's lips trembled as he hesitated for 5 agonizing seconds before drawing a deep breath. "You possess an audacity most extraordinary, daring to slay us. Do you comprehend the consequences? The cavalry of Duoyin will sweep through." Before he could finish, Ye Feng's blade descended once more, claiming the third head. There was no time for idle banter. The blade was now poised at the throat of the fourth man. "Speak." Ye Feng's tone was icy. The Duoyin man clenched his jaw tightly, casting a desperate glance at his companions, his face a mask of struggle. Without granting him a moment's reprieve, Ye Feng struck again, and a fourth head rolled away. The blade now hovered above the fifth man's head. "What say you?" The foreigner stammered. "I have a son. The Duoyin tribe resides at the mouth of the Longxi River, where you shall find a stone-built village. That is the headquarters of the Duoyin clan." At last, the man succumbed to the weight of his own fears and collapsed to the ground, his body racked with convulsions. In the face of death, even the most valiant warrior cannot remain unperturbed. "Cease your weeping. I have another inquiry. How many beast fighters does your Duoyin tribe possess?" Ye Feng forcefully lifted him, compelling his face to meet his own. "We are not Duoyin people. We are merely their horse servants," the man replied. "No wonder you are so easily broken. How formidable are the Duoyin? How many beast fighters do they command?" Ye Feng pressed on. "The Duoyin are immensely powerful. Their iron chain cavalry are invincible across the plains. They slay any who stand before them, be it man or deity. Any creature taller than a horse's back shall be severed by their iron chains. As he spoke, he glanced at his companions, guilt evident in his expression for betraying them. How do the Duoyin rank their warriors based on strength? Ye Feng inquired once more, seeking clarity on how many among the Duoyin were akin to the formidable Van Meng. The common Duoyin cavalry can take on 10 foes, able to strike a rabbit's eye from 100 meters away, all while mounted. Above them are the captains, leading 20 cavalrymen. Above the captains are the centurions, commanding 100 cavalry. Then come the Niu Lu Yizhan, with each Yizhan overseeing a Niu Lu, which comprises approximately 300 cavalry. Ascending further is the Jia, roughly 1,000 cavalry, led by a Jia Yizhan. Finally, there is the Wan Fu Zhang, which is the extent of my knowledge. Chapter 441. Do you harbor doubts about my resolve? The horse servant seemed to have relinquished all restraint, divulging everything he knew. What is your name? Ye Feng inquired, lifting him up and brushing off the dirt. I am Amuli. Ye Feng nodded, turning to Haltet behind him. Execute all others on the spot, save for Amuli. Understood. With a wave of his hand, Hart summoned a dozen knights who charged forth. The remaining horsemen were left in shock. No, you cannot kill the horsemen. If you do, you shall pay the price of extermination. Curse those from Yunshan. The noble of the Duoyin tribe will send you to the realm of eternal life. In an instant, the remaining individuals met their gruesome fate. Tuba and Tunger exchanged a glance, filled with both astonishment and dread. They had not anticipated this cruel side of Feng. Fortuitously, they were on the same side. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over them. Amuli, board the warship. From this point onward, you shall guide us to the headquarters of the Duoyin tribe, Ye Feng commanded. After the slaughter, an overwhelming aura of oppression radiated from Ye Feng, nearly suffocating Amuli. 2 cavalrymen approached and lifted him onto the warship. The 30 vessels set sail once more, and the 3,000 horsemen on the shore gradually fell into step. Along the way, they encountered countless herds of cattle and sheep, grazing while migrating towards the warm north, a procession stretching for dozens of kilometers, far outnumbering Ye Feng's total forces. Accompanying the herbivores were various formidable predators, including prides of lions, packs of hyenas, and wild dogs. Not only that, but there were also creatures unknown to Ye Feng among them. Ahead, a colossal bear emerged, its tail an astonishing 2 meters long, swinging gracefully in the air. Unlike typical bears with short tails, this one was exceptional. Ye Feng stood on the deck, hands clasped behind his back. Beside him sat Amuli, whose legs were fractured. The waterways of the Duoyin River are intricate. You will guide us. Should you lead us astray, you shall be the first to perish, Ye Feng stated without turning. But what business do you have with the Duoyin tribe? Amuli inquired, believing Ye Feng to be an adversary of the Duoyin. However, with such a small contingent, was he not merely sending a meat bun to the dogs? That is not your concern. Your duty is to lead us. As long as you successfully bring us to the Duoyin tribe, you shall be a free man, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. Very well, Amuli nodded, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The warship continued its journey, encountering numerous ordinary herdsmen along the way. These individuals rode their horses but did not disturb the fleet. Do these herdsmen also belong to the Duoyin tribe? Ye Feng asked Amuli. In name, at least, Amuli replied vaguely. What do you mean by in name? Are they not under the Duoyin's rule in reality? Ye Feng retorted, disliking riddles. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Duoyin tribe, yet remain under their dominion, Amuli explained. That explanation is quite fitting, indicating they are ruled by fear rather than genuine allegiance to the Duoyin people. Ye Feng nodded, gazing into the distance. 5 kilometers upstream, a small tribe came into view, its dwellings primarily constructed of animal skins, with a few rudimentary wooden houses scattered about. What tribe is that? Ye Feng pointed upstream. That is the Clark tribe, with a population of fewer than 1,000 and barely 100 warriors, Amuli responded. As a servant, I have long assisted the Duoyin people in herding horses, and I possess knowledge that surpasses even theirs. They would not dare to attack our fleet, would they? Ye Feng inquired. Ah, look over there. They are approaching, Amuli pointed upstream. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. In the distance, 20 riders charged forth, brandishing 2 flags. The banner at the front depicted a robust stag, while the rear flag displayed a spear piercing the red sun. The stag represented the totem of the Clark tribe. while the spear piercing the sun was the totem of the Duoyin tribe, Amulai explained. I understand now. Ye Feng executed a graceful somersault and landed lightly on the water's surface. Then, with a swift motion, he walked across the water to the shore. On the warship, various weapons were aimed at the 20 riders. Those cavalrymen, initially brimming with bravado, hesitated as thousands of arrows were drawn to their mark, their steeds slowing, uncertainty creeping in. Ye Feng, mounted on a goat, boldly approached the 20 riders. Are you the people of the Clark tribe? Ye Feng called out. Indeed. But why are your men riding goats? Are they mere country bumpkins from the Yunwu mountain range? The bearded leader retorted. That is of little consequence. I have but one question for you. Will you fight for the Duoyin tribe? Ye Feng pressed directly on the crux of the matter. Should these fellows serve as lackeys for the Duoyin, he would not hesitate to annihilate them all. The bearded man's eyes narrowed as he sized Ye Feng up. As the chief of the Clark tribe, he discerned Ye Feng's animosity towards the Duoyin. In name, we fight for the Duoyin. The bearded man pondered for a few moments before delivering a precise answer. Ye Feng smiled slightly and released his grip on the hilt of his sword. Excellent. As long as you do not fight for the Duoyin, we can discuss matters further. Ye Feng dismounted and approached the group on foot. The 20 riders exchanged glances before dismounting in unison, advancing to meet Ye Feng. I am Ye Feng, here to liberate you from the shackles of the Duoyin tribe, he proclaimed with a smile, extending his hand. Indeed, Ye Feng intended to unite other tribes of the grasslands to collectively oppose the Duoyin. He did not seek to dominate the vast plains. Rather, he aimed to leverage these tribes to rescue the Duoyin Hina while engaging in conflict. As for governance, he had no desire for military conquest. He merely needed to infiltrate with currency to gradually establish control. The bearded man glanced at Ye Feng's fleet and then at the 3,000 cavalrymen by the shore. With such a small force, you dare to liberate us of the Clark tribe? I fear a single charge from the Duoyin cavalry would obliterate your entire army. Do you lack confidence in me? Ye Feng chuckled. It is not a lack of confidence. It is an absolute absence of faith. The Duoyin are ruthless, and if your words were to spread today, not only would you perish, but our Clark tribe would face annihilation as well, the bearded man replied. What is your name? Ye Feng asked. The bearded man, eyeing Ye Feng's formidable army and swallowing hard, responded with a sense of prudence. My name is Kelsu. Mr. Kelsu, you may board my warship now, of course. You can disguise yourself to avoid being recognized by the other tribes. When my army encounters the Duoyin people, you shall naturally discern my confidence. Kelsu hesitated. He wished for someone to resist the Duoyin tribe, but it must not be himself. Rest assured, should I falter against the Duoyin, you may discreetly slip away. No Duoyin will recognize you, Ye Feng assured him. Chapter 442. A Path to Certain Death. Very well. Winter is approaching, and the Duoyin will seize all the food from the smaller tribes to sustain their own, Kelsu replied. Unexpectedly, his agreement left Ye Feng at a loss. He had prepared several arguments, and if persuasion failed, he was ready to demonstrate his strength with a heavy machine gun. It appeared that would not be necessary. Kelsu returned to his group, exchanged a few words with several middle-aged men, and then approached Ye Feng once more. As an outsider, I shall accompany you. But you must provide me with different attire, Kelsu stated. Here, wear my coat, Ye Feng said, removing his bearskin coat and draping it over Kelsu's shoulders. Let us proceed. The two walked side by side toward the warship. Upon reaching the vessel, Kelsu suddenly bit his finger, drawing a symbol on his face with his blood. Are you truly that fearful of being recognized? Ye Feng chuckled, turning to him. Indeed, I do not wish to be the first to be ensnared in this war. Kelsu replied. What will you do if I triumph in the forthcoming battle? As the ship began to set sail, Ye Feng engaged Kelsu in light conversation. If you can defeat the Duoyin's main force, I would be willing to have 62 warriors from the Kelkek tribe join your ranks, Kelsu proposed. Then it is settled. I now hope to encounter the Duoyin cavalry soon. Ye Feng smiled slightly, casting his gaze toward the north. After sailing for half a day, Ye Feng squinted his eyes. In the distance, two tribes emerged, their settlements situated on either bank of the river, each displaying distinct flags at their entrances. One flag bore the image of a majestic eagle, while the other displayed a human skull. The eagle-emblazoned flag belonged to the Chauhai tribe, while the skull flag was associated with the infamous barbaric tribe. But be cautious, the barbarian tribe is also a faction of cannibals, consuming all corpses, including their own kin. Kelsu advised. I understand, Ye Feng replied, returning to the shore and riding a goat towards the two tribes. He did not bring his 3,000 cavalry, as deploying the large force could incite conflict. His primary adversary was the Duoyan tribe, not these smaller tribes oppressed by them. From the Chaohai tribe settlement, over 100 riders surged forth, brandishing both flags as they swiftly approached Ye Feng. "Greetings, friends of the Chaohai tribe," Ye Feng called out, dismounting from his goat and walking toward them. "Who are you? Do you intend to assault our formidable Chaohai tribe? Our esteemed tribe, the Chaohai, boasts a cavalry of 500 and a population of 4,000. Even the Duoyan tribe would not dare to underestimate us. Leading our group is a robust man, possessing a pair of bulging eyes that suggest he is not one to engage in idle chatter. For 1,000 inhabitants and 500 cavalry?" Ye Feng surmised that this fellow was boasting. It is implausible for a tribe of such size to sustain 500 cavalrymen, particularly in a primitive society with limited productivity. "My name is Ye Feng, and I come with goodwill. Might we dismount and converse?" Ye Feng inquired loudly. The burly man appeared brash, yet he was astute. With Ye Feng's fleet and army arrayed along the shore, he recognized that even if his entire populace were soldiers, they might not match Ye Feng's formidable forces. Thus, he dismounted and strode purposefully towards Ye Feng. The two stood 5 meters apart, observing one another. The stout man was clad in leather armor, over which he wore a pristine white fox fur coat, a garment that signified status on the grasslands. In contrast, Ye Feng noted that the common cavalrymen were dressed in tattered sheepskin, with only a few distinguished individuals donning wolf pelts. "My friend, when I was but a child, my father took me hunting across these plains. Do you see that young man? He is my son, Muwag. In the future, my son will bring my grandson to hunt here as well. The Chaohai tribe has resided here for generations. This land is my domain. May I ask, what brings you to my territory?" the middle-aged man declared, asserting his sovereignty. Yet, Ye Feng sensed that he bore no intention of war. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in such lengthy discourse. "I concede that this land indeed belongs to the Chaohai tribe, both in the past and in the future. However, your domain is under the control of the Duoyan. Where then lies your sovereignty?" Ye Feng retorted. The middle-aged man faltered, a hint of humiliation crossing his face. "The Duoyan defeated my ancestors. Do you understand? We are the vanquished. Are you suggesting that to conquer you is to rule over you? My friend, what do you imply? Do you intend to seize my territory?" The robust man placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "Not at all. I come to liberate you. Fight alongside me. And once we have triumphed over the Duoyan, you shall retain possession of this bountiful pasture. I assure you, I shall not interfere with your decisions nor demand tribute from you," Ye Feng stated earnestly. "What? You wish to wage war against the Duoyan?" The man's expression shifted. "Are you so frightened by the mere mention of the Duoyan?" Ye Feng coldly countered. The man's demeanor grew grave, and he began to regard Ye Feng with newfound seriousness. "If you intend to engage the Duoyan, then do so, but avoid passing by my tribe. However, I do not wish to take a detour. I desire for you to join me in the campaign against the Duoyan tribe." Ye Feng glanced at the sky, sensing that time was of the essence. He could not persuade each tribe individually. Otherwise, by the time he completed his efforts, the Duoyan Hina would have already given birth. Outsider, do you wish to embroil my tribe in conflict? I assure you, as long as I remain chief, I will not permit such a thing, the stout man declared resolutely. The war has commenced. A chilling current is poised to sweep around the cloudy mountain range, extending towards the vast grasslands. You must sense the sudden drop in temperature. I pose this question. When the entire realm is devoid of sustenance, will the Duoyan people not come to seize your provisions? In that dire moment, what will you wield to safeguard your kin? Will it be your so-called 500 cavalry, or will it be the lives of your entire clan? Ye Feng concluded, locking his gaze with that of the burly man. Indeed, the latter's eyes flickered several times. However, to engage in battle with the Duoyan is a path to doom. We would be the first to perish. The burly man's tone wavered slightly. No, you will not perish first. It seems my army has failed to instill confidence in you. Here is the proposition. Disguise yourself somewhat and board my warship. In due time, you shall comprehend the extent of my might. Upon finishing his statement, Ye Feng gestured invitingly. Board your warship? The burly man's brow furrowed. Indeed, if you do not accompany the warship, how will you ascertain our true strength? Ye Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, a horn echoed from the river's center. Ye Feng and the burly man turned, their expressions shifting dramatically. Behind them surged a dense throng of cavalry, numbering at least 1,000. They were impeccably organized, Each rider donned in glossy black leather armor. Particularly, the foremost cavalry exhibited remarkable horsemanship, aligning their steeds in perfect formation upon the grassland. Iron Chain Cavalry. The burly man's complexion paled, and he hastily retreated towards his tribe. Where are the iron chains? Ye Feng dashed towards his own tribe. As he approached, clarity dawned upon him. The front row of cavalry gripped slender iron chains in their hands. With the impetus of their steeds, these chains sliced through anything taller than the horses. He observed wild grasses severed cleanly, and occasionally, a small tree would meet the same fate. Is this the renowned Iron Chain Cavalry? Ye Feng urgently signaled towards the warship. Heavy machine guns. Tuba and the others each took hold of their machine guns. Fire quickly. Do not allow the Iron Chain Cavalry to draw near. Tuba exclaimed, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The heavy, metallic sound reverberated through the air. Alas, the Duoyan cavalry moved with astounding speed. At the very moment Tuba squeezed the trigger, they had already surged into the ranks of the army. This is bad. Ah, ouch. My hand. Where the chains passed, not a blade of grass remained. Some cavalry, having just risen, were cleaved in two by the fine iron links. Not only were the iron chains reaping lives, but the Duoyan warriors upon their mounts also wielded sabers with ferocity. Damn it! Ye Feng leaped onto the back of a goat, charging towards the Iron Chain Cavalry. His infantry exhibited no resistance against the Duoyan riders. Some, paralyzed with fear, plunged into the river. Others simply collapsed to the ground, allowing the cavalry to trample them into the mud. A few individuals sprinted towards Ye Feng's direction, shedding their burdens as they fled. What do cavalry rely upon? An unwavering momentum and an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Duoyan people have achieved both of these objectives. They are seasoned veterans of battle, incomparable to a mere rabble. Tuba, bearing a heavy machine gun, stood in stunned disbelief at the one-sided massacre unfolding before him. If he were to fire now, he would inadvertently harm his own comrades. Brother Tuba, should we shoot? Tunger anxiously inquired from behind. Blood began to saturate the grasslands, transforming the fields into a crimson expanse as the cavalry charged forth. At this moment, Ye Feng's remaining 300 cavalrymen also joined the fray, galloping toward the enemy on their goats. The thunderous clash of heads reverberated through the air. The goats, in both size and strength, were vastly inferior to the splendid steeds of the plains. Upon first contact, they were easily overturned by the war horses, trampled repeatedly by the dense throng of cavalrymen following behind. The Duoyan warriors brandished their curved sabers atop their mounts, emitting wild, primal howls. Some cavalrymen even stood upon their horses, showcasing their exceptional equestrian skills. Oh, the foolish Yinshan people come forth to meet their demise once more. Let us sever their left ears and seek rewards from the Khan. Check the crowd for any women. The Duoyan horsemen taunted with reckless abandon. Upon spotting the grievously wounded on the ground, they would ensnare them with ropes, dragging them behind their horses until the bones of the captives were ground to dust. In the Chaohai tribe, a burly man cowered behind a towering wooden post, trembling as he beheld the ferocious Duoyan cavalry. Fortunately, we did not act impulsively. Otherwise, this would have been the fate of our Chaohai people, he remarked, casting a fierce gaze at Ye Feng. He contemplated whether to capture Ye Feng now, to prove his loyalty to the Duoyan. With a sudden thrust, Ye Feng hurled his spear with great force, striking down a Duoyan cavalryman. Tuba, fire! Ye Feng shouted in fury. Understood. Tuba gritted his teeth, disregarding the presence of his comrades on the shore, and squeezed the trigger. The other 3 machine guns also commenced their barrage upon the riverbank. One Duoyan warrior, standing boldly on horseback, held a spear in one hand, the body of a slain foe impaled upon it. At that moment, he felt a jolt in his back, followed by the horrifying sight of his own entrails spilling forth. Another Duoyan, dragging an injured soldier with a rope, suddenly tilted as his horse was cleaved in two, blood splattering all over him. What? He managed to utter before his chest erupted in a gruesome explosion. A captain, witnessing this, paled. This is bad. It's the enemy's divine crossbow, he exclaimed, quickly crouching beneath the belly of his horse, employing the highest form of equestrian stealth. Yet, it was of little use. Bullets, as thick as a finger, effortlessly tore through the horse, leaving him a mangled corpse beneath. Behind the ranks, Jia Ujing stared in shock at his 1,000 cavalrymen. Retreat. Fall back further. The enemy's divine crossbows are aboard their warship, he commanded, leading the charge away, firing arrows as he fled. Unfortunately, no matter how skilled an archer one might be, An arrow could not traverse a kilometer. The cavalry on the shore, amidst the heavy gunfire, could not discern friend from foe, only spinning in confusion at their station. The resounding thud of the heavy machine gun ceased first, as Tuber unceremoniously removed his trousers and relieved himself upon the searing barrel. What manner of weapon is this? Kelsu gazed in astonishment at the machine gun, then shifted his attention to the Doyen cavalry along the shore. A formidable contingent of 1,000 Doyens, capable of annihilating entire clans and cities across the vast steppe. Yet they were effortlessly decimated by the bizarre weaponry aboard the warship. A cursory glance revealed that fewer than 300 Doyen cavalrymen remained, most of whom had lost their steeds. Without their horses, the Doyens were rendered ineffectual in battle. The other 3 machine guns continued their relentless assault. The remaining Doyens either leapt into the river, prostrated themselves upon the ground, or knelt in supplication to the eternal sky, unaware of the true nature of the heavy machine gun, believing instead that they were facing divine retribution. A minute later, all 4 machine guns fell silent, their barrels glowing red-hot, and had they continued firing, they would surely have been rendered inoperable. Ye Feng inhaled deeply, mounting his goat and entering the gruesome slaughterhouse that lay before him. The ground was littered with the corpses of men and horses, none of which remained intact. Some severely wounded steeds struggled on the ground, attempting to rise and flee. Meanwhile, a few surviving Doyens wailed in agony, uttering curses under their breath. At that moment, a bloodied figure emerged from the heap of bodies. Wiping the blood from his face, he seized a spear from the side. An outsider? Today, I shall take your life, he declared, staggering towards Ye Feng, despite the fact that half of his kidney had been shot away, blood streaming profusely. Who are you? Ye Feng, not wishing to engage him in combat, coldly inquired. I am a Doyen centurion, and today, I shall escort you to the eternal sky. With that, he suddenly crouched low and, like an arrow released from its bow, charged directly at Ye Feng. Chapter 444. Empty promises clang. Blood scales erupted across Ye Feng's chest. You? The centurion was taken aback. In response, Ye Feng swiftly retaliated, sending the centurion to meet the eternal sky. At that moment, he gained a clearer understanding of the centurion's capabilities, comparable to that of a novice beastmaster. This indicated that the overall strength of the Doyens surpassed that of the Yunshan people by a considerable margin, as the entire Yunwu mountain range boasted merely 100 beastmasters, while a single centurion on the vast Doyen steppe possessed similar prowess. In the distance, the disbanded army gradually regrouped around Ye Feng, originally nearly 3,000 strong. They had suffered the loss of over 500 men and sustained injuries to over 600 more due to the sudden onslaught of the Doyen cavalry, whose speed had caught them off guard. Had the warship been able to detect the Doyens in advance and unleashed a barrage from the heavy machine guns, the casualties would have been significantly reduced. Tuber and others gathered around. Brother Feng, what shall we do? We have already lost so many men before even reaching the Doyen clan, Harder said anxiously. It was his first encounter with the Doyen cavalry, and the overwhelming sense of dread nearly plunged him into despair. Next time, we must have someone on the mast to keep watch, ensuring the Doyen do not approach our army again, Ye Feng stated coldly. Yes, Brother Feng, Hal nodded in agreement. The remaining soldiers began to clear the battlefield. For the Doyen who had not perished, they rushed in to deliver the final blow. As for the injured horses, they led them away for their own use. The deceased steeds, however, were dismantled on the spot, their flesh transported to the warships. Ye Feng gazed into the distance, where approximately 10 Doyen cavalry remained, daring only to observe from several kilometers away, unwilling to breach the heavy machine gun's reach. Brother Feng, shall we eliminate them completely now? Tuba inquired. No, their horses are too robust, you won't catch up. And even if you do, you wouldn't be able to defeat them unless you pursue them with heavy machine guns. But your riding skills cannot match theirs, Ye Feng replied, standing atop a stone, his eyes fixed intently on the distant 10 riders. He finally comprehended the prowess of the Doyen. They could flee when overmatched, and even in defeat, they dared to linger around you, rendering you powerless. If you dispatched a large force to chase them, they would simply gallop away, and you would be unable to keep pace. Sending a smaller contingent might result in a futile endeavor. One must ponder how to counter such a strategy. Yet, Ye Feng had achieved his objective. He intended to draw the Doyen's attention to himself, thereby allowing him to discreetly pursue greater ambitions. After a moment of mutual gaze, the 10 riders finally spurred their horses and vanished from Ye Feng's sight. Clearly, they would return to relay the news. And it was only a matter of days before a larger conflict would ensue. I have seen the strength of the foreign tribes. Can I now summon my men from the Clark tribe? I have decided, as chief, that Clark shall fight alongside you. Kersu also descended from the warship, his face alight with surprise as he regarded Ye Feng. One must place their bets early. Otherwise, when victory is determined, arriving late would yield no rewards. It is worth noting that 1,000 Doyen cavalry are invincible on the plains. However, encountering Ye Feng's forces had left them utterly defenseless, illuminating the dawn of hope for victory. Excellent. Tuba, provide him with a horse so he may return and gather the warriors from his tribe. Tuba nodded, leading forth a horse that had not been slain to Kersu. I shall bring the warriors of my clan before sunset, Kersu declared, mounting the steed and galloping southward. At that moment, the gates of the Chauhai tribe swung open, and over 100 knights charged forth. Although they too possessed war horses, their mounts were evidently smaller compared to those ridden by the Doyen. The finest steeds were reserved as tribute for the Doyen, leaving them with inferior horses. As the 100 riders approached Ye Feng, the leader, a robust man, dismounted and knelt before him. Warrior Ye Feng, I am Odeo Fu. From this moment forth, half of my Chauhai tribe's military strength is at your command. Upon finishing his words, the burly man gestured towards the 100 cavalrymen behind him. Just moments ago, the devastating power of the heavy machine guns had shattered his worldview, dispelling all his doubts. He firmly believed that if each warship were equipped with such weaponry, even against the main forces of the Duoyen people, Ye Feng would possess the capability to engage in battle. After all, they had long been oppressed by the Duoyen, and even his daughter had been sent to the Duoyen clan to be toyed with by their elite. At this juncture, what better time could there be to ally with Ye Feng? Yet, he harbored his own calculations, leaving half of his forces at the Chauhai clan. Thus, while he boasted of 500 cavalrymen, he actually commanded only 200. Very well, Madhav, when Ye Feng unifies the vast grasslands, your Chauhai clan shall never pay tribute and shall enjoy equal treatment alongside us. Ye Feng understood his intentions and began to issue empty promises. Splendid. With a wave of his hand, Madhav signaled, and the 100 knights dismounted in unison, kneeling before Ye Feng. Arise, he said. What we lack at present are cavalrymen. Your people can guide us along the shore. Ye Feng approached them, shaking hands with each in turn. At that moment, nearly 100 dugout canoes paddled across from the opposite bank of the Duoyen River. Each canoe harbored several horses and a few individuals. Barbarians? Madhav's expression shifted, and he exchanged glances with his cavalrymen. The riders mounted their steeds once more, directing their sharp gazes towards the dugout canoes in the river. What? Are you at odds with the tribes on the opposite shore? Ye Feng inquired. They are a branch of the cannibal tribe, true savages. Madhav replied with a hint of disdain. The 100 dugout canoes finally reached the shore, revealing a group of men clad in tattered animal hides, who disembarked and led the war horses from the canoes. These individuals bore no leather armor. Their faces were marked by age and covered in unkempt beards, and their hair appeared to have gone unwashed for years, forming filthy braids. Madhav, the moment I laid eyes on you, it was clear you had already submitted to this foreigner. While the fighting capability of your Chauhai clan may be lacking, you possess wisdom beyond our own. Hence you follow our lead. A towering man approached, standing nearly 2 meters tall, his patchwork of animal hides revealing a wild tuft of chest hair. Ye Feng wrinkled his nose, a slight frown forming. The stench was overwhelming. As the 200 or so barbarians drew closer, a potent miasma began to coalesce. Ye Feng, being a man of civilized society, was the first to succumb to the odor, followed closely by Tuba and Tingur, who had recently grown accustomed to the pleasantness of their stay on Hot Spring Island and had seldom encountered such foulness. However, the people of the grasslands were more tolerant of such scents. Madhav stepped forward, unflinchingly locking eyes with the barbarians. Who says you lack wisdom? At the very least, you possess the self-awareness to learn from me, Madhav stated coldly. Chapter 445. A promise not to be broken today. I have no desire for idle chatter. I wish only to converse with this foreigner. The towering man turned to Ye Feng, suddenly producing a massive axe and placing it at his own feet. Foreigner, I am Yubingsi. I swear by this great axe to follow you in the campaign against the detestable Duoyen people. Will you accept my kin? Yubingsi declared, gesturing towards the 200 cavalrymen behind him. Among these individuals, there are both men and women, young and old. Yet, regardless of gender or age, Each possesses a fierce gaze that betrays their status as seasoned warriors. Although their weaponry may be somewhat outdated, with axes marred by nicks and wooden handles that are crooked, the state of their steeds is even more lamentable. They are all aged and frail, lacking the vigor of the horses ridden by the Duoyan people or even those of the Chaohai tribe. Ye Feng, with a swift motion, unsheathed his curved blade and, emulating Yebingsi, cast it upon the ground. It was essential to respect local customs, for failure to do so would jeopardize his ability to unite these unruly tribesmen. I am Ye Feng, and I swear by my curved blade, he began, but was promptly interrupted by Yebingsi's hand. No, that is not your most formidable weapon. If you are sincere, you should swear by your greatest armament. With that, Yebingsi's gaze shifted towards Ye Feng's worship. Having witnessed the recent battle and recognizing that Ye Feng's most powerful weapon lay concealed aboard it. Tuba go? Ye Feng commanded. Moments later, Tuba emerged, carrying a heavy machine gun, which he dropped at Ye Feng's feet. I am Ye Feng, and I swear by this machine gun that one day I shall vanquish the Duoyan people. Your tribes shall never pay tribute, and I will ensure that you live with dignity. Agreed, Yebingsi responded, moving closer to Ye Feng and opening his arms. A pungent odor of sweat mixed with something foul assaulted Ye Feng's senses as he held his breath and embraced Yebingsi briefly. Ha ha ha, these corpses cannot go to waste. Ye Feng, leave them to my people, Yebingsi declared, gesturing to those behind him. What followed was a scene of brutality that nearly made Ye Feng retch. The cannibalistic faction lived up to its grim reputation, consuming only the most nourishing parts of the deceased. Before nightfall, Kursu arrived with his warriors, straightforward in his approach, bringing forth all 62 of his tribe's cavalry. All right, Madafu of the Chaohai tribe, Yebingsi of the barbarian horde, and Kursu of the Kaoklake tribe. Gather your warriors and follow the warship on land. We shall seize the Duoyan headquarters. Ye Feng, mounted atop his steed, issued commands from a vantage point to the three tribes. Strictly speaking, their combined forces totaled fewer than 500, but even the smallest of flies is still flesh. The aim was to set an example. As long as three tribes stood against the Duoyan, it was believed that others along the way would join in. It is worth noting that the grasslands are home to 200 tribes. Even if each were to contribute 100 warriors, that would amount to 20,000. Furthermore, some tribes possess far greater numbers, including one known as the Blackheart tribe, whose population reaches 20,000. Surely, they must have at least 1,000 warriors among them. If they could amass 30,000 fighters, the Duoyan would be compelled to divert their forces to contend with them. At which point Ye Feng could entrust command to Haltet while he and his trusted allies, including Tuba and Teng'er, infiltrated the Duoyan to rescue those in need. Are we to fight tonight? Madafu inquired. Let us refrain from battle for now. This evening, I humbly request your esteemed tribe's hospitality. Our warship is laden with an abundance of frozen fish, some of which are from the sea. Given your distance from the ocean, I presume you have yet to savor its exquisite flavor? Ye Feng remarked with a smile, believing it prudent to offer a taste of generosity to entice them into recognizing the benefits of aligning with him. Excellent. Marvelous. The members of the three tribes exclaimed exuberantly. That night, Ye Feng joined in the exuberant festivities. It seemed that in the vast grasslands, social hierarchies dissipated as men and women mingled freely, indulging in copious amounts of food and drink without regard for status. Sitting beside the crackling fire, Ye Feng gnawed on a piece of unidentifiable beast meat. Its flavor slightly sour, neither horse meat nor anything familiar. At that moment, a woman from the Grass Sea tribe approached him, draping her arm over his shoulder. Ye Feng, if you aspire to be our great Khan, you must first conquer me. Come, let us see just how great our Khan truly is. With that, she led him into a nearby tent. Tuber was similarly ensnared, pulled into a tent by a foreign woman. Soon after, Teng'er and the high-ranking members from Ye Feng's side were swept into the exotic revelry. The most unfortunate was Halter, who was taken by a barbarian woman, her scent wafting through the tent. The following morning, Ye Feng glanced at the foreign woman sleeping on the fur-covered bed before donning his leather armor. Onward, he commanded, and 30 warships set sail upstream. On the shore, nearly 3,000 cavalry awaited. Unlike before, all 500 newly recruited warriors possessed steeds, having even brought forth the warhorses from their tribe to mount Ye Feng's original troops. These horses are spirited. You must learn to tame them. Mordov instructed a knight from the Yunshan tribe, who had previously only ridden goats but now needed to relearn the art of horseback riding. In a dimly lit chamber upstream of Wolf Creek, a creaking sound echoed. Light streamed through the stone door, and Duo Yanhina shielded her eyes, squinting towards the entrance. A woman entered, replacing old provisions with fresh supplies beside Duo Yanhina. Great priestess, fasting is futile. When the time comes, the child will still be born. You must eat a little, lest you perish from hunger, the woman urged before turning to leave the chamber. Wait, Loy, I recognize you, even though you have grown. Duo Yanhina suddenly called out to her. You recognize me? Loy turned back, surprised. Indeed, my people will soon come to rescue me, but they are unaware of my location. Can you relay a message? If you encounter someone named Ye Feng, please inform him that I am imprisoned within the stone tower downstream of Wolf Creek. Not at the headquarters of the Duo Yan tribe. Duo Yanhina implored for the first time. Are you asking me to betray the heavenly Khan? Loy's eyes widened in disbelief. I am soon to become a mother. This is my first child. Can you understand? Once I give birth, my strength will return, and I can recommend you as a priestess, freeing you from becoming a plaything for those men. Duo Yanhina beseeched her. Priestess? Are you suggesting I enter the temple? Loy's demeanor shifted abruptly as she crouched beside Duo Yanhina. Indeed, only by becoming a priestess could she escape the fate of being toyed with by men. It is a decision you must ponder yourself. I shall not coerce you, Duo Yanhina remarked, placing a pendant into Loy's hand. Chapter 446. This woman is quite alluring, I swear by the divine. I shall not violate today's promise. And what now? Shall I ride south in search of a person named Ye Feng? I appreciate your assistance. Do not forget the vow you made to the deity. With that, Loy closed the door once more. Ye Feng stood upon the deck, observing a cavalry regiment lined up along the shore, his brow furrowed in concern. Friends of the Blackheart tribe, do you truly intend to aid the Duoyan clan in battle? Ye Feng questioned vociferously. Indeed, they had now reached the middle of the Duoyan River, where a considerably large tribe, the Blackheart tribe, was stationed. The Blackheart tribe boasted a force of 20,000, and the cavalry on the shore numbered at least 2,000. Ye Feng could certainly annihilate them with a heavy machine gun. However, ammunition was finite, and he could not afford to exhaust his supply before encountering the main force of the Duoyan. Outsiders, you possess great audacity to declare war upon the Heavenly Khan. Today, none shall pass through my Blackheart tribe, declared the chief of the Blackheart tribe, Bok Ku. Bok Ku, we have discussed this for an entire day. If you do not surrender today, I shall be compelled to resort to extreme measures. Ye Feng's gaze turned frigid. Indeed, Ye Feng. Let us bombard them with heavy machine guns, interjected Kelsu beside him, under the impression that the heavy machine gun could fire indefinitely. Ye Feng refrained from disclosing the truth. Had they known the limitations of the ammunition, they would surely have regretted their initial decision. Ha ha, outsider Ye Feng, I am aware you have defeated a Duoyan cavalryman. What of it? Our cavalry of the Blackheart tribe is the mightiest on the prairie. If you dare, ride forth, Bok Ku boasted, brandishing his saber atop his horse. Dismissing Ye Feng's land and naval forces entirely. With no other recourse, Ye Feng personally took hold of the heavy machine gun, lowering the muzzle to align 3 points. Aiming at Bok Ku's torso. While aiming for the head would be ideal, it was ultimately unnecessary, given the heavy machine gun's potency. Whether hitting the torso or the head would yield the same fatal outcome. Bok Ku, seasoned in battle, felt a twinge of unease as a sense of foreboding washed over him. In the next instant, boom, his upper body was obliterated, blood and entrails splattering across those behind him. What? The members of the Blackheart tribe erupted into chaos. This is bad. The chief is dead. The chief is dead. The once orderly formation began to disintegrate as several leaders hastened towards Bok Ku's corpse. Their departure from their posts rendered their formations unstable. Attack! At Ye Feng's command, the cavalry on the shore surged forward. This is dire. Cavalry is charging. Form up quickly. Move left. Raise your spears. Position your shields. In the absence of a leader, each commander issued disparate commands, causing the formation to disband into disarray. With a thunderous roar, Li Feng and his 1,000 cavalry surged into the enemy formation with an indomitable spirit. Oh, my hand. Help. Run. The cavalry of the black-hearted tribe were utterly defenseless. Some fled backward, only to be obstructed by their own comrades. Others fell directly from their mounts, trampled into a bloody pulp by the hooves of their own horses. A few attempted to escape sideways, yet were swiftly cleaved into segments by Li Feng's riders. The air was filled with continuous cries of anguish as Li Feng stood at the bow of the ship, his face etched with a deadly resolve. It was time to let the soldiers taste blood, otherwise, they might think that Ye Feng was merely skilled in verbal sparring. This massacre persisted for 2 hours, with the majority of the black-hearted cavalry obliterated, leaving only a little over 200 to flee back to their tribe. After all, it was a tribe of 20,000. With fortified wooden walls and caltrops that somewhat mitigated the cavalry's charge. On the shore, Ye Feng's cavalry were scouring the battlefield, delivering a final blow to those who were not yet dead. The barbarians were ecstatic, slicing off the most succulent parts from the corpses to stow away in their leather pouches. Great Chief, the tally is in. We lost 32 men, 41 severely wounded, and 134 lightly injured. The enemy suffered a loss of 1,820 men. The main force of the black-hearted tribe has been annihilated. Reported Hart at the water's edge. Excellent. Tend to the wounded and bring them aboard the warship to rest. Those on the ship should disembark and assist on shore. Then gather the war horses to replenish our losses, Ye Feng instructed calmly. Yes, Great Chief. By the way, what shall we do about the black-hearted tribe? They still have nearly 20,000 commoners. Hart inquired. Ignore them. We shall only slay the warriors. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. He had no time to waste. After collecting the war horses, he still needed to proceed to the Duoyan tribe. It had already been 40 days since he received the news and entered the vast Duoyan grassland. In that time, he wondered if Duoyan Hina had given birth. Ye Feng estimated that she had likely already delivered, but even if there remained a sliver of hope, he would pursue it. At that moment, Amuli spoke up. Great Chief, this is the only route back to the Cloud Mist Mountains. Allowing such a large tribe to remain on your retreat path could prove disastrous in the event of your failure. You would be intercepted by the black-hearted tribe, which boasts a full 20,000 civilians. Having witnessed Ye Feng's prowess in recent days, Amuli had fully aligned himself with Ye Feng, casting aside any thoughts of the Duoyan tribe. Is that so? Ye Feng pondered for 5 seconds, casting his piercing gaze toward the black-hearted tribe. Sack the city. His cold voice echoed to the shore. Hart's face broke into a sinister smile, and the other knights were equally animated. A city sack represented unfettered freedom for them. For instance, they could freely indulge in the women of the black-hearted tribe during the pillaging, take lives at will, and set fires indiscriminately. Wasn't that the very essence of warfare? A woman appeared atop the wooden walls of the black-hearted tribe, accompanied by a sparse group of several dozen warriors. Ye Feng of the Yunshan tribe, we of the Blackheart clan are willing to surrender. Please spare our city from destruction. If you desire food, I can provide it. If you seek horses, we can offer you our steeds. The woman beside him was quite beautiful, and Ye Feng glanced at Madhav. Chapter 447, The Aroma of Hormones. Great Chief, this is the daughter of the Blackheart chieftain. If you wish, after breaching the tribe, I can send someone to bring her aboard the warship, Madhav said with a silver smile. Wait. Ye Feng raised his right hand, turning his gaze back to the woman. How many war horses do you possess? How much food? His voice echoed far into the heart of the Blackheart tribe. We have plenty. If you choose to raise our city, we shall burn the food and poison the horses. To his surprise, the woman exhibited remarkable resolve. Aware of the impending failure to defend her tribe, she chose to embrace despair. Then there is nothing left to discuss. Harter. Proceed with your duty, Ye Feng stated coldly. Harter licked his lips, raising his curved blade high. Behind him, nearly 3,000 cavalrymen formed ranks. Brothers, into the tribe. Seize food, capture horses, and take women. The most beautiful among them shall be reserved for Brother Feng. The cavalry surged forward into the tribe. Their fervor ignited as they charged with wild cries. The heavy machine guns swept across the gates, riddling the wooden doors with bullets until they collapsed under a mere nudge from the cavalry. The barbaric warriors surged to the front, and several Blackheart tribesmen who attempted to resist were cleaved in two by their massive axes. On the wooden walls of the Blackheart tribe, Boken trembled, her hands shaking in shock as she witnessed the slaughter unfold. Brave warriors of the Blackheart tribe, defend your homeland. Protect your kin. As a woman, she grasped a curved blade and rushed toward the wall. Yet, after only 2 steps, a heavy blow struck her from behind. The assailant was a chieftain of the Blackheart tribe. Alas, at this juncture, the only recourse was to offer the chieftain's daughter in exchange for Ye Feng's mercy. The chieftain exchanged glances with several high-ranking members of the Blackheart tribe. They wrapped Boken in a sack and hurriedly carried her away from the city. Ha! This is the chieftain of the Blackheart tribe. Kill! Kelsu charged forward with his 62 warriors. Wait, we surrender. We surrender. Several chieftains hastily fell to their knees. Yet, even so, the cavalry could not restrain themselves and slaughtered 2 high-ranking members of the Blackheart tribe. The great chieftain, along with 5 or 6 others, found themselves encircled by the cavalry, shackled with iron and dragged behind horses toward Ye Feng's position. At this moment, Ye Feng had dismounted and sat upon a small hillside, flanked by Tuba, Madhav, and the crippled Amuli lying beside him. To ensure Ye Feng's safety, Harder had formed a guard unit composed of 12 formidable cavalrymen. Look, Kelsu is bringing over some captives, Tuba pointed into the distance. Indeed, Ye Feng's brow furrowed as he rose. He felt an inexplicable premonition that Duoyan Hina had given birth. Why he felt this way, he could not ascertain. He simply knew with certainty that Duoyan Hina had indeed brought forth a child. Laughter erupted as Kelsu exclaimed, "Look who I've captured." With that, he compelled several individuals to kneel on the ground and untied the sack. A strikingly beautiful woman tumbled onto the grass, her face smeared with blood, casting an indignant glare at Ye Feng. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the daughter of the chief of the Black Heart tribe possessed a remarkable beauty and the demeanor of a valiant general. "Great Khan, if you seek punishment, let it be directed at the chief. Please spare the innocent civilians of the Black Heart tribe. This is the chief's daughter, Boken. I offer her to you for your judgment." A man resembling a prominent leader knelt before Ye Feng. Ye Feng approached and, with a swift motion, severed the man's head from his body. Those who seek personal gain at the cost of others deserve death. Untie Boken and ensure all of you retreat 100 meters away. I have matters to discuss with her privately, Ye Feng commanded. "Great Khan, you mustn't. What if she intends to harm you?" Madhav interjected urgently. Ye Feng was his only pillar of support. Without him, his tribe would be unable to withstand the onslaught of the Duoyan people. "Execute the command," Ye Feng replied coldly. "Yes, my lord." Madhav unsheathed his curved dagger and leaned in to whisper near Boken's ear, "If you dare to lay a hand on Brother Feng, I assure you, every single soul in the Black Heart tribe, regardless of age or gender, even the livestock and hunting dogs, will meet their demise at my hands." With that, he cut through the ropes binding Boken. The personal guard retreated to a distance of 100 meters, leaving only Ye Feng and Boken on the small hill. Boken slowly stood up, first listening to the anguished cries from her tribe, then swiftly turning to glare at Ye Feng. "Great Khan, my Black Heart tribe is willing to fight alongside you against the Duoyan clan." Boken knelt before Ye Feng. There was no room for refusal. Ye Feng's forces were already ravaging the city. If she delayed her submission any further, there would be no one left alive, rendering her position meaningless. Ye Feng, seated upon a stone, rhythmically tapped his fingers against the hilt of his sword. "Great Khan, please allow me to submit. The Black Heart tribe shall henceforth follow your lead." Boken spoke rapidly. Ye Feng set aside his curved dagger and clasped his hands behind his back. He was inclined to accept Boken's plea. Yet the warriors had fought valiantly for this moment. If the cavalry were not permitted to indulge in the sacking of the city, they might lack enthusiasm in future battles. "Great Khan, as long as you promise me, I am willing to do anything. Please, I implore you to command an end to the slaughter." Boken nearly wept, tears glistening on her pale cheeks. "Great Khan, what must I do to halt this carnage?" Suddenly, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Ye Feng's thigh, gently brushing against him with her soft embrace. Ye Feng thought to himself, "It is easy for you to speak. The cavalry has already begun to revel in the chaos. Even if I command them to cease, they are likely to disregard my orders, particularly the barbaric tribesmen, who heed only their primal instincts. They would not relent until they had thoroughly exhausted their desires with the women of the Black Heart tribe." Listening to the anguished cries of her kin and the raucous laughter of the cavalry, Borkikin could no longer contain herself. She swiftly shed her animal hide, revealing a tight-fitting leather armor beneath. This armor was crafted to fit her physique perfectly, its contours mirroring her own form. Ye Feng swallowed hard. Indeed, as the daughter of the chieftain, her figure was remarkably athletic, curvaceous, and alluring. As she removed the hide, a potent aura of femininity surrounded her. Yet, there was one flaw. Her legs were not perfectly straight, exhibiting a slight bow. "Ye Feng," she proposed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she beheld her people being slaughtered. "How about this? You lie down on the grass, and I can ride you as if you were a steed. In return, will you spare my kin?" With a heavy heart, Ye Feng replied, "Miss Borkikin, in this public display, with no cover, You should know that even if I wish to comply, my cavalry is driven by fervor akin to bloodlust. Even my orders may not suffice to halt them at once. The tension was palpable. A man and a woman caught in the throes of passion, and now they were being forcibly separated. Such an act could only breed resentment. What can be done? My people are on the brink of annihilation. Borkikin trembled as she cast a glance back at her tribe, the place she had known since childhood. Very well. My brother also seeks a wife. You are the chieftain's daughter. If you consent to wed my brother Tuber and allow him to govern your treacherous tribe, I will endeavor to command my cavalry to cease their onslaught. Ye Feng spoke with grave seriousness. Tuber had been a loyal companion, unwavering in executing Ye Feng's commands, and had once saved his life in a perilous situation. It was time to grant him a family of his own. The presence of Borkikin would serve as the greatest reward for Tuber, enabling him to exert control over the Blackheart tribe. Agreed, Borkikin responded without hesitation, her sole desire to save her tribe overshadowing all else. Excellent. Ye Feng rose and gestured to Madoff and the others. Relay my orders. Cease the massacre. Tuber, come here. At once, Madoff and the others rushed into the tribe to convey Ye Feng's directive. Meanwhile, Tuber approached, bewildered. Allow me to introduce. This is my brother Tuber. Tuber. She is the daughter of the chieftain of the Blackheart tribe. Do you find her appealing? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, what does this mean? Tuber asked. Confusion etched across his face. Tuber, you too should aspire to start a family. Your offspring could one day become the chieftain of the Blackheart tribe. Though dissent may arise within the tribe, fear not. I shall stand as your support, Ye Feng reassured him. This, Brother Feng, perhaps it would be better if you wed her yourself, ensuring your descendants control the Blackheart tribe, Tuber timidly suggested. Enough with the trivialities. I simply inquire if you felt any impulse towards her, Ye Feng interrupted Tuba. Me? How could a woman so beautiful and strong not evoke desire? That is well. I require you to consummate with her tonight and leave your seed behind. Following that, we shall proceed to conquer the Duoyin tribe. Since Brother Feng has commanded me, I shall comply, Tuba replied with a solemn nod. Within the Blackheart tribe, several brutes were dragging a woman into a corner, tearing at her garments. Today, I shall bring forth a bloom from you. One of the marauders grinned wickedly. I shall take the rear, you the front, and he shall take the top. Another brute laughed. At that moment, Ye Feng's command resounded. The Great Khan has decreed, cease the slaughter of the city. The Great Khan has decreed, cease the slaughter of the city. The chief of the warships has commanded, cease the slaughter of the city. The proclamation echoed throughout the tribe. Upon hearing Ye Feng's orders, the forces of the Yunshan tribe immediately halted their carnage. However, the three smaller tribes he had recently subdued feigned ignorance, only fully complying after a few moments of confusion. The women of the Blackheart tribe faced a dire fate. After this day, many would unknowingly bear the children of countless men. Moments later, 3,000 cavalrymen forced the entirety of the Blackheart tribe's people out into the open. Among them were over 10,000 civilians, including some women and children. Most women were disheveled and vacant in their expressions, with only a few maintaining a semblance of order in their attire. Tuba, Boken, go and meet your people, Ye Feng commanded, leading the two towards the more than 10,000 civilians of the Blackheart tribe. Upon seeing Boken atop her steed, the civilians gasped in astonishment. It is Boken, the chieftain's daughter. How could she be standing with the outsiders? Has she become a traitor? Surely, she is the one who led to our slaughter. Some civilians snarled in anger. Ye Feng approached on horseback, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Listen well. Madhav advised me to annihilate your city and eradicate you all, he proclaimed, ensuring every member of the Blackheart tribe could hear him. Indeed, the hostile glares of the crowd were swiftly retracted, replaced by trembling fear. However, it was one individual who prompted me to reconsider this course of action. With that, Ye Feng gestured towards Boken. If he were to control the Blackheart tribe through Boken, she must be accorded due respect. She is your chieftain's daughter, and upon her earnest entreaty, I consented to refrain from the slaughter. Ye Feng's voice carried far and wide. The people of the Blackheart tribe widened their eyes in astonishment, turning their gazes back to Boken. She, too, was taken aback, pondering the intentions behind Ye Feng's actions. Could it be that she is the one who saved us? Was it truly her who averted our doom? We had been blaming her all along. The previously enraged members of the Blackheart tribe suddenly shifted their attitudes towards Boken. And further, Ye Feng pointed towards Tuba. Why did I agree to halt the massacre? It is due to my esteemed brother Tuba that I bring you delightful news. My noble brother Tuba is to wed the daughter of your chieftain this very evening. The offspring they produce shall undoubtedly inherit a lineage of grandeur and ultimately ascend to become the chieftain of your esteemed Blackheart tribe. In order to facilitate Tuba's indirect control over the Blackheart tribe, it is imperative to create a favorable atmosphere for him. If Tuba were merely perceived as an ordinary savage, the people of the Blackheart tribe would never accept him. Tuba, when did I ever possess noble blood? As I, Tuba, was about to elucidate, I was interrupted by Ye Feng. Chapter 449. Tonight, we celebrate both mourning and joy. You may return to your tribe, lay to rest your deceased kin, and cleanse the tribe. Tonight, we shall commemorate both mourning and joy together. Ye Feng proclaimed loudly. As night descended, the Blackheart tribe was filled with heart-wrenching cries. This battle had cost many their fathers, sons, and brothers. The lamentations persisted for half the night, but as the latter part of the night approached, laughter began to resonate throughout the tribe. Ha ha ha. Bring forth the fine wine and sumptuous meat. Our Blackheart tribe is to ally with the formidable Yunsen clan. Indeed. Ha ha ha. With the powerful Yunsen clan as our allies, we shall no longer fear the Duoyan people, nor shall we be obliged to pay tribute. It is said that the prospective son-in-law possesses noble divine blood, his ancestors having shot down the 9 sons with a great bow, or else we would have perished from the heat. Indeed, Ye Feng had woven a tale for Tuba, attributing him an ancestor akin to Ho Yi. For the indigenous people were unaware of the myth surrounding Ho Yi's sun shooting. Ye Feng could only replicate the myth, as he lacked the creative prowess of Wang Zhihai. Within the tent, Ye Feng and others surrounded Tuba, preparing to tattoo his back. Brother Feng, my ancestors were merely savages. When did I possess divine lineage? Tuba lamented. Lying on the bed as Ye Feng inscribed the characters Ho Yi shoots the suns upon his back. Silence. From this day forth, your ancestor shall be Ho Yi. There is no need for doubt. Simply follow my instructions, Ye Feng replied dismissively. The people of the grasslands are notably proud. Without generating a favorable reputation for Tuba, would they allow him to wed their chieftain's daughter? At that moment, the tent was abruptly lifted, and Mo Daofu entered. What brings you here? Ye Feng inquired. Sensing an ominous foreboding from Mo Daofu's expression. Brother Feng, this is a message from the Duoyan people, Mo Daofu said, handing a rolled-up hide to Ye Feng, sealed with a resinous substance. Upon unrolling the hide, Ye Feng discovered it inscribed with curved characters. Does anyone among you recognize the script of the Duoyan people? Ye Feng asked. Brother Feng, allow me to assist you in reading it, Mo Daofu offered, taking the hide. Read it. Very well. How audacious of the Yunsen savages to dare traverse the vast grasslands and encroach upon the territory of my Duoyan clan. Our heavenly Khan's army outnumbers the cattle and sheep on the grasslands. The sound of our marching footsteps can shatter mountains, and our warhorses can quench their thirst in any river. Our celestial Khan is both merciless and, indeed, benevolent. If you, Ye Feng, were to sever your own limbs, gouge out your eyes, and command all your cavalry to shed their armor and banish their steeds, our celestial Khan might, perhaps, spare your life and grant you a chance for redemption. Mo Daofu concluded his recitation. Ye Feng was nearly moved to laughter by the absurdity of it all. It was evident they were attempting to force his hand. Very well, can you write in the script of the Duoyan people? Ye Feng inquired of Mo Daofu. Yes, Brother Feng, how shall I compose the reply? If you desire a response that is more assertive and formidable, leave it to me, Mo Daofu replied. No. Take up the quill, and I shall dictate. You will write, Ye Feng instructed as he took a seat. Certainly, please proceed, Brother Feng. Mo Daofu had begun to address Ye Feng as Brother Feng, emulating Tuber and the others, believing it would foster a closer bond. To the esteemed celestial Khan, I, Ye Feng, harbor no intention of enmity towards the Duoyan clan. This recent mobilization of forces was indeed a measure of last resort. Should your esteemed faction be willing to surrender my beloved wife, Duoyan Hina, along with my child, I, Ye Feng, shall immediately withdraw my troops and refrain from engaging in conflict with your clan. A bitter cold front is poised to sweep across the vast grasslands. If the harsh winter persists for over a decade, I believe your faction will inevitably face shortages of sustenance. At that time, I, Ye Feng, shall ensure provisions for your clan, aiding the Duoyan people to endure this prolonged winter. However, should any harm befall my wife or child, I regret to inform you that I would be prepared to risk my very life to exact a heavy toll upon you. Perhaps my Yinshan cavalry may not pose a threat to your dominion, but I could rally over 200 tribes across the steppe, which would suffice to bring your ancient legacy to ruin. Yours sincerely, Ye Feng. Ye Feng concluded his missive. Mo Daofu diligently pinned it with the quill. Is it complete? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, it is finished. Now, shall I deliver this letter to the envoy of the Duoyan clan? Mo Daofu asked. What? The envoy of the Duoyan clan is at the Haixin tribe? Ye Feng exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Then I must go and meet them, Ye Feng declared, leading a cadre of senior officials outside the encampment. There, before the Haixin tribe, stood 3 horsemen on the vast plains, exuding an air of superiority. Clad in pristine leather armor, armed with gleaming sabers, and mounted on exceptional steeds that far surpassed those of the Haixin tribe, they appeared formidable. Ye Feng approached on foot, clutching his reply. Esteemed envoys, since you have arrived, why not dismount and share a drink with us? Ye Feng addressed the trio. You are Ye Feng? The central rider looked down at him with disdain. Indeed, this is my response to your celestial Khan, Ye Feng asserted, handing over the letter. The knight's expression darkened. You dared to reply? Did not the celestial Khan's missive instruct you to gouge out your eyes, strip everyone of their armor, and banish your steeds? The central knight barked vehemently. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. What? Does your insignificant Yinshan clan still harbor discontent? It is indeed a tremendous favor for us, the heavenly Khan, to compose a letter to you. Should you continue to be obstinately unyielding, the consequences shall be dire. Your entire clan will face annihilation, and the women will be reduced to mere servants, tending to the horses by day and sharing their beds by night. As the cavalryman spoke, Ye Feng could no longer contain his fury. He leaped 5 meters into the air, brandishing his curved blade with ferocity. This knight possesses some skill. In the midst of the chaos, he managed to raise his sword in defense. Clang! Ye Feng's blade shattered into 2 pieces. However, a white mist erupted from the blade, slicing through the knight's arm. Thud! The severed limb fell to the ground. Chapter 450. A woman of noteworthy beauty. The knight clutched his arm, staring in disbelief at Ye Feng. Have you truly mastered the art of manifesting blade energy? Not only was the knight astonished, but Ye Feng was equally taken aback. Just yesterday, he had fully digested all the crystalline essence within him, and now he had remarkably reached the realm of blade energy manifestation. Yet, the energy was somewhat feeble, only capable of exerting its power within a meter's reach. Unlike Vantamon, whose blade energy could extend for dozens of meters, striking down gods and Buddhas alike. Suddenly, dozens of individuals surrounded the 3 cavalrymen, ready to reduce them to mere pulp at Ye Feng's command. Ye Feng, do you intend to slay the emissaries? The central knight, still defiant despite his severed arm, spoke without a hint of pallor or breathlessness. Ye Feng indeed contemplated their execution, but doing so would thwart the message from being delivered. He waved his hand, signaling his men to withdraw. Take this letter back and inform your heavenly Khan that my words remain unchanged. If you return my wife and children, I shall withdraw my troops and provide sustenance to the Duoyan tribe during the long winter. Otherwise, I will unite all the tribes of the grasslands to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the Duoyan. After finishing his declaration, Ye Feng picked up the letter from the ground and handed it back to the messenger. The once arrogant messenger now appeared subdued as he obediently accepted the letter. Casting a deep gaze at Ye Feng, Go, return to report to the Khan of the division. The 3 knights swiftly vanished into the northern horizon. Brother Feng, you are too lenient. You should have at least executed 2 emissaries, leaving one to carry the message back, said Madoff, wishing for his leader to exhibit more resolve. Execute 2 emissaries? Ye Feng turned back and fixed a piercing gaze on Madoff. No, is that not so? Madoff's heart sank. Of course, you could kill them, for your wife and children are not hostages. With that, Ye Feng strode back towards the Blackheart tribe. He must personally officiate the wedding ceremony of his good brother Tuba. Though he had never done so before, he could certainly learn. At the heart of the tribe, a throng of people had gathered, filling the area to capacity. Tuba stood proudly in his splendid animal skin attire, his head held high. Brother Feng has said that I, Tuba, now possess divine lineage, so I must maintain an air of aloofness. On the other side, Boken, dressed in a snow fox coat, dutifully stood beside Tuba. First, I bow to the heavens as my father. Second, I bow to the earth as my mother. Third, I bow to Ye Feng as my elder brother. With that, He performed a deep bow. Ye Feng solemnly proclaimed. Tuba and Boken, compelled by circumstance, exchanged respectful bows with Ye Feng. Well, the formalities are complete. Now, let Mordav announce the gift list. Tuba and Boken, you should hasten to the bridal chamber without delay, Ye Feng said, pushing the two towards the chamber without further ado. He had no time to waste. Today's marriage of Tuba to Boken was merely a tactic to control the Blackheart tribe. His true objective remained to rescue his woman and child from the Duoyan tribe. Confused, Tuba was nudged by the crowd into the bridal chamber. Ye Feng opened the door. Standing watch over the couple, accompanied by Mordav, Kelsu, and the barbarian Xiaobing. Brother Feng, must we do this in front of you? Tuba inquired. Indeed. I must ensure your success in sowing the seeds of life. Only then can I trust that the Blackheart tribe will not stab us in the back. Go on. Pretend we are mere air. Ye Feng nonchalantly pulled up a chair and sat on the bed to oversee the proceedings. Boken's cheeks flushed crimson. Although women of the prairie were less concerned with formality, being observed during their wedding night was unacceptable to anyone. Tuba, however, was straightforward. He swiftly removed his clothing and approached Boken step by step. No, please don't. Boken's face burned with embarrassment. Sister-in-law, do not be shy. Think of us as heir. Ye Feng insisted sternly. I can treat you as heir, but what about that man behind you? Look where his hands are. Boken pointed towards Xiaobing. The barbarian had placed his hand on his trousers, eyes gleaming as he gazed at the newlyweds. Xiaobing, you may leave. I alone shall supervise this matter. At Ye Feng's command, the indigenous people retreated entirely. That night, the three spent time in the bridal chamber, with Ye Feng confirming the situation no less than 15 times before he left, satisfied. The vigor of youth was undeniable. Tuba proved to be quite potent. Surely, among those 15 attempts, one would succeed. Once Boken bore Tuba's child, she would rally her family to secure her offspring's position as chief. As Ye Feng exited, he collided with an unfamiliar woman. She bore a resemblance to Boken but was younger, her demeanor softer and more delicate. Who are you? Ye Feng asked. I am Boyaner, Boken's sister. Boyaner spoke with downcast eyes, akin to a docile kitten. Ye Feng's gaze froze. Since being cast away to this desolate island, the women he had encountered were either aloof like Susan, domineering like Su Yun, or wild like the indigenous women. He had never met one of gentle disposition. After a night of theatrical exploits, his trousers had yet to settle, and now, at dawn, he found himself face to face with an object of his admiration. Truthfully, Ye Feng felt his composure slipping. Go prepare something delicious for your husband. He was quite exhausted last night, Ye Feng instructed. Ultimately, he refrained from forcing the woman. Regarding the massacre, the actions of his subordinates in coercing women were inevitable. The act of slaughtering a city signified the suspension of military discipline, allowing for rampant lawlessness. Otherwise, why would anyone serve you loyally? Indeed, Great Khan. Boyan lowered her head, her delicate face tinged with a blush. In truth, the women of her chieftain family harbored competitive sentiments. With her sister married to a descendant of the divine, the present Ye Feng appeared to be of a higher status. If she were to wed Ye Feng, could she not surpass her sister? Contemplating this, Boyan's cheeks flushed once more as inappropriate images danced in her mind. Ye Feng departed from the heart of the tribe, embarking on an inspection of the entire Blackheart tribe. Truly, it was a prominent clan on the prairie, with the tribal territory spanning dozens of hectares, though its sanitation left much to be desired, far inferior to that of Warm Spring Island. Great Khan, my husband perished in that battle. I do not blame you. However, you must help me find a man, for how shall I provide for my 2 children otherwise? At that moment, a woman of commendable beauty approached, seizing Ye Feng's arm. Chapter 451, Unmatched in the World. The fur covering her bosom was slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. In the aftermath of war, widows proliferated, compelled to seek new partners for their survival. As the Great Khan, Ye Feng naturally became their prime choice. To be candid, Ye Feng found the young widow appealing. Had it been over 2 years ago, he would have unequivocally pursued her. Yet now, having indulged in the finest delicacies, his tastes had become rather discerning. You may choose a man from my cavalry. Let him sow his seeds. I, Ye Feng, as the chief of the Cloud Mountain tribe, promise to ensure your well-being for the rest of your lives, Ye Feng stated with gravity. Then, let it be you who sows. I would prefer you over your soldiers, particularly those barbaric men, for they carry an unpleasant odor. The widow declared and lunged toward Ye Feng. Initially inclined to refuse, Ye Feng felt a pang of compassion for these women. He could not repeatedly deny one, lest he wound their dignity. Half an hour later, Ye Feng emerged from the tent, continuing his inspection of the future domain of Tuber. Unsurprisingly, many women of the Black Heart tribe had set their sights on him. Any woman of fair appearance aspired to be the Great Khan's consort. Thus, for the remainder of the day, Ye Feng found himself in a continuous state of refusal, for once Tuber regained his strength that afternoon. He needed to proceed northward to rescue his beloved and children. Ye Feng sensed an underlying truth. On the deserted island, he had entangled himself with many women, notably Wu Tao. Yet, only Duoyen Hina bore a child, indicating that only she complemented his lineage. This suggested that perhaps, on the entire island, only Duoyen Hina could bear his offspring, compelling him to risk everything to rescue her. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Ye Feng observed Tuber supporting himself against the wall as he exited the bridal chamber, his complexion somewhat pale. "Brother, are you all right? Do not overexert yourself." Ye Feng hastily assisted Tuba to a seat. "Brother Feng, did you not request this 15 times? I have diligently adhered to your command," Tuba weakly remarked. "In these tumultuous times, one must resort to stringent measures. I find myself with no alternative," Ye Feng replied, personally slicing a piece of beef for Tuba. Upon seeing the dish before him, Tuba suddenly retched, exclaiming, "Take it away. The mere sight of it makes me feel nauseous." "My apologies, let me offer you another cut," Ye Feng said, presenting a different piece of meat. After Tuba finished his meal, Ye Feng instructed Harder, "Go. Inform the soldiers to gather their hearts and prepare for the northward march." "Yes, Brother Feng." Harder now referred to Ye Feng in this manner as well. Influenced by Tuba and Tungner, who were esteemed confidants of Ye Feng, both aspiring to be among his closest allies. Thus, to attain such a status, one must begin with the proper address. Half an hour later, over 4,000 cavalrymen stood at the outskirts of the Black Heart tribe. The count exceeded 4,000 as Ye Feng had incorporated the able-bodied men from the Black Heart tribe into his ranks. With 4,000 cavalrymen on the shore and an additional 1,500 aboard 30 warships, Ye Feng's actual strength had reached 5,500. Most gratifyingly, the Black Heart tribe was quite affluent, enabling their entire army to mount horses. The goats previously ridden by the Yunshan tribe had all been replaced. "Brother Feng, the army awaits outside," Harder announced upon entering. "Indeed. Tuba, we should take our leave. You may first bid farewell to your wife," Ye Feng suggested. "Understood." Tuba returned to his bridal chamber. Just then, a graceful figure appeared, Bo Yenner standing before Ye Feng. "Great Khan, may I accompany your army into battle?" Bo Yenner inquired earnestly. "I regret to inform you that women cannot be part of my forces. Such presence would drain my energy. This is warfare, not leisure." Ye Feng firmly declined. He needed to reserve his strength for the Duoyen people, otherwise he might falter along the way. "You are the noble Great Khan. I can attend to your daily needs, warm your feet, and assist you in donning your leather armor. Such tasks require a woman's touch," Bo Yenner persisted. Ye Feng hesitated, recognizing the truth in her words. Indeed, the most cumbersome part of his morning routine was fastening the numerous buttons of his leather armor, many of which were located at the back, necessitating a cumbersome reach. "Brother Feng, as the Great Khan, you truly require a female attendant." Harder observed Ye Feng's wavering resolve and seized the opportunity. "Very well. You need not warm my feet at night. Simply rest in the room outside mine. Should I require anything, I will call for you," Ye Feng conceded. "Thank you, Great Khan, for bestowing this honor upon me. I shall serve you diligently," Bo Yenner exclaimed with joy. At that moment, Tuba unexpectedly emerged with Bo Kachin, surprising Ye Feng as he noticed that Bo Kachin had donned leather armor, draped in a thick layer of animal hide. "Brother Feng, she insists on accompanying me into battle to attend to my needs," Tuba indicated towards Bo Kachin. "This. Very well. Boken, you shall accompany the army into battle. However, you and your spouse must sleep in separate quarters at night," Ye Feng declared. "Yes, Great Khan," Boken replied. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction and led the assembly out of the Black Heart tribe. The 4,000 soldiers stood resolutely in the biting cold, resembling a phalanx of spears. Fresh from victory, their spirits soared high, believing they could seize the Duoyen tribe at any moment. It is known that within the Duoyen tribe lie the most exquisite women and the most magnificent steeds of the vast grasslands, treasures that every warrior of the plains yearns for. Upon encountering the Great Khan, the 4,000 dismounted simultaneously, kneeling before Ye Feng. With a proud demeanor, Ye Feng approached his white steed, while Haltet swiftly assisted him in mounting. "Let us depart," came the succinct command, and all 4,000 mounted their warhorses in unison. This time, Ye Feng did not retreat to the warship. Instead, he mingled among the ranks of the infantry. With an army of 5,000 advancing on both land and water, they surged forth towards the north. Above the upper reaches of the Duoyan River, a solitary eagle soared through the sky. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp arrow pierced the clouds, striking the eagle with deadly precision. The majestic bird emitted a brief cry of despair before tumbling onto the grassy expanse below. Shifting perspectives to the ground, amidst the wild grasses lay a multitude of warhorses, each concealed by a rider who crouched low. A robust warrior withdrew a massive bow and handed it to an attendant nearby. "Great Khan Jiatak, your archery remains unparalleled after all these years," remarked a Duoyan tribesman clad in wolf fur, exuding an air of high status. The fact that even he felt compelled to pay compliments speaks volumes of the man's esteemed position. Indeed, the archer who felled the eagle was none other than Jiatak, the sub-chieftain of the southern division of the Duoyan tribe. The Duoyan tribe had established 8 divisions across the grasslands, each commanding a cavalry of 10,000, all overseen by a chieftain. These leaders were all related to the heavenly Khan, be it through brotherhood or unclehood, as such kinship was essential for wielding military power. The messenger reported that Ye Feng's forces have been advancing along the Duoyan River. "They should be nearing here today," Jiatak stated calmly. "Yes, Khan. Ye Feng is expected to reach the confluence of the Duoyan River and the Drinking Horse Lake today. We shall ambush him here," replied the chief. "Humph. That insignificant Ye Feng, with his army of less than 10,000, dares to claim the title of Great Khan. Have our cavalry from the division assembled?" Jiatak inquired. "Yes, Khan. Our southern division has a total of 11,000 cavalrymen fully concealed here, and our fleet lies in ambush 1 kilometer north of the Duoyan River. Once the battle commences, 25 mighty ships will ascend the river, annihilating Ye Feng's naval forces," the chief reported earnestly. Jiatak chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "I must express my gratitude to Ye Feng. It has been many years since I last exerted my prowess. It is lamentable that the other tribes of the grasslands are so feeble, for no matter how outrageous our demands, they dare not oppose us, leaving me bereft of opportunities to showcase my skills. Indeed, regarding the chieftain of that tribe, I instructed him to offer his granddaughter as tribute, and he complied without hesitation. Leaving me at a loss for a reason to mobilize our forces," Gatai remarked with a hint of disappointment. "Indeed, they revere the Khan's formidable might and dare not resist. Yet this time, Ye Feng's men will surely quench our blades with blood, igniting the latent warrior spirit within the Doyan people," the grand chieftain flattered. "Khan, they have arrived." Ye Feng's army approaches, merely 5 kilometers away, reported a scout, his head adorned with a green grass hat, his attire of animal skins mottled with hues of green, blending seamlessly into the prairie, a natural guise. "Excellent, they have finally come," Gatai declared, gesturing to the rear. A contingent of 11,000 cavalrymen concealed themselves within the grass, meticulously wrapping their horses' hooves in soft animal hides. Thus, during the charge, there would be no sound, allowing them to approach Ye Feng's cavalry undetected. "Khan, let us not grow complacent. It is said that Ye Feng's warships carry divine crossbows, each one comparable in might to your great bow," the grand chieftain cautioned. "Since they wield divine crossbows, those who launch them will inevitably tire. I command 11,000 cavalry. How many crossbowmen can he possibly have?" Gatai retorted nonchalantly. "Indeed, wise Khan." The grand chieftain conceded. Ye Feng, astride his white steed, rode amidst the ranks, his gaze fixed upon the wild grass on either side. The further north they ventured, the taller the grass grew, some reaching even above waist height. At this moment, should a venomous serpent lie hidden within the grass, it might claim the lives of several cavalrymen. On board the warship, a sentinel scanned the surroundings from his perch atop the mast. Suddenly, he squinted, directing his gaze upstream. Something felt amiss. Why was that expanse devoid of cattle or sheep? Even the birds in the sky refrained from resting upon that lush pasture. Contemplating this, the sentinel climbed a few meters higher up the mast, casting another glance toward the north. The next instant, his eyes widened in alarm. "Something is wrong. Quickly! Signal the Great Khan," the sentinel shouted. The flag-bearer hastily waved 2 small flags in a crossing motion. On the ground, Harder received the signal and promptly raised his right hand. 4,000 cavalrymen gradually halted, arching their backs, drawing their sabers, and fixing their gaze intently to the north. Thud, thud, thud. Harder rode forth on his steed to stand before Ye Feng. Brother Feng, according to the signal, the sentinel has detected a substantial number of hidden cavalrymen ahead, at least 10,000, as indicated by his 10 flag waves, Harder reported. 10,000. Ye Feng's expression shifted. The Douyin were a formidable force, and he had heard numerous tales of their prowess since entering the vast grasslands. What shall we do, Brother Feng? Harder inquired, his voice trembling with urgency. They had encountered little resistance against the Blackheart tribe, but the ambushers ahead were likely Douyin cavalry. Hand me the great bow. Ignite the torch, Ye Feng commanded. Extending his hand as a warrior from behind presented the great bow, while another soldier lit a massive arrow and passed it to Ye Feng. As Ye Feng drew the great bow, it creaked ominously, aimed skyward. With a whoosh, the flaming arrow soared in a long arc toward the desolate grasslands to the north. In the next moment, a flicker of flame ignited among the wild grass, swiftly spreading across the entire meadow propelled by the southern wind. The Douyans, lurking nearby, found themselves in dire straits. Their strict military discipline was put to the test as they endured the searing heat without a command from their Khan. Quite astute. Katia observed the growing flames ahead, raising an eyebrow slightly. Khan, we cannot allow the fire to spread, otherwise it will engulf the entire army, the chief urged hastily. The southern wind not only carried the flames towards them, but also sent thick clouds of smoke invading their nostrils. True enough, since victory is assured, there is no need for ambush. Let us engage Ye Feng directly and demonstrate the prowess of our iron-linked cavalry, the chief declared, swiftly grasping a horn and blowing into it with vigor. The horn's call echoed, prompting the singed cavalrymen to leap to their feet, vigorously patting out the flames on their bodies. The foremost riders mounted their steeds, each holding a slender iron chain. Ye Feng returned the great bow to Bo Yinner, a smile gracing his face. The Douyans, so formidable, still resorted to stealthy ambushes. Their true nature was finally unveiled. As Ye Feng spoke, Halter had already drawn his cavalry sabers, poised for a charge. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed like an earth-shattering quake. Chapter 453, The entire army advances. They were now merely 1,000 meters from Ye Feng. A single charge would unleash the full might of the iron-linked cavalry. Ye Feng gazed toward the warship. Upon receiving the command, Tunger bellowed, "Gunners, prepare to eliminate the foremost ranks of the iron-linked cavalry." With a clatter, 4 heavy machine guns lowered their barrels, aiming directly at the shore. "Annihilate the barbarians of the Yunshan tribe," echoed a voice. The Douyin cavalry let out a cacophony of wild cries from their mouths, occasionally showcasing their equestrian skills with audacious stunts. Ye Feng rode to the forefront of the cavalry, raising the battle flag high. His gaze fixed intently on the Douyin cavalry, calculating their distance. 900 meters, 800 meters, 700 meters, 500 meters, 400 meters. With a decisive motion, Ye Feng swung the command flag down. Simultaneously, 4 heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire. The Douyin cavalry, engrossed in their display, lost their footing and tumbled into the mud. As they struggled to rise, the horses behind them could not halt their charge, trampling over them mercilessly. The sound of bullets thundered more intimidatingly than the deepest war drums, as the vanguard of the Douyans fell one after another. Some were obliterated by the heavy machine guns, while others, fortunate enough to escape such a fate, were crushed under the hooves of their own steeds. The relentless clatter of hooves continued as the Douyans pressed forward, the roar of machine guns reverberating through the air and blood staining the entire meadow. In the rear of the Douyin cavalry, Kagan Jetian stared in disbelief at his troops, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. How could this be? What kind of divine crossbow is this? My linked horses? My linked horses? Jetian's eyes blazed with fury. He had not engaged in battle for many years, and yet, in his first skirmish, he had suffered the loss of 5 elite cavalry units. These 5 units were the CR de la CR, capable of gripping iron chains securely while galloping swiftly, forming an iron-linked cavalry formation. The heavy machine guns continued their relentless barrage. Tunger ceased firing his machine gun, urinating directly on the barrel before aiming it once more at the riverbank. Bullets poured forth as if they were free, and the cavalry on the shore fell like harvested grain, one by one, into the pools of blood. 200 meters ahead of Ye Feng, the corpses had formed a small hill, yet the Douyin soldiers charged fearlessly forward. The Duoyan people were undaunted because they believed they would ultimately triumph in this battle. However, if they were to realize that even if they fought to the last man, victory would elude them, fear would take root in their hearts. And fear, indeed, is contagious. In just 10 minutes, the bodies had piled up to more than 10 meters high over the previous 200 meters, with blood carving a channel across the grass, gradually flowing into the Duoyan River. The pungent scent of blood left Kagan Jiahian gasping for breath. "My Khan, issue the signal flag. Let our Duoyan fleet take to the waters, or the crossbowmen aboard Ye Feng's warship will annihilate our cavalry," urged a prominent leader, pushing Jiahian forcefully. "Yes, yes." Jiahian inhaled deeply and waved the signal flag upstream. In the next moment, 25 massive ships rounded the bend of the river, coming into Ye Feng's view. Tunggur squinted his eyes and shouted, "You, join me in intercepting the enemy's fleet. The other 2 machine guns continue suppressing the cavalry at the shore." "Understood." With a creak, 2 of the machine guns redirected their aim towards the approaching Duoyan fleet. The Duoyan people, wealthy and extravagant, constructed their colossal ships from entire massive logs, designed to withstand the tempestuous storms of the sea. They even reinforced critical joints with iron nails, and the bows of the ships were clad in iron to potentially ram enemy vessels. However, this time, they faced heavy machine guns. The bullets were forged from tungsten steel, exponentially harder than iron. Moreover, the quality of steel in the primitive society was far inferior, making it even more incapable of withstanding the onslaught of machine gun fire. The fastest of the Duoyan warships was struck, suffering multiple transparent holes, splinters of wood flying in all directions. The person standing at the bow was none other than Jiahian's eldest son, the commander of the fleet. Yet, as he came into view, a bullet sent him to the heavens, without a sound escaping his lips. "My son, my eldest." Jiahian nearly fainted, had it not been for a few leaders supporting him. He might have charged towards Ye Feng on horseback himself. "This is dire. The enemy's divine crossbow is too powerful. We cannot win." The cavalrymen paid a heavy price of 20 cavalry units, yet still failed to reach Ye Feng. Eventually, some began to waver. "Indeed, we have no chance at all. Just look at the river." One of the cavalrymen pointed towards the Duoyan River. Their fleet lay in tatters, ravaged by heavy machine gun fire. Tunggur, with remarkable prowess, targeted the hulls of the Duoyan warships. Once the hulls took on water, their power would be extinguished. The rowers beneath would drown, leaving the ships to drift northward, utterly devoid of combat capability. "Loose the arrows." A rain of arrows was unleashed from the swaying Duoyan vessels, though many fell feebly into the river. Only the skilled archers managed to strike Ye Feng's fleet, causing minimal casualties. "Ha ha ha, utterly ineffectual." Tunggur fired a few more shots, piercing the hulls of the last 2 ships, then turned his weapon towards the shore. However, in the next moment, he lowered his machine gun, for there remained fewer than 4,000 Duoyan cavalrymen on the bank, now paralyzed by fear, scattering in all directions. "Do not flee, you cowards." Jiatai, riding his horse, urged them on, striking down a fleeing soldier. Yet the tide of defeat had already set in. The remaining cavalry bypassed him, fleeing into the distance, their spirits shattered. The corpses along the shore piled high, emitting a stench of blood that assaulted the senses. Even the bravest would tremble at the sight of such a hellish scene. "Khan, we have lost. Let us retreat with the guard. Look at the river. Our fleet is finished, all of it. They have perished in the Duoyan River." The chief grasped Jiatai's arm. "No, this cannot be true. I will not abandon the fight." Jiatai's eyes gleamed with determination as he brandished his saber atop his mount. In the next moment, he got his wish. Ye Feng raised his hand. "All troops, charge." Chapter 454. Gasping for breath with a thunderous roar, 4,000 cavalry surged forward with indomitable spirit, trampling over the mountain of corpses towards the beleaguered Jiatai. Accompanied by 500 loyal guards, each related by blood, Jiatai was resolutely shielded, showing no inclination to flee. "Run." The chief was taken aback. Unlike Jiatai, he bore no blood ties, and in such dire circumstances, fleeing seemed the only option. Yet, having barely run a few meters, an arrow pierced through his chest. Jiatai readied his great bow once more, but alas, it was too late. Ye Feng led his cavalry directly towards him. Now only 100 meters away, the earth trembled. Jiatai discarded his great bow and swiftly drew his curved blade. "Brothers, we must not disgrace the Duoyan people. Stand firm." Just as he uttered these words, Ye Feng, riding his white steed, descended like thunder, crashing into the fray. Thereafter, no suspense remained. For 1,000 cavalry faced 500 Duoyen warriors. After 2 fierce charges, only 12 of the loyal guards remained. Jiatai, gripping his broken blade, felt blood trickle down his forehead. He struggled to turn his head, surveying the 12 cavalrymen to his left and right. These warriors, who had just charged bravely, bore the marks of battle, some with severed arms, others with deep gashes across their backs, and one with half his face gruesomely sheared away. Yet, true to their reputation as elite guards, they remained resolutely upright upon their steeds. With a sudden gasp, Jiatai spat a mouthful of blood. In stark contrast, Ye Feng's forces, numbering 4,000, had suffered negligible losses. After all, once an advantage in numbers was established, it often culminated in a one-sided massacre. His casualties would certainly not exceed 500. The man ahead, clutching a broken blade. Could this be the Khan of the Duoyen tribe? Ye Feng inquired, for during the charge, someone had shouted Khan, leading him to believe that Jiatai was indeed the chieftain of the Duoyen. After all, on the vast steppes, one would presume there to be only a single Khan. Kill. Jiatai gritted his teeth, brandishing his broken weapon as he charged towards Ye Feng. In his eyes, the shadow of his foe loomed larger and larger. If he could seize the enemy leader, perhaps he could turn the tide of battle. How could he, the younger brother of the Khan, suffer such a humiliating defeat? The distance closed, 100 paces, 50 paces, 20 paces, when suddenly a massive net descended from above, ensnaring both him and his horse. 10 cavalrymen rushed forward, wielding the fishing net, wrapping Jiatai tightly within its confines. Furious, Jiatai attempted to break free, but the net was lined with barbed hooks. Any attempt to tear it apart would result in him tearing his own flesh. Yet, true to his rugged nature, he endured the excruciating pain and ripped the net from his arm, blood gushing forth, revealing raw, red tissue beneath the surface. I will kill you. Jiatai leapt into the air. Meanwhile, 3 of Ye Feng's cavalrymen were unseated. Quick, protect Brother Feng. Xia Bing charged forward with a dozen natives. He pulled on the reins, spurring his steed to rear up and charge directly at Jiatai. However, Jiatai, possessing immense strength, grasped the horse's hoof and delivered a punch that brought the beast crashing to the ground. Xia Bing was thrown to the ground, but he quickly regained his footing, gripping his massive axe tightly. Die, he shouted, swinging the axe down with ferocity. Yet, in the next instant, Jiatai's broken blade had already pierced Xia Bing's chest, twisting as it entered. With a thud, the axe fell lifelessly to the ground. Xia Bing seemed drained of all vigor, his body collapsing softly to the earth. The entire encounter, from the clash to Xia Bing's demise, unfolded in less than 3 seconds, leaving Ye Feng reeling from the loss of a valiant commander. Suddenly, a long spear thrust from Jiatai's back, pinning him in place. Exhausted from the battle, he was nonetheless fueled by a fierce desire to kill. In a moment of desperation, he hurled his broken blade with precision, striking down a cavalryman whose head was cleaved in 2, instantly ending his life. More cavalrymen surged forward, their spears relentlessly hurled. Thud, thud, thud. In but a fleeting moment, Jiatai was impaled upon the grass by a chaotic spear. Until his last breath, his eyes remained wide open, filled with rage. As for his remaining 12 riders, they had been utterly vanquished by the 3rd round. Ye Feng gasped for breath, taken aback by the valor displayed by such a formidable warrior, truly worthy of a Khan's stature. He dismounted and approached Jiatai directly, gently closing his eyes. This man deserves a proper burial. The other shall be cast into the river, Ye Feng declared. Indeed, Halt nodded in agreement. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Jiatai, presumed lifeless, suddenly opened his eyes with a ferocity that defied belief. With an inexplicable surge of strength, he freed himself from the spear and clutched Ye Feng's neck with both hands. The sheer power he exerted was astonishing, and blood scales swiftly appeared upon Ye Feng's throat. Release Brother Feng, shouted a dozen cavalrymen as they rushed forward, repeatedly stabbing at Jiatai's back. After countless thrusts, Jiatai finally fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Ye Feng kicked the lifeless body away and touched his neck, acknowledging the Khan's extraordinary might. Even with the protection of blood scales, the grip had been painfully constrictive. Chapter 455. Keep your fingers clean, Brother Feng. Are you all right? Tuba rushed over, tears glistening in his eyes. I'm fine. This man was incredibly strong. Perhaps on par with Vandeman, Ye Feng replied, his complexion pale. Brother Feng, this is the Khan of the southern division of the Doyan tribe, known as Khan Jatai. The Doyan tribe has a total of 8 divisions, each led by a Khan stationed at the 8 cardinal points of the vast Doyan grasslands. Modeo interjected. Does that imply that the might of all 8 Khans is comparable to Jatai? Ye Feng countered. That seems likely. The Khan of the southern division is relatively weaker. Having not engaged in battle for many years, spoke Kelsu. Ye Feng nodded, casting his gaze toward the horizon. By this calculation, the Doyan tribe possessed no fewer than 8 masters akin to Vandaman, not to mention the headquarters, which would undoubtedly harbor even greater talents, along with a heavenly Khan. This realization eroded his confidence further. In the distance, several Doyan tribesmen were fleeing on foot, their steeds mostly fallen beneath the hail of heavy machine gun fire. The cavalry pursued the retreating Doyan people, dragging them behind their horses with ropes. A few tribesmen approached, carrying the lifeless body of Xia, their faces etched with sorrow. Brother Feng, our chieftain died fighting for you, a tribeswoman lamented. I understand. Did he have a wife and children? If so, tell me their names, and I shall care for them for life. Ye Feng stated earnestly. No, within our tribe, we practice communal kinship, regardless of who fathers a child. The entire tribe raises them, and the children are never aware of their fathers, only their mothers, the woman explained. Ye Feng comprehended the complexities within the tribe. In their pursuit of robust offspring, it was customary for a woman to consort with multiple men of the tribe, ensuring that the strongest genes would prevail in procreation. As the son of the fallen warrior Xiaobing, I, Ye Feng, in my capacity as the Lord of Hot Spring Island, assure you, the barbaric tribes, of your future liberation and a life unburdened by oppression from other races. Ye Feng vowed while pointing at the heavy machine gun. No, Xiaobing died for you. You must allow part of his body to continue to exist within you, the female barbarian insisted. What do you mean? Ye Feng's face was a canvas of confusion. Madhav leaned in closer and whispered, Brother Feng, she means you must consume a part of Xiaobing's body. The barbarians believe that by devouring the deceased, the spirit can continue to live within the living. I suggest you choose his finger, as it is the cleanest part of his body. Ye Feng was taken aback. Brother Feng, which part of Xiaobing do you intend to let live on within you? The female barbarian pressed. Me? Faced with the relentless gaze of the barbarians, Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words. How about this? Take the body to the battleship. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it later. You need not concern yourselves with that, he proposed, trying to honor their traditions while refusing to partake in cannibalism. That won't do, Brother Feng. He died for you. And you must eat a part of him before our eyes, allowing a fragment of him to live on within you. The female barbarian was unyielding. That is your tradition, not mine. I command you to incinerate the body on the spot. Ye Feng thundered, asserting his authority. The barbarians exchanged glances, silently lifting the corpse. The Cloud Mountain cavalry returned with over 100 captured Duoyan people, their leather armor tattered, wailing on the ground. Brother Feng, how should we deal with these Duoyan? Hart asked excitedly. These are genuine Duoyan, who usually look down upon us, now reduced to my prisoners. Ye Feng mounted his white horse and surveyed the captives. The wailing ceased as the prisoners regarded him with resentful eyes. Strip them of their intact leather armor. We shall wear it ourselves. Those fine wolf and fox furs. The horses, the precious blades. These are all valuable items. Ye Feng commanded coldly. Understood. The Cloud Mountain warriors dismounted and began to remove the clothing from the captives. One prisoner protested, only to have his teeth knocked out on the spot. Half an hour later, the 100+ Duoyan were stripped bare and tossed onto the cold, gusty grass. They had no choice but to huddle together like penguins, seeking warmth from one another. Throw your inferior leather armor to them. We cannot let them freeze to death, as we still need supply troops, Ye Feng ordered. In an instant, a heap of foul-smelling linings and leather armor was discarded. The Duoyan captives could only endure for 2 minutes before they charged forward, desperate to seize the clothing. If you wish to survive, behave and serve as supply troops by the shore. If not, I can send you to the realm of the eternal now, Ye Feng declared from atop his horse. The Doyan people exchanged glances, and suddenly, they simultaneously settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, closing their eyes. I am speaking to you. Will you assist me in transporting the grain? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. However, the captives feigned ignorance, keeping their eyes tightly shut. There's no other option, Hart. Throw them into the ice river, he commanded. Yes, Brother Feng, Hart replied with a sinister grin. commencing the execution of Ye Feng's order. The temperature on the grassland was significantly higher than that of the Black Tree River, yet it still hovered around -5 or 6 degrees. One by one, the Doyen captives were kicked into the river. Some endured for 5 minutes, while others managed to hold on for half an hour. The strongest among them withstood the frigid waters for an hour. Once this batch of prisoners was dealt with, Ye Feng gestured forward. Let us depart for the Doyen headquarters. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. News of Ye Feng's victory over the Khagan of Katai spread like a gentle spring breeze across the grasslands. Upstream of the Doyen River, a small tribe stood tall. Chief, Ye Feng has actually defeated the Khagan of Katai. It is possible that within a day, his army will be upon our Iron Luoluo tribe. Should we resist them or seek to ally? Inside the tent, over 30 warriors were deliberating strategies. The Iron Luoluo tribe consisted of merely 200 members, with only around 30 warriors, including 5 women. Ye Feng now claims the title of Great Khagan. He seeks to rival the Celestial Khagan. We acknowledge that we are not his match, yet we cannot betray the Celestial Khagan at this moment. Therefore, I have decided that from tomorrow onward, our Iron Luoluo tribe shall migrate deeper into the grasslands to avoid Ye Feng's forces. An elder, after much hesitation, made a wise decision. The people of the grasslands are astute. In uncertain times, they will not hastily align with either side. Chapter 456. Like a hot knife through butter, unless Ye Feng can truly vanquish the main forces of the Doyen tribe, they will still hesitate to betray their kin. Of course, should Ye Feng be defeated by the Doyen in the forthcoming battle, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike at a fallen foe, thereby proving their loyalty to the Doyen. Alongside the Wolf Stream stood a medium-sized tribe, with a population of approximately 10,800 warriors. Within a wooden house, the tribe's leaders and chief convened. Chief, Ye Feng's momentum is formidable, but that is the last gasp of a dying struggle. According to our scouts, Ye Feng's total forces do not exceed 6,000, yet he must contend with the entire Doyen 8 camps, each boasting over 10,000 cavalry. Thus, I believe Ye Feng's early victories are inconsequential. He resembles a bull rampaging through a pack of wolves, but once it halts, it will be devoured by the pack. My suggestion is to mobilize our troops immediately to confront Ye Feng, demonstrating our position to the Celestial Khagan. Otherwise, once they eliminate Ye Feng, our Mo tribe will surely be next on the chopping block. A prominent leader articulated his views. Mo, your thoughts align with mine. Ye Feng is likely nearing the confluence of the Doyen River and Wolf Stream. Let us gather 500 warriors from our tribe to intercept Ye Feng at the Doyen River. Even if we fail, it matters not. The principal aim is to affirm our stance to the Celestial Khagan. The venerable chieftain seated upon the leather chair finally spoke. Indeed, responded the assembled leaders in unison. Ye Feng leaned against the railing with one hand, gazing at a small tribe along the riverbank. Go, as commanded, Harder announced as he charged into the settlement with his cavalry. Merely 5 minutes later, he re-emerged. Brother Feng, much like last time, the place is deserted. Even the provisions and livestock have been completely removed. Harder called out to the warship. Brother Feng, your reputation has spread far and wide across the plains. Upon hearing of your approach, these small tribes have fled in terror, Tuba remarked, his face beaming with delight. However, Ye Feng's expression darkened. He did not wish to intimidate these small tribes. Rather, he aimed to recruit them. With only a few thousand men at his disposal, he would stand no chance against the formidable Duoyan people. Great Khan, please partake of this mare's milk, Boyaner offered, presenting a water flask. Ye Feng took a sip of the fermented beverage only to spit it out, unable to tolerate the pungent taste. Great Khan, would you prefer I procure some fruit wine instead? Boyaner inquired. No need. Plain water will suffice, Ye Feng replied, then turned to Madhav. Madhav, there is a matter upon which I seek your assistance. Brother Feng, your commands are the very essence of my existence. I shall do as you bid, Madhav declared earnestly. Ever since Ye Feng triumphed over the Khagan of Katai, Madhav had revered him as a deity. I need you to take 50 riders and engage in some outreach efforts, spreading the word that I, Ye Feng, am a benevolent leader. Ensure that only positive attributes are associated with my name. I must not be portrayed as a demon. For if the nearby tribes are frightened away, I shall be unable to amass a formidable force, Ye Feng expressed gravely. Does that imply I will be unable to accompany you, Brother Feng? Madhav's expression shifted. No, you shall follow me in a different manner, Ye Feng reassured him, patting his shoulder. Is it permissible for me to bring a heavy machine gun? I fear encountering Duoyan cavalry along the way, Madhav suggested. No, you shall travel lightly, taking provisions sufficient for 7 days. Every 7 days, return to me, Ye Feng instructed. Very well. Madhav disembarked, leading his 50 cavalrymen of the Chauhai tribe towards the horizon. Great Khan, why do you still wear such a troubled expression? Boyaner inquired. It is nothing for you to concern yourself with. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, casting his gaze towards the far north. It had been 2 months. Even if the Duoyan henna had employed sorcery to control her body, she was likely to have given birth by now. Once the child was born, the Heavenly Khan would undoubtedly eliminate it, rendering Ye Feng's journey futile. Yet, it mattered not. Should his child indeed be slain by the Heavenly Khan, he would unleash chaos upon the vast grasslands, making the Duoyan people pay a bloody price. Brother Feng, look ahead. Tuba suddenly pointed towards the shore. Ye Feng focused his gaze and beheld a throng of cavalry, clad in tattered leather coats and wielding filthy curved blades, unwaveringly fixated on Ye Feng's grand army. Surely, those cannot be Duoyan people? Kelsu, from which tribe do they hail? Ye Feng inquired. Brother Feng, if I am not mistaken, this should be the Moh tribe, whose banner features a curved blade cleaving the sun. In truth, their original totem was different, primarily to appease the Duoyan people, Kelsu remarked. Does that imply they are a tribe of sycophants? Ye Feng's expression grew cold. Brother Feng, should we subjugate them? Tuba inquired. Let us give it a try, Ye Feng declared, stepping out of the water and mounting his white steed. At that moment, 500 cavalrymen suddenly sheathed their curved blades and raised their bows. What is happening? Ye Feng's countenance shifted as a dozen cavalrymen charged forth, using their shields to protect him. Are those the allies of the Moh tribe? I request your chieftain to step forward for a discussion, Ye Feng called out from behind the shields. At this juncture, a rider from the Moh tribe advanced, casting a cold glance at Ye Feng before abruptly pointing ahead. Instantly, hundreds of arrows rained down from the sky. Caught off guard, over 40 of Ye Feng's cavalrymen fell victim to the onslaught. How infuriating! Ye Feng forcefully pushed aside the shield bearers, preparing to launch a full-scale assault. However, the unexpected occurred. After unleashing a volley of arrows, the 500 cavalrymen transformed their rear into the front and fled towards the north of the Duoyan River. What? Ye Feng stood frozen in place. Brother Feng, pursuing them may be a ruse, Haltek cautioned from the side. What then? Shall we allow them to slaughter so many of our men unopposed? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. I believe it is best to let it go. Our energies should be reserved for dealing with the Duoyan tribe. As for the Moh tribe's ambush, they have had their chance. If we encounter them again, we shall greet them with heavy machine guns, denying them the opportunity to strike, Haltet advised. At this juncture, we have no choice but to proceed northward and bury our fallen brothers where they lie. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, during this expedition against the Duoyan tribe, they had brought a total of 4 large crates of ammunition. After several battles, only 3 crates remained. To the north of the Duoyan River, the 500 cavalrymen were making their grand escape, led by Moh. Great chieftain, we need not run any longer. Ye Feng's divine crossbow cannot possibly reach 5 kilometers, one of the leaders suggested. Indeed, you are right. Brothers, halt. Moh commanded, and the 500 cavalry gradually came to a stop. After a few seconds of silence, they erupted into uproarious laughter. Chapter 457, You killed my son. I demand your life, ha ha ha. The ambush was a success. We have demonstrated our loyalty to the Duoyan tribe, and perhaps they will even reduce our tributes. Indeed, with this single ambush, Ye Feng's side has suffered at least 50 casualties. If we execute several more ambushes, they may find themselves entirely annihilated. I feel that our Moh tribe is even more formidable than the Khitan Khan, for we have lost not a single man, while the Khitan Khan has suffered the loss of an entire division of cavalry, 10 full units. Great chieftain, I believe this tactic can be employed against Ye Feng. We should have released 2 more rounds of arrows just now to harvest even more of the enemy. Moh concurred, finding the strategy agreeable. Well, we shall wait here. Ye Feng's army will soon pass this way again. Everyone, prepare your bows and arrows, and conceal the war horses among the tall grass. When the time comes, each of you shall shoot at least 3 arrows. The intoxication of victory has emboldened Mo Yi, and his audacity is growing. Father, it is still several dozen kilometers from here to Wolf Creek. We can set 5 ambushes, each time eliminating 500 of them. In total, we could slay 5,000. And we wouldn't even need the Duoyan tribe's assistance. Our Moh tribe alone could vanquish Ye Feng. The speaker was Mo Ye's son, Molo. Indeed, my son has matured into an eagle of the plains. If we, with our 500 warriors, can annihilate Ye Feng's main forces, can you imagine what rewards the heavenly Khan might bestow upon us? Mo Ye gazed at his son with an enamored expression, as if admiring a precious work of art. Perhaps we would be exempted from tributes for 10 years, allowing us to grow into a powerful tribe upon the steppe. The young Molo held his head high. My son, your aspirations are too modest. The Khan of the Southern Division has perished. It is possible that the heavenly Khan will appoint an outsider to that position. If we can eradicate Ye Feng's main forces, we could petition the heavenly Khan to grant the title of Southern Division Khan to our Mo tribe. Mo Ye looked skyward, lost in his daydreams. What? Bestow upon us the title of Southern Division Khan? Molo's face was filled with longing. Great Chief, they are approaching. Ye Feng's fleet has rounded the bend and is merely 2 kilometers away, reported a scout. Listen closely. Let the warhorses hold the wooden fuses in their mouths to silence them. This time, we must approach closely to shoot, ensuring that every arrow finds its mark. Commanded Mo Ye, and the 500 men he led concealed themselves in the underbrush. Ye Feng's left eyelid twitched incessantly, and the white horse beneath him reared up, emitting a series of long whinnies. Brother Feng, something feels amiss. Look at the grassland ahead. It is lush and fertile, yet there are no cattle or sheep grazing. Moreover, the skies are devoid of soaring eagles. Kersu pointed ahead. Ye Feng nodded and waved a flag from the ship. Creek, for heavy machine guns pivoted, their sights trained on the wild grass along the shore. Just then, a sudden whinny erupted from the underbrush. Mo Ye narrowed his eyes, the first to mount his steed. Raising his right arm high, warriors of the Mo tribe, prepare. He had scarcely finished his command when a thunderous sound echoed. In the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld his son. My son. A gaping hole appeared in Molo's chest, revealing the other side, along with the pale faces of several cavalrymen. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy machine guns roared to life, unleashing chaos upon the earth. Mo Ye's 500 cavalrymen barely managed to mount their horses before being obliterated, their blood and viscera painting the grassland crimson. Some warhorses, caught in the crossfire, were torn asunder. Boom. Mo Ye's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed his curved blade towards the heavens. Tragically, a bullet struck his arm. Great Chief, we must flee. Several riders supported Mo Ye. Mo Ye had just lost his son, and now the cavalry he commanded was nearly annihilated. In this moment of despair, his mind was blank as the cavalry bore him away to safety. After fleeing for merely 200 meters, the heavy machine guns aboard the warships ceased fire. Tungu Air understood the value of ammunition and dared not waste it frivolously. Previously, he would hold the trigger down, but now he could only afford to fire in measured bursts. Chase them. Do not let that rabble escape, Ye Feng commanded, taking the lead. Though he had just lost over 40 men, Ye Feng found himself in greater need of reinforcements than the Duoyan tribe. Sustaining the loss of 40 men had already taken a toll on his forces. As for the Duoyan, losing even 400 would not significantly impact them. They needed not even to engage directly, relying instead on the assistance of their vassal tribes to exhaust Ye Feng's resources. Ye Feng rode the most magnificent steed of the Haitian tribe, allowing him to swiftly close in on the fleeing soldiers, with no element of surprise remaining. His curved blade cleaved through the air, dispatching over 10 foes before finally nearing Mo Ye. Release me. Mo Ye, now a one-armed blade master, retained his fierce spirit as he turned his horse to glare defiantly at Ye Feng. The two riders brushed past each other. Clang. Mo Ye's blade shattered into 2 pieces, while Ye Feng's weapon sustained only a minor chip. This was due to the fact that Ye Feng wielded the finest steel knives crafted by the Duoyan people, acquired after his previous conquest of the Khitan Khan. Ye Feng, you have slain my son, and I demand your life. Mo Ye charged once more. As they approached each other, Mo Ye suddenly leapt into the air, aiming his broken blade fiercely at Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and similarly leapt upward. Boom. The two bodies collided, and they both fell to the ground. Mo Ye lay sprawled on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, while Ye Feng stood unharmed. Gripping his curved blade, he had gauged Mo Ye's strength and found it comparable to that of a beast fighter. Perhaps within small tribes, a beast fighter held supreme power. But in comparison to Ye Feng, he fell drastically short. You? Mo Ye managed to utter a single word before Ye Feng pressed his palm against his chest. In the next instant, frost spread from Mo Ye's chest, ultimately encasing his entire body in ice. Boom. Ye collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Elsewhere, Ye Feng's men were reaping the lives of the Mo tribe. Given their initial ambush, Ye Feng had issued a strict order: no prisoners would be taken. The sounds of clashing weapons gradually diminished as the 500 cavalry of the Mo tribe were utterly vanquished, leaving only the half-alive Ye. Brother Feng, what purpose does it serve to keep this man alive? Just kill him, Haltet remarked, wiping the blood from his face. Very well. Ye Feng placed his hand over Ye's severed arm, initiating his blood absorption technique. After a brief moment, the light in Ye's eyes dimmed, and his body shrank noticeably. Haltet and the others gasped in astonishment, retreating several steps. Brother Feng, are you an ability user? Haltet stammered in disbelief. Do not inquire further. Let us continue downstream to uncover the lair of the Mo tribe. With that, Ye Feng mounted his white steed. Chapter 458. Lacking stamina and vigor amidst the grass along the banks of the Duoyan River, spies from various small tribes lay concealed, witnessing the terrifying scene unfold. Among them were also spies from the Duoyan people. Quickly, return to inform Tian Khan of the formidable power of Ye Feng's divine crossbow. Hurry back to the chieftain and urge him to make a decisive resolution. Ye Feng is exceedingly powerful. This time, I must earnestly counsel the chieftain. One by one, the spies departed. Once more, Ye Feng mounted his white horse and gestured forward. Onward. In the southwestern tent of the Duoyan tribe, within a stone dwelling, 10 armored warriors, 30 cavalrymen, 1 captain, and 2 guards gathered. Khan, what the spies have reported is entirely accurate. Ye Feng's divine crossbow is indeed formidable. The Mo tribe's cavalry of 500 was utterly annihilated in a mere moment, and even the chief of the Mo tribe was slain by Ye Feng on the spot. A spy knelt in the center of the stone room. I understand. You may go and rest. Khan Yongmu waved his hand, his other hand clutching a scroll of animal hide. This is a command from Tian Khan, instructing me to eliminate the foreign army within 7 days. Do you believe we possess the capability to accomplish this? Yongmu gazed at his senior advisors, numbering over 40. Khan, Ye Feng's greatest strength lies in his divine crossbow. I propose that we encase our cavalry in iron armor, replacing the frontline riders with heavy armor, even protecting their faces. Ye Feng's crossbow will surely be unable to pierce our heavy armor, and once the armored cavalry penetrates his ranks, our forces can unleash a massacre. One armored warrior suggested, unaware that Ye Feng's divine crossbow operated like a heavy machine gun. That proposal is sound. It is prudent. Do you have any other suggestions? Yongmu inquired again. Khan, we could encircle him from both upstream and downstream, preventing Ye Feng from managing both fronts simultaneously. Furthermore, we can also deploy our siege crossbows. Although their firing time is lengthy, their power is tremendous. They may well counter Ye Feng's warships. Another armored warrior added. Indeed. How many siege crossbows do we have? Replying to the Khan, we possess 7 in total. They have not been used in many years and require repairs. The Duoyan people, being the sovereigns of the vast grasslands, seldom employed such devastating weapons. Then let the craftsmen expedite their repairs. If all goes as expected, Ye Feng's forces will reach my territory within 5 days. However, relying solely on military might is the worst contingency. Summon a messenger, draft a letter. 3 days later, Ye Feng's fleet finally arrived at the terminus of the Duoyan River, where the waters narrowed, allowing only 2 ships to sail side by side, with the risk of grounding. Alert! Stand ready! A sentinel on the mast shouted suddenly. With a rustle, the 4,000 cavalry on the shore crouched low, drawing their bows taut. Ye Feng, holding a round shield in his left hand and a saber in his right, observed the front with calm resolve. After a while, a lone rider emerged from the grass, raising a white flag. Ye Feng, Great Khan, I am from the Abang tribe. This time, we do not seek enmity with your esteemed faction, but rather wish to forge an alliance. The man approached Ye Feng while calling out loudly, fearful that Ye Feng might unleash his divine crossbow. Stand down, commanded Haltet, and the 4,000 cavalry sheathed their bows, yet their arrows remained poised. Ye Feng glanced at the grass thicket behind him and galloped forward on his white steed. Quick! Protect Brother Feng. Ye Feng's 12 personal guards hastily followed, raising their shields to shield Ye Feng from all sides. I am Maki, he said. If the Khan is willing to take us in, all 2,000 souls of the Abang tribe shall belong to you. Maki, clutching a white flag, spoke with a quiver in his voice. How many warriors do you have? Ye Feng inquired. 500. Oh no, 300. No, 150. Maki seemed apprehensive, fearing that Ye Feng would dismiss him for such a meager number. Only 150 warriors. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Duoyan people by allying with me? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, wary that this man might be a spy, poised to betray him. The Duoyan tribe demands that we offer 10 superior horses, 30 cattle, 100 sheep, and 5 untouched maidens within 7 days. We, the Abang tribe, can no longer bear such burdens and thus seek alliance with you. As Maki spoke, his eyes grew red with emotion. Ye Feng scrutinized him, sensing sincerity rather than deception. Nevertheless, caution was paramount. He resolved to dig deeper. Do you possess any written decree from the Duoyan tribe? No, he replied. It was merely a message relayed by Duoyan cavalry. Then how can I trust you? Ye Feng inquired coolly. If the Khan doubts us, you may visit our tribe and witness our dire poverty. You will then believe in our sincerity. We are so destitute that we fear nothing, and your presence heralds a turning point for the Abang tribe. My father once said that despair begets rebirth. I hope we may once again live freely and prosperously. Maki spoke earnestly. Where is your tribe located? Ye Feng's tone remained frosty. Great Khan, please follow me. Our tribe has been driven from the lush pastures to the depths of the grasslands, where only a murky lake serves as our water source. Maki gestured invitingly. Brother Feng, be cautious. He may lead you into an ambush, one of the guards warned. The 12 guards, emulating Tuba, referred to Ye Feng as Brother Feng. No, I must see for myself. Have the ships remain here on standby, and inform Haltet to bring our 4,000 cavalry to follow this Maki. Ye Feng declared, riding alongside Maki. Should this man dare to deceive him, Ye Feng could subdue him in 3 seconds. In a flurry, the 4,000 troops mobilized, trailing behind Maki. After traversing several kilometers, Ye Feng noted that the wild grass grew sparse, even taking on a desolate, barren quality. Dozens of gaunt old horses grazed on the withered grass, occasionally lifting their heads to glance at Ye Feng and his entourage before lowering them submissively once more. Brother Feng, these horses are far from spirited. Even when they are finally released, they will be inferior stock, lacking endurance and vigor, Kelsu remarked from the side. Then, they beheld several emaciated sheep and a few slender dogs, presumably the hunting hounds of their tribe. It is indeed a realm of poverty, and I believe you. For destitution breeds resistance. Ye Feng patted Ma Chi on the shoulder. Thank you for your trust, Great Khan. May I summon our warriors now? Ma Chi inquired. Certainly. Call them forth. I am in dire need of manpower, Ye Feng replied, pausing momentarily. From the tent ahead emerged a sparse assembly of warriors, their bodies gaunt, their faces shadowed by hunger, evoking a sense of pity. Great Khan, do not be deceived by their frailty. Even in this impoverished land, resilient warriors can be nurtured. Elder, demonstrate your spear to the Great Khan, Ma Chi urged hastily. Chapter 459. The tall and graceful figure, a lanky figure stepped forth from the crowd, wielding a spear thicker than his wrist, thrusting it forward with vigor. Remarkably, he exhibited a fierce presence. Great Khan, please visit our tribe as a guest. I shall prepare some roasted beef for you, Ma Chi offered. That is unnecessary, Ma Chi. If your allegiance is genuine, then take your warriors and follow my army. I, Ye Feng, swear by my curved blade that I shall unify the vast grasslands and ensure your Abang tribe migrates to fertile pastures where you can thrive. Ye Feng declared solemnly. Even the smallest fly is still flesh. Moreover, he must set an example for the tribes across the prairie, welcoming all who come. Otherwise, even those tribes wishing to ally with him would hesitate to weigh their worth, potentially causing Ye Feng to miss many allies. Ma Chi was elated, kneeling with his 150 warriors. Great Khan, our Abang tribe will advance and retreat together with you, until we utterly defeat the Duoyan tribe. Only then shall we reunite with our families. We shall not celebrate until victory is ours. Excellent. Ye Feng dismounted and took Ma Chi's hand, leading him to his white steed. Ma Chi, this white horse is my beloved mount, and now I bestow it upon you as a token of our meeting. Ye Feng stated gravely. This. Ma Chi exchanged glances with his kin, tears brimming in their eyes from the heartfelt gesture. I, Ma Chi, have truly struck gold. Ye Feng is indeed a noble Khan, so considerate of his subordinates. Great Khan, I cannot possibly accept your steed. Let us walk instead, even on foot. We can keep pace with your army, Ma Chi said earnestly, at that moment regarding Ye Feng as a father figure. Fear not, this white horse is rather aged. I have another, a black steed that is far more robust, Ye Feng replied, gesturing toward a stronger black horse held by his attendant. After half an hour, Ye Feng returned with his 150 warriors to the vicinity of the warship, only to discover that Modeo had returned, accompanied by 5 or 6 men clad in fox fur coats. These men exhibited a cautious demeanor, frequently casting wary glances toward the warship. Look, our great Khan has returned. Feng Gu, come quickly. I have finally persuaded the chieftains of 6 tribes to come and speak with you. Modeo called out from a distance, waving enthusiastically. Ye Feng's heart soared with joy as he hastened toward the black horse. As the black horse approached the group, Ye Feng executed a graceful dismount and strode toward them. The individuals clad in fox fur were likely the chieftains of a small tribe, and upon noticing Ye Feng, their faces revealed a hint of ingratiation. Allow me to introduce. This is our esteemed chieftain, Ye Feng. Brother Feng, let me present the chieftain of the Blackbird tribe. This one is the chieftain of the Whitestone clan. And this is Mo Dao Fu, he concluded, casting a look of expectation toward Ye Feng. Greetings, chieftain of the Blackbird tribe. Should you choose to follow me, when I unify the vast grasslands, your tribe shall never be subject to tribute, and I shall offer my support should your people face oppression. Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Before him stood 6 chieftains. Even if each commanded merely 200 warriors, it amounted to a formidable force of 1,200. Very well, I consent. I shall return to the Blackbird tribe shortly and bring 12 of my warriors. The Blackbird chieftain inhaled deeply, finally resolving to take action. Ye Feng replied, if your allegiance is genuine, it would be prudent to bring all your warriors, for we will confront the powerful Duo Yin tribe. 12 warriors will scarcely suffice. But our Blackbird tribe only has 70 individuals. To spare 12 warriors is already our utmost limit. The Blackbird chieftain responded awkwardly. Ye Feng rolled his eyes in disbelief. Only 70, and you dare to call it a tribe? Truly astonishing. Great chieftain, haha. Our Whitestone clan boasts 31 warriors. More than double that of theirs. A portly chieftain stepped forward, brimming with pride. Impressive, Ye Feng remarked, his expression unchanging as he raised his thumb in acknowledgement. Though our tribe's warriors may not rival the numbers of the Whitestone clan, we surpass the Blackbird tribe. Another chieftain began to elaborate, but was interrupted by Ye Feng. Enough. Esteemed chieftains of these great tribes, if you have further matters, please discuss them with my aide, Harder. I am quite fatigued and require some rest aboard my warship. He concluded, Harder, please extend a warm welcome to these 6 esteemed chieftains. With that, Ye Feng departed. Upon returning to the ship's cabin, he was greeted by Bo Yenner, who approached with a basin of warm water. Great chieftain, may I assist you in washing your feet? She offered, squatting before him. As the cabin was heated with coal, Ye Feng had removed his outer garment upon entering. Bo Yenner donned only a light garment, revealing her slender and graceful figure. As the daughter of a chieftain, she was not accustomed to labor, and her hands were soft and delicate, contrasting starkly with the roughened hands of other women. Bo Yenner, as the daughter of a chieftain, how can you personally attend to washing my feet? Ye Feng leaned back, a hint of contentment gracing his features. As her gentle hands caressed his coarse feet, Ye Feng felt as though he had returned to a civilized society, indulging in first-class treatment at a luxurious establishment. In the past, when he received his salary, he would spend a couple of hundred for a foot massage. Yet the attendants arranged for him were always middle-aged women, their faces obscured by veils. After a certain matron washed her feet, she allowed Ye Feng a glimpse of her aged visage beneath a mysterious veil, leaving him with a psychological scar. However, that wound has now been wholly healed by Bo Yenner. Following her foot bath, Bo Yenner gently dried Ye Feng's feet with soft animal skin. Do not be so forward, my lady, he exclaimed, quickly retracting his foot. Yet, Bo Yenner seized the opportunity to leap onto him. Oh heavens, my sister is already with a descendant of the divine race. May I not also be with you? Let me conceive a child of the divine lineage, she said. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. No, as I have stated, a woman must follow, but we cannot share a bed. It would deplete my spirit, Ye Feng replied, licking his lips. It had been over 2 months since he last indulged in such pleasures, and Bo Yenner's advances rendered his self-control utterly ineffective. With sultry glances, she enticed him further. Come, claim me. I cannot be outdone by my sister. She has chosen a descendant of the divine, and I wish to choose you, Bo Yenner declared, her slender waist swaying gently. The women of the grasslands are known for their wildness, and she was clad in a sheer linen garment. Ye Feng, fueled by passion, could no longer contain himself. In the next moment, startled birds took flight, flitting through the forest, as if the entire woodland had awakened, with the trees echoing the melodic calls of the birds. Time passed, and Bo Yin'er fell into a deep slumber in Ye Feng's embrace, streaks of tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Was this truly her first time? Ye Feng's expression darkened. The girl had experienced her first, and he could not treat it lightly. Unlike Susan or Su Yun, he felt compelled to offer her a formal recognition. With women like Bai Chuxue or Shuang Shui, one could indulge without reservation, as it was not their first encounter, leaving him unburdened by guilt. I, Ye Feng, vow never to act so recklessly again, otherwise. Susan will not spare me upon our return, he resolved, draping the animal skin over Bo Yin'er's flat abdomen. He carefully descended from the bed and donned his fur coat once more. Tuba was engaged in conversation with Bo Kachin on the deck, and their camaraderie was apparent. Ye Feng's sudden appearance startled them both. Brother Feng, you startled me by appearing so suddenly, Tuba said sheepishly. No worries, just think of me as heir, Ye Feng replied, turning his attention to Bo Kachin. Sister-in-law, upon our return, I shall procure some crystal elixirs for you aboard the military ship to further enhance your strength. Crystal elixirs from the beast forest? Aren't they found there? Bo Kachin exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. She had indeed heard of the beast forest. Some members of the small tribes from the grasslands had ventured there and never returned, making her aware of the elixir's rarity. Do not be astonished. By marrying my brother Tuba, you are now my sister-in-law, one of our own. As such, your treatment shall differ from others. As long as you bear Tuba a child and allow him to lead the Blackheart tribe, I assure you, no one shall dare to disturb you for the next 80 years, Ye Feng stated earnestly. Thank you, Great Khan, Bo Kachin replied hurriedly. Why do you still call me Great Khan? Call me as Tuba does, Ye Feng said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Feng, Bo Kachin replied, overjoyed. Initially, she had harbored some reluctance when she first teamed up with Tuba, a descendant of the divine clan, whose identity was unbeknownst to the common folk. As the daughter of the chieftain, she was acutely aware that Ye Feng was orchestrating the situation to her advantage. Thus, she had a lingering notion of marrying down, believing Tuba had struck an extraordinary bargain. However, her perspective had shifted. It turned out that Tuba was quite admirable, and they were indeed well matched. Of course, she had yet to experience the splendor of Hot Spring Island. Should she reside there for a few days, her views would undoubtedly evolve again, leading her to perceive herself as the one elevated by Tuba. Brother Feng, Tuba was utterly moved. He understood that it was Brother Feng who was aiding him in this regard, yet he was at a loss for words to express his gratitude. All right, my brother. Go patrol the other battleships. Nightfall is imminent, and I have an ominous premonition for this evening, Ye Feng instructed. Understood. Tuba left the flagship with his head held high. Ye Feng, too, remained industrious, having patrolled the upper and middle decks before descending to the lower deck. His flagship was the largest in the fleet, housing 280 ship slaves. The ship slaves were grateful to follow Ye Feng, as he had never suffered a defeat. The enemy's battleships had been torn asunder by Ye Feng's heavy machine guns before they could even reach them, preserving their lives. Most importantly, the food Ye Feng provided was no longer the repugnant meat slop, but rather generous portions of beef, mutton, wild boar, and occasionally even waterfowl. In terms of sustenance, their rations were nearly on par with those of Ye Feng's regular troops, the only distinction being that the regular soldiers dined first while they had to wait a while longer. Nevertheless, they were deeply appreciative of Ye Feng. Lift the oars. Lower the oars, commanded the drummer loudly. Following this, he respectfully rose and stood to the side. The whip handlers in the lower deck also obediently positioned themselves aside, awaiting Ye Feng's inspection. You have all worked hard, Ye Feng called out. It is no hardship. We would die without regret serving the Great Khan. The ship's slaves replied in unison. It was evident they had received training from the Yunshan tribe. This rudimentary battleship will inevitably be obsolete, and when that day comes, I shall restore your freedom. Ye Feng painted an optimistic picture. Upon hearing this, the ship slaves grew anxious. After finally enjoying a good life, would the Great Khan truly abandon them? Great Khan, no. We are willing to remain your ship slaves forever, they pleaded, dragging their shackles as they knelt to the ground. Ye Feng was taken aback. They were unwilling to accept their freedom? Yet, as he pondered, he came to understand. The long winter would eventually engulf the entire world, and only his warships would be able to secure sustenance. Granting the ship slaves their freedom now would be tantamount to sentencing them to death. Arise. For after the obsolescence of the warships, new vessels shall also require sailors. At that time, I shall select from among you those who exhibit diligence in rowing to serve as crew for my new fleet. Furthermore, sailors shall possess the status of free men, unshackled by iron chains upon their ankles. Even should the warship be sunk, you would not find your demise beneath the waves. Ye Feng elaborated upon his regulations. At once, the ship's slaves breathed a sigh of relief, once again grasping the oars with their chained hands. After inspecting the flagship, Ye Feng walked upon the water, making his way directly to the shore. The army on the land also required his consolation. To his surprise, Haltet had demonstrated exceptional leadership, managing the troops commendably. They were organized into teams of 10, each igniting a campfire. Countless animal hide tents had also been erected along the shore, sufficient to accommodate over 4,000 soldiers. After a while, the chiefs of 6 tribes, accompanied by more than 140 warriors, arrived seeking refuge. Ye Feng instructed Haltet to prepare leather armor and warhorses for them. Following the previous conquest of the Khagan of Carthage, Ye Feng had amassed considerable spoils. Among them were over 1,000 Doyen warhorses alone, not to mention their existing mounts, which rendered them excessive in number. Thus, the cavalry in the front rode Doyen horses, while those behind led an additional horse, allowing for relentless pursuit day and night without the need for rest. Regrettably, Ye Feng's subordinates were yet unable to sleep upon their steeds as the Doyen people did. Otherwise, they too could traverse with the swiftness of the wind. Brother Feng, should we not assign positions to the chiefs of these 6 tribes? Haltet approached suddenly. Then let us make arrangements, Ye Feng replied. But, with so few of them, I find it somewhat challenging to allocate roles. If their positions are akin to Madhav's, he is bound to voice his discontent, especially since he brought hundreds to seek your allegiance. Therefore, Madhav's rank is that of 1,000 household leader, while they are merely a handful. Haltet contended. Then let them be designated as 100 household leaders, Ye Feng suggested. That will not suffice. Despite their small number, they are still chiefs, Haltet argued, prompting Ye Feng to ponder. You may inform them that their rank corresponds to the number of followers they bring. I can only assess based on quantity and quality, Ye Feng stated. Understood. Ye Feng continued to survey his domain, when suddenly, the sound of hooves striking the ground echoed through the inky night. Quickly, fire throwers, Haltet commanded, and a dozen torchbearers hurled their flames toward the source of the sound. In the next moment, illuminated by the torches several hundred meters ahead, 3 riders emerged through the mist, the leader brandishing a flag. Doyen people, Haltet signaled, and the nearby cavalry readied their bows. We are messengers sent by Khagan Yongmu. Ye Feng, do not employ the divine crossbow, the 3 envoys shouted from a distance. Ye Feng, arms crossed, awaited the arrival of the 3 riders from his steed. After a while, they finally drew near. The central rider was short and stout, his face resembling that of a beast. However, the fierce man, upon seeing Ye Feng, displayed a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. After all, Ye Feng's reputation had spread far and wide. Even the 10,000 cavalry of the Khagan of Gathai were no match for him. It was uncertain whether even their sub-Khagan could contend with Ye Feng. Maintaining respect for the powerful is the most basic etiquette on the steppe. Unlike the previous 3 arrogant envoys, the trio dismounted promptly upon reaching Ye Feng. The leader of the envoys presented a piece of animal hide with both hands. Ye Feng of the Yunshan tribe. Our Khagan Yongmu has learned beside the heavenly Khagan since his youth. The enemies he has slain could fill any pit you have ever encountered, and the blood shed by his foes could inundate any basin. However, our Khagan Yongmu is merciful. He hopes that you will withdraw your forces now and refrain from passing through his domain. Should you comply, our Khagan will hold no grievances against you, spoke the messenger in the middle. He endeavored to uphold the proud demeanor of the Duoyen people, yet his tone betrayed a slight stutter. Clearly, he too was intimidated by Ye Feng's renown. I have a message for your Khagan Yongmu. If he can persuade the heavenly Khagan to surrender my wife, Duoyen Hina, along with the child she carries, I shall withdraw my troops immediately, and without hesitation, Ye Feng stated calmly. He had already surmised the outcome, but wished to witness it one last time. This matter is beyond my authority to decide for the heavenly Khagan, Mr. Ye Feng. May I request a moment of your time for a private discussion? The messenger suddenly lowered his voice, a conspiratorial look crossing his face. What do you intend? 12 personal guards stepped forward, forming a protective barrier around Ye Feng. "Stand back. You're making a fuss," Ye Feng admonished. The 12 guards reluctantly retreated. He and the messenger moved to a position 100 meters away from the main forces. Seeing that they were alone, the messenger lowered his voice once more. "Mr. Ye Feng, you could choose to enter the Duoyan headquarters via the Drinking Horse Lake, thus avoiding the territory of our Kagan Yongmu. Do you comprehend?" The messenger's words were laden with implication. Ye Feng, perplexed, queried, "Why can't we pass through the domain of Kagan Yongmu? Is there something amiss?" The messenger's expression darkened. Was he to reveal that their Kagan feared Ye Feng and wished to avoid conflict? Such words could not be spoken lightly, lest they tarnish the Kagan's reputation. "The truth is, our Kagan Yongmu has slain too many foes in his early years. He is the mightiest Kagan beneath the heavenly Kagan. Now, he seeks to avoid further bloodshed. This is an opportunity for you, Mr. Ye Feng, and I hope you cherish it. Otherwise, should you insist on traversing Kagan Yongmu's southwestern domain, he may be compelled to confront you militarily. Do you believe you can withstand Kagan Yongmu?" The messenger spoke in circumlocution, having been instructed by his Kagan to maintain his own dignity while simultaneously preventing Ye Feng from passing through his domain. For the Kagan himself did not possess the confidence to defeat Ye Feng. Ye Feng stroked his chin, scrutinizing the messenger and pondering the true intentions of Kagan Yongmu. "However, I have heard that there are 2 sub-accounts near Inma Lake. If I were to enter the Duoyan headquarters via the Inma River, it implies that I would still have to contend with 2 khans. This calculation seems flawed. Why not simply traverse the territory of your esteemed Khan Yongmu?" Ye Feng inquired. To this, the messenger replied, "As long as Mr. Ye's forces do not pass through the southwest sub-account, our magnanimous and benevolent Khan Yongmu will graciously present you with 2 gifts." Having uttered these words, the messenger clapped his hands. At that moment, another knight approached, his face veiled. A cursory glance revealed a notably slender figure. "Countess Kazina, please unveil yourself," the messenger requested. Upon removing her veil, the knight revealed an exquisite visage that nearly captivated Ye Feng. Remarkably, her beauty rivaled that of Susan, and even compared favorably to Duoyan Hina. After unveiling herself, the woman named Kazina cast a bright glance towards Ye Feng and gently patted her steed beneath her. Ye Feng had already noted the magnificent horse, its coat gleaming with health, muscles subtly visible beneath its sleek surface. "This is our Khan Yongmu's consort, along with his most cherished steed. He desires peace and hopes, Mr. Yi, that you refrain from igniting conflict upon our southwest sub-account," the messenger elaborated. Ye Feng's skepticism deepened. Were the Duoyan people not known for their pride? Why extend gifts in a plea for peace? Seemingly sensing Ye Feng's doubts, the messenger straightened his posture. "Mr. Yi, I implore you to recognize the prevailing circumstances. Our Khan Yongmu possesses formidable strength. However, out of compassion, he wishes to avoid seeing the 21 tribes under his domain embroiled in war, as they are united in loyalty to our Khan. Do you comprehend?" The messenger cautioned. In truth, the Duoyan people were far less united than Ye Feng presumed. While they had once been formidable on the vast steppes, their ancestors had carved out a formidable reputation, instilling fear in smaller tribes, and even those from the Yunjin Mountains, who remained deterred for centuries. Yet, over the years, internal decay had set in among the Duoyan. Rivalries among the sub-account khans had diverted their focus from training their cavalry, rendering them less resilient than their forebears. Had Ye Feng not defeated Khan Jiatyan, Yongmu would have undoubtedly dispatched a great army. However, following Ye Feng's victory, Yongmu was compelled to reassess his capabilities. The 10,000 cavalry under his command had been painstakingly assembled, and even if victorious against Ye Feng, he would likely suffer thousands of casualties, perhaps even half of his forces. Chapter 462. I have set my eyes on you, what now? At that juncture, his confidence in addressing matters at headquarters had diminished considerably. Convey to your Khan that I accept the woman and the steed. As for taking a detour, I fear I am unable to accommodate that, as time is of the essence, Ye Feng stated coldly. The messenger's eyes twitched violently, casting a venomous glare at Ye Feng. He was bewildered. Having made such significant concessions, he expected an ordinary individual to acquiesce without hesitation. Yet, Ye Feng proved to be quite impervious to reason. The radiant Kazina Khan, mounted upon her magnificent steed, departed as we proceeded to report back to the Khan. Upon finishing his message, the envoy mounted his horse with determination. Ye Feng let out a cold chuckle and gestured behind him, commanding, "Seize them all." 12 loyal guards surged forward, encircling the three individuals. Ye Feng, what do you mean by this? The envoy asked, barely containing his fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Have you forgotten? This enchanting lady and her steed were a gift from you to me. Ye Feng replied with a smirk. Is this truly your intent, Ye Feng? Are you aware of the repercussions? The envoy inquired. Enough with the superfluous chatter. Secure this woman and her steed. As for you too, return to your Khan and inform him that if he fears my formidable army, he should remain docile and refrain from any thoughts of confrontation while I traverse his territory. Otherwise, the fate that befell Kati shall be his as well. With that, several guards approached to secure the horse. The envoy clenched his lips, muttering curses through gritted teeth, before ultimately retreating from Ye Feng's sight. Ah, what a breathtaking woman. I must have my turn first. No, I must have her first. She is so exquisite that I wish to infuse my very soul into her. Several barbarian men rushed forward, vying for the woman upon the horse. Ye Feng felt a surge of frustration. Though the barbarian warriors were valiant in battle, they lacked decorum. Their desires ignited at the mere sight of a woman. This is utterly unacceptable. Stand back, all of you. Ye Feng's command held weight, and both his guards and the barbarian men retreated. Miss, I sincerely apologize for my subordinate's rudeness. I hope they have not frightened you, Ye Feng said, extending his hand toward Kazina atop her steed. After a moment of hesitation, Kazina extended her delicate hand, and with Ye Feng's assistance, gracefully dismounted. It must be said, her physique, beauty, and presence were beyond reproach. Truly, those who ascend to the status of Khan's consort are gems of unparalleled beauty. Ye Feng, how do you intend to deal with me? Am I to be a prize for one of your subordinates? Kazina inquired, her voice imbued with a captivating allure. Certainly not. My intention in detaining you is not to treat you as a hostage or mere plaything, but rather to offer you the gift of freedom. Before the eternal shepherd Khan, you are but a commodity. I trust you are aware of this. Ye Feng replied, leading Kazina away as if they were a couple on a leisurely stroll. Behind them, the barbarian men seethed with indignation. Brother Feng is being unreasonable, denying us while indulging himself. Indeed, Brother Feng is perhaps even more lecherous than we barbarians. How dare you speak ill of Brother Feng? Do you wish for me to report your words? One guard brandished his curved knife. Exchanging glances, a few barbarian men reluctantly returned to their ranks. Ye Feng, you are right. For us women, possessing even a hint of beauty on the step makes us mere goods. The eternal shepherd has never claimed my body, as I was a gift presented to the heavenly Khan as a tribute, Kazina stated. A tribute? Do you people on the steppe still celebrate birthdays? Ye Feng retorted. Indeed, in 70 days, the revered Khan will celebrate his 220th birthday. Every tribe on the grasslands will prepare gifts for the occasion, and as for the divided tent Khan, their offerings will undoubtedly be even more precious. Kazina's words left Ye Feng utterly astonished. What? 220 years? Ye Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that unusual? Kazina looked at him with an expression akin to observing a naive rustic. Can an ordinary person even live to 220? Ye Feng inquired further. Not at all, but those who have received divine grace may reach such an age. I once heard of someone who was bestowed 3 times and lived for over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. Ye Feng's gaze momentarily froze, then transformed into one of sheer exhilaration. Quick, tell me how to receive divine grace. If I can live for 1,000 years, I will protect you for that long. In his excitement, Ye Feng impulsively embraced Kazina. The warmth and softness of her form, coupled with an alluring maidenly fragrance, enveloped him. Ye Feng, if you wish to possess me, could we perhaps retreat to a warmer tent? It is too cold here. Kazina panted softly in his arms. Oh, my apologies. I acted rather impulsively. I meant no disrespect. Based on your words, you have never been with a man, have you? Ye Feng released Kazina. This time, she did not respond verbally, but instead shyly nodded, her cheeks flushed. That's splendid, but I shall not claim you as my own. I will introduce you to a refined and handsome gentleman, my good brother Chunin. However, before I do so, you may reside in my cabin, sharing my meals and my rest. I must ensure this is your first experience. Otherwise, it would be rather unfair to my dear brother Chunin. Ye Feng said with a smile. Kazina, initially blushing, felt the warmth fade from her cheeks upon hearing Ye Feng's intention to treat her as a mere commodity to be exchanged. So then, I am still your possession? What difference is there from being under the eternal shepherd's tent? Kazina sighed softly, her voice carrying a fragrant aroma reminiscent of ryegrass. Ye Feng could not help but take a few appreciative sniffs. Do not misunderstand. I merely meant to introduce you to my good brother Chunin. He is quite refined, and I must confess, he is as innocent as you. You two would be a match made in heaven. Of course, should you find him unappealing. I would never force you. I would even offer you a position on my hot spring island. If, during your work, you find affection with a colleague, I would bless your union and personally oversee a grand wedding for you, Ye Feng declared with earnest conviction. But I have already taken a liking to you. What should I do? Kazina replied, locking her gaze with Ye Feng's. You fancy me? But I am not handsome. I dislike washing my feet at night. And I leave the door open when using the restroom. How could you possibly fancy me? Ye Feng feigned humility. I admire your assertiveness. And from the moment of my birth, I have heard whispers among the tribe that I am the most beautiful woman within it. Only a man of power and authority can shield me. If I were to lower myself to a man devoid of strength and influence, I would ultimately find myself contested by stronger men, much like a mere commodity. Ye Feng never anticipated that at such a tender age, Kazina would possess such insight. Chapter 463. Is there only this little ammunition left? In civilized society, the same holds true. A beautiful woman must never wed a man lacking capability, or she is destined for divorce. Wealthy scions will employ various means to tear you apart. However, I already have my own women, and being with me may lead to your distress, Ye Feng said earnestly. He currently had 2 recognized partners, Susan and Duo Yanhina. The number of those without formal recognition was even greater. Su Yun, by Chu Xue, Qiu Xue, and Xiang Xue. I understand, Kazina replied calmly. You do? How do you know? Ye Feng inquired, bewildered. Strong men inevitably attract many women. This is a common sight on the grasslands. Nothing extraordinary. If you had no women, I might even suspect something amiss, Kazina remarked, crossing her arms suddenly. The temperature dropped swiftly at night, compounded by the incursion of cold air. The current temperature on the grassland had plummeted to around -10 degrees. Come, Kazina, we shall discuss your future later. For now, allow me to escort you back to my cabin, so you may experience the atmosphere of our team. With that, Ye Feng lifted Kazina effortlessly into his arms. Ah, she exclaimed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Brother Feng. 12 personal guards closed in, forming a protective circle around Ye Feng. The surrounding knights gazed at him in awe, their mouths watering in astonishment. It was indeed true that the Duoyin clan harbored the most beautiful women on the grasslands. Just look at the woman in Brother Feng's embrace. She is exquisite. In my 17 years of life, I have never encountered such beauty. If I could spend a night with her, it would be worth dying for. The knights chattered excitedly about Kazina's beauty. Brother Feng, what about that steed? Harder pointed at the chestnut mare, his expression a mix of hesitation and eagerness. What man does not love a fine horse? Especially one as magnificent as that. Keep the mare for me, feed her the best fodder, and do not allow anyone to ride her indiscriminately, understood? Ye Feng replied without turning back. Yes. Harder nodded, dejected. With a resounding clap, a large hand struck the table, shattering it into splinters. This is intolerable. How dare Ye Feng treat me this way? Yongmu erupted in fury within his stone dwelling, surrounded by over 20 kneeling servants, all unclothed women. The messenger pressed his forehead to the ground, terrified of incurring any wrath. Is Ye Feng truly intent on passing through my territory? Yongmu questioned again, his unease palpable. Indeed, Ye Feng is exceedingly disrespectful. Not only does he wish to traverse our southwestern division, but he also expects you, Khan. The messenger hesitated, words caught in his throat. Indeed, he is poised to embellish the tale of Ye Feng, seeking retribution for the humiliation he once endured. What should I do? Yongmu inquired. Let the Khan assist him in mounting his steed, for otherwise he shall not merely pass through. He aims to raise our southwestern encampment and make the Khan his captive. The messenger spoke with audacity. How dare you, you contemptible foreigner? Do you truly believe Yongmu fears him? I merely wish to spare my brothers from loss. Very well. If you, Ye Feng, desire bloodshed, then let it flow like a river. Convey my Khan's command for all of noble rank above Niu Lu Yizhen to convene in my stone chamber. As you command. The messenger, having succeeded in his scheme, hurriedly set forth to relay the Khan's decree. In the depths of night, Ye Feng sat within the warmth of his cabin, accompanied by Tuba, Halt, and other high-ranking officials. Before them, a woman clad in gossamer danced gracefully in the air. Her movements were at times wild, at others ethereal. as if she could defy the very force of gravity. Ye Feng was immediately reminded of a dancer named Shan from the Hongda dance troupe. Yet, her grace paled in comparison to that of the mesmerizing Kazina. Kazina was destined to be presented to the heavenly Khan. Her dance must be nothing short of exquisite. As the performance concluded, Ye Feng led the applause, the sound resonating like the clash of flesh against flesh upon the flagship. Kazina, I realize now how I have squandered my existence. I never imagined such light and vibrant dance could exist in this world. You must be weary. Please, take your leave to rest, Ye Feng said with a smile. Kazina nodded, retreating with delicate steps before exiting the cabin. Ye Feng's quarters were spacious, flanked by 2 auxiliary rooms originally intended for his personal guards. Currently, one housed Bo Yenner, while the other was naturally reserved for Kazina. Brother Feng, congratulations. Should I now refer to her as sister-in-law? Tunger chuckled. Do not speak foolishly. She is a free spirit, and I harbor no intentions of claiming her. However, should you wish to pursue her, be bold in your endeavors. Yet, one thing is paramount. Such beauty must not be trifled with. Should I discover anyone employing coercive means to claim her body, even if she eventually submits, I shall ensure your castration, Ye Feng warned, causing all the men to instinctively cover their loins in fear. Very well, return to your rest. I too shall retire, Ye Feng gestured. The high-ranking officers promptly exited his cabin, returning to their positions. Without further ado, Ye Feng collapsed onto his bed, seeking to replenish his energy for the morrow when his army would traverse the territories of Yongmu Khan. That man, humiliated by his actions, would certainly retaliate with fervor. Yet, Ye Feng remained undaunted. Should it come to a direct clash, he vowed to ensure Yongmu's forces would meet utter annihilation. Suddenly, Ye Feng, roused from his thoughts, sprang up in alarm and hastened to the bow of the ship, opening a crate filled with ammunition. Is this all the bullets we have? Ye Feng's countenance darkened. Tomorrow would undoubtedly bring conflict with Yongmu Khan, and in battle, ammunition would deplete like water. But he had yet to reach the headquarters of Duoyen. Would this supply truly suffice? Arnold, come here. Ye Feng summoned a subordinate, Arno, a citizen of his warm spring island, whose standing in Ye Feng's eyes was only surpassed by Tuba and Tunger, even ranking higher than Hart. What is it, Feng Go? Arno inquired. I have a task for you. Now, mount the finest steed and head towards the Black Tree River Basin. Upon reaching the warship, have Susan send me 8 crates of ammunition, Ye Feng instructed. Am I going alone? Arno expressed trepidation, considering the vast grasslands, where wolves roamed at night, alongside prides of lions, and even some mutated carnivorous creatures. Ye Feng had encountered no mutated animals before, as he had been leading a large contingent. Those creatures possessed a certain instinct, aware of what was safe to confront and what was not. However, traversing the pitch-black grasslands alone would pose a different challenge altogether. Shall I send 2 personal guards to accompany you? Ye Feng proposed. All right, Feng Go, Arno acquiesced. You too, follow Arno and ensure his safety, Ye Feng commanded, naming 2 of his guards. The 2 exchanged glances and reluctantly joined Arno on the shore. After Arno departed, Ye Feng conducted a thorough inspection of the remaining 3 crates of ammunition late into the night. As expected, they were nearly depleted, while sufficient for dealing with ordinary tribes. Tomorrow he would traverse the territory of Khan Yongmu, making matters considerably more complex. Through tactical reflection, Ye Feng recognized that his victory over Khan Jiayan had relied significantly on surprising advantages, as Khan Jiayan had been unaware of his heavy machine guns. But now, facing Khan Yongmu, would the latter foolishly march forth to offer his men as sacrifices? In the confrontation with Khan Jiayan, a single bullet had sometimes dispatched 2 enemies, as they had recklessly charged in. Were he in Yongmu's position, how would he approach such a daunting battle? Surely, he would not charge directly to his death. If Yongmu dispersed his cavalry into smaller units, harassing from all sides while deliberately avoiding the range of heavy machine guns, the situation would become dire. The more Ye Feng pondered, the more alarmed he became, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It seemed that recent smooth sailing had led him to underestimate the situation. Go, summon those with flowers on their shoulders to convene in my cabin, Ye Feng commanded. Understood, a personal guard replied, relaying the order. Standing on the deck, Ye Feng gazed out over the vast grasslands shrouded in darkness. The azure sky, the expansive plains, and the wild grasses swaying in the wind painted a breathtaking scene. Just then, he heard a sudden splash. Something had entered the water from the opposite shore. Could it be a serpent or something of the like? Ye Feng brought the torch closer for a better view. In the next moment, his expression shifted, and he hastily grasped the heavy machine gun at the bow of the ship. We have intruders, Ye Feng bellowed, and the 9 remaining personal guards simultaneously brandished their spears. 3 shadows were seen swimming beneath the water, diving below the surface one moment and surfacing the next. With a series of sharp shots, 3 bodies clad in black emerged, floating lifelessly on the water's surface. These 3 individuals were skilled assassins under Kan Yongmu, adept at covert operations and intelligence gathering. Originally, with their skills, they could easily eliminate 2 to 3 beast fighters. However, when confronted with a heavy machine gun in the water, they perished without even a whimper. Brother Feng, it must be an assassin sent by Yongmu, remarked a personal guard. Of course, there was no need for speculation. Ye Feng set down the heavy machine gun. Yet, in the next moment, a nearly imperceptible sound sliced through the air. PFF. The personal guard's mouth gaped open as a short sword pierced through, blood splattering onto Ye Feng. With a thunderous crash, the guard collapsed, revealing a shadow behind him. The shadow, undeterred, aimed a strike at Ye Feng's head. PFF. In a desperate maneuver, Ye Feng sidestepped. The short sword struck his shoulder, causing a surge of blood to erupt, the blade snapping in two. Nevertheless, the immense force behind the strike coursed through Ye Feng's shoulder, reaching his heart. How formidable! Ye Feng rolled away, retreating 5 meters, astonished by the black-clad assassin. It appeared that Yongmu's subordinates were not entirely inept. They knew how to employ diversionary tactics. The previous 3 assassins were merely a distraction, while the true assassin boldly boarded from the front. Protect Brother Feng. The remaining 8 personal guards rushed forward, forming a protective barrier around Ye Feng. Ye Feng, for daring to insult our Kan Yongmu, your death is imminent. The assassin's face was obscured by a disguise, preventing Ye Feng from identifying him, though he appeared to be a middle-aged man. Kill. 2 personal guards thrust their spears forward simultaneously. Each was a master carefully selected by Halter, possessing both speed and strength, capable of fending off 10 adversaries alone. However, this assassin was exceedingly powerful. He discarded the broken sword, deftly maneuvering past the 2 spears, launching a lethal strike at the necks of the guards. Boom. The 2 elite guards fell without a sound, lifeless on the ground. The remaining guards were taken aback, hastily casting aside their spears to draw their curved blades. Bang! 2 more guards met their demise. The assassin's speed was astonishing. Ye Feng's guards scarcely had time to react before they were ruthlessly slain. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Ye Feng finally felt some relief from the discomfort in his heart. At this moment, only 2 personal guards remained, shielding him with their shields. The chaos among the other warships was palpable, with some desperate souls leaping into the river, swimming towards Ye Feng. He represented their very purpose in life. Should he fall, they would be lost in uncertainty about their futures. At that moment, the assassin launched another palm strike. I have endured you for far too long. Ye Feng pushed aside his 2 guards, striking with both hands. A chilling wind rushed forth. The assassin felt as though his blood had turned to ice. His speed momentarily hindered. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng grasped the assassin's wrist with his right hand. However, the assassin's other hand transformed from palm to fist, striking fiercely towards Ye Feng. Whoosh! The force of the punch swept through, straightening Ye Feng's hair. Brother Feng. One personal guard positioned himself protectively in front of Ye Feng. Boom! The punch effortlessly pierced through the body of the bodyguard, landing squarely upon Ye Feng's chest. A sharp sound echoed as blood scales manifested. Ye Feng involuntarily staggered back a step, yet his grip on the assassin's wrist remained firm. A chilling frost crept along the assassin's arm. An ability user? The assassin's face contorted into a grotesque grimace. Correct. Ye Feng intensified the flow of icy energy, rendering the entire left arm of the assassin immobile. Gritting his teeth, the assassin retaliated by seizing Ye Feng's left hand. Ye Feng was taken aback. In the next moment, he felt a tingling numbness in his wrist, which swiftly spread up his arm. You are also an ability user? Ye Feng was astonished, channeling all his strength into his right hand. If only his icy energy could freeze the assassin's vital veins, then even if the assassin possessed abilities, he would be unable to wield them. The 2 remained locked in this stalemate. Finally, the bodyguard, witnessing the struggle, mustered his courage and charged forward, swinging his curved blade fiercely at the assassin. Humph! The assassin's eyes widened as he delivered a fierce kick to the bodyguard's abdomen. The bodyguard's body flew like a rag doll, soaring 20 meters before crashing into the river with a thunderous splash. At that moment, two piercing screams echoed. Bo Yenner and Ka Zina emerged from the side room, their faces filled with terror as they gazed upon the scene. "You two, go back, do not come out." Ye Feng gritted his teeth, his muscles tensing as he matched the assassin's endurance. His icy energy had already spread to the assassin's shoulder. However, the assassin's abilities were peculiar, spreading faster than Ye Feng's. In an instant, Ye Feng felt numbness creeping into his shoulder and left chest, nearly causing him to falter. In a moment of desperation, he glanced towards the river, noticing two Ba swimming towards the flagship. On shore, Ha Erte was removing his armor, preparing to leap into the river to assist him. Yet, their pace was evidently lagging behind. This assassin matched his strength. Regardless of who was subdued, a lethal strike would ensue. Chapter 465. Allow me to attend to your needs at that moment. Bo Yenner snatched Ye Feng's curved blade and dashed towards the back of the assassin. "Do not come." Ye Feng's eyes widened in alarm. In a duel among masters, even the slightest move could possess tremendous power. Alas, it was too late. The moment Bo Yenner's blade made contact with the assassin's skin, the assassin kicked back in a bizarre manner. Boom! Bo Yenner was sent flying 20 meters, crashing through 3 walls. Damn! Ye Feng gritted his teeth, concentrating all his strength in his right hand. However, the assassin's abilities had already begun to affect his chest. In merely 5 seconds, Ye Feng's vital veins would be paralyzed. In that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Ye Feng's mind. Blood-sucking technique. Gurgle, gurgle. The frost on the assassin's arm dissipated rapidly, followed by an uncontrollable spasm throughout his entire right arm. The convulsions swiftly spread to his shoulder and chest, propagating throughout his body in a mere second. He could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a piercing scream as his extraordinary power transformed into energy, which was voraciously absorbed by Ye Feng's skin. "Weren't you quite formidable just a moment ago?" With a swift motion, Ye Feng seized the assassin's hands. Simultaneously, the blood-sucking technique was activated to its maximum capacity. Ye Feng, stop!" The assassin finally spoke, his voice frantic. However, Ye Feng dared not relent. In the face of such a skilled adversary, he had to eliminate him in one fell swoop. A moment's hesitation could spell doom for himself and his companions. 2 minutes later, Tuba, Harder, and Tunger rushed onto the flagship. Just as they were about to strike, they realized the tide of battle had turned. 5 minutes later, the assassin's body had shrunk considerably, his face pale as he collapsed lifelessly onto the deck. Ye Feng exhaled deeply, casting his gaze towards his right hand. "Brother Feng, how should we handle the corpse?" Tuba inquired. "Do not discard it. Hang him at the bow of the flagship to instill fear in other assassins and any ill-intentioned tribes." Ye Feng replied slowly. "Then, Brother Feng, shall I send some guards to you?" Harder asked, filled with guilt. After all, these guards had been personally selected by him, yet they had failed to protect Ye Feng. He feared that Ye Feng's regard for him might diminish, leaving him quite anxious. At that moment, 2 cavalrymen approached, bringing someone along. "Brother Feng, it's Boyaner." Ye Feng rushed over, enveloping Boyaner in his embrace. Boyaner, her face was devoid of life, her pupils dilating. She uttered not a single word before her head tilted, succumbing to death. The crowd parted as Bo Kachin stumbled forward. "Sister!" A heart-wrenching wail erupted as Bo Kachin fell to the ground, mourning. "Let us go, Brother Feng. Give her space. She needs to grieve," Tuba advised Ye Feng. The group promptly retreated from the cabin, braving the cold winds on the deck. Harder, who was on watch tonight. "Why did the enemy board the flagship from the front?" Ye Feng questioned Harder. "Brother Feng, I will investigate immediately." "No need for investigation. Arrest everyone who was on duty tonight. Tomorrow morning, in front of all the soldiers. They shall face justice," Ye Feng declared coldly. He had initially intended for his subordinates to operate in a relaxed atmosphere, but after the events of the night, he could no longer indulge them. Military discipline must be upheld. Those deserving of punishment must be dealt with without mercy. Otherwise, it was Bonner who perished this time. Next time, it could be Tuba or himself. Understood. The high-ranking officials trembled. Even the gaze of the new chieftain of the barbarians towards Ye Feng was filled with trepidation. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng was about to speak again when he suddenly glanced at his left hand. At that moment, he felt a tingling sensation emanating from it. Could it be? He quickly realized something and placed his left hand on Tuba's shoulder, his muscles tightening slightly. Ouch! Tuba's entire body went limp, collapsing to the ground, twitching several times. Brother Feng, it is not Tuba's fault. It is my laxity in military discipline. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be to me. Hart exclaimed, hastily kneeling upon the ground. In an instant, the deck was filled with kneeling figures. Ye Feng assisted Tuber to his feet, asserting, "This matter does not concern you. I merely conducted an experiment. You may return to your posts." Hart, though perplexed, led the others back to their duties. Once everyone was properly assigned, he returned, fiercely intent on apprehending the guards aboard the flagship. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, acutely aware of the peculiar energy coursing through him, wore a deeply serious expression. He realized that the blood-sucking technique was not intended for enhancing strength, but rather for absorbing extraordinary abilities. The last ability absorbed was that of ice. This time, it seemed to be akin to lightning, capable of rendering one's body numb and incapacitated in battle. Ye Feng gained a new understanding of the blood-sucking technique. Furthermore, it also served the purpose of rapidly healing injuries. However, in the absence of wounds, the technique could only be utilized offensively against foes. Even so, this extraordinary ability was exceedingly formidable. Ye Feng believed it to be a unique power born of fortuitous circumstances, far surpassing ordinary abilities. The following morning, Ye Feng awoke from his slumber. "Yenner, please assist me in donning my leather armor," he began, only to realize with a pang of sorrow that Yenner had perished. He sat on the edge of his bed, enveloped in melancholy. Just then, a graceful figure entered the room. It was Kazina. "Your Highness, allow me to attend to your needs from now on," she declared, not waiting for Ye Feng's consent before helping him into his leather armor. After a while, Ye Feng was fully adorned. He could not deny that Kazina had an eye for presentation. Clad in gleaming black leather armor and draped in a white fox fur coat, his unruly hair was elegantly styled into a commanding slick back. There was a ruggedness to his demeanor that did not detract from his striking appearance. "Your blade, Your Highness," Kazina said, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she crouched to hang the curved sword at his waist. "Remain here. Today, blood will be shed by the riverbank, and I fear you might faint at the sight." "I fear not blood. I have seen much of it," Kazina replied resolutely. "Very well," Ye Feng said as he made his way to the riverbank in a canoe. Upon arrival, he beheld the formation of 4,000 troops. On the decks of 30 warships, 1,500 naval soldiers stood in formation, ready to witness the execution. Hart rushed forward. "Brother Feng, we have uncovered the truth. Last night, these 6 individuals were on duty aboard the flagship. During their watch, they engaged in relations with a female barbarian and partook of fruit wine." Ye Feng nodded gravely and strode toward a small hillock. Before him knelt 7 individuals, 6 men and 1 woman. Their hands were bound, and wooden blocks were placed before each of their heads. "Everyone take heed. These 6 individuals neglected their duties last night, allowing an assassin to board the flagship, nearly resulting in Brother Feng's assassination. Henceforth, Brother Feng shall personally carry out their execution." Hart bellowed, ensuring that both the Navy and the Army could hear his voice. Ye Feng, choking on his emotions, drew his curved blade and slowly approached the 7 criminals. The individuals trembled, their faces a mix of shock and regret. They were unafraid of dying on the battlefield, yet the thought of execution by their own kind filled them with dread. "I, Ye Feng, hereby sentence you 7 to death. Do you have any final words to convey?" he inquired loudly. "Great Khan, when you return, please tell my mother that I died honorably on the battlefield, and do not reveal that I was executed by you," one of them replied. "Very well." With a swift motion, Ye Feng's blade fell, and a head rolled to the ground. "Great Khan, I have a child, just 7 years old. Could you possibly take care of him?" "Certainly." With another sweep of his blade, yet another head fell. The nearly 6,000-strong army fell into a profound silence, holding their breath as a chill crept into their hearts. After a moment, Ye Feng handed the bloodied blade to Hart, his piercing gaze sweeping over the vast assembly. "From this moment on, we shall no longer be a disorganized mob. Anyone who neglects their duties will meet the same fate as these 7. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers knelt in unison, their respect for Ye Feng now tinged with fear. The recently allied small tribes were left astounded, realizing that following Brother Feng came with conditions. They could only hope the blade would not find its way to their own necks. Several chieftains exchanged glances, instinctively touching their throats. "That will be all for today. Set up camp right here," Ye Feng commanded. Hart, dig horse traps around the perimeter, and set up caltrops to guard against the cavalry of Duoyin. Brother Feng, are we not heading towards Wolf Creek? Hart inquired. Let us wait a few days. The time is not yet ripe, Ye Feng replied calmly. They must first ensure that Arnold delivered the ammunition. Only then could he step onto the territory of Yongmu without risking the loss of half his army. Though he was eager to rescue Duoyin Hina, he understood that his safety had to come first. Hart promptly went to arrange the necessary details. Dig the horse traps deeper. This shallow depth would barely hurt a man, let alone a horse. Sharpen the spikes within. Move the entire patch of grass to ensure proper camouflage. Place the caltrops at the forefront. Ye Feng occasionally wandered over to offer guidance. The people of this world knew only of caltrops. They were yet unaware of the true purpose of horse traps. Brother Feng, the gravestone has been erected, Tuber approached him. Oh. Ye Feng's expression turned solemn as he followed Tuber to a solitary grave. Boken had been waiting nearby, looking weary and haggard. Yenner, I am sorry. I failed to protect you. With that, Ye Feng bowed 3 times before the grave. War inevitably brings death, a reality Ye Feng had long since accepted. Even so, he had suffered minimal losses thus far, thanks entirely to the 4 heavy machine guns. Without such civilized weaponry, he might have been annihilated by the cavalry of Duoyin within the first 3 days of entering the vast grasslands. The Duoyin-linked horse, during the era of cold weapons, was nearly an unrivaled force. However, the cavalry adept at maneuvering these linked steeds required rigorous training, which could span over a decade before they were deemed ready for battle. Only the affluent Duoyin people possessed the wealth and time to nurture such formidable iron-linked cavalry. In contrast, ordinary small tribes lacked not only the skilled horsemen, but also the capacity to devote energy to the specialized training of these deadly steeds. As they were primarily pastoralists in peacetime and warriors in times of conflict, their focus on honing lethal skills was invariably diminished. Thus, on the vast grasslands, the prosperous would grow increasingly powerful, while the impoverished would weaken further. Only 2 forces could disrupt this cycle. Firstly, a unified front of all the weaker tribes, over 200 in number, might band together against the Duoyin tribe, though such an approach would likely inflict heavy losses upon themselves. Secondly, the intervention of external forces could alter the balance. Presently, Ye Feng represented such an external and formidable power. Downstream of the Wolf Creek, the Eternal Cavalry patrolled their fortifications upon their noble steeds. At this juncture, the sole centurion approached. Khan, observe ahead. The heavy cavalry is prepared, he stated, gesturing into the distance. The Eternal Cavalry rode forth and beheld a contingent of 300 cavalrymen, each mounted on robust, majestic horses. While these steeds might lack endurance, their strength was undeniable. The heavy cavalry prioritized not speed, but rather their capacity to bear weight. Excellent. The Eternal Cavalry nodded in satisfaction, regaining some of his confidence. Khan, Ye Feng's divine crossbow is formidable. We can position our cavalry behind the heavy armor and charge forward. As long as we close in on Ye Feng's formation, our cavalry can unleash their full combat potential without falling victim to his crossbowmen along the way. The centurion continued to expound. Indeed, Doyenade, you are truly worthy of your tribal lineage. Your tactical acumen is rapidly approaching a fraction of my own, the Eternal Cavalry praised, subtly elevating his own prowess in the process. Doyenade, thank you for your kind words, Khan. As for our warships, we possess a total of 170, but we are lacking in iron. Hence, only the bows of the first 10 ships are clad in iron, ensuring that Ye Feng's crossbowmen cannot penetrate their defenses. Doyenade articulated. Very good. By the way, what of the chariots with crossbows? The Eternal Cavalry suddenly recalled a crucial detail. The repairs on only 3 have been completed. The remaining 4 have succumbed to corrosion and are no longer viable. Should we endeavor to construct new ones, it would likely consume a considerable amount of time. Yet Ye Feng is about to traverse our territory, Doyenade explained. Only 3? How pitiful! The Eternal Cavalry scoffed, finally finding a reason to express his frustration. As a Khan, one must balance praise and criticism to maintain a sense of reverence among subordinates. If your men are incompetent, have them urgently set to work, he commanded. No need. Did you not say that time is of the essence? The Eternal Cavalry's temperament fluctuated unpredictably, leaving onlookers to suspect a form of mental disarray. Doyenade, yes. I understand, my Khan. By the way, have you dispatched someone to rally the armies of the other tribes? Yongmu inquired once more. 3 days ago, indeed. In our southwestern region, there are a total of 21 tribes. Among them, The two largest are the Nyoer tribe and the Luoluo clan. They have both consented to contribute a combined force of 2,000 warriors to our cause, Duo Yanade replied. Chapter 467. Why have they not returned? Ah, splendid. With the addition of my own 9,500 cavalry, our strength will be nearly comparable to that of Katai. Katai is not a worthy Khan. May he rest in peace. As Yongmu spoke, he placed his palm over his heart. Duo Yanade hastily mimicked his gesture, pressing his hand to his chest in a show of mourning. Khan, the smaller tribes cannot muster much of a fighting force. I fear their combined strength barely matches that of the two larger tribes, and they show some reluctance, Duo Yanade continued. These cowards. How can Emir Ye Feng instill such fear in them? It seems they are deliberately waiting to see me falter. Once the forces of the Nyoer tribe and the Luoluo clan arrive, we shall not engage Ye Feng immediately. Instead, we will systematically eradicate these smaller tribes, so they may understand the might of Yongmu, Yongmu declared fiercely. Over the years, he had been exceedingly harsh on the smaller tribes under the Southwestern Division. Whenever they made even the slightest mistake, he would demand the head of their chieftain, whom he would personally replace with a new leader. Through this ruthless tactic, he gradually solidified control over the smaller tribes in the Southwest. However, the ordinary herders from these tribes harbored deep resentment toward him, daring to seethe in silence. This was exacerbated by his encouragement of mutual denunciation among the smaller tribes. Anyone who disrespected him or spoke ill of him would find their entire family met with swift retribution. Of course, as the Khan of this division, he also encountered minor conflicts with other division Khans. When cavalry from other divisions encroached upon his pastures to hunt, he typically laughed it off and even offered gifts to demonstrate the prosperity of his Southwestern Division. 20 years ago, he set this precedent, and since then, cavalry from other divisions frequently trespassed on his territory for hunting, knowing full well that Yongmu was a soft-hearted man and exceedingly generous. Upon being caught, they faced no punishment. Rather, they were gifted the spoils of their hunts. 5 years prior, a contingent of cavalry under the Western Khan's command audaciously attacked one of his smaller tribes, slaughtering all the men and violating the women. All the chieftains under his command petitioned him to engage in war with the Western Khan. To their astonishment, Yongmu's response was to overlook the incident entirely, instead granting the women of the slaughtered tribe to the Western Khan's cavalry. Subsequently, he convened a meeting within his division, denouncing the small tribe as utterly useless, incapable of even withstanding a single cavalry unit, and thus unworthy of being under his command. Throughout the years, he displayed unwavering decisiveness in internal matters while exhibiting leniency and benevolence in external affairs. Whenever other divisions faced natural disasters or calamities, he was the first to send sheep, cattle, horses, iron tools, and salt. While the Khans of other divisions publicly hailed him as the benevolent Yongmu Khan, privately, they referred to him as the soft-hearted Khan. 3 years prior, an outbreak of horse plague afflicted this region, claiming the lives of over 6,000 horses. Yongmu, under the impression that his reputation for benevolence would compel other Khans to hastily offer him horses and iron, found himself receiving assistance. 7 subordinate Khans and nearly 200 tribes collectively donated 70 sheep and 30 hides. Unable to lower his pride, he proclaimed internally that these 70 sheep were divine creatures from the heart of the desert, each worth 1,000 fine steeds. As for the 30 hides, he described them as the skins of exotic beasts. In a display of generosity, this beleaguered Khan reciprocated with a grand gift to the other Khans. While his subjects were well aware of the truth, they dared not voice their thoughts, opting instead to curse Yongmu's ancestry in whispered tones before finding solace in sleep. My Khan, I believe it is imperative to focus on Ye Feng first. Targeting those smaller tribes may lead them to side with him, Duo Yanade cautiously advised. Is it your intent to question my authority? Yongmu turned with an imposing glare. My Khan, I would not dare. Duo Yanade quickly dismounted and knelt. Let me tell you, Duo Yanade, these minor tribes are already fully submissive to me. Even if I were to threaten them, they would willingly extend their necks, never daring to betray me. Yongmu remarked coldly, forcefully flicking his sleeve from atop his horse. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my Khan, Duo Yanade hastily flattered. Mount your horse. Your suggestion does hold merit. My true adversary is indeed Ye Feng. Inform those smaller tribes that this year's taxes will be doubled, as I now prepare to confront foreign foes, necessitating substantial resources. This may evolve into a protracted conflict, possibly spanning several years. They must tighten their belts, offer all their provisions, and send forth their able-bodied men. After years of basking in my favor, it is time for them to repay their debts, Yongmu stated flatly. Yes, my Khan. Duoyanade wiped the sweat from his brow. By the way, my Khan, facing formidable enemies, should we not seek cavalry support from the neighboring Khans? Duoyanade suddenly suggested. Nonsense. Yongmu exclaimed in anger. As the greatest Khan beneath the heavens, do I require assistance from others? However, even if they cannot send cavalry, surely they might provide us with some horses, sabers, bows, and arrows. If nothing else, we could request food, Duoyanade argued. As the commander, he understood that the smaller tribes in the southwestern camps had already been thoroughly exploited by Yongmu, leaving them nearly destitute. Even if they were compelled to surrender all their provisions, the amount would likely be minimal. Moreover, why would the Khan not take advantage of this opportunity to request something from the other camps? At that moment, a rider approached with news. Behold, my Khan. The Western Khan has dispatched 300 fine horses, 500 sheep, 80 sets of armor, and 50,000 crossbow bolts, while extolling your unmatched valor and generosity. The rider announced, his face alight with joy. Duoyanade rejoiced. This was precisely what he had sought. After years of gifting, their Khan had finally received a measure of reciprocity. Go and inform the messenger, expressing my gratitude to Khan Mungtal on my behalf. In return, prepare 600 fine steeds, 1,000 sheep, 160 sets of armor, and 100,000 crossbow bolts. Ensure they are delivered to Khan Mingtawa within 3 days, spoke Yongmu, his tone calm as he sat astride his horse. Khan, reconsider. We are in dire need of these provisions, Duyanade exclaimed, urgency evident in his voice. Indeed, since the messenger has traveled from afar, allow them a few days of leisure. Afterwards, let them select the most exquisite maidens from my tribes for their enjoyment. Upon their departure, each should be gifted a swift steed, a luxurious snow fox fur coat, and a finely crafted curved sword, Yongmu added thoughtfully. With a furrowed brow, the cavalrymen reluctantly set off to execute the orders. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 7 days had elapsed. Ye Feng paced restlessly on the deck, casting glances towards the direction of Heishu River. Where's Annuar? Chapter 468, a body malnourished. He was in desperate need of ammunition. Without it, he could not hope to defeat Khan Yongmu. Recently, he had learned that Yongmu was the foremost Khan of the steppe, second only to Tian Khan, a paragon of kindness and unmatched valor. This impending battle could very well deplete thousands of rounds, yet he possessed fewer than 2,000. Alert! Enemy attack! Came Hart's voice, breaking through the tension. Ye Feng's expression shifted as he mounted his black horse and galloped forward. Before him, a considerable procession emerged from the lower reaches of Wolf Creek. To describe them merely as horsemen would be an understatement. They resembled a band of beggars. Their tattered animal skins bore patches, and they numbered around 500 to 600, with only a few mounted on aging steeds. Stop! Which tribe do you belong to? Kelsa demanded, advancing on horseback. Before him lay a barricade of caltrops, and 200 meters ahead, a pit designed to trap horses awaited. The ragged group hesitated, exchanging uncertain glances. Finally, a frail elder emerged, riding an old horse and clutching an object in his hands. Do not advance any closer, Kelsu warned, his archers drawing their bows in unison, an aura of menace enveloping the scene, causing the 500 to 600 individuals to tremble. Some even retreated a few steps, glancing back at Ye Feng's camp with reluctance. Terrified, the elder took a deep breath, slowly dismounting from his steed. He knelt on the ground, laying a pieced-together white fox fur coat before him. Great Khan Ye Feng, we are the members of the Baiyang, Huaya, and Haikeo tribes under Khan Yongmu. We present our tribute and beseech you to grant us refuge. The elder's voice quivered, his malnourished body shivering in the cold wind. Brother Feng, they belong to a minor tribe under Yongmu. They could be spies, ready to stab us in the back, Hart whispered, cautioning him. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. Moreover, they are far too weak. Even if they are not spies, their incorporation into our ranks would yield little combat effectiveness, Tuber added. Little did Tuber realize how gravely mistaken he was. While these tribes might lack strength against others, when facing Yongmu, they would muster all their might. No. Observing their dire state, it is implausible that they are spies sent by Yongmu. They must be a small tribe oppressed by him. Having held his position for an extended period, Ye Feng has honed his discernment, possessing a vision and perspective far superior to that of Tuba and his ilk. A gap was created in the defensive line, and Ye Feng personally approached, welcoming the 500 to 600 individuals into his ranks. Great Khan, this is the snow fox pelts gathered by our 3 tribes. Please accept them, said an elderly man, bowing deeply as he presented the snow fox fur coat. Ye Feng nodded, accepting the offering. It was evident that these pelts were crafted from many scraps, indicating the severe poverty of these individuals. What is your name? Ye Feng inquired, wiping his boots with the white fur. I am Godshan, the chieftain elected by the 3 tribes. In truth, they had hoped for a single tribe to pledge allegiance to Ye Feng, yet fearing he would disregard their small number, they united as 3 tribes, thereby amplifying their presence. Chieftain Godshan, you may indeed join my ranks, but first, you must prove your loyalty. From this moment forth, you shall establish a separate camp outside the military encampment, ensuring no mingling with my men. Furthermore, when battle commences, you must be at the forefront. I adhere to the principle of rewarding the small man before the gentleman. If that is agreeable, proceed to set up your camp at least 1,000 meters away from our camp. Without my explicit permission, entry into my military camp is forbidden. Should there be any significant matters to report, it must first be approved by my duty personnel. Ye Feng spoke with solemnity. While he was willing to offer refuge, he recognized the necessity of caution. After all, Ye Feng was no longer the naive youth he once was and had to consider the safety of his entire contingent. Understood. When we engage in battle against Yongmu, we shall certainly be at the vanguard, Godshan replied resolutely. 2 days prior, the cavalry of Khan Yongmu had visited their tribes, demanding the surrender of 300 fine horses, 3,000 sheep, and 10,000 waterfowl. However, the combined total of their 3 tribes amounted to merely 100 aged horses, most of which were tasked with logistics, rendering them incapable of fulfilling such a demand. Failure to comply would result in annihilation, prompting the 3 tribes to deliberate and subsequently resolve to rebel. They first eliminated the 12 Doyen cavalry stationed near their encampment before seeking refuge with Ye Feng. Should Ye Feng refuse them, they would be left to await the retribution of the Doyen. Without delay, Godshan led his 600 men to establish their camp outside the military encampment while Ye Feng set off to survey his domain. Now, he consistently inspected both the naval and land forces thrice daily, ensuring that no one was derelict in their duties. After completing his rounds, it was already midday, and Ye Feng savored the sumptuous feast of lamb, beef, and duck. Heart, why is there no smoke rising from their camp? Do they not partake in meals? Ye Feng inquired. Shall we investigate? It could be that they are indeed spies. Otherwise, their behavior is quite peculiar, Hart suggested. Very well. Select 100 of the most valiant cavalrymen, and let the heavy machine guns aboard the warships target their encampment, Ye Feng instructed coldly, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. Before long, everything was prepared. Ye Feng personally led 100 cavalrymen towards the encampment at God Mountain. Upon arrival at the entrance, he was taken aback. Was this truly an encampment? Lacking depth and defensive spikes. It seemed that a single charge from the Duoyan cavalry could annihilate them all. The Great Khan has arrived? A woman was nursing her child, but despite her efforts, not a single drop emerged, leaving the infant wailing in her arms. Ye Feng glanced around. A few young men were chopping firewood, their lips cracked and peeling. Nearby, a woman was boiling a handful of ryegrass in a seasoned iron pot, occasionally tasting it with a spoon. Great Khan, have you come to inspect us? God Mountain greeted him with a few men. Indeed. Ye Feng dismounted, and his 100 cavalrymen followed suit. Please, come to our tent. Quickly, bring out the best to honor our Great Khan, God Mountain urged. However, there is nothing left. It has all been consumed, replied a man. Ah, slaughter my old horse. For this is the Great Khan, and we must not be negligent, God Mountain reprimanded. Very well. The man promptly went to the back. Ye Feng pulled aside the filthy tent flap, revealing a table with a missing corner upon which lay some bones. A few children were using knives to scrape the meat from within the bones. Brother Feng, this is too poor, Halt said, his face contorted in disgust. Ye Feng sighed deeply, fully convinced that these were not spies sent by Yongmu. Their malnourished bodies and dull eyes were clear indicators. After a while, the sound of a horse being slaughtered echoed from outside the tent, as over 600 people gathered around, encircling the dead horse in layers. They gazed hungrily at the horse meat, with several women even smearing the blood on the ground onto the grass and chewing it. Ye Feng lowered the curtain and turned to God Mountain. God Mountain, There are herds of cattle and sheep on the vast prairie. Why do you not hunt? These are the cattle and sheep of Kan Yongmu. We have no right to hunt them. If discovered, it would cost us our lives, God Mountain explained. Are they raised by Yongmu himself? Ye Feng retorted. No, they are purely wild, but we cannot hunt, as hunting requires taxes. Otherwise, others from different tribes would expose us. And without salt and iron to pay the taxes, we simply cannot hunt, God Mountain elaborated. Very well. Halt. Go and bring them the meat we cannot finish. Ye Feng instructed. Brother Feng? Execute the order. Ye Feng's tone turned icy. Understood. Halt reluctantly returned to the military camp. After a short while, Halt sent someone to bring fragrant lamb and beef in barrels, filling the tent to near capacity. Over 600 people had already gathered around. Enough chatter. Let us eat quickly, as it pains the heart to see such poverty. Ye Feng sighed. In the next moment, the tent collapsed under the weight of the crowd. Ye Feng retreated 100 meters away, fearing that in their fervor, they might consume him as well. Return to your camp. They are surely not spies. But it is prudent to keep your guard up, Ye Feng remarked before retreating to his own military encampment. At that moment, a figure stood respectfully before him. Who might you be? You seem somewhat familiar, Ye Feng observed, scrutinizing the individual before him. Brother Feng, it is I, Ma Chi, from the Abang tribe. Ma Chi replied with deference. Oh, it is you. In just a few days, you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight, Ye Feng said, still uncertain as he assessed him. Indeed, following you, Brother Feng, has provided us with ample food and drink. Each meal is more sumptuous than our festival feasts. Ma Chi expressed with gratitude. His tribe had been able to eat their fill daily, and they had developed a certain level of combat readiness under Ye Feng's guidance. Do you celebrate festivals on the grasslands as well? Ye Feng inquired. Yes, we have numerous festivals. The Dividing Tents Longevity Festival is one, celebrating the birthday of our former Khan. During this time, the Khan collects some provisions from us, and we must feast well in return, as failing to do so would be disrespectful. Then there is the Celestial Khan's Longevity Festival, a grand occasion where the entire grassland revels for 3 days. No hurting, no work, only feasting and merriment, Ma Chi recounted earnestly. Given your dire circumstances, how do you manage to feast so well? Ye Feng countered. We merely feign abundance. In reality, we gnaw on bones within our tents, even pricking our fingers to smear blood on our faces to deceive the Daoyan scouts, Ma Chi lamented, a sigh escaping his lips. Those were bleak times indeed. Life was worse than death. However, with you, Brother Feng, it is different. You provide genuine sustenance, allowing us to be our true selves without pretense. Go and rest, eat well, and restore your health, Ye Feng encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. If he lingered any longer, the emotional weight of their conversation might bring Ma Chi to tears. He had thought the vast grasslands were bountiful. It turned out that the wealth belonged solely to the Daoyan, with little concern for the smaller tribes. Upon returning to his cabin, he was met by Kazina, who approached with a metal basin and gently placed it at his feet. What are you doing? Ye Feng recoiled slightly. The odor from your boots, after wearing them for so long, is quite overwhelming. I do not wish to offend you, he replied, attempting to be courteous. Great Khan, you are not like Yongmu. You are a good Khan. I willingly wish to wash your feet. Please do not hesitate, Kazina insisted, firmly removing Ye Feng's boots. In the next moment, a foul odor permeated the air. Kazina's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the ground. Surely it cannot be that bad, Ye Feng mused, lifting a boot to his nose, only to lose his balance and fall onto the bed. What is this stench? Could it be? Ye Feng reflected, sensing something amiss within his own body. Ever since absorbing the energy of that extraordinary individual, his skin had been expelling a dark substance, likely the toxins within him, which explained the unbearable odor of his boots. With that thought, Ye Feng flung open all the doors and windows, allowing a refreshing breeze to sweep in. Kazina slowly began to regain consciousness. Return to your quarters. I can wash my own feet, Ye Feng commanded. Yes, Great Khan. I shall next cover my mouth and nose with animal hide, Kazina replied hurriedly, retreating to her chamber. After washing his feet, Ye Feng secured the doors and windows, and with the embers' warmth, the room gradually became cozy. He sat cross-legged on the ship, extending a finger. Time seemed to slip away until suddenly, Ye Feng's eyes widened. A faint spark of lightning flickered at the tip of his index finger. Is this the assassin's extraordinary ability? So it is lightning? No wonder it could paralyze me. However, this lightning was too feeble to enhance his powers, he would need to consume ginkgo nuts or the crystal cores of extraordinary beasts. The blood-sucking technique could only absorb abilities but could not enhance them, a realization Ye Feng had come to fully grasp. He shed his leather armor, lying on the soft bed clad only in his inner garments. He pondered whether Anur had encountered danger. Otherwise, with his speed, he should have returned with ammunition by now. Without bullets, traversing the vast grasslands would prove arduous. Just then, the door to his chamber creaked open. Ye Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as Kazina emerged, clad in sheer, light fabric. Under the absence of undergarments, he caught glimpses of her form. Is it truly shaped like bamboo shoots? Great Khan, your female attendant has perished. Now, allow me to keep you company. You may possess me, Kazina proclaimed, her face flushed as if she had exerted all her strength. It was vital to note that she was still a maiden. Do not be foolish. Attendants are not meant for such duties. My focus must remain on the battlefield and the enemy, not on you. Besides, I intend to introduce you to my good brother, Ye Feng replied coolly, though his gaze remained fixed on Kazina. Great Khan, I know your thoughts. I can feel your eyes watching me. I find it perplexing. Do the men in your tribe always behave so coyly? They are far less direct than the men of our grasslands. And even our women are more forthright, Kazina said, raising her head to meet Ye Feng's gaze. What? You dare to liken me to a woman? Ye Feng retorted in fury, pushing Kazina onto the carpet. She did not resist. Instead, a smile graced her face. Chapter 470. We shall ensure your safety. Come, possess me. I am drawn to such powerful men, Kazina said, extending her fair arms to embrace the back of Ye Feng's neck. Ye Feng's eyes burned crimson as he gazed at Kazina beneath him. No, I intended to introduce her to Chunin, as the elder brother. How could I seize the opportunity first? What troubles you? Why do you hesitate? Kazina seemed to sense a shift in Ye Feng's demeanor, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. I cannot proceed this way. Let us wait until you meet my brother. If you truly wish not to be with him, we may discuss other matters afterward, Ye Feng declared, releasing Kazina. You are a feckless man, lacking courage and so very timid. Kazina suddenly changed her tone, regarding Ye Feng with disdain. You? Ye Feng's fury was reignited, akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing forward. The cabin was filled with tattered garments fluttering about, and melodic chants resonated through every corner. Once the beast within the man was unleashed, it could not be restrained. 2 hours later, Ye Feng gazed at Kazina, whose eyes were swollen and red, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Ye Feng, you truly are a beast. You promised to introduce her to Chunin, yet this? Just then, a voice from outside broke through, announcing the return of his last remaining guard. Brother Feng, Anua has returned. Ye Feng's heart soared with joy as he rushed onto the deck, without even putting on his clothes. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The women looked at Ye Feng with gleaming eyes, while the men, feeling inadequate, covered themselves. Even the renowned warriors of the barbarian tribes gave Ye Feng a thumbs up. Brother Feng, after enduring countless hardships, I have finally returned. On the shore, Anua was accompanied by nearly 100 people and 10 horse-drawn carts. Brother Feng, pay attention to your image. Tuba quickly wrapped animal hides around Ye Feng's waist. Anua, my brother, you have finally returned. I will come ashore immediately. Ye Feng donned the animal hide and waded onto the shore. Anua's face was alight with joy as she pointed to the 10 large crates behind her. Brother Feng, there are a total of 9 crates of ammunition, and the last one, you need to open personally, Anua said with a smile. Could it be cannonballs? Ye Feng paused for a moment before approaching the crates. Among the nearly 100 people Anua had brought back, there were even a few beast masters from the Yunshan tribe. Upon seeing Ye Feng, they immediately wore expressions of ingratiation. Aren't you beast masters from the Yunshan tribe? Why have you come along? Ye Feng inquired, surprised that Vandy Meng would allow beast masters to join the transport team. Brother Feng, we were mainly concerned that someone might attempt to seize the crates along the way. So we came to escort them personally, one beast master explained. Indeed, we all have money in the hot spring bank. Deputy Commander Wang said that as long as we help with the transport, he would give each of us 1,000 hot spring coins. Another beast master added with a sycophantic smile. 1,000 hot spring coins. Wang Zhihai is quite generous. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He did not wish for the hot spring coins to devalue so quickly. If Wang Zhihai continued to be so extravagant, their worth would diminish further. Brother Feng, are you having second thoughts? One beast master asked in alarm. Will it matter if I do? This is the credit of our hot spring island, which I must uphold. However, should you undertake such low-risk tasks in the future, the rewards will certainly not be as plentiful, Ye Feng replied. By the way, what about the compensation for these ordinary nights? Is it also 1,000 hot spring coins? He gestured towards the other transport personnel. Anua stepped forward. Their compensation is only 1/10 of that of the Beast Masters. 100? That is still a bit much, Ye Feng mused, ultimately letting it go. Recognizing that Wang Zhihai was the deputy commander and the president of the Hot Spring Bank, thus deserving some courtesy. By the way, Brother Feng, hurry and open this crate. There is a surprise inside, Anua suddenly exclaimed. A surprise? Ye Feng's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Who knew if this group was attempting a prank? After all, this scenario felt all too familiar. With a swift kick, he sent the box soaring 5 meters into the air, where it crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. Oh dear, Brother Ye, you scoundrel. From the shattered fragments emerged a chubby little girl, none other than Ding Tuanchuan. Ye Feng hurried over to assist little Tuanchuan. Are you all right? He inquired, his face etched with concern. Of course not. Humph. You've made me fall so badly. Ding Tuanchuan pouted, clutching her little behind. It doesn't hurt, does it, little Tuanchuan? What are you doing following the group? Does Wang Zhihai know? Does Susan know? Ye Feng asked, alarmed. It was inappropriate for Tuanchuan to be here, especially with the imminent confrontation with Yongmu. I sneaked out. It's so boring on Hot Spring Island. Besides, we heard from the Young Mountains that you defeated the Carthaginian Khan. The news has traveled far, and Wang Zhihai's spies have infiltrated that area, Ding Tuanchuan explained. So, you wanted to join the fray? Ye Feng said affectionately, pulling her close and tucking her hair behind her ears, revealing her cherubic face. Indeed, money can move mountains. Wang Zhihai has bribed the Young Mountain tribe, and their chieftain has struck a deal with us. He provides iron, and we provide hot spring currency, Ding Tuanchuan elaborated. Very clever of Wang Zhihai, Ye Feng nodded, holding Ding Tuanchuan with one hand, while sequentially opening the remaining 9 boxes with the other. Inside were gleaming yellow machine gun bullets, their tips crafted from tungsten steel, capable of easily penetrating steel plates. As for the primitive warrior's inferior armor, it would likely be perforated by a single shot. Arnold, you have achieved great merit. Upon your return, I shall grant you an official title, Ye Feng said, patting Arnold's shoulder. Thank you, Brother Feng, Arnold exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. However, Ye Feng suddenly shifted his tone. You brought Ding Tuanchuan to such a perilous place without permission. Thus, I must punish you. Your merits and faults are now balanced. What? Arnold was taken aback. Brother Feng, she insisted on coming. I couldn't dare to stop her. You can't place all the blame on me. I don't care. Your merits and faults are balanced, Ye Feng replied flatly. All right then, Brother Feng, I'll first transport the bullets to the battleship by canoe, Arnold said, dejected. Go ahead. Ye Feng waved him off. In the southwestern camp, within a stone house, Yongmu gazed at his 4 sons, Yongsheng, Yongxiang, Yongqing, and Haimeo. You are the most astute among my 300 sons. Tomorrow, I want you to lead 300 heavily armored cavalry to surround me. Ensuring that Ye Feng's crossbowmen do not harm me, Yongmu instructed calmly. Rest assured, Father, we will ensure your safety, the 4 sons responded in unison. Nearby, the centurion Duoyanade was left speechless. After all his efforts to assemble the heavy cavalry, it turned out they were merely to protect Yongmu, implying that the light cavalry would face Ye Feng's crossbowmen. Chapter 471. So young? Khan, these heavy armors are meant to shield the cavalry from the initial volley. Please reconsider. Duoyanade urged hastily. Nonsense. Is the cavalry more important than this, Khan? To safeguard me is the essence of their existence. As for the cavalry, I have an abundance of them. They have basked in my benevolence for years. Let them perish in battle for my sake. Moreover, the initial charge will be led by the people of the Nyoer and Lusho tribes, while our own cavalry may remain in the rear. Yongmu remarked nonchalantly. Though he may be perceived as timid, he holds his own safety in high regard. Very well, Khan, Duoyanade declared with determination. Yet, he could not harbor resentment toward Yongmu, for it was Yongmu who had elevated him to the position of captain, allowing him to become the commander of the Southwestern Division. Indeed, Khan, your safety is the very purpose of our existence, a certain Jiajin interjected. Furthermore, I propose not only to deploy 300 heavy armored soldiers for your protection, but also to position 3 siege crossbows before you to intimidate Ye Feng, another Jiajin suggested. Yongmu's face lit up with joy. 2 decades prior, While engaging in those absurd endeavors, he had harbored a flicker of doubt, contemplating whether his actions had gone too far. However, surrounded by sycophants, he had been led astray, increasingly convinced of his own righteousness. Very well, tomorrow the entire army shall mobilize. We shall confront the foreigner Ye Feng and ascertain whether he truly possesses extraordinary prowess, Yongmu declared with a sweeping gesture. The Khan is wise, echoed a resounding chorus from below. Only Duoyen felt a sense of unease. Yet in such circumstances, he dared not voice dissent and instead knelt with the masses. Yongmu's 4 sons had wholly inherited their father's essence. Once they descended, they promptly had their subordinates don full suits of iron armor, not sparing a thought for whether their steeds could bear the weight. At dawn the following day, the formidable Duoyen cavalry set forth. They advanced by both land and water, with 170 warships leading the way, while 12,000 cavalrymen lined the shores. Among them, nearly 10,000 were Yongmu's Duoyen cavalry, alongside an additional 2,000 from the Nyoer and Luoluo tribes. It is a stroke of fortune for our Nyoer tribe to accompany the Khan to battle. Perhaps next year's taxes will be entirely waived, the chief of the Nyoer tribe chuckled, riding alongside the chief of the Luoluo tribe. If the Khan is in good spirits, he might even marry one of his daughters to my son, thus uniting us with the Duoyen people in marriage, the Luoluo chief responded with amusement. The 2,000 men led the procession, clad only in simple leather armor, their outer layers draped in tattered hides. Behind them followed Yongmu's over 9,000 light cavalrymen, adorned in pristine leather armor, their military formation impeccable, and their steeds resplendent, exuding a formidable aura. In the middle of the formation stood 300 heavy cavalry, under the leadership of Yongmu's 4 sons, diligently guarding a grand palanquin, forming a bastion of flesh and steel. Yet even this did not assuage Yongmu's apprehension. He further stationed 3 wagons, each bearing a half-ton siege crossbow, in front of the 300 heavy cavalry. Duoyen as captain, personally commanded both the naval and land forces. At that moment, a scout galloped forth to deliver a report. Reporting to the captain, Ye Feng's encampment is situated 5 kilometers upstream. I comprehend, further reconnaissance is necessary. After Duoyen spoke, he promptly raised his right hand. The flag-bearers behind him hastily crossed their banners in a vigorous display. Upon seeing the signal, the army gradually came to a halt. Yongmu reclined in an opulent palanquin, borne by 108 horsemen. The luxurious interior was attended by 20 youthful maidens, entirely unclothed. Khan, partake in another drink. A fruit maiden offered him a goblet of fruit wine. Why has the procession paused? Inquire with Duoyen. Yongmu brusquely pushed aside the cup. Brother Feng, they have arrived. Yongmu's forces are on the march. According to scouts, there are 12,000 cavalry alone and 170 warships. I estimate his total strength to be around 15,000. Haltet's voice trembled slightly. Ye Feng nodded and turned to the generals behind him, who were the chieftains of various tribes. Esteemed leaders, Yongmu's grand army lies ahead. Do you possess the confidence to face them? Ye Feng inquired loudly. Indeed. Let us slay that wretch Yongmu. I have long yearned to end his life. The 3 newly allied chieftains raised their sabers high, their eyes ablaze with vengeance. Confidence is commendable. Ged Mountain, shortly, I shall require your 3 tribes to charge at the forefront to demonstrate your loyalty. Ye Feng directed his gaze towards Ged Mountain. Understood. Ged Mountain and the other 2 chieftains stepped forward. Very well. Ye Feng then turned to Tuba. Their long-standing partnership had forged an unspoken understanding. Tuba boarded a canoe and personally took command of a heavy machine gun aboard one of the warships. This seemed to serve as a signal. As 3 additional heavy machine guns were also activated, their ominous barrels aimed downstream. Moments later, a multitude of dark figures emerged downstream. They advanced like a swarm of marching ants, an air of grim determination enveloping the banks of Wolf Creek. Stand ready, Haltet commanded. And the front line of cavalry simultaneously raised their round shields while those behind knocked arrows to their strings. Yongmu's forces halted 2 kilometers from Ye Feng, and suddenly, an arrow soared from their ranks, landing accurately 1,000 meters away. Such strength could only belong to Yongmu's renowned archer. What does this signify? Ye Feng asked the person beside him. Brother Feng, Yongmu wishes to negotiate at the front lines. He will stand within the range of an arrow. By customary practice, we too should release an arrow, replied Madhav. Then let us shoot. Ye Feng nodded. With a swift motion, Haltet drew back his arm and loosed an arrow that flew 1,000 meters away. On the warship, Ding Tuanshuan, Kazi Na, and Boken stood together on the deck, watching the spectacle unfold. Such a grand display was a rarity, and the three women were filled with exhilaration, their hair standing on end. Particularly for Kazi Na, who had lived on the grasslands for 16 years, it was her first encounter with Yongmu's entire army in motion. The sight was breathtaking. 170 warships nearly obstructed the flow of Wolf Creek. Yongmu's forces parted to create a gap, and a lone rider approached Ye Feng, waving a white flag. Ye Feng accepted the white flag and galloped toward the designated spot. As the two riders gradually approached, Ye Feng finally discerned the full visage of the man before him. To his astonishment, he was a strikingly handsome gentleman in his 30s. Duo Yanade was also scrutinizing Ye Feng, taken aback by his youth. So you are Ye Feng? Duo Yanade reined in his horse within striking distance. Indeed, you are Yongmu? Ye Feng similarly halted his steed. The Khan holds a prestigious position. How could he wish to meet you personally? I am Duo Yanade, a commander under the Khan's banner. Chapter 472. The battle rages on for half an hour. What? Ye Feng seethed with indignation. As the commander-in-chief himself, he had taken to the battlefield, yet Yongmu had merely dispatched a subordinate, a blatant affront. Ye Feng, our Khan has stated that he wishes to offer you another opportunity. If you withdraw your forces now, he will forgive your transgressions and, being renowned for his generosity, will bestow upon you 100 fine steeds and 1,000 sets of armor. Duo Yanade conveyed Yongmu's orders. Though he felt a sense of frustration, he was powerless. After all, the Khan was his superior, and he was but a commander elevated by his grace. And if I refuse? Ye Feng replied coldly. Do you see the army behind me? Duo Yanade asserted. A formidable force of 50,000, capable of shattering stone and darkening the sky with arrows. If you truly wish to oppose our Khan. His words were abruptly cut off by Ye Feng's impatient retort. You lack the authority to speak to me. Have Yongmu come and discuss matters himself, and spare me your bluster. Do you take me for a fool? 50,000 soldiers, you say? With that, Ye Feng resolutely turned his horse around. Duo Yanade narrowed his eyes, placing his hand on his drawn bow. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could strike Ye Feng down with a single arrow, it would repay the Khan's favor. However, within a mere 3 seconds, he dismissed the thought. If the premier assassin had failed to kill Ye Feng, then he, being only slightly more skilled than that assassin, would likely meet an equally grim fate if he missed. Gritting his teeth, he decided to report back to Yongmu instead. Brother Feng, Haltet quickly stepped forward to hold Ye Feng's horse. Should we launch an attack now? Haltet inquired. Attack? Let them approach us. Otherwise, our pit traps will be for naught, Ye Feng replied, then casually relieved himself on the ground. Moments ago, he had sensed a palpable threat as he turned away. How audacious! Ye Feng dares to suggest that I should personally meet him? Yongmu exclaimed, slapping the side of his palanquin, inadvertently landing a hit on one of the maidens. Khan, shall we teach Ye Feng a lesson? Duo Yanade asked. Certainly. Let the people of the Niu and Lu tribes initiate the assault to test Ye Feng's formidable crossbows, Yongmu instructed. Khan, I believe our forces hold the advantage. While the two tribes engage, I shall lead 9,000 light cavalry in a flanking maneuver from behind. This will increase our chances of victory. Duo Yanade astutely recognized Ye Feng's vulnerability, proving himself a commander worthy of his rank. No, the 9,000 cavalry are to ensure my safety. Let those two tribes engage. Yongmu replied calmly. Khan, do you not have heavily armored cavalry for protection? Duo Yanade questioned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yongmu. At this moment, Yongmu's son, Chongqing, spoke up. Can 300 heavy armored soldiers truly protect my father? Of course, we must have heavy armor in the front and light cavalry outside. Only then can we ensure absolute safety. Indeed, Duo Yanade nodded, albeit begrudgingly. He rode forth on his steed, approaching the two chieftains. Gentlemen, the Khan commands you to assault Ye Feng's camp immediately. If you can breach Ye Feng's formation, my cavalry will flank from behind. Once we secure Ye Feng, you shall be exempt from taxes for 10 years. Duo Yanade spoke casually, already foreseeing the fate of these two tribes. Exempt from taxes for 10 years? The chieftains rejoiced. They had certainly heard of Ye Feng's formidable reputation, yet in recent years, they had encountered no worthy adversaries, believing themselves to be among the top tribes on the steppe. Commander, we shall proceed. The two exchanged a glance, and the chieftain of the Nyoer tribe unsheathed his curved blade. Tell me, whose territory is this? The Nyoer chieftain bellowed. Ours. 2,000 cavalrymen replied in unison. I cannot hear you. The chieftain shouted. Ours. The thunderous response echoed. Satisfied, the Nyoer chieftain nodded and pointed his blade toward Ye Feng's encampment. Prove it to me. With a thunderous roar, 2,000 cavalry began to trot, quickly escalating into a charge, resembling a surging tide. The foot soldiers brandished their curved blades atop their steeds, uttering various battle cries, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. They aimed to shatter Ye Feng's camp, having heard rumors of the many beauties within. The beauties are mine, the men are yours. A mere 2,000 meters, and the cavalry would be upon them in just a few minutes. Steady, Ye Feng commanded from the front lines. The archers in the front row drew their bows, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. The 2,000 cavalry drew ever closer. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 600 meters. Steady, Ye Feng urged, maintaining formation. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The Nyoer cavalry stumbled into concealed pits meant for trapping horses. Some were instantly impaled by the spikes, while others were crushed underfoot by their comrades. Those who managed to escape the pits were often thrust back in by the advancing cavalry. The air was filled with anguished cries. 1/3 of the 2,000 cavalry had perished in those traps, yet their numbers were overwhelming. The Nyoer chieftain tugged on his reins, and his steed leaped effortlessly over 7 meters, clearing the pit with ease. The cavalry behind quickly followed suit, leaping over the traps and charging toward Ye Feng's ranks. Tuba gripped the heavy machine gun, anxiously watching the signal flag. Why hasn't Ye Feng given the order to fire yet? What is he waiting for? As he surveyed the enemy cavalry just 200 meters away, Ye Feng slightly turned to gaze at the 3 chieftains of Godshan. Understanding the cue, Godshan mounted an old horse. Charge! 300 men, some on horseback and others on foot, rushed toward the Nyoer cavalry. Without any suspense, this mere 300, upon first clash, lost a significant portion to the onslaught of the cavalry. Yet, Godshan, undaunted by death, boldly seized a magnificent steed, charging amidst the enemy cavalry with unparalleled ferocity. That will suffice. Ye Feng signaled to Haltet. Elated, Haltet mounted his warhorse, leading 1,000 cavalrymen into an onslaught against the Nyo Lu tribe. Blood stained the verdant grass, and the ground was littered with corpses filling the pits meant for ensnaring horses. The battle raged for half an hour until the last of the Nyo Air tribe fell into a pool of blood. Haltet severed the enemy leader's head and rushed towards Ye Feng. Brother Feng, we have slain them all. Excellent. What of Godshan and his men? How many survived? Ye Feng inquired. Great Khan, I am still alive. Godshan approached, leading a fine steed, with a handful of his kin trailing behind. Out of 300 warriors, scarcely 30 remained. It was not that Ye Feng was cruel. Trust must be earned through blood. Now, he could utilize these survivors. Godshan, let the elders, women, and children of your tribe camp in my military encampment starting tomorrow. From this moment forth, we shall stand united, Ye Feng declared. Thank you, great Khan. Godshan and the few remaining warriors knelt, tears streaming down their faces. Chapter 473, The Cries for Mercy and the Sounds of Agony. The lives of over 200 warriors had secured Ye Feng's trust. I must cherish this trust, for it was hard-won. Oh, woe is me. Rest now, everyone. Someone, provide Godshan and his men with leather armor, new curved sabers, and a steed for each. Ye Feng commanded once more. Yes, Godshan and the 30 men were led to the supply department. Despite having lost 9/10 of their warriors, their faces bore no sorrow, only joy. Could they finally become a regular army? In the southwestern encampment, Yongmu instructed the heavily armored cavalry to part, gazing in shock at the distant scene of carnage. Is this what war truly is? Previously, he had wielded power over his own territory, where smaller tribes dared not resist. Thus, he had never truly experienced a battle involving more than 100 men. After 20 years as Khan, witnessing a conflict of over 3,000 for the first time was a revelation to him, and he never anticipated such brutality. Especially the stench carried by the wind from upstream, a nauseating mix of blood and decay. Ugh, Yongmu retched. Quickly retreat. Ye Feng is invincible. We must flee, he exclaimed in terror. Khan, we cannot retreat. Our main forces remain, outnumbering Ye Feng significantly, and our warships have yet to be deployed, Duoyen Ade said, alarmed, as he hurriedly grasped Yongmu, who was eager to mount his horse. Not every Khan in the encampment possessed martial prowess. Some had ascended through flattery, typically shielded by a large army and the Khan's renown, deterring most from attempting assassination. Yongmu's position as Khan was secured through material wealth. His grandfather had once been the esteemed elder of the Duoyin tribe, amassing a fortune of 100,000 horses, hundreds of thousands of cattle, and vast tracts of land. Thus, he traded these resources to attain the title of Khan in the southwest. Indeed, we still possess warships. Convey my orders. Let the ships charge forth and vanquish all of Ye Feng's naval forces. Yongmu rode upon a magnificent steed. Very well. My subordinate shall execute the command at once. Duoyin waved his hand towards the distant signal flag. The small flag signaled thrice, directing the attention towards Ye Feng's warships. By the Khan's decree, all ships set sail and collide with Ye Feng's vessels. The naval commander pointed forward. Instantly, the hull reverberated with urgent drumbeats as 170 warships, comprising a total of 20,000 oarsmen, commenced their rowing. Have they finally arrived? On the flagship, Tu Ba grinned, placing his hand on the trigger while casting his gaze towards Ye Feng, awaiting his command. Tu Ba, fire. Remember, aim only to breach the hull. Do not waste ammunition, Ye Feng shouted from the shore. Understood, Brother Feng. Tu Ba promptly pulled the trigger. The sound of the urgent call resounded. More imposing than the war drums of the oarsmen, the 4 heavy machine guns spared no bullets, firing 3 rounds into the hull of each enemy ship before targeting the next vessel. Captain, the hull is taking on water. Impossible, the bow is clad in iron. We are indeed taking on water. Alas, our ship is tilting. Jump overboard. But we will freeze to death in the river. Indeed, even if we miraculously reach the shore, we will fall ill. The cold could claim our lives. The ordinary sailors were in a frenzy. Ahead, several warships rapidly tilted and began to submerge into the depths. To hell with it, jump. Splashing sounds echoed as the Duoyin sailors leaped into the river, desperately paddling towards the shore. Ye Feng, in his mercy, targeted only the hull and refrained from firing upon the sailors on deck. Otherwise, the outcome would have been far worse. What? The naval commander stared in shock from the flagship. What kind of divine archer is aboard Ye Feng's ship to penetrate even ironclad vessels? Commander, shall we continue our assault? The naval commander was thrown into disarray. He had never encountered such a formidable archer. Thankfully, Ye Feng did not fire at the men, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. You, don my commander's garb, quickly. The naval commander decisively draped his armor over a sailor's shoulders and swiftly made his way to the rear of the ship, lowering a canoe and quietly escaping towards the shore. When the upper beam is askew, the lower beam must be crooked. Yongmu is of such character. How competent could his subordinates be? However, Duoyin Ade is an exception. Ade, what manner of archer is that? Yongmu shrank back into the midst of the heavily armored cavalry. My lord, I too am at a loss. If Ye Feng truly possesses such a skilled archer, I fear our entire army's charge will be a futile endeavor. Confusion filled Duoyin Ade's eyes. Ade, from now on, you shall lead both our naval and land forces here. I entrust all military authority to you. Take this horse talisman. Yongmu tossed a small horse talisman to Duoyin Ade. Khan, what is your intent? I cannot perish. I am the esteemed Khan. Thus, I shall seek the aid of the heavenly Khan. You must delay Ye Feng's forces here. Should he advance a single step beyond the threshold, I shall hold you accountable. Upon uttering these words, Yongmu gestured towards the rear. Yongsheng, Yongchong, Yongqing. Hey Mao, hasten to accompany your father. Even the most ferocious of fathers, Yongmu, held a deep concern for his 4 sons. Father, we initially intended to fight Ye Feng to the bitter end, yet your safety is paramount. I have resolved to escort you back to the Duoyin headquarters. Indeed, the safety of our father is of utmost importance. We are willing to escort you back to headquarters. His 4 ineffectual sons, though terrified, feigned bravado with their empty words. We must depart swiftly. I fear Ye Feng's archers are already targeting us, Yongmu admonished. What? His 4 sons gasped in unison, scrambling into the ranks of heavily armored cavalry. 300 heavy cavalry. Follow me to seek assistance from the heavenly Khan, Yongmu commanded, pointing his saber towards the rear. The 300 heavy cavalry promptly shielded them. Father, what shall become of these female slaves? Should Duoyin Ade face defeat, they will fall into Ye Feng's hands as playthings, Yongchong inquired suddenly. I nearly forgot. Eliminate them all, leaving none for Ye Feng. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yongmu's eyes. He was ruthlessly decisive when it came to his own kin. The grand palanquin was cleaved open, and his 4 sons charged in with fervor. Wretches, did you believe that upon our defeat, you would attain freedom? Slay them. They treated the women as if they were already Ye Feng's possessions. Kill. The cries of mercy and anguish echoed from within the palanquin as his inept sons unleashed their brutality. One must concede, Yongmu's 4 incompetent sons possessed a certain proficiency in dealing with women. In under 5 minutes, they executed the dozens of female slaves. They wiped the blood from their sabers on the delicate skin of the women, basking in their own imagined glory. In the blink of an eye, Yongmu, accompanied by his 4 ineffectual sons and the finest 300 heavy cavalry, made their escape, leaving behind over 9,000 unprotected cavalrymen. Chapter 474. An opportunity arises. Aboard the warship, Tuba continued to fire his weapon. He unleashed triple shots at each enemy vessel, piercing the hull before moving on to the next target. This is bad. The naval commander has fled. This individual is an imposter, donning the commander's armor. Yongmu's naval forces swiftly recognized the anomaly. Panic spread among the ranks. Those captains of weaker resolve immediately took to their canoes in flight. Where one fled, others soon followed. In less than half an hour, the sailors aboard the enemy ships either jumped into the river or escaped in canoes. Those trapped in the middle, with no means of escape, promptly raised white flags in surrender. On the shore, Ye Feng stood in astonishment, witnessing this scene unfold. Is this truly happening? Victory has come too easily. Halter. Am I dreaming? Ye Feng turned to Halter. He had long heard of Yongmu as the foremost Khan beneath the heavenly Khan, yet he never anticipated such feeble resistance. Brother Feng, there may be a ruse at play. We must exercise caution, Halter replied, his face etched with vigilance. It is prudent not to pursue victory recklessly, but rather to stabilize our own encampment, for the enemy's ground forces still outnumber our naval and land troops combined. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Without receiving orders, Tuba pointed ahead, commanding, set sail and charge forward. There are still numerous enemy vessels that have yet to surrender. Yes, Tu Qianhu, the captain replied, aware of Tuba's loyalty to Ye Feng. Thus, he ventured forth with the flagship, disregarding the signals from shore. Should Ye Feng express discontent later, he could always attribute the decision to Tuba, convinced that Ye Feng would not dare to execute him. As Tuba's warship advanced, enemy vessels either capsized or sank, leaving the wretched ship's slaves in the hold in dire straits. Their feet were shackled to the keel, and upon defeat, they would meet their demise alongside the ship. Stop firing. We surrender. We surrender, shouted the enemy in the water, raising their hands, trembling uncontrollably, their faces turning a shade of purple from the cold. Tuba, however, paid them no heed, reveling in the thrill of battle. Has Tuba lost his mind? Even the most formidable machine guns cannot compensate for the absence of a coordinated fire network. His reckless advance is tantamount to seeking death. Quickly, signal him to return. Ye Feng ordered. The flag-bearer hastily crossed the flags, waving them frantically toward the flagship. Unfortunately, Tuba had his back turned and failed to notice the signals. Enraged, Duoyenade observed from the shore. His own naval forces had raised white flags in surrender, yet that black figure atop the flagship continued to fire relentlessly. Did he believe that Duoyenade possessed no devastating weaponry? Tossing aside his hat, he leaped onto a horse-drawn carriage and raised the crossbow. With a whoosh, a meteor-like bolt streaked across the sky. Suddenly, as Tuba was in the throes of battle, a jolt coursed through his body, and the world around him seemed to retreat at an alarming pace. Tuba! Ye Feng roared. He witnessed the bolt launch from the shore, followed by the sudden silence of the machine guns. The bolt pierced Tuba's body, sending him hurtling backward for over 20 meters, crashing into the icy river with a resounding splash. Tuba, brother! Tu Qianhu exclaimed, stunned, collapsing to the ground. Ye Feng, disregarding the frigid waters, plunged into the river to retrieve Tuba. The 2-meter-long bolt still bore a piece of intestine. Tuba's eyes gazed vacantly at the sky, his lips moving slightly, as if attempting to utter a final message. Tuba, you cannot die, Tuba. Ye Feng clutched Tuba's body tightly. Brother Feng, take care of my woman, Tuba murmured before his body went limp. The high-ranking officials of Haltet gathered around, their eyes reddened as they beheld Tuba's lifeless form. Brother Feng, I shall go and annihilate the Duoyen people without mercy. With that, Haltet sprinted towards his steed. Come back. Ye Feng's voice was hoarse. a single tear cascading down his cheek. What military discipline, what rules, what regulations mattered to him? In his eyes, Tu Ba's life outweighed all else. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Bo Kachin stumbled forward, collapsing into Tu Ba's embrace. Sister-in-law, what has become of Tu Ba? Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words. He felt that no language could adequately convey the depths of his sorrow. Bo Chin pressed her face against Tu Ba's, uttering not a single word, her eyes tightly shut. When grief reaches a certain threshold, it transcends the need for loud lamentations. Meanwhile, Duoyan Ade leapt from the chariot. He observed that after the death of the crossbowman, Ye Feng's formation appeared to falter. This was an opportunity. Listen up, see that man? Charge forth and eliminate Ye Feng. Once he falls, his forces will be in disarray. Duoyan Ade roared. Kill. The ground trembled as 9,000 cavalrymen swiftly surged towards Ye Feng. Fools. Do they still dare approach? Haltet pushed through the crowd, casting a cold, piercing gaze ahead. Steady. The 9,000 cavalry are merely 500 meters away. Steady. Haltet mimicked Ye Feng, quickly calculating the distance. Suddenly, a cavalryman could no longer contain himself and loosed an arrow. The others mistakenly believed Haltet had given the command. In an instant, thousands of arrows were unleashed, yet most fell upon empty ground, claiming only a handful of the swiftest Duoyan cavalry. Incompetent, Haltet retaliated by striking down the first archer. Quickly, continue to ready your arrows. He commanded. The 9,000 cavalry had gathered an overwhelming momentum, crashing forward like a relentless tide. The sheer force instilled fear, causing many cavalrymen to tremble. They struggled to knock arrows, their usual fluid motions now laborious. Most attempted several times, yet failed to draw their arrows. Forget it. Those with arrows ready, fire at will. Haltet shouted, his voice breaking. Arrows flew sporadically into the sky, inflicting casualties among the Duoyan cavalry. Chapter 475. I have more important matters to attend to. Just as they prepared to knock arrows again, it was too late. A dark cloud loomed overhead, and the caltrops only managed to trip a few frontline cavalrymen, while those behind could not halt their advance, trampling over the fallen bodies towards the shield bearers. No, we have lost. We cannot win. A shield bearer exclaimed, retreating in fear. Ye Feng, compelled to suppress his sorrow, charged forward, cleaving down deserters. Form up. 3 rows. Hold your shields. Before Ye Feng could finish his command, the Duoyan cavalry had already engaged the shield bearers in fierce combat. The impact was akin to monstrous waves crashing against rocks, limbs and bodies soaring 5 or even 10 meters into the air. Some horses were thrown forward, tumbling several times, disrupting Ye Feng's formation. Hold the shields. Ye Feng grasped a long spear, positioning it behind the shields. The Duoyan cavalry relentlessly slammed against the shields, while some exceptionally skilled riders vaulted over them. Breaching the shield wall, countless spears thrust out, sending cavalrymen tumbling from their mounts. However, this maneuver left the shield bearers besieged from all sides. The voice of Ye Feng emerged from the chaotic formation, commanding the troops. On board the warship, several heavy machine guns were poised for action. The ominous sounds of gunfire resonated through the air, heralding death. The cavalry of Duoyan was met with a gruesome fate, their bodies torn asunder. This was no mere sporadic firing. It was a relentless barrage. In a matter of moments, the Duoyan cavalry was cleaved into two, unable to maintain cohesion. One of the heavy machine guns belched forth white smoke as its barrel glowed red from the heat. Ye Feng recognized that the opportunity for a counterattack had arrived. Loose the arrows. Block the rear ranks of the Duoyan cavalry. A hail of arrows soared toward the rear ranks of the Duoyan. Cries of agony erupted amidst the chaos. The heavy machine guns continued their thunderous roar. Under the dual assault of these ranged weapons, the Duoyan forces were thrown into disarray. Some skilled horsemen, upon seeing the hail of arrows, quickly leaned their bodies to hide beneath their steeds. While this maneuver might evade the rain of arrows, it could not shield them from the machine guns. With a single, deafening blast, both horse and rider were shot through. A fierce southern wind arose, carrying with it the scent of blood that permeated the vast grasslands. Above, hundreds of vultures and crows circled ominously, their raucous calls echoing like a summons from the Grim Reaper. The Duoyan cavalry was in turmoil, all heeding the command to mount and draw their sabers. Ye Feng, astride his horse, led the charge. With a thunderous rumble, 3,000 cavalrymen surged forward with unyielding momentum into the chaotic ranks of the Duoyan. The lethality of cavalry lies in their mobility. The Duoyan cavalry had been forcibly halted by the heavy machine guns, unable to mount a counteroffensive. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's 3,000 horsemen quickly coalesced into an unstoppable force. With their sabers extended, they relied on their formidable speed to plunge directly into the defenseless enemy ranks. Ye Feng's cavalrymen needed not swing their blades. Their sheer velocity effortlessly sent Duoyan warriors tumbling from their mounts. The centurion of the Duoyan began to restore order within the ranks. However, just as they had managed to align their formation and prepare for a charge, the heavy machine guns unleashed another barrage, shattering their hard-won order. As night fell, the area within a 2-kilometer radius of the pit was strewn with the bodies of men and horses. Ye Feng, bloodied and weary, rose from the heap of corpses. Gasping for breath, he glanced at his curved blade, its edge nearly completely rolled. "Brother Feng, Halter has taken 1,000 men to pursue the remnants of the Duoyan," reported Kelsu, half kneeling amidst the carnage. Having endured this fierce battle, Kelsu was exhilarated, his face flushed with excitement. It was his first victory against the Duoyan in a direct confrontation, and he had achieved it against overwhelming odds. It seemed almost unbelievable, as if, at that moment, he had transcended mortal limits. Little did he know that defeating a larger force with fewer numbers was a daunting impossibility. Ye Feng had cleverly exploited several advantages. First, disrupting the Duoyan formation with machine gun fire, and second, thwarting their counterattack with the same. The talented Doyen Ade managed to lead over 800 individuals to safety despite the overwhelming disparity in weaponry. Nevertheless, Ye Feng did not annihilate more than 8,000 Doyen people. At least 3,000 managed to escape, along with the 800 taken by Doyen Ade. Thus, the actual number of Doyen he eliminated did not exceed 6,000. Even so, it was a resounding victory. At that moment, a cavalry unit arrived, escorting more than 100 captives. "Great Khan, these captives are still relatively intact. How shall we deal with them?" inquired a 100-man leader. "Send them into the icy river." Ye Feng replied coldly. He had initially anticipated that these proud Doyen would choose death with resolve. However, contrary to his expectations, one captive knelt and pleaded, "Great Khan Ye Feng, spare our lives. We harbor no enmity towards you. Yongmu provides us with cattle and sheep. We are merely selling our labor in exchange. It is just a transaction." He was correct. Their true enemy was Yongmu, not them. The Doyen Ye Feng had previously captured were indeed proud, as he had not defeated them in open battle. Even in defeat, they held on to their pride. But the situation had changed. Ye Feng had bested them on the battlefield. The men of the grasslands, as stubborn as mules, only sought mercy from those they deemed truly powerful. The previous group of Doyen would not beg for mercy, believing Ye Feng's victory was a fluke. Now, however, these men of the grasslands were utterly convinced of Ye Feng's strength. "Brother Feng, we have lost nearly 1,000 men this time. Perhaps we should select some to charge at the forefront in the next battle," Kelsu suggested softly. Indeed, in this campaign, although Ye Feng eliminated 6,000 enemies, he also suffered a loss of 1,000 men, with 2,000 more injured. Ye Feng felt a pang of melancholy. After painstakingly assembling an army of 6,000, he now found that fewer than 3,000 remained capable of combat. First, have them wear shackles, scour the battlefield, and remove any intact leather armor and boots for cleaning. Gather all the comparatively intact sabers and bows. Collect everything that is still serviceable, Ye Feng commanded. "Understood," the 100-man leader replied as he took the captives to their tasks. "Kelsu, I leave the matters of the battlefield to you. I have more pressing issues to attend to," Ye Feng declared, discarding the curved blade and stepping toward the barracks. Chapter 476. Granting rewards. A cold corpse lay within the barracks, and Boken knelt beside it, revealing only a helpless silhouette. "Sister-in-law," Ye Feng approached. Boken slowly turned to face him, her expression devoid of emotion. "I can feel life stirring within me. I am carrying Tober's child," she said. "Oh," Ye Feng felt a sense of solace within. Although his dear brother had perished in battle, at least his bloodline would endure. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Tober's complexion. Something was amiss. The face of a deceased should not appear thus. He then checked Tober's breath, confirming there was none. He also felt for a pulse, but found none. However, a deceased person's complexion could hardly appear so vibrant. "Brother Feng, I have placed the soul-returning herb in his mouth. It can prevent his flesh from decaying," Bo Kachin stated. "Prevent decay?" Ye Feng raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. It is said that within the temple lies a sacred water. As long as the corpse remains uncorrupted, after bathing in this holy water, one can be resurrected. I hope to employ this method to bring my husband back to life, Bo Kachin continued. Is this information reliable? Ye Feng grasped Bo Kachin's hand with urgency. Overwhelmed with excitement, he desperately needed the sacred water. It must be true. The heavenly Khan has bathed in the holy water at least twice. The sacred water, also referred to as divine grace, grants longevity to those who receive it. After all, the heavenly Khan has indeed lived for over 200 years, Bo Kachin asserted. Ye Feng was nearly elated enough to leap from the ground. Bo Kachin's words resonated with what Kazi Na had mentioned, confirming that this was not mere rumor, but reality. As long as Tuba's body remained intact, acquiring the sacred water would surely lead to his revival. By the way, if Tuba can be resurrected, could others also be brought back? Ye Feng pondered, recalling Luo Ying. During his last search for Ilian, he had also discovered Luo Ying's preserved corpse, which he had left untouched in the underground base. If they could obtain divine grace, perhaps Luo Ying too could be revived. Brother Feng, the grave has been prepared. Shall we proceed to bury Tuba? The captain of the flagship entered, feeling a sense of responsibility for Tuba's demise. First, you should bury yourself. From now on, no one is to disturb Tuba's body. Additionally, retrieve some of the ice from the river's surface to freeze Tuba's body, Ye Feng commanded. Brother Feng, I understand your deep bond with Tuba, but sometimes the dead cannot return to life. The captain insisted. Hurry, Tuba still has a chance at revival, Ye Feng interjected. Revival? Very well. I shall diligently attend to my tasks, the captain conceded. Ye Feng's previously troubled spirit brightened. To speak frankly, Tuba held a rank in his heart that was hardly inferior to that of Duoyen Hina. While Duoyen Hina was indeed beautiful and bore his child, their encounters had been few and fleeting. Tuba, however, was a brother with whom he had shared life and death, someone he could trust wholly without fear of betrayal. Throughout the entire Hot Spring Island, if one were to rank intimacy, Tuba would undoubtedly place within the top 5. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I, Ye Feng, will risk my life to seek the sacred water within the temple. However, I must first traverse the Duoyen grasslands. Now, Ye Feng had clarified the situation. The temple did not lie within the grasslands, but on the opposite side. Indeed, Bo Kachin nodded, her expression rather stoic. In truth, her affection for Tuba was not deeply rooted, primarily due to the fact that she carried his child. With his spirits lifted, a glimmer of hope appeared on Ye Feng's face. He exited the tent to continue assessing the battle losses while also dispensing rewards and punishments. Warfare necessitates a system of both reward and penalty to endure, and it must be executed with fairness. Otherwise, who would be willing to fight for you in the future? After an entire night of labor, Ye Feng finally organized the seized supplies by the following morning. Within the tent, he convened a military meeting with over 100 officers. The spoils included more than 4,000 pairs of boots, over 1,500 fine steeds, approximately 1,000 sets of leather armor, around 4,000 complete curved sabers, 3 siege crossbows, 3,700 bows, and over 40,000 arrows. After Hart reported, Ye Feng nodded, realizing that these acquisitions were more than sufficient to re-establish a formidable army. He then turned his attention to the naval commander. Kelsu stepped forward, stating, Brother Feng, we have captured 41 warships, the rest have been sunk. Ye Feng inquired about the ship slaves. Unfortunately, the warships of the Duoyen people, much like those of the Yinshan tribe, are outdated and rely solely on the rowers. The ship slaves suffered no losses, they remain in the hold. And unless the ship is sunk, they generally do not perish, Kelsu explained. Excellent. Let us combine these 40 vessels with my 30. Thus, we shall possess 70 ships, transforming us into a genuine fleet, Ye Feng affirmed with a nod. How many Duoyen captives do we have? He asked next. Brother Feng, we have a total of 1,100 captives from the Duoyen army, both land and sea, all confined within the horse corral, shackled and within range of our heavy machine guns, Madhav respectfully reported. It felt exhilarating to fight alongside Ye Feng. Madhav had come to view him as a deity. For it was Ye Feng who had liberated them from servitude, vanquishing the once mighty Duoyen. What shall we do with these 1,000 Duoyen? Ye Feng inquired. Let us chop them up and make roasted meat. I wish to feast, Go Chen interjected, his eyes gleaming with deep-seated hatred. Chapter 477, No Coercion. Brother Feng, I believe it is wiser to spare them. After all, Our own losses have been substantial. During battles, we can send them to the front lines, and those who perform well may gradually be integrated into our ranks. For our enemies remain formidable, and we cannot afford to squander captives, Madhav stated solemnly. Very well. We shall follow Madhav's counsel. The 1,000 Duoyan captives will be assigned to a sacrificial battalion. During combat, they will be sent to charge ahead, with our archers positioned behind them. Should they attempt to rebel, they shall be shot on sight, Ye Feng declared coldly. Ha ha ha, Brother Feng, sacrificial battalion is a splendid name. One of the generals could not help but laugh. Even Godshan chuckled foolishly. Once the laughter subsided, Ye Feng gestured for silence. It is time to reward merit. Heart, you have demonstrated extraordinary command skills amidst the chaos, though you still have much to learn. Therefore, you shall be officially appointed as the commander of the army. In my absence, you will lead the ground forces, Ye Feng announced. Brother Feng, could this be converted into cash? Perhaps 10,000 spring coins? 8,000 will do. Or even 5,000. Hart jested, as he had little desire for battle. His only wish was to emigrate to Spring Island with his family. Thus he sought something more tangible than a title, for once the war concluded, he would be left with nothing. Very well. I shall not only appoint you as my army commander, but I will also bestow upon you 5,000 hot spring coins. Tunger, make a note of this and later instruct Wang Zhihai to add 5,000 to his bank deposit, Ye Feng declared. Understood, Tunger replied, picking up a feather quill. Kelsu, you are the commander of the Navy, yet during this campaign, you committed a grave error that nearly cost Tuba his life. Therefore, I have decided to relieve you of your duties as Navy commander, and you shall serve as a Navy captain instead. Tunger, I hereby officially appoint you as the Navy commander. Yes, Brother Feng. Tunger promptly set down the quill and bowed respectfully. As a citizen of Hot Spring Island, Tunger was not required to kneel, whereas Kelsu, not yet a citizen, could only respond on his knees. There is another individual whom I wish to commend. Godshan. During the cavalry charge, despite your frail physique, you and your kin displayed remarkable valor, each slaying nearly 2 Doyan warriors. Henceforth, in addition to your 20 warriors, I shall assign you 2 more captains to command, and you shall be officially promoted to trial captain. Ye Feng proclaimed. What? Godshan's eyes widened in disbelief. A trial captain is an associate of the captain rank, with 3 trial captains under each captain's command. Why are you dawdling? Kneel and express your gratitude to Brother Feng. Modeo Fu chided him with a hint of jealousy, giving him a gentle kick. Thank you, great Khan. Godshan quickly knelt upon the ground. What a transformation. I never imagined that I, Godshan, would fare so well under Ye Feng's leadership. If only Ye Feng had arrived on our vast grasslands sooner. Perhaps the Doyan would have been vanquished by now. Modeo Fu, your eloquence has proven commendable. You have successfully persuaded numerous tribes to join my ranks. Thus, I officially appoint you as the Grand General of Foreign Envoys, Ye Feng stated sternly. Modeo Fu, however, appeared perplexed. Brother Feng, what rank does the Grand General of Foreign Envoys hold? It is equivalent to the Army Commander's rank. What? Thank you, Brother Feng. Long live Brother Feng. Modeo Fu exclaimed joyously as he knelt down. Following this, Ye Feng distributed rewards for merit, with every senior official in the tent receiving a commendation. Except for 2 individuals from the Navy who faced punishment, Kelsu and the captain of the flagship, for their actions nearly led to Tuba's demise. In truth, Tuba was already doomed. Without the holy water in the days to come, he would be as good as dead. Let us conclude the meeting here. Hart, inform the cooks to prepare beef and sheep. This evening, I wish to host a grand feast on the shore and deck to reward our troops, allowing everyone to eat, drink, and revel freely, Ye Feng announced as he rose. Ha ha ha, splendid. We can indulge ourselves. The tent erupted in cheers. Brother Feng, may we seek out women from the nearby tribes? After dining, should we not enjoy the company of women? Winteru, the new chief of the barbarians, inquired. But do your barbarian tribes not have many female warriors? Surely, we could indulge ourselves. Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. However, we have only a handful of female warriors. Can they possibly contend with thousands of soldiers? Winteru lamented. Alas. Very well, during the day, dispatch cavalry to the surrounding tribes to ascertain whether they possess any comely women. However, it is imperative that no coercion is employed. They must come of their own volition. Should they express a desire to join us, you may barter with them using goods such as iron, horses, or provisions. Remember, coercion is strictly forbidden. If the women you return with bear a countenance of sorrow, I shall surely impose penalties upon you, Ye Feng stated earnestly. Ha ha ha, indeed, brother Feng. The small tribes must be lacking in clothing and sustenance. With merely a piece of animal hide, we could exchange for a woman, one retorted. Precisely. Even 10 pounds of horse meat could procure a woman. Given the abundance of horse meat on the battlefield, another chimed in. However, horse meat is cumbersome to carry. Instead, let us offer those curved blades with rolled edges. The small tribes under Yemu's command are notoriously impoverished. A single rolled edge blade could secure 10 women to serve us. Laughter erupted among the group, filling the tent with a palpable aura of masculine exuberance. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. The warriors had achieved victory. If they were not permitted some indulgence, what motivation would they have to continue fighting for you? Thus, substantial rewards must be ensured.